Chapter 1. Fireball Technique. It seemed as though the sound of an alarm clock echoed in his mind. Autumn Leaf, in a daze, murmured about the annoyance while reaching out to silence the clock. His hand was suddenly grasped by a delicate, jade-like hand as he reached. Following the hand upward, he beheld a girl of exquisite beauty, with pale golden hair cascading down her shoulders and a tender, affectionate smile gracing her lips. She leaned close to Autumn Leaf's ear and gently whispered, Dawn has arrived. If you do not rise for school now, you shall be late." After considerable effort, Autumn Leaf finally opened his eyes to the sight of her gentle smile and bright, expressive eyes. He replied, "Sister Shue, just let me sleep a little longer. I studied too late last night." "Studied?" The girl feigned surprise, glancing around as if seeking something. "What subject were you studying?" With one hand still nestled under the covers, Autumn Leaf rummaged about until he finally extracted a book. Curious, the girl leaned closer to inspect it. The cover was dominated by a glamorous image of a certain actress, her attire barely sufficient to conceal her modesty, revealing a flawless expanse of skin. Sister Shue, as Autumn Leaf called her, inhaled sharply, stepping back a few paces before suddenly lunging forward, executing a somersault in midair and landing heavily on the boy. Sprawled on the bed. The scream startled Aunt Ma, who was tidying up the yard next door, causing her to drop her broom as she shook her head with a wry smile. "Oh dear, those two are at it again." Stretching lazily, Autumn Leaf ambled down the road, followed closely by the girl, who was chattering animatedly. "Allow me to introduce Autumn Leaf, a 17-year-old youth, orphaned and raised in the local orphanage. At the age of 16, he gained the ability to fend for himself and escaped, earning a living by writing online novels. The girl accompanying him, whose beauty was striking, is Xiao Shue, a year his senior, and they grew up together in the same orphanage. At 15, she was recognized for her exceptional academic abilities and was granted admission to the city's prestigious high school. She supported herself through generous scholarships and by publishing articles in newspapers. Autumn Leaf's academic performance was not particularly stellar, and he often lacked motivation. However, with Xiao Shue's persistent encouragement and assistance, he managed to enroll in the same prestigious high school, sharing class with her. Thus, in both academic and everyday life, Xiao Shue's care for Autumn Leaf was evident to outsiders. It appeared that Xiao Shue had a fondness for him, a fact she never denied, while Autumn Leaf remained indifferent to it. For the two orphans, each was a vital presence in the other's life. Noticing Autumn Leaf's sluggishness, Xiao Shue turned back and playfully urged him forward, all the while tidying his tousled hair. "Honestly, at this age, you should be able to take care of yourself. How long do you expect me to look after you?" Xiao Shue remarked, though her heart brimmed with satisfaction. Autumn Leaf, reluctantly opening his sleep-laden eyes, replied weakly, "For a lifetime. In the next life, it will be my turn to care for you." Xiao Shue pouted, "Next life? Even if there is one, it will still be me looking after you, you lazy bum." Suddenly halting in his tracks, Autumn Leaf turned and embraced Xiao Shue, burying his nose in her hair and inhaling deeply. This was a daily ritual for him. The scent of Xiao Shue was a remedy that restored his lethargic spirit to its rightful rhythm. "Today, Sister Shue smells delightful as ever," he said, his earlier drowsiness dissipating into a smile. "At our age, you should not be worried about what others think." Xiao Shue allowed him to indulge in his whimsy, a routine that had become a cherished part of their daily lives. "Not worried at all, Sister Shue. Just the scent of you brings me such comfort," Autumn Leaf confessed unabashedly. Taking another deep breath, Xiao Shue gently stroked his hair, about to speak when suddenly, a shadow fell over her. Looking up, they saw a thick black book plummeting towards them. With reflexes honed by years of camaraderie, Xiao Shue instinctively leaped out of Autumn Leaf's embrace just as the book landed with a thud on his head. "Ouch!" Autumn Leaf clutched his head, the heavy tome resting atop it. "What is this?" Xiao Shue inquired, her curiosity piqued as she pointed to the book he had removed from his head. Glancing at the tome, Autumn Leaf read aloud the 4 large characters emblazoned on the cover: Grimoire of Magic. On a distant peak in another world, an elder stood resilient before thousands of magic masters, unfazed by their dazzling spells that vanished before him due to the distortion of space. Void spatial magic? Have you truly the leader of the magic masters gazed at the distortion beside the elder in disbelief, his expression a mixture of shock and trepidation. The elder, calm and composed, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, proclaiming from his lofty perch, "Indeed, I'm the grand sorcerer. From this day forth, I am unbound by the constraints of heaven and earth. Those who follow me shall prosper, those who oppose me shall perish." The leader and his throng of magic masters displayed expressions of despair, knowing that no number of them could ever hope to best a grand sorcerer. "Sorrows, you must relinquish hope. The grimoire of magic has been transported to a different space by my spatial magic. It is surely torn to shreds by the distortion. Return and tell the martial sovereign he should cease his futile aspirations to claim it." The elders stated matter-of-factly. The leader, known as Sorrows, retreated a few steps in despair before finally raising his hand, bellowing, "Attack with all your might." Thousands of magic masters unleashed a powerful assault, their energies converging to produce the most formidable attack of their lives. Yet, before the grand sorcerer, all was in vain. "Elements of the air, I summon you forth in my name. Dust to dust, earth to earth, return whence you came banishment." As the elder's ethereal voice recited the incantation, the 7 elemental magics in the air coalesced into visible forms, painting the sky in a breathtaking array of red, blue, yellow, green, gold, white, and black that in this enchanting spectacle, the thousands of magic masters felt no pain as they were transported to another realm. On October 1st, 1739, the Magic Emperor single-handedly defeated the thousands of magic masters summoned by the martial sovereign, sending the grimoire of magic into an alternate space. Following this monumental event, the Magic Emperor vanished without a trace, never to be seen again. During class, Autumn Leaf struggled to concentrate, replaying the morning's event as mind was being struck by that absurdly thick black book a reality or merely a dream. He found himself unable to discern the truth, especially since the book had vanished after he opened it. Resting his head on the desk, he examined his hands, noting they appeared unchanged. Could it have truly been nothing more than a dream? But Sister Shue had seen it too surely. 2 people could not dream the same dream simultaneously. The lesson was mathematics, a subject in which Autumn Leaf's performance was less than commendable. Typically, the math teacher would overlook his daydreaming, but today, the teacher was in a foul mood, having been bestowed with an unfortunate gift from a clever bird earlier that morning. Now, seeing Autumn Leaf lost in thought, he decided it was time for some discipline. Cough, cough. "Autumn Leaf, please stand and explain how to solve this problem," the teacher called, gesturing toward a lengthy formula inscribed on a blackboard. Autumn Leaf remained unmoved, the gaze of the entire class now fixed upon him. "Ye, the teacher is calling on you." Xiao Shui, seated in front of him, whispered softly, attempting to rouse him from his stupor. Ayue was momentarily taken aback upon regaining his composure and assessing the situation. He realized that the mathematics teacher intended to target him. He silently cursed under his breath, intending to assertively declare his ignorance. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, an inexplicable incantation emerged from his mind. "Element of fire, drifting in the air, heed my plea. Transform into a blazing fireball and assist me in casting the fireball spell." Amidst the astonished gazes of his classmates, Ayue felt a surge of warmth in front of him. A fireball, the size of a fist, emitted intense heat as it shot forth, narrowly grazing the mathematics teacher's ear before crashing into the blackboard, filling the classroom with the acrid scent of singed hair. Xiao Shui was the first to snap back to reality. She abruptly stood up, pointing at the teacher's hair while exclaiming, "Teacher, your hair. Your hair." The mathematics teacher, feeling as though he had just awakened from a scene in a movie, was startled by Xiao Shui's shout. Realizing that his hair was ablaze, he immediately panicked and dashed out of the room. In an instant, the classroom erupted into chaos, with incredulous expressions directed at Ayue. Many students even took out their phones to capture the moment. How could this be? Ayue thought to himself, for as an online novelist, he was well aware that this was something only found in fantastical literature. The most fundamental spell of a fire mage. The fireball spell. Chapter 2. Li Basi Ayue found himself at a loss, not particularly concerned that he had performed a magic spell that existed solely in novels, but rather pondering whether he would be confined in the future, surrounded by a group of mad scientists in white coats, all eager to dissect him. Upon sensing the precariousness of the situation, Xiao Shui decisively grasped Xiao Yi and Appo's hand and, pulling the dazed boy along, sprinted out of the school, eventually reaching a secluded grove outside the campus. This grove, though largely deserted due to the city and Appo's scant greenery, had been preserved and remained unclaimed by real estate developers. Breathless, Xiao Yi leaned against a tree, while Xiao Shui appeared hardly fatigued, a peculiarity, given that she seemed to possess extraordinary stamina and energy. Not only was she an excellent student, but she also excelled in athletics, outshining even the upperclassmen. Yi, how did you do that? What was the incantation you recited in the classroom? Xiao Shui inquired, leaning closer to Qiu Yi. It's the fireball spell, a novice magic for fire mages, capable of gathering a substantial amount of fire elements to form a fireball. It's a classic spell from novels, Qiu Yi replied, somewhat dazed. That's not what I meant. I'm asking how you were able to cast a spell that only exists in fiction. I don't know. It just came to me, Qiu Yi answered. Xiao Shui paused, recalling the black book, the magic codex, that had fallen from the sky that morning. Could it not have been a dream? After a moment of silence, she urged, come on, try casting it again. Qiu Yi glanced at her and eventually nodded, recalling the incantation he had spoken in the classroom. Opening his mouth, he began. O void of space, unveil your endless mysteries, traverse all obstacles, reach the opposite shore, and transport my body, my heart, and my spirit to that incredible realm of space. Yet the words that emerged were entirely different. Yi, what are you chanting? Xiao Shui's face paled slightly as she sensed something was amiss. Indeed. A terrifying event unfolded before them. A luminous circle manifested, and both were engulfed by a tremendous force, leaving them no room to resist as they were drawn into the light. A sharp pain surged through their minds, and they lost consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, Qiu Yi found himself in a boundless, wide expanse, unable to speak or move. As if his body were ensnared. Before him, a blinding light appeared, which gradually softened, revealing the figure of an elderly man clad in a resplendent golden robe, his beard nearly sweeping the ground. He held the very black book that had struck Imoyen earlier that day. Young one, I did not anticipate that the magic codex would choose its master in another realm. You have been selected. And now you must shoulder the responsibility of learning magic in the magical continent, becoming a formidable saintly mage to thwart the ambitions of the martial sovereign. Go forth and fulfill the mission bestowed upon you by the magic codex. Qiu Yi opened his mouth desperately, striving to speak. Yet no sound emerged as he watched the old man fade from view, once again losing consciousness. Water, so thirsty. Water, so thirsty. Qiu Yi murmured in a daze, feeling a cool sensation at his lips as sweet water trickled down his throat. After quenching his thirst, he gradually calmed down. But mere seconds later, he suddenly sat up, exclaiming, Sister Shui. A pair of warm hands quickly grasped his cold ones, and a gentle voice reassured him. Yi, do not fear. Sister Shui is here, and I will always be by your side. Upon opening his eyes, Qiu Yi immediately saw Xiao Shui gazing at him with concern. After a moment of silence, he croaked, Sister Shui, where are we? I remember. We've been transported to another realm. Just like the fantastical novels you often write about, Xiao Shui replied, a hint of exasperation in her tone. What? Another realm? Qiu Yi exclaimed, scrambling to his feet and tumbling off the bed. Xiao Shui hurried to assist him, her expression filled with concern. Be careful. I woke up a few days ago. We were rescued by an elderly gentleman and are currently in his home. Rubbing his nose, Qiu Yi surveyed his surroundings. Realizing he was indeed in a room that was unmistakably not from his own world, how many places still constructed houses purely of stone? The door swung open, and a white-bearded elder entered. Are you that old man? Qiu Yi gasped. Mind your manners. This gentleman is our savior, Xiao Shui scolded gently, rising to greet the elder. Qiu Yi had exclaimed in surprise because this elder bore a striking resemblance to the one he had encountered after losing consciousness, nearly mistaking him for the same individual. However, upon closer inspection, he realized they were merely similar. I am Li Beici, the headmaster of the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. Have you met me before? Li Beici inquired, puzzled. Qiu Yi shook his head, attempting to rise but finding himself too weak. Never mind getting up. You have exhausted your mental energy. Rest well. Li Beici advised. Qiu Yi expressed his gratitude and asked, May I inquire where we are? How did Sister Shui and I end up here? Upon hearing his question, Li Beici chuckled. You two are quite bold. The Beast Forest is a place where even advanced mages dare not tread alone. If it weren't for my presence there to gather herbs, you would have surely become a meal for those beasts. The Beast Forest? Qiu Yi had no recollection of it and turned his gaze toward Xiao Shui, who had awakened before him. When I regained consciousness, I was already in Headmaster Li Beixi's room, so I have no knowledge of the beast forest, she explained. Li Beixi was a warm-hearted elder, and Xiaoyi sensed this through their conversation, leaving him torn about whether to reveal his and Xiao Shui and Appo's true identities, seemingly discerning Qiuyi and Appo's internal conflict. Li Beixi gently remarked, "Everyone has their secrets. I will not pressure you to disclose your true identities." This statement prompted Qiuyi to share his real identity with the elder, yet he refrained from mentioning the summons by the magic codex or the encounter with the other elder. Their conversation lasted for the better part of the day, until the midday sun streamed through the window, causing Qiuyi and Appo's stomach to rumble audibly. As the headmaster of the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, Li Beixi was quite knowledgeable, but the extraordinary nature of Qiuyi and Appo's tale left him momentarily bewildered. Nevertheless, he recognized that both Qiuyi and Xiao Shui were without a place to go, and he felt a pang of sympathy. He inquired if they would like to study at the academy, with all expenses covered. Exchanging glances, Qiuyi and Xiao Shui nodded in agreement. They had nowhere else to turn, and encountering Li Beixi was indeed a stroke of fortune. In this unfamiliar world, they could only rely on the kindness of this amiable elder for the time being. Li Beixi nodded and suggested that Qiuyi and Xiao Shui explore the school and Appo's surroundings while he arranged their enrollment. Only then did Qiuyi realize that the headmaster's residence was within the academy itself, meaning he was currently situated in the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. What differences would this otherworldly institution hold compared to the schools of his own realm? With a sense of curiosity, Qiuyi and Xiao Shui stepped out of the house. As soon as they emerged, they were astonished by the scene before them. Chapter 3, The Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. The pentagram is a majestic formation, with each point represented by an impressive castle, encircled by tall and sturdy walls, creating a perfect five-pointed star. At the very center stands the largest castle, where Qiuyi and Xiao Shui find themselves atop, surveying the entirety of the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts below. "This truly resembles the grand settings in your novels," Xiao Shui remarked, captivated by the view. Qiuyi nodded, turning to her with a serious expression. "As I once promised, Sister Shui, you will take care of me for a lifetime, and in the next life, it shall be my turn to care for you." A smile graced Xiao Shui and Appo's lips. "So, is this now the next life?" As Qiuyi gazed down at the mages clad in robes and the warriors in their lightweight combat attire, a smile crept onto his face. "This world is familiar to me, and in it, I shall take good care of you." Xiao Shui and Appo's large eyes shimmered with emotion. The atmosphere between them gradually warmed, their proximity diminishing. "Ahem, though it is rather embarrassing, I must request that you refrain from engaging in such activities within the academy." A teasing female voice interrupted, causing both Qiuyi and Xiao Shui to jump, nearly sending Qiuyi tumbling from the highest castle. "Phew, that was close," he exclaimed, patting his chest as he glanced down at the tiny figures below, akin to toys, before turning to the voice's owner. Dressed in a gray robe adorned with 3 stars on the chest, wielding a wand measuring barely 2 feet, her brown hair cascading over her shoulders, the woman appeared to be around 25, exuding a subtle charm and the allure of mature femininity. Xiao Shui furrowed her brow, glancing at Qiuyi, who was evidently entranced. The woman smiled slightly, pressing her wand to her left chest in a gesture unfamiliar to Qiuyi and Xiao Shui. "I am the assistant to Principal Li Beixi. The principal has informed me about your situation. Since you are relatives of the principal, your accommodation and meals during your time here will be fully covered. Now, the principal has asked me to take you for lunch and help you familiarize yourselves with the academy." Realization dawned upon Qiuyi, recognizing the familiar trope often found in his own writings. An assistant to the principal. This was a relationship worth cultivating. He adjusted his attire and approached with a smile. "It is a pleasure to meet you, beautiful lady. My name is Qiuyi." Xiao Shui blinked her enchanting eyes, witnessing this gentlemanly side of Qiuyi for the first time. The assistant chuckled softly, her bright eyes sparkling. "What a polite young man you are. You may call me Miss Miao. If you need anything, feel free to seek me out." Qiuyi nodded, and Xiao Shui, coming back to her senses, introduced herself as well. "It is already noon. Let us head to the academy's cafeteria for a meal. It will also help you get acquainted with the campus." "The cafeteria? Is it that building?" Qiuyi pointed to a grand structure. "Indeed, sharp observation, Qiuyi." The assistant replied with a smile. Qiuyi chuckled awkwardly, sensing the compliment was not entirely sincere. However, he soon realized the pressing issue at hand: how to descend from this lofty castle. He had anticipated an entrance leading down from the principal's quarters. But the castle and Appo's summit offered no visible exits. How did the principal manage to descend? Did he simply leap down? Imagining the principal using magic to float down, only to suffer a heart attack mid-flight, Ayue shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. After all, the principal was his savior. For there was no sign of the principal and Appo's body below. Here's a little surprise for you. Hold on tight. The assistant mischievously winked. As Ayue and Xiaoxue exchanged puzzled glances, she waved her wand lightly, and in an instant, the scenery shifted. They found themselves standing before a wall, having inexplicably arrived beneath the central castle. Isn't it marvelous? The principal mentioned this would be your first experience with magic. So I thought you might not have encountered such spatial transportation before, the assistant beamed with pride. Ayue and Xiaoxue exchanged glances. And then Xiaoxue and Appo's brow twitched uncomfortably as she asked, Miss Mio, you Don and Appo's, do you mean to say that spatial transportation was performed by you, correct? For some reason, Xiaoxue felt something was amiss. Ayue's glance had conveyed a message that suggested, this woman is lying. Indeed it was. The assistant feigned a coy expression. A teenage girl and Appo's demeanor awkwardly displayed on her otherwise mature face. Ayue instinctively reached for his glasses, only to realize he was not wearing them. With a gentle laugh, Xiaoxue produced a pair of golden-rimmed glasses from her pocket and handed them to Ayue. Sister Xue, this is... Ayue was taken aback as he accepted the glasses. He used to wear glasses when writing online novels, but this sudden journey had left him unprepared, without his glasses. He was surprised that Xiaoxue had brought a pair along. Xiaoxue smiled tenderly, taking the glasses from his hands and placing them on his face. Your old pair was quite worn out, so I bought you a new one. Ayue recognized the quality of the glasses through their texture and weight. Realizing they were genuine gold, worth a considerable sum, he felt a pang in his heart, knowing how hard Xiaoxue must have worked to acquire them. Sister Xue, I truly... Xiaoxue gently pressed a white finger against his lips. No need for thanks. I believe our relationship does not require such formalities. Ayue was genuinely touched, nearly overwhelmed with emotion, but he managed to rein in his tears and refrain from exclaiming that only Xiaoxue was truly good in this world. Instead of expressing gratitude, he smiled at Xiaoxue, adjusting his glasses, and asked, How do I look? Before Xiaoxue could respond, the assistant interjected, Wow, those glasses are stunning. Where did you get them? Ayue chose not to answer, turning his attention back to the assistant. Adjusting his glasses, he noticed a glint of cold light behind the icy lenses as he said, Miss Mio, you just claimed that the spatial transportation was your doing, correct? Ah, yes, indeed. The assistant stammered, taking an involuntary step back, her gaze evasive. A smile played at the corners of Ayue's mouth as he calmly yet swiftly continued, Clearly, you were merely attempting to impress us with a fabrication. However, I refuse to be swayed by your deceit, especially since you presume we know nothing about magic. If you can now perform a spatial transportation to take us to the cafeteria, I shall consider you truthful and apologize. This. Casting spatial magic requires substantial magical energy, so the assistant's face glistened with a bead of nervous sweat that sparkled in the sunlight. Only high-ranking mages can perform spatial magic. Does Miss Mio think we are oblivious to this fact? Ayue and Appo's gaze bore into her from behind the glasses. Ultimately, unable to withstand Ayue and Appo's scrutiny any longer, the assistant capitulated. All right, fine. I was just joking. Please forgive me. Ayue chuckled. As expected of someone with the killing gaze behind glasses, Ayue is truly formidable. However, how did you come to know about magic? The last sentence was a hushed inquiry from Xiaoxue, who, although originating from the same world, found herself perplexed. It was due to that tome of magical scripture, the knowledge of which seemed to reside within my mind. As I pondered this subject, the information surfaced vividly. What does the gaze behind the lenses that kills even mean? Oh, I see. Xiaoxue comprehended, even though she was unaware of why Ayue had omitted mention of that grandiose book when recounting his origins to the principal. She could surmise his caution. After all, that very book had transported him to this world, implying a profound connection between the tome and this realm. This also explained why Ayue would share his completed novels with her, allowing her to fully grasp his thought process. Oh, regarding the gaze behind the lenses that kills. It is a nickname bestowed upon you by our classmates upon seeing you. They remarked that once you donned your glasses, all emotion seemed to vanish, as if you had entered an entirely different world. Xiaoshui raised her hand to elucidate. To this, Qiuyi found himself unable to refute. Indeed, wearing glasses did enhance his focus, yet to assert that he bore no emotion was rather, well, though I hesitate to intrude upon your conversation. If we do not hurry, we may find no seats left in the dining hall, the female assistant interjected quietly. Oh. Then to atone for the heartache caused by our little deception, let us have the esteemed assistant fetch our meals, if that meets your approval. Qiuyi turned to address her. The assistant displayed a look of resignation, sighing. Indeed, the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts is vast. The journey from the central castle to the dining hall is considerable. Along this route, one encounters numerous wizards who seem to have stepped out of a fantastical film. Clad in black robes adorned with insignias denoting their ranks. The hierarchy of wizards is categorized as follows: Magic Apprentice, no stars; Junior Wizard, 1 star; Intermediate Wizard, 2 stars; Senior Wizard, 3 stars; Special Wizard, 1 moon; Magus, 2 moons; Archmage, 3 moons; and Holy Mage, 1 sun. The academy is divided by grade, encompassing 3 levels in total. Magic Apprentices and Junior Wizards are in the first year, Intermediate and Senior Wizards in the second, and Special Wizards in the third. Thus, once a wizard achieves the rank of Special Wizard, they may graduate from the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. The assistant dutifully informed the pair. Qiuyi nodded. Surveying his surroundings, aside from the wizards, numerous warriors bearing various weapons were also present. After all, it is a martial academy. Warriors are to be expected. Yet here, the wizards appeared to hold a more esteemed position, as warriors would instinctively step aside upon encountering them, while some wizards would disregard the warriors entirely, passing by with an air of superiority. Noticing Qiuyi and Ayue's expression, the assistant remarked, "Wizards are noble beings. Here at the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, all individuals possess noble status, yet the standing of a warrior can never match that of a wizard, hence this phenomenon." Qiuyi found this understandable. He had read in novels that wizards were indeed noble beings, and it seemed to hold true. Is this place entirely composed of nobility? Xiaoshui inquired, her curiosity piqued. The assistant nodded in affirmation. Yes, the students here come from families with titles ranging from barons to even the offspring of dukes. Wow, a duke, akin to a head of state. Xiaoshui couldn't help but stick out her tongue at Qiuyi. He casually took her small hand and whispered, "What's wrong? Feeling nervous?" Xiaoshui nodded slightly. A bit. Nobles must be quite arrogant, right? Qiuyi smiled gently. Some may be, having been pampered since childhood. Arrogance is to be expected, yet not all are like that. I will protect you, Sister Shui. Xiaoshui beamed sweetly, clasping Qiuyi and Ayue's warm hand in return. Then I shall rely on you, my prince. The assistant, overhearing their exchange, felt a chill run down her spine and forced a smile. Could you two refrain from being so mushy? We have arrived. The dining hall was grand, with the assistant leading them through the heavy mahogany doors, revealing a scene as lavish as a royal banquet. Chapter 4. The Earl's son. As the door swung open, Qiuyi felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon him. The once tranquil dining hall now resonated with an almost palpable silence, where even the sound of his footsteps echoed distinctly. Yi, are we too conspicuous? Xiaoshui timidly inched closer to Qiuyi. Why would we be? We all have 1 nose and 2 eyes, Qiuyi replied nonchalantly. Having endured countless stares in his youth, some filled with concern and others with disdain, he had grown indifferent to such scrutiny. The female assistant glanced back at Qiuyi and chuckled. Perhaps they are not looking at you for your looks, but rather for your attire. Attire? Qiuyi and Xiaoshui exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that they were both clad in 21st century clothing from Earth. Qiuyi in jeans and a black long-sleeve shirt, while Xiaoshui wore a pale pink dress. What a foolish oversight. Qiuyi mused inwardly. The numerous descriptions of attire in time travel novels had clearly eluded him, and it seemed he was still adjusting to this new world. The dining hall was vast, capable of accommodating nearly 1,000 individuals. The windows were adorned with oil paintings, and nearly 100 candles flickered around the room. A grand chandelier hung from the center of the ceiling, casting a soft yellow light over the neatly arranged tables, which were impeccably clean, likely due to daily cleaning. Truly, this was a noble academy, impressively extravagant. I suggest you both change your clothes soon, or you will attract undue attention wherever you go, the female assistant advised. You must have noticed this sooner. Why didn't you tell us? Qiuyi stepped forward, pressing the assistant for an answer. Oh, I'll go get your meals now. Just find a table to sit at. She deftly shifted the topic and, as if employing some kind of magic, dashed toward a counter near the entrance. Xiaoyi gritted his teeth and muttered, "She certainly runs fast." People began to gather around them, sorcerers in black robes, warriors clad in light armor, and scholars deeply engrossed in their studies, all curiously observing the newcomers. The realization that they were surrounded by nobility, akin to the young masters and misses of the modern world, made Xiao Shui uneasy. She instinctively lowered her head, clutching Qiu Ye's sleeve, standing motionless behind him. As they were encircled, a young man in a wizard's robe suddenly approached Qiu Yi, extending his hand without hesitation. "Hello. My name is Ding Xi, a first-year student in the fire magic class. What do they call you, my friend?" "Oh, you look a bit pale. Are you hungry?" Qiu Ye's lips twitched awkwardly. This fellow's enthusiasm was a bit excessive. If memory served, the academy was comprised entirely of nobility. Would they truly exhibit such behavior? Perhaps he was one of those? Subtly withdrawing his hand from Ding Xi's firm grasp, Qiu Yi rubbed it against his back and smiled. "I am Qiu Yi, newly enrolled and yet to be assigned a class. This is my..." Not wanting to appear aloof, especially given Ding Xi's genuine demeanor, Qiu Yi felt compelled to respond warmly. As Qiu Yi paused, Xiao Shui took the opportunity to introduce herself. "I am Xiao Shui. Nice to meet you." "Wow, a beauty." Ding Xi's eyes sparkled as he leaned in closer to Xiao Shui for a better look, only to be abruptly halted by the assistant, who had seized him by the collar with a cold smile. "Sir, I mean, Ding Xi." Qiu Yi sensed a hint of fear in Ding Xi and Appo's demeanor towards the assistant. Was this young man truly a noble? How could he be intimidated by the principal and Appo's assistant? The assistant and Appo's words clarified the situation for Qiu Yi. These two have been personally approved for admission by the principal. You would do well not to lead them astray. Ding Xi chuckled awkwardly, muttering, "I would never lead them astray." The assistant's gaze turned icy as she mirrored Qiu Yi's earlier interrogation. "Others may not know, but do you wish for me to reveal your true grades to your Earl father?" This revelation left Qiu Yi astonished. The seemingly frivolous young man was indeed the sole heir of Earlwool. Such a title carried significant weight, and Qiu Yi felt a wave of surprise wash over him. No need for that. "Oh dear, my stomach suddenly feels unwell. I think I should take my leave." Ding Xi seized the opportunity to escape from the assistant and Appo's grasp, whispering to Qiu Yi as he dashed away, "Brother, we shall be friends from now on. Take care of me." With that, he bounded away with the grace of a gazelle. Is he truly the Earl and Appo's son? "I know what you were thinking, Qiu Yi. Do not be deceived by his demeanor. He truly is the only son of Earlwool," the assistant clarified. After sharing a mutual sigh of exasperation, they both shook their heads. The surrounding murmurs filled the air, a cacophony of speculation regarding Qiu Yi and Xiao Shui, their unusual attire, and the fact that they had been personally admitted by the principal. Soon, a maid would arrive with their meals, and Qiu Yi indulged in the sight of a real-life maid, far more captivating than any fictional portrayal. Her immaculate maid attire, neatly tied hair, and delicate fragrance combined with her exquisite features made her a true gem. Perhaps it was Qiu Yi's unabashed gaze that caught the maid's attention. After delivering their meals, she flashed him a radiant smile. Like a gentle spring breeze sweeping through the grass, he was enveloped in her sweet scent. And the food before him seemed to gain an even more delectable allure, provided he focused on the plate before him. "Are you going to keep staring? Or will you retract your eyes?" The assistant quipped with a smirk. Clearing his throat, Qiu Yi composed himself, returning his gaze to the plate as he speared a piece of roasted potato and remarked, "It tastes delightful." The assistant rolled her eyes, continuing to eat while asking, "What professions do you and Xiao Shui aspire to pursue?" "Professions?" Qiu Yi faltered, realizing the complexity of the question. He had little knowledge about occupations in this world, but one thing was certain. The absence of the internet meant that his career as a web writer was utterly obsolete. Xiao Shui, embodying the essence of a true noble lady, delicately cut her steak with a knife and fork before looking up at the assistant with a puzzled expression. "Oh dear. I almost forgot. You two are distant relatives of the principal and have lived in a remote area, so you may not fully understand everything yet," the assistant explained. So, the principal had arranged such identities for them, Qiu Yi thought, pondering the distance of their supposed kinship. Without delving into city life just yet, the assistant continued. "You'll learn about that as you adjust to school life. Allow me to explain the classifications of professions. I wish to become a sorcerer," Qiu Yi declared after swallowing a piece of steak. The assistant nearly choked on her words, her surprise rendering her speechless. While aspiring to be a sorcerer was a common dream, she wished he would consider other professions instead. Qiu Yi, chewing his beef earnestly, mumbled, "No need. It sounds tedious." The assistant, exasperated, turned her gaze toward Xiao Shui, silently hoping for a more receptive listener. Xiao Shui disappointed the hopes of her female assistant, declaring, "I too wish to become a magician." At that moment, the assistant felt as though the succulent steak before her was akin to the carcass of a deceased pig. "Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall take you to undergo the magician aptitude test after our meal," she replied listlessly, continuing to eat. The test for magical potential is quite straightforward: a crystal ball, upon which one must place their hand. If the crystal ball emits energy, it indicates a qualification for becoming a magician, with the intensity of the energy represented by the brightness of the light. The attributes correspond to the color of the light emitted. For example, a wind magician would see a faint azure glow within the crystal ball, accompanied by a gentle breeze, while a fire magician would witness a red hue, with flames flickering around. During the aptitude assessment, a fire magic instructor would be present to assign students to the appropriate class based on their magical attributes. As that lad Ding Xi mentioned earlier, he is a fire magician, thus he attends classes in the fire magic group. Each grade encompasses various magical disciplines, aside from the unique gold element, which is not taught in any academy. The other 6 elements are available. The gold element is exceptional, as only alchemists can cultivate it. And alchemists are even rarer and more precious than pandas. The knowledge required to master alchemy is quite esoteric, and the academy cannot openly teach it unless a renowned alchemist is willing to take on apprentices. The Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts consists of 3 grades. The first year comprises magic apprentices, the second year includes novice and intermediate magicians, and the third year is reserved for advanced magicians. Upon completing the advanced magic curriculum, one may graduate. Being a magician is a noble pursuit. Even if one does not reach the lofty heights of mastery, there will still be opportunities for part-time work. This is the reason Autumn Leaf aspires to become a magician. As for Xiao Shui, her motivation lies in the desire to join Autumn Leaf on this journey to magicianship. Whether they will ultimately realize their dream of becoming magicians and take the first step on the path of magical cultivation in this otherworldly realm will be determined at the moment Autumn Leaf places her left hand upon the crystal ball. For fate has already begun to weave its tapestry. Chapter 5. The All-Elemental Mage. A brilliant crimson light illuminated the space as a vibrant flame erupted from Qiuye's right hand, causing the air to warm around him, enveloping his hand in a cozy embrace. "Ah, a fire mage," the testing instructor remarked with a smile, pleased to discover a student with a magical affinity akin to his own. "Your sensitivity to the fire element is quite impressive, slightly above average." The female assistant added with a nod of approval. Qiuye sighed in relief, having just contemplated the possibility of lacking the talent to become a mage. Would he have to resort to pen and paper to earn a living in this world? He wondered if there were publishers here. "Wait. It seems there's another color," Xiao Shui said uncertainly, as she thought she had glimpsed a deep blue reminiscent of the sea. Both the female assistant and the fire mage instructor turned simultaneously, witnessing the crimson light splitting in 2. One half remained a fiery red, while the other transformed into a serene blue, symbolizing the water element. The assistant and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief as she noticed a shimmering blue halo emerging around Qiuye and Appo's left hand, the cool aura alleviating the heat in the air. "Water, a water mage." The fire mage nearly bit his tongue in shock, his eyes wider than those of the assistant. "Incredible! A dual-element mage." Qiuye blinked in curiosity, feeling the power of the water element in his left hand. A gentle ripple of energy greeting him, as if the element itself were introducing itself. So you must be the fire and water elements. I look forward to our future together," Qiuye said, half joking, half serious. To his astonishment, the fire and water elements seemed to respond to his greeting. One hot and the other cool, playfully fluctuating in temperature. "Is being a dual-element mage really that impressive?" Xiao Shui inquired, observing the reactions of the assistant and the fire mage instructor. The assistant nodded, her face flushed with excitement as she replied, "No. There has never been a dual-element mage before, let alone one possessing such opposing elemental affinities. This defies the very principles of magic." "Really? I don't see any inherent conflict between fire and water," Qiuye mused, bringing his hands closer together, prompting the fire mage instructor to retreat in alarm, exclaiming, "It will explode. It will explode." However, before the fire mage could escape the room, the crystal ball suddenly erupted in a chaotic display of colors, transforming from a single hue to a dazzling array of shades. The fire mage stood frozen, his expression one of utter disbelief, his mouth agape. Unable to utter a single word. The assistant, nearing the brink of a breakdown, gazed at the 5 additional magical elements now swirling around Ayue, murmuring, an all-elemental mage. Oh, great mage emperor, is this your divine manifestation? An all-elemental mage? Is that truly impressive? Xiaoxue pondered. But upon witnessing the reactions of the assistant and the fire mage, she felt her inquiries were rather naive. Unaware of the assistant and Oppo's, S-words and Oppo's, implications. Ayue understood that being an all-elemental mage signified immense power, an extraordinary existence. Could he possibly be the protagonist of some fantastical tale? As Ayue and Oppo's, S thoughts wandered. The assistant dashed out of the room, seemingly beside herself, shouting, an all-elemental mage. An all-elemental mage. The mage emperor has manifested. The fire mage had all but lost his capacity for rational thought, standing there in a daze, his eyes vacant. Xiaoxue cautiously approached Ayue, pointing at the 7 colors of magical elements surrounding him. Ayue, doesn't it feel heavy? Indeed, from an external perspective, the 7 elements enveloped Ayue like a thick shell. He shrugged and opened his left hand to reveal a sphere of water, then his right hand to show a flame. Not at all, these magical elements possess no weight. Xiaoxue sighed in relief, her genuine smile radiating warmth. It seems like you are quite remarkable, Ayue. That is wonderful. Ayue patted his chest, feeling the elements around him quiver. Sister Xue, I promise to protect you in this lifetime. You believe me now, don't you? Xiaoxue gazed at him with gentle eyes, softly affirming. I have always believed in you. Unable to resist, Ayue instinctively moved to embrace Xiaoxue, only to recall the bewildered fire mage nearby. He refrained and instead gestured towards the crystal ball, which had reverted to its original form. Sister Xue, don't you want to test your own abilities? This method is quite simple. You should give it a try. Well, I may not be as powerful as you, but becoming a mage would be wonderful, Xiaoxue replied, placing her hand on the crystal ball. Don't worry, Sister Xue, you will surely become an impressive mage. 10 seconds passed, then a minute. Yet the crystal ball remained devoid of any light, transparent as glass, revealing the table beneath. No, don't be anxious. It must be malfunctioning, Ayue reassured her, taking her hand away and placing his own atop the crystal ball. Suddenly, a radiant burst of 7 colors illuminated the room. This is absurd. Ayue managed to exclaim after a moment of stunned silence. It seemed he could not become a mage himself. But the prospect of Ayue being a noble mage was still quite commendable. Xiaoxue, forcing a smile, remarked, I suppose it appears I lack the aptitude to become a mage. But it's perfectly fine. It's enough that you can become a powerful mage. Ayue remained silent, the atmosphere growing somber. He did not wish to utter unrealistic reassurances to Xiaoxue, yet he struggled to find words that might lift her spirits. Suddenly, the wooden door of the testing room burst open as a group of individuals rushed in, colliding with it. Ayue focused his gaze on the newcomers. All clad in wizard robes adorned with insignias, 3 stars for the elite mages and 2 moons for the sorcerers. There were 12 in total, and they all regarded Ayue with avaricious, eager eyes. Esteemed guests, how may I assist you? Ayue blinked, finding their intense stares somewhat unsettling. We are the instructors of the first-year classes, Fire, Water, Earth, Wind, Light, Dark. I wish for you to become my disciple. 6 elite mages proclaimed in unison. The first-year class is where magical apprentices reside, and a single elite mage is more than sufficient to instruct them. In other academies, magical apprentices are typically taught by advanced mages. We are the instructors of the third-year classes, Fire, Water, Earth, Wind, Light, Dark. I wish for you to become my disciple. The 6 sorcerers echoed simultaneously. Third-year classes are reserved for advanced mages, and only sorcerers of this caliber may teach. In the entire magical empire, only the Royal Academy of Magic possesses the distinction of hosting 6 sorcerers, and it is worth noting that there are merely 3 magisters across the entire continent. Autumn Leaf glanced at the fire magic teacher, who had regained his composure. This instructor was likely in his 2nd year, while the 12 teachers present were from the 1st and 3rd years. The first-year instructors, perhaps assuming that Autumn Leaf, being a new student, was naturally one of their own, sought to take him as their apprentice. On the other hand, the 3rd-year teachers likely approached him with the confidence of their status as magicians. For becoming an apprentice to a magician is a prestigious and rare opportunity. As for why the 2nd-year teachers refrained from approaching him, it was because they lacked the qualifications of the 1st-year instructors and the authority of the 3rd-year teachers. Caught in a middle ground where they recognized that even if they were to compete with the 1st-year teachers, they would ultimately fall short against the 3rd-year ones. Thus, they chose to remain silent. The very instructor who had just evaluated Autumn Leaf now stood to the side, tacitly validating Autumn Leaf and Appo's suspicions. Indeed, he was a magician of all elemental affinities. The 12 magic instructors murmured among themselves, struggling to accept this remarkable reality. Yet, there was something more pressing than their astonishment, the pivotal question of which teacher would claim this student as their apprentice. Having a magician with the rare ability to wield all elemental magics as a disciple would undoubtedly be a source of immense pride for any instructor. Just imagine, a magician akin to the Magic Emperor, possessing mastery over all elements. Such a figure is destined for fame. Once renowned, his mentor would also be immortalized in the annals of history. Young man, whom do you wish to serve as an apprentice? The 12 magic instructors inquired in unison. Autumn Leaf, feeling the weight of his future resting upon this decision, surveyed the room with trepidation. How was he to determine the course of his destiny? Chapter 6. The principal takes a disciple, setting aside the first-grade magic teacher for the moment. The mere presence of 6 esteemed magi left Ayue in a quandary. With only a rudimentary understanding of magic gleaned from the sacred tome, Ayue was largely oblivious to many aspects of this world. Now confronted with the dilemma of selecting a mentor, the situation was particularly daunting, especially since he possessed an affinity for all magical elements. As Ayue wrestled with his thoughts, Principal Libasi appeared at the doorway, his authoritative voice resonating with a hint of ire. This is utterly outrageous. How dare the substitute teacher abandon the classroom during lessons? Do you possess no sense of responsibility as educators? Principal. Upon witnessing the principal's furious countenance, the 12 magical instructors instantly fell silent, bowing their heads in deference. Clad in a pristine white robe and wielding a staff of deep ebony adorned with a green gem, the principal strode before the assembled teachers. Surveying them with a piercing gaze, he then demanded, "Look at yourselves. Do you even resemble teachers? With your current behavior, how can you maintain the audacity to teach students?" "Principal, we were wrong," the 12 instructors confessed in unison, their voices sincere. Satisfied with their contrition, the principal nodded and stroked his beard thoughtfully. The allure of being a universal magician is indeed tempting, yet each of you must respect others and Appo's choices. Now, return to your respective classrooms. Yes, the instructors cast a lingering glance at Ayue before departing one by one. The principal then regarded the second-grade fire magic instructor, who had previously tested Ayue, and the instructor bowed politely before exiting. "Principal," Ayue called softly. The principal turned his attention to him, and Ayue discreetly gestured toward the sullen Xiaoxue beside him. The principal, perceptive as ever, immediately grasped Xiaoxue and Appo's discontent. He cleared his throat lightly and approached Ayue, addressing him in a manner that was, in essence, directed at Xiaoxue. Possessing mastery over all magical elements is undeniably powerful. However, until one achieves the status of a venerable mage emperor, one must avoid arrogance. You have more to learn than a single-element magician, and thus, your singular magical achievements may not distinguish you among peers. But what if I encounter an enemy I cannot defeat? Ayue noticed Xiaoxue appearing to listen intently. "Companionship," he exclaimed. "On the journey of life, not only is extensive knowledge and formidable power essential, but having companions is equally vital. In the early stages, a magician lacks the capacity to contend with warriors, necessitating protection by allies. Moreover, a magician safeguarding another magician is suboptimal. It is best to rely on those of other professions." Xiaoxue and Appo's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, even as a magician, she would be unable to protect Ayue. However, if she could pursue another profession, she could safeguard him during his formative stages. Observing Xiaoxue's newfound spirit, Ayue discreetly gave the principal a thumbs up. The principal mischievously winked and leaned closer to Ayue, whispering, "So, what do you think? Since I have rendered you such a great service, how about becoming my disciple?" What a cunning old man, Ayue thought to himself. Just moments ago, the principal had chastised the other magical teachers, yet he now sought to engage in similar behavior, even going so far as to offer a favor before making his request. However, upon reflection, Ayue could comprehend the principal and Appo's predicament. Those with genuine skill invariably desire a talented disciple to pass on their knowledge, lest they take their abilities to the grave. The principal and Appo's wish to take Ayue as his apprentice was entirely reasonable. After all, a universal magical constitution was a rarity, with only the mage emperor having achieved such mastery thus far. Moreover, having heard from the female assistant that the principal was one of the last 3 magi on the continent. The opportunity to become his disciple was indeed a stroke of fortune. Now, without needing to voice his intentions, the principal had proactively extended the offer. How could Ayue refuse? Having come to a decision, Ayue resolved to accept the principal's mentorship. Yet, given the current circumstances, he thought it prudent to seek some benefits from this arrangement. Principal, while I am eager to become your disciple, I find myself destitute, dressed in rags, and lacking even a proper staff. To become your student in such a state would surely bring you disgrace. Haha. The principal chuckled, stroking his snowy beard. Ah, you lad, if you desire benefits, just say so. I am not a miser. As my disciple, I shall not only impart all my knowledge to you, but the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts under my auspices will also lend you support. Really? Ayue's eyes sparkled with excitement. With this, he and Ayue would no longer have to worry about being adrift in this new world. The principal nodded affirmatively. Master, I humbly bow to you. The entire afternoon passed in the principal's chambers as he elaborated on the intricacies of this world. From the vast continent of Mon to the 3 great empires and the 3 major factions, including the tale of the mage emperor vanquishing thousands of magi with a single forbidden spell in the year 1937 of the magical calendar. Ayue's mind spun with the overwhelming influx of information. Ayue, possessing superior memory and comprehension, also struggled to assimilate this new worldview, feeling somewhat dazed by the revelations. Ayue, we should return home. It is getting late, Ayue remarked, her voice tinged with confusion. Ayue forced a smile, responding, Sister Shui, I had nearly forgotten. This is not our original world. Our teacher has yet to arrange accommodations for us. The principal had occupied the afternoon with various matters, neglecting to address their living arrangements. Now, Ayue sought to return to the principal to inquire about housing for himself and Ayue. However, en route, they encountered the female assistant, who gasped upon seeing Ayue, rushing forward to scrutinize him as if he were a curious specimen. Though he was indeed handsome, such fervent admiration was unwarranted. What are you gawking at? Ayue asked. Where did you obtain that magical robe? The assistant inquired, eyeing Ayue's attire. He wore the same robe as a first-year magical apprentice, gifted to him by the principal earlier that day. Ayue had lavished him with compliments, declaring him dashing. Ayue, with his delicate frame resembling that of a girl, donned the robe and spectacles, exuding an air of refinement. Yet, the occasional glimmer of coldness behind his glasses lent him an alluring mystique, capturing the attention of several noble ladies as they strolled by. It was given to me by the principal, for I am now his disciple, Ayue replied. What? The assistant exclaimed in astonishment. You have become the principal and Apos' disciple? Keep your voice down. Let us not discuss this for now. First, could you arrange accommodations for us? The assistant, regaining her composure, realized there was nothing amiss. Ayue was the only universal magician aside from the Mage Emperor. Even the esteemed principal, a revered magus, could not resist the allure of taking him as a disciple. If the other 2 magi learned of this, they would undoubtedly covet Ayue as well. However, the principal had acted first, thus securing the advantage. Oh, I shall arrange your accommodations right away. Ayue, you will stay in the girls' dormitory, room 101. Ayue, given your unique circumstances, you should reside in the independent villa next to Castle 5. An independent villa? The school offers such privileges? Ayue was taken aback. His newfound status was indeed elevated, yet he had not anticipated such lavish treatment. To reside in a separate villa at an elite academy was something he had never dared to dream of before. The female assistant nodded and remarked, After all, our academy is the most prestigious noble institution in the Magic Empire. Not only does the campus boast vast expanses, but there are also several villas within, and around 7 or 8 independent villas. However, I pondered whether it would be too conspicuous for me to reside alone in one of those independent villas. Ayue had never been one to seek the limelight. He preferred to remain unnoticed, allowing him more time to pursue his own interests. No, this is also for your own good. You are a universal magician. Do you comprehend the significance of that status? A universal magician. The female assistant began to exhibit excitement. This revelation had spread throughout the entire academy due to her afternoon exclamation, and it was the catalyst that caused 12 magic professors to skip their classes simultaneously. Fortunately, Ayue had just arrived at the academy and had yet to interact with anyone, but by the following morning, he would undoubtedly be the talk of the school. The headmaster had announced that starting tomorrow, Ayue would be studying magic in various first-year classes, from fire to dark magic, with the sole exception of gold magic. The mere thought was daunting. If that is the case, then I must insist that Ayue accompany me to live in the independent villa. We shall not be separated, Ayue declared resolutely. In both his previous world and this one, he and Ayue were inseparable. No force could sever the bonds between them. Very well, she replied with surprising ease. Ayue was taken aback, having anticipated her refusal given that cohabitation of the opposite sex could tarnish the academy's reputation. The female assistant, perceiving his bewilderment, smiled gently and whispered, "Such is the privilege." Ayue paused, understanding that as a universal magician, he was afforded certain privileges. In essence, the academy was populated entirely by nobles, from barons to viscounts, earls, and even marquises and dukes. In reality, how could the superficial restrictions of the Royal Academy of Magic Martial Arts truly govern anyone? Those regulations were merely for show. As night fell, the Royal Academy of Magic Martial Arts illuminated the surroundings, leaving scarcely any shadowy corners. The female assistant led Ayue and Xiao Shui to the vicinity of Castle No. 5, where Ayue gazed up at the structure. The academy consisted of 6 castles, each marked with numbers. Castles No. 1 to No. 5 formed a pentagram surrounding the campus, while Castle No. 6, at the center, was the residence of the headmaster. Ordinary students were forbidden entry into that castle. Ayue had only visited the headmaster and Appo's room at the very top before being directly teleported down. The independent villa appeared modest from the outside, yet upon entering, the decor transported Ayue back to the 21st century, rivaling a presidential suite. You shall reside here for the time being. You may utilize everything within freely. A distinguished maid will be assigned to you tomorrow for routine cleaning. A maid? Goodness, is this the life that nobility enjoys daily? Ayue marveled at the opulent furnishings, recalling how not long ago he and Xiao Shui had been cramped in a less than 50 square meter rental with scarcely any furniture. Fate indeed has a way of playing tricks on people. That will suffice for now. We shall discuss any matters tomorrow. Please, rest well, the female assistant concluded before taking her leave. Once alone, a serene silence enveloped the independent villa, and Ayue scratched his head, saying, "Ayue, today has been exhausting. Let us retire for the night." The villa boasted 2 stories, and Ayue casually selected a room on the first floor to sleep in, with the bedding already prepared. However, Xiao Shui grasped his arm, causing him to pause. Upon turning, her soft form fell into his embrace. Chapter 7. The sudden appearance of a young woman. The first day in this other world had passed, and Ayue found himself bewildered by his new reality as a magic apprentice, taken under the wing of the principal of the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. As he lay in bed, gazing at the ceiling, he extended his right hand to gently touch his lips, recalling the warmth of the delicate kiss from Sister Shui the night prior. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of the door roused him, and with a swift motion, he leaped to his feet. In this room, there were only 2 inhabitants, and he could easily guess who stood outside. "Come in," he called out. Indeed, it was Sister Shui, stepping in with an air of discomfort. She glanced around the room, avoiding any direct eye contact with Ayue. "Shui, Sister Shui," he stammered, the awkwardness stemming from their shared kiss the previous night lingering in the air. Sister Shui, noticing his reaction, sighed internally, reflecting on her impulsive decision to kiss him. It had been her first kiss, after all. Yet, the thought that it was also Ayue and Appo's first kiss brought her a secret delight. "What am I thinking?" she muttered, her cheeks flushing as she shook her head to dispel the thoughts. "I'm truly sorry about last night. Perhaps it was the strangeness of this new world that caused me to." Ayue stood, descended from his bed, and interrupted her with a warm embrace. "Sister Shui, although I don't quite understand why you did that, I don't dislike it." His words sent a flutter through her heart, igniting an unexpected shyness that mingled with a sense of joy, prompting her to wrap her arms around his back. Suddenly, a loud voice broke their moment. "What? How can you do this?" A female voice exclaimed at the door. Startled, Ayue and Sister Shui sprang apart, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they turned to see a maid standing in the doorway. This was indeed the maid mentioned by the assistant the night before, who had come to clean their room. The maid held a cloth in one hand and a half-full bucket of water in the other, evidently intending to tidy up the room where Ayue had slept. "It's you?" Ayue recognized her as the same maid who had served them in the dining hall. The maid, upon recognizing Ayue, let her gaze fall, noticing he was only clad in his undergarments. Her mouth dropped open in shock, and her face reddened as if she had just emerged from a sauna. "I saw your underwear," she stammered. Maid, please calm down," Sister Shui interjected. Upon hearing her voice, the maid recalled the scene she had just witnessed, her face turning even redder as she pointed at Akaba and Sister Shui, exclaiming, "This is inappropriate. Absolutely unacceptable. Miss, you've misunderstood." Akaba attempted to explain, but seeing the maid and Appo's current state, he decided against it, choosing instead to don his magical robe while stating, "Even if it's inappropriate, there is no explicit rule against it in the academy, is there?" Sister Shui beside him gave a shy huff. The maid paused, tilting her head in contemplation, realizing that Akaba had a point. The academy, being composed of noble students, would not impose such restrictions on their relationships. The maid lowered her head, feeling somewhat wronged. "But you shouldn't do it in front of me." Akaba smiled slightly, finding the maid's innocence rather amusing. "All right, I promise it won't happen again. By the way, Miss Maid, is there anything to eat this morning? I have classes to attend." The thought of traversing the entire first-year curriculum without breakfast filled him with dread. The maid nodded, saying, "You may call me Qi Ming. The principal has tasked me with taking care of your meals and daily needs." This revelation thrilled Akaba. He now had a dedicated maid. "How wonderful! Shui, you have such a delightful maid," he exclaimed, awakening from his thoughts. Seeing Sister Shui's expression, Akaba scratched his face, realizing the predicament. Sister Shui could not become a magician, and the academy only taught magic and martial skills. This meant that if she wished to learn anything else, she would have to become a warrior. A rather rare path for women even in his own fantasy novels. "Sister Shui, I'll be attending class soon. What about you?" he asked, grabbing a toothbrush he found in the room, confirming that human necessities remained consistent across worlds. "I plan to check out the martial arts class," Sister Shui replied. Akaba nearly spat out the toothpaste in disbelief, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, "Sister Shui, you can't be serious. You're a woman." He emphasized the word woman to remind her of the implications. Sister Shui, however, was resolute. "The academy only teaches magic and martial arts. If I cannot learn magic, I must learn martial skills. If I lack a skill, how can I assist you in this world?" Akaba pounded his chest defiantly, proclaiming, "I can support you. You can enjoy life at home while I take care of everything." Sister Shui smacked him on the head, retorting, "That's quite unappealing. I refuse to be dependent on you. I must care for you instead." "But becoming a warrior is too," he started, but Sister Shui interrupted. "Do not underestimate women." With that, she dismissed his concerns. Sighing, Akaba accepted that he could do nothing but hope Sister Shui would become a warrior. A female warrior at that. Qi Ming and Appo's breakfast disappeared swiftly, and had Sister Shui not intervened, Akaba would have requested a second serving, disregarding the time for class entirely. As the hour drew near, Akaba bid Sister Shui farewell, saying he'd see her at noon, before stepping outside. Shortly after, Sister Shui also departed alone. Once Akaba had walked a short distance, he turned back, trailing behind Sister Shui at a safe distance. In a realm rife with magic and martial skills, Sister Shui was vulnerable, and he could not help but worry. Thus, he resolutely decided to forego his morning classes to discreetly watch over her. As for attending class, well, he mused, skipping was not an uncommon occurrence for him. The martial arts class was located in Castle Number 2, and Sister Shui navigated towards it, using the markers on each castle. After a 10-minute walk, she arrived at the spacious area in front of Castle Number 2, where about 20 individuals practiced various martial techniques under the watchful eye of a muscular, middle-aged instructor whose presence exuded authority. The arrival of Sister Shui drew collective attention from the group, who whispered amongst themselves while continuing their exercises. Akaba chuckled quietly, recognizing their murmurs of admiration for her beauty. The distraction among the students caught the instructor's attention, and upon spotting Sister Shui, he frowned and approached her with a commanding tone. "This is the martial arts class. Magicians should ideally refrain from entering." "Sir, I'm not a magician. I wish to enroll in the martial arts class," Sister Shui began. But the instructor interrupted her. "Are you jesting? No girl would want to become a warrior." The loud voice of the middle-aged man startled Xiao Shui, causing her to take a couple of steps back. However, her gaze remained resolutely fixed on the martial arts instructor as she declared, "I am serious. As long as I can become a warrior, I fear no hardship or exhaustion." The martial arts instructor, recognizing the determination in the girl and Appo's eyes, understood that she was not merely jesting. Though there were many female warriors, most of those girls were commoners who could not aspire to be mages. It was rare for noble girls to wish to become warriors. The instructor naturally regarded Xiao Shui, who was enrolled in the Royal Martial Arts Academy, as a member of the nobility. Perhaps this girl was simply indulging in a fleeting whim, he thought, and resolved to say something to dissuade her. "Listen to me. No girl can easily become an exceptional warrior," he began. Yet, before he could finish, he felt a surge of heat approaching from behind. Instinctively, he shouted and turned, delivering a punch that dispersed the incoming flames. Ayue, panting heavily, glared at the instructor, unable to hear the conversation between Xiao Shui and the instructor. She misinterpreted Xiao Shui and Ayue's expression as one of distress and launched an attack. The flames were merely Ayue and Ayue's instinctive release of the fire element within her. The martial arts instructor was taken aback. He had not anticipated a student of magic daring to strike at him, especially one whose power did not even match that of an apprentice mage. Anger surged within him. "You little brat! How dare you lay hands on a teacher? I shall teach you a lesson for your lack of decorum." Warriors were known for their fiery tempers, and given the already tenuous relationship between warriors and mages, the instructor intended to make Ayue suffer a bit. Over 20 students rallied around, cheering on their teacher. "Yay! What are you doing here?" Xiao Shui exclaimed in surprise. "Sister Shui, I won't let this guy bully you," Ayue declared boldly, standing protectively in front of Xiao Shui, unafraid of the towering martial arts instructor. Although the instructor was hot-tempered, he was not foolish. Ayue's words caught him off guard, and he replied incredulously, "You don't think I'm trying to bully this girl, do you?" With a scoff, Ayue retorted, "If you're going to bully my sister Shui, you better ask me first." Xiao Shui's eyes sparkled with gratitude as she clarified, "Yay. It's not like that. The teacher isn't making things difficult for me. He was just saying that it's tough for girls to become warriors." "Oh? Is that so? Then your expression just now?" Ayue inquired. "I was merely feeling disappointed. You misunderstood," Xiao Shui explained, realizing that he had misjudged the situation. The instructor was about to retract his aggressive stance when a sharp cry pierced the air. A powerful force descended, stirring the dust at his feet. An expert. The instructor reacted instantly, rolling away just as a massive broadsword struck down where he had stood, shaking the ground around him. "What formidable strength!" he gasped. Gazing at the woman before him, clad in a brown tank top and shorts, her short hair tousled as she stood tall, remarkably similar in height to him. "Who are you?" the instructor demanded, sensing a strength in the female warrior that rivaled his own, her broadsword appearing weightless in her grip. The woman did not respond. Instead, she slowly raised her sword and charged forward with a swift shout, triple slash. The gust of energy from the sword and Ayue's swing lashed at the instructor and Ayue's body painfully. In response, he roared, channeling his energy into his muscles and striking the ground with a powerful punch, shouting, "Shatter the earth." The ground fractured beneath him, and he hoped to halt the woman's advance with this maneuver. However, just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the woman leveled her sword, unleashing a wave of energy towards him. The instructor's breath caught in his throat. Battled she, a berserker-level warrior? Xiao Shui felt something within her awakening, stirred by the presence of this suddenly appeared woman. Chapter 8, Xiao Shui and Ayue's mentor. The woman cast a cold gaze at the martial arts instructor, a fierce aura radiating from her that sent a chill down his spine. This woman was undoubtedly formidable. "Who are you? Why did you cowardly ambush me?" she demanded. "Humph. You need not know who I am. Just understand that the youth over there is the one I am sworn to protect. Should you dare to harm him, I will ensure your demise is anything but graceful," she proclaimed arrogantly. The martial arts instructor's 20 or so students were displeased with her words, some even invoking their noble fathers to intimidate her into apologizing to their teacher. Yet, the woman merely cast a glance at them, and they all fell silent. The instructor's expression darkened. What was initially a misunderstanding could easily be clarified, but her dismissive tone left him feeling belittled. If he retreated now, how could he hold his head high among his students in the future? Resolving to confront her, he thought, despite her being a level above him, she was still a woman. Just as he prepared to engage, the principal arrived punctually. The wind mage descended with an air of elegance, floating down from above due to the intermediate wind magic, landing gracefully between the instructor and the woman. "Principal, this woman disrupted my class. I implore you to adjudicate," the martial arts instructor stated, while the woman remained impassive beside him. The principal stroked his white beard and waved his wand, dispersing the surrounding dust with a gentle breeze. "You need not be upset. This is all a misunderstanding. This young lady is Lu Yan, here on business from the Brave Empire," the principal explained. The Brave Empire. The instructor was taken aback, then comprehended. Like the Magic Empire, the Brave Empire was one of the 3 great empires of the Magic Continent, renowned for its warriors. It was understandable that a woman from such a place would possess remarkable martial skills. However, her claim that this lad was her charge intrigued him. He pointed at Chiu, who wore a puzzled expression. Surely you must have heard of the all-element mage I mentioned yesterday? The principal inquired, glancing at Chiu. Upon hearing those words, not only did the martial arts instructor and Appo's eyes widen, but his students began to murmur excitedly. Principal, you can and Appo's, be serious. Aside from the mage emperor, no mage has ever possessed all element attributes, not even dual element mages. One student challenged. How dare you speak to the principal in such a manner? The instructor shot a glare at the student, but shared the same incredulity towards the principal. The principal chuckled and pointed at Chiu. There stands the all-element mage. What? It's him. But he only cast a fire spell moments ago. Fool. That isn't even real magic. Any apprentice could easily perform such a basic elemental release. The students resumed their discussions, momentarily forgetting the woman altogether. Moreover, I must clarify, this young man is my apprentice, and you are not to bully him. The principal warned firmly. The martial arts instructor's expression soured. Everyone knew the principal appeared affable, but was fiercely protective of his own. Had he acted rashly and harmed the young man, he could have lost not only his salary for months, but perhaps his position as well. Grateful to the woman, he pondered his next move. Principal, I don't believe it. I want him to demonstrate. The same questioning student exclaimed. This time, the instructor did not intervene. He too was eager to see if the young man truly was an all-element mage, as it defied all logic. The principal signaled to Chiu, who shrugged in resignation. He was reluctant to flaunt this trivial matter before others, but he couldn't deny the principal's request. With a surge of energy, 7 colors of magical elements enveloped Chiu, a dazzling spectacle. The martial arts students and instructor were left dumbfounded. It's true, he is indeed an all-element mage. The instructor murmured in disbelief. Chiu dispersed the magical elements and stood beside Xiao Shui. The previously skeptical student approached and extended his hand. I apologize. I'm Liandewu. I doubted you earlier. No worries. I'm Chiu, he replied, shaking Liandewu's hand and feeling the solid calluses. Surmising the boy and Appo's strength was considerable. When the martial arts students learned of Chiu and Appo's status as an all-element mage, they anticipated arrogance. Yet they were pleasantly surprised by his amiable demeanor, treating warriors with respect rather than disdain. The martial arts instructor nodded in approval from the side. Well, the misunderstanding has been resolved. Please return to your classes. Chiu, Xiao Shui, you two will accompany me, the principal instructed. As Chiu, Xiao Shui, and Lu Yin followed the principal, Liandewu and several students bid Chiu farewell politely. Well handled. You showed no disdain typical of mages towards warriors. The principal remarked, patting Chiu's shoulder as they walked. Everyone is equal. I have no reason to look down upon them, Chiu replied matter-of-factly. The principal gave him a thumbs up. Teacher, why did you summon Xiao Shui and me? Chiu inquired. Once beneath a tree's shade within the academy. The principal paused and began. This is all you're doing. Yesterday, all the first-year magic instructors learned about a student with an all-elemental constitution and are eagerly awaiting your attendance in their classes. They sought me out for you, sacrificing my sleep this morning. So that's what happened, Chiu chuckled. I couldn't just abandon Sister Shui. I'm fine, you needn't worry about me. Xiao Shui whispered. The principal shook his head in resignation. You always find excuses. I have arranged for Miss Lu Yin to teach Xiao Shui martial arts from today onwards. Focus on your studies. As my apprentice, any laziness will not be tolerated. Rest assured, once Sister Shui and Appo's matters are settled, I will attend class without fail. Chiu assured him. Turning to Lu Yin, the principal said, Miss Lu Yin, this young lady is Xiao Shui, the one I mentioned to you yesterday. I may not know much about martial arts, but I can see she has potential. I entrust her training to you. Potential? Xiao Shui blinked, wondering if it referred to her. Lu Yin nodded, gazing at Xiao Shui. Are you willing to become my disciple? I will do my utmost to develop your potential and help you become a powerful warrior. Absolutely. Xiao Shui responded decisively. Having witnessed Lu Yin's strength, she could not refuse the offer from someone so formidable. Moreover, having a female mentor would be much more convenient. Chiu felt a weight lift from his shoulders, smiling contentedly as one of his concerns was resolved. After Xiao Shui completed her apprenticeship ceremony, she was taken aside by her mentor for instruction, while Chiu, under the watchful gaze of the principal, hurried alone to the magic classroom. Unlike an ordinary student, Chiu had no respite between classes, as the schedules for the various magical disciplines differed. Consequently, he experienced the exhausting rigor of prodigious talent for the first time. The day swiftly passed. Yet Chiou learned nothing substantial. His status as a full-fledged magician rendered him an object of fascination, leading to a commotion in every class he attended. Ultimately, aside from mastering the fundamental art of meditation, he gained no other knowledge that day. Upon returning to his quarters, Xiao Shui was already home, and the maid assigned by the principal had prepared dinner. Chiou hastily consumed a few bites, skipped his bath, and collapsed onto his bed. Oblivious to the teacher and Appo's advice about nightly meditation for magicians, he succumbed to sleep, not awakening until the following morning, thanks to the timely intervention of Qin Ming. The second day of classes proved to be considerably improved. Both classmates and teachers gradually acclimated to Chiou and Appo's identity, allowing him to finally engage in learning. As he explored the enchanting world of magic, time flew by, and before he knew it, a week had passed. He developed a comprehensive understanding of the academy's dynamics and mastered the basic spells essential for an apprentice magician. An apprentice need only acquire one spell to begin their journey: the fireball spell from the fire element, the ice blade from the ice element, the earth spike from the earth element, and the wind blade from the wind element. The light and dark elements, however, are reserved for those who advance to the intermediate level, as they are not easily mastered. It is important to note that the light element is primarily associated with clerics. Typically, students endowed with a light affinity pursue clerical studies, and the academy teaches only the simplest of light spells, with advanced magic remaining unaddressed. While Chiou was exempt from studying the light and dark elements at present, he was still required to learn all 4 elemental magics, leaving him utterly fatigued, with mealtimes being his only moments of respite. During this period, Xiao Shui rose before dawn to train with her instructor, while Chiou returned home each day to sleep. Having meditated only once, meditation is crucial for magicians, as it enables them to swiftly absorb magical elements from the environment. The more magical energy a magician possesses, the greater their ability to cast spells and sustain their combat prowess. Even if Chiou learned spells, without sufficient magical energy, his efforts would be in vain. Recognizing this, the principal advised Chiou to forego classes temporarily, focusing instead on meditation and the practice of introductory magic. While Chiou understood meditation, he pondered how to practice the introductory spells. Should he merely hold a fireball like a lamp? The principal observed Chiou's attempts, shaking his head in disappointment. How should one practice, then? I will demonstrate once. You must pay close attention. Chiou widened his eyes, fixated on the principal. Without uttering an incantation, the principal extended his hand, summoning a wind blade that circled his body in a continuous dance. Do you understand? Yes. Chiou nodded vigorously. The principal dispelled the magic. Nodding in satisfaction, his apprentice displayed commendable insight and adaptability. Now, return home and delve into your studies. I shall arrange your class schedule. Once you master the introductory spells and can swiftly enter a meditative state, you may resume attending classes. With the principal's encouragement, Chiou dedicated himself to meditation upon returning home. Meditation is foundational for magicians. It not only enhances their reservoir of magical energy, but also facilitates the rapid recuperation of expended energy. After an hour of meditation, Chiou found it increasingly difficult to concentrate on absorbing the surrounding magical elements. While other magicians focused on absorbing a single element, Chiou was tasked with assimilating 7. Leaving him with a throbbing headache after just 1 hour, he stood to relieve his sore shoulders, sighed, and decided to pause his meditation in favor of practicing the introductory spells. Chapter 9. The Identity of the Principal in Pursuit of Practicing Introductory Magic. Ayue deemed it rather perilous to engage in such exercises within the confines of home. Thus, she resolved to venture outdoors. Master, are you heading out? Asked Qiming while tidying up. Yes, I'm off to practice some introductory magic, Ayue replied as she stepped outside. Come back early, came Qiming's farewell, echoing behind her. Gazing at the sky of this alternate realm, Ayue noted little difference from her original world. Yet, upon noticing the magic robe adorning her form, she comprehended that this was no longer the world she once knew. Everything had irrevocably changed. The sole constant remained her and Xiao Shui's solitude in this unfamiliar land. Shaking her head to dispel encroaching negativity, Ayue wandered toward a more secluded area of the academy, conjuring a fireball, which she cupped in her left hand. Its size comparable to that of a fist. Is this the disparity in magical prowess? Ayue pondered, staring vacantly at the fireball. The wind blade effortlessly wielded by the principal seemed tangible, while her own fireball bore little distinction from an ordinary flame, merely spherical in shape. This fireball probably couldn't even slay a chicken, she mused with a wry smile. Extending her right hand, she summoned an ice blade. Typically, This introductory spell would be released, yet Akiha, seeking to refine her control over magic, forcibly grasped the ice blade, feeling a chilling bite. The stark temperature difference between her hands instinctively prompted her to rub them together, yet in her distraction, she neglected to dispel the magic, resulting in an explosive clash of opposing elements. Boom. Fortunately, being merely an introductory spell, the explosion's force was minimal. However, Akiha emerged from the encounter charred and disheveled, her hair emitting wisps of smoke, her face resembling a mask of soot. Phew, phew, phew. She spat, wincing from the pain coursing through her body. Regardless of the explosion's magnitude, it was still an explosion. One could feel the sting from even a firecracker in hand, and this blast left Akiha dazed. I should return and take a bath, she sighed, making her way back, relieved that it was class time and no one else witnessed her disarray. Upon seeing Akiha's bedraggled state, Qingming gasped in surprise. What happened? Did you get into a fight? No, I was blasted by my own magic, Akiha replied, feeling disheartened. What kind of magician gets blasted by their own spell? If word of this got out, I'd be the laughingstock. It was evident that Qingming was stifling laughter as she prepared a bath for Akiha, though her trembling shoulders betrayed her amusement, making Akiha want to retaliate in a playful manner. Akiha, unconcerned, stripped down to her undergarments in the living room and, as she headed to the bathroom, curiously inquired, Qingming, don't you ever tire of cleaning all day? Don't you have classes to attend? Without glancing at Akiha, Qingming focused on adjusting the water temperature. Not at all. This is my job. I'm not a noble, merely working at this academy. I lack the talent for studying magic or martial arts. Oh, I see. So what do you do after your workday? Akiha asked as she stepped into the bathroom. Upon noticing Akiha's scant attire, Qingming's face turned crimson, and she quickly turned her head away, responding, I usually read some novels during my free time. There is not much else to do. Oh, novels. Akiha murmured as she sank into the water, exhaling in contentment. Suddenly struck by an idea, she leapt upright in the tub. What? Novels? Ah, master. You're splashing water everywhere, Qingming exclaimed, shielding herself from the droplets while stealing glances at Akiha's form. Akiha dashed towards her, grasping Qingming's shoulders and gazing intently into her eyes. You must let me see them, please. Qingming blinked in surprise, then gasped, what? You want to see? But we've only known each other for 2 days. This is rather sudden. Even if it's a command, it's too embarrassing. I don't mean to say I dislike you, but this is just overwhelming. Her hands cupped her blushing cheeks, spilling forth a flurry of words that left Akiha bemused. No, I meant the novels. Is that not permissible? Akiha clarified. Qingming stood stunned, gazing into Akiha's earnest eyes and the exposed skin before her. With a sigh of relief tinged with disappointment, she said, Oh, so you meant the novels. Of course, that is fine. Akiha found Qingming's reliability questionable. After all, what else could she have meant by novels? Returning to the water, Qingming fetched the book she typically read. Akiha reclined, contemplating. Her desire to see the novels was not born from a passion for reading. Rather, she wished to compare the literature of this world with that of her previous one. Given her talent for writing, she thought that if this world could produce novels, it might provide her and Xiao Shui with some pocket money. Although funds were less crucial at the academy, they would inevitably be necessary in the future. Money was a universal constant across realms. If she could not become a powerful magician, perhaps she could sustain herself through writing novels. This was Akiha's rationale. After enjoying a soothing hot bath, she admired Qingming's skill in adjusting the water temperature as she donned a clean magic robe and emerged from the bathroom. Master, here are the novels I read, Qingming said, presenting Akiha with several books. Akiha opened one, only to be taken aback. What is this, a book devoid of characters? She questioned, perplexed. As she looked at Qingming, Qingming stifled a giggle, lightly tapping the book, which then revealed a plethora of densely packed text upon reopening. Akiha, after a mere glance, tossed it back to Qingming. Master, is it not to your liking? Qingming asked, puzzled by how Akiha could discern her preferences with just a fleeting glance. Akiha shook her head, dejected. I cannot read. Qingming erupted in laughter, quickly covering her mouth, fearful of her master's wrath. The maid, assigned to Akiha by the principal, was not uncommon in the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. Most nobles had their own attendants. Unbeknownst to Qingming, she regarded Akiha as a kind-hearted noble, never suspecting that Akiha was far more than she appeared. Akiha felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She had thought she had found a lifeline, only to discover her inability to comprehend the written language of this world. It was a strange predicament. Protagonists in stories of transmigration always seem to grasp the language and script upon arrival, yet she found herself illiterate. Was she not the protagonist? Sighing, she sank into the sofa, staring at the ceiling, contemplating her predicament. Observing her master's distress, Qi-Ming cautiously offered consolation. Master, not being able to read is no great matter. You need not dwell on such trivialities. You are a magnificent mage, destined to become an admired figure in the future. I don't have any money to pay you for flattery, Akiha retorted, turning to regard Qi-Ming's delicate features, suddenly struck by inspiration. Of course, you're a maid, a ready-made translator. As a glimmer of hope emerged, Akiha stood and beckoned to Qi-Ming. Come, we shall go out for a moment. However, the cleaning is not yet finished, and the clothes remain unwashed. Those tasks can wait. First, accompany me to the library. Without further ado, Ayue pulled Qi-Ming along. Reflecting on her situation, Ayue realized that she currently had no time to write a novel. The practice of magic alone was enough to give her a headache. If she attempted to write, the outcome might be quite dismal. Lacking understanding of the readers and Appo's preferences in this world, and devoid of experience regarding the societal views and values of its people, how could any novel penned under such circumstances attract an audience? As they walked, Ayue inquired of Qi-Ming, Castle 1 is for the magic class, and Castle 2 is for martial arts. What about the other castles? My lord, are you unaware? Castle 3 is the library, Castle 4 houses various club offices, and Castle 5 is the infirmary, Qi-Ming replied. So Castle 3 is the library, Ayue mused. But does Castle 4 really have clubs? Indeed, and quite a few of them, Qi-Ming confirmed. Impressive, Ayue remarked with admiration. Are you not considering joining any clubs, my lord? Qi-Ming asked. Ayue shook her head. The rigors of magic practice were already overwhelming, leaving no time for club activities, unlike her idle days in high school. They proceeded straight towards Castle 3, and Qi-Ming understood her role was to act as a translator. The Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts Library was devoid of a caretaker. All operations were governed by magic. Should a student attempt to steal a book, magical barriers at the entrance would impede their exit and impose appropriate penalties for the transgressor. The library did not particularly astonish Ayue. Although she had never encountered such a vast library, it was reasonable to assume that it was the largest in the magical empire. Legend had it that the Magic Emperor once utilized spatial magic to expand the library and Appo's size, thus appearing modest from the outside, while the interior was 3 to 4 times larger. The maid diligently explained this to Ayue, imagining the figure of the Magic Emperor, a saintly mage who thwarted the ambitions of the martial sovereign. She gazed at her hands and wondered if she could truly become a saintly mage, a pinnacle among sorcerers. My lord, my lord. What is it? Ayue snapped back to reality, noticing Qi-Ming persistently calling her name. You have been standing here for quite some time. Are you feeling unwell? No, I and Appo's am just astonished that the Magic Emperor was a real figure, Ayue replied, curiosity piqued. She had always thought of the Emperor as a legendary character and was surprised to learn that such a person had facilitated the library's expansion. My lord, did you not know? Our school's principal is the 16th descendant of the Magic Emperor. What? Had it not been for her conscious restraint, Ayue would have exclaimed. The principal of the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, Li Basi, was indeed a descendant of the Magic Emperor. This is common knowledge, did you not know? Our family has lived in seclusion for generations, so references to the Magic Emperor are seldom made, Ayue fabricated. No wonder she felt Li Basi bore a resemblance to the ancient figure of the Magic Emperor upon their first meeting. She almost mistook him for someone else. Goodness. With the identities of a magic tutor and a descendant of the Magic Emperor, she mused, one could navigate the magical empire with ease. While the 3 great empires appeared evenly matched, in reality, if war were to break out, the magical empire would undoubtedly emerge as the most formidable. This was not solely due to the abundance of exceptional magical talents, but also because Li Basi possessed some of the Magic Emperor's magical insights and spells, posing a significant threat to the other 2 empires. Hence, none dared to provoke the magical empire lightly. As Ayue leisurely wandered through the library, she pondered. Given her master's connection to the Magic Emperor, she considered that perhaps she could share her experiences of encountering the Magic Emperor and the Sacred Magic Tome, which might assist her in fulfilling the enigmatic task assigned to her by the tome. However, she decided to postpone that discussion for now and instead explore the library for any books that might prove useful to her. Chapter 10. Subtle Manipulations. The Grand Library brought immense joy to Akiha, Yet the towering shelves, reaching heights of 4 to 5 meters, filled her with considerable distress. "What is the matter, master? Don't you have any ladders or something similar?" Akika inquired. "Ladders? What would we need those for?" Chinchin asked, her curiosity piqued. What if you want to retrieve a book that's out of reach? We use magic. Simply control the magical elements to reach the books above. Such a straightforward task can be easily accomplished even by a novice mage, Chinchin explained with a chuckle. Easily? Why would you trivialize it? Do you not realize how demoralizing that is for me? Akiha gazed into the distance, tears welling in her eyes. Observing Akiha and Apos' crestfallen demeanor, Chinchin widened her eyes in surprise and hesitated. "Master, you can't possibly." "I can. Of course, I can. I just wanted to see if you were aware." Akiha interjected abruptly, snapping her fingers to summon the water element. With a pop, the highest book on the shelf soared down, hovering above Akiha's head. Crack! The book transformed into an ice block, plummeting onto Akiha and Apos' head with a thud before landing on the ground. Chinchin stifled her laughter. Bending down to assist Akiha in retrieving the now-frozen tome, she paused for a moment, waiting until she could suppress the mirth on her face before standing upright and handing it back to Akiha. Akiha accepted the ice-encased book mechanically, forcing a chuckle. "Ha. Isn't that hilarious? I must have a talent for comedy." Chinchin nodded. Her gaze diverted as she cooed and Apos' bear to witness Akiha futilely pounding the ice block with her fists, fearing she might burst into laughter. After a prolonged struggle, Akiha found the ice encasing the book unyielding and ultimately resorted to melting it with fire magic. "Let us explore elsewhere," Akiha said, awkwardly placing the book within reach before turning to walk away, the giggling maid trailing closely behind. Embarrassed by her earlier mishap, Akiha refrained from asking Chinchin to translate the titles of the books. As they wandered for a while, Akiha absent-mindedly reached for a book, intending to blend in. But her fingers brushed against a soft, petite hand instead. The hand was delicate and fair, appearing almost too adorable compared to her own. "If you don't mind, could you please let go?" A cold voice echoed, sending a shiver through Akiha, colder than the ice she had just touched. Raising her gaze, she beheld the owner of the small hand, an equally petite girl, her face adorned with frostiness. Akiha was captivated not by the girl's appearance but by the frigid, aloof gaze that captured her full attention. It was devoid of emotion, as if she concealed her feelings entirely, even when a stranger grasped her hand. There was no hint of embarrassment in her eyes. Realizing the situation, Akiha quickly released the girl's hand, noting that both had reached for the same book simultaneously. "I'm so sorry, I was lost in thought and didn't mean to," Akiha apologized hastily. The girl extracted the book, opened its first page, and walked away. "Who is she? She seems rather haughty," Akiha mused, turning to her maid. "Oh, master, you don't know? Her name is Chinsiyu, famously known as the Ice Queen at the Academy," Chinchin replied. "Ice Queen," Akiha murmured, her tone laced with curiosity. Noticing Akiha's intrigue, Chinchin teasingly prodded her arm. "Master, don't pretend. You were clearly entranced by her and couldn't bring yourself to let go." Akiha chose to ignore Chinchin's playful jibe, her thoughts still lingering on the girl and Apos' retreating figure until she disappeared around the next corner. The coldness in her gaze was a defense mechanism. Yet the solitude radiated from within. Akiha felt certain that this girl held a story of her own. The resemblance of that gaze to her own memories of escaping the orphanage was uncanny, loneliness and indifference. Master. Chinchin's voice broke Akiha from her reverie. "Oh, yes. Let us continue." Once home, Akiha settled at the desk in her room, 2 books lying before her, Fundamentals of Magic Theory and Combination Magic. "Master, dinner is almost ready." Chinchin called from outside the door. "I'll be there shortly," Akiha replied, a slight warmth of home washing over her. With a tinge of joy, she opened Fundamentals of Magic Theory, understanding that to learn combination magic, one must first grasp the basic principles. Just as with any endeavor, one must start from the foundation to master more advanced concepts. Donning her glasses, Akiha quickly scanned the first page, nodding seriously. If Ayue had seen her focused demeanor, she would have been utterly astonished. On the second page, Akiha's remarkable memory and comprehension allowed her to smile with newfound confidence. Suddenly, she tossed the book onto the bed, rising and muttering, as expected, "I can't understand a single word." Akiha grumbled as she strode into the living room. "Akiha, have you missed Sister Shue?" Ayue exclaimed, rushing over to envelop Akiha in a warm embrace. gently pressing his head into her bosom. Yes, Akiha mumbled, struggling against the embrace. At times, the development of certain feminine attributes could be quite overwhelming. Satisfied, Xiao Xue released Akiha and returned to the table. Watching as Qinshin set the dinner on the table. Master, please enjoy your meal, Qinshin said with a slight bow. Come join us. There is no need for formality. Akiha beckoned. Is that appropriate? Qinshin hesitated. Xiao Xue stood, gently pushing Qinshin into a chair, softly stating, what is inappropriate about it? We are essentially family, and there needn't be any hierarchy. Moved, Qinshin expressed her gratitude, rising to pour red wine for Xiao Xue and Akiha before taking her seat. Sister Xue, where do you attend classes each day? Akiha asked, casually sampling the dishes. In the martial arts class, Xiao Xue replied. What? You train alongside those warriors? Akiha exclaimed, rising abruptly with jealousy etched across her face. They haven't laid a hand on you, have they? Xiao Xue shot Akiha an amused glare, retorting, what are you talking about? I merely attend classes next to the martial arts class. Lu Yin is my instructor. It's not the same as training with him. Akiha sighed in relief. Sitting back down, that is good to hear. Master, you needn't worry so. No one at the Royal Magic and Martial Arts Academy would dare trouble you or Miss Xiao Xue, given the protection of the principal, Qinshin reassured. Akiha nodded, gazing earnestly into Xiao Xue's eyes, saying, Sister Xue, if anyone bothers or troubles you, you must tell me. Don't worry, Sister Xue is not defenseless, and besides, Lu Yin is there to protect me, Xiao Xue replied. Oh, then I can rest easy. Though Xiao Xue spoke confidently, a hint of concern lingered in her eyes. Unnoticed by Akiha and Qinshin. After dinner, Akiha pulled Qinshin into her room, leaving Xiao Xue watching with a look of confusion. Just as Akiha reached the door, Xiao Xue quietly asked, Akiha, you're not planning anything with that maid, are you? Akiha nearly collided with the half-open door, while Qinshin's face flushed with embarrassment. No, I merely wish for Qinming to impart some knowledge about this world to me. Qiu Yi is reluctant to admit her illiteracy, although Xiao Xue would certainly understand. Admitting her inability to read feels somewhat embarrassing. Hee, I am just speaking whimsically. Rest assured, whatever you wish to pursue, I shall support you, for after all, Yi is grown up. Xiao Xue playfully winked at Qiu Yi. With a resigned shake of her head, Qiu Yi reflected on how her sister, Xue, treats her as though she were still a child, despite being merely a year younger and already taller. Does Xue intend to perpetually regard her as a child who cannot grow up? Upon entering the room, Qiu Yi requested Qinming to read aloud the fundamentals of magic and combination magic. Master, I cannot comprehend this book at all, Qinming confessed. That is of no concern. Simply read aloud, Qiu Yi replied as she retrieved her notebook and paper. Nodding, Qinming opened the first book and began to read, while Qiu Yi diligently took notes. Magic is generated when a magician releases the magical elements within their body, resonating with the magical elements in the air and forming a combination. The higher the magical power, the more energy infused into a spell, thus enhancing its potency. However, this theory is limited to low-level magic. High-level magic is difficult to control, making it challenging to infuse greater magical power. If attempted forcefully, a magician may suffer a backlash. Qinming read for 3 hours, while Qiu Yi filled 2 notebooks with notes. As the clock struck midnight, Qiu Yi showed no sign of stopping, and Qinming, without complaint, picked up the second book to continue. Combination magic involves merging 2 or more different types of magic to create a new spell. This form of magic is immensely powerful, often exhibiting remarkable explosive force. However, its drawback is that it requires at least 2 magicians of differing attributes to execute successfully. Upon completing the second book, Qiu Yi had taken notes from 3 full notebooks. She seemed to have discovered her advantage. Combination magic was tailor-made for her, as she was a magician of all elements, capable of performing it solo. Master, is there anything else? The little maid asked, her eyes heavy with sleep as she stood swaying slightly. Nothing more. Thank you for your hard work, Qinming, Qiu Yi expressed with gratitude. Qinming shook her head, yawning sleepily. It's nothing, master. I shall return to rest now. Good night. As she watched Qinming exit the room, Qiu Yi immediately conjured a fireball and an ice blade. Boom. Indeed, combination magic proved to be quite challenging. As she bathed, Qiu Yi pondered until she finally understood why she could not merge the fireball and ice blade into a new magic. It was due to her lack of finesse in magical manipulation. Had the principal known of Qiu Yi's thoughts, he would surely have praised her as a genius. For such nuanced manipulation is typically reserved for advanced magicians. Yet, Chiyoyi, barely a magic apprentice, had grasped this level of understanding, undeniably a sign of her extraordinary talent. In truth, many renowned magicians emphasize this aspect, the art of subtle manipulation. This skill is crucial for both low and high-level magic. The more adept a magician is at fine control, the more they can unleash the full potential of a spell. For instance, consider a magician with profound magical power versus one of average strength but exceptional finesse and manipulation. Both cast a small fireball. The former can maximize its destructive capability, while the latter can alter its trajectory or even transform its form. In a duel, who stands a greater chance of victory? Unquestionably, the magician skilled in fine control has the upper hand, for they can discreetly maneuver the fireball to attack from behind, while the powerful magician's frontal assault is easily evaded. This exemplifies the might of subtle manipulation. Chiyoye's eye sparkled with realization. She finally discerned her starting point. Subtle manipulation. This is more powerful than anything else. Chapter 11. Sister Shui is in danger after a sleepless night. When Ayue awoke the next day, it was already noon. This was only after Qin Ming had urged her multiple times to rise. Otherwise, she might have slept until evening. Miss Shui had asked me to inform the master that she would be returning late due to some matters. Qin Ming relayed Shui's message to Ayue. Nibbling on a piece of bread, Ayue nodded, surmising that teacher Lu Yin would likely conduct some special training. Once she finished her meal, Ayue ventured out alone. She wandered to a secluded spot, ensuring no one was around, and then opened her right hand to summon a small fireball. A sphere? Ayue contemplated the fireball in her palm. If it was indeed a sphere, it should be round. However, the swirling flames marred its spherical beauty. A slight smile crept onto Ayue's lips. This would be the focus of her training. The delicate manipulation of magic is rooted in mental strength. To become a formidable sorcerer, possessing a solid foundation of mental power is indispensable. Ayue concentrated. Controlling the stable output of her magical energy while using a portion of her will to suppress the flames of the fireball. Gradually, the flames began to diminish, revealing a perfectly round sphere in her hand. If anyone were to witness the fireball now, they would surely be astonished, without approaching to feel its warmth. Who would guess it was a fireball? Ayue nodded in satisfaction. However, this small gesture caused her spirit to tremble, and in a moment of panic, she jerked her hand, causing the fireball to burst into flames. Fortunately, she had released it in time. Otherwise, she would have faced another explosion. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she realized this task was no small feat yet. The outcome was gratifying. She had successfully suppressed the fireball, as long as she could maintain control. The first step was a success, marking her entry into the realm of delicate manipulation. As time passed, Ayue repeatedly shaped the fireball into a perfect sphere until it no longer resembled a fireball at all. She was now able to handle this small fireball, resembling a red crystal orb, with ease, running about freely. Seizing the moment, Ayue motivated herself, carefully controlling the fireball to spin around her in circles. Initially, it was quite strenuous, but after half an hour, fatigue compelled her to release the fireball. Though exhausted and drained of both physical and mental energy, Ayue felt a profound sense of accomplishment. She was confident that she could successfully suppress the fireball in the shortest time possible and control it to orbit around her. She envisioned a future where she could command several, even dozens, of fireballs to revolve around her and attack enemies from various angles. Then her mastery of delicate manipulation would be complete. Engrossed in her practice, Ayue lost track of time and forgot to return for lunch, which was eventually brought to her by the diligent maid, Qin Ming. "I'm so sorry for the trouble," Ayue said, scratching her head. "Honestly, it's no big deal. Missing one meal won't kill me. That is not acceptable. If the master falls ill, how would I, as a maid, face others? I would be the subject of ridicule." Qin Ming replied, wiping the sweat from her brow as she handed Ayue the meal. Gratefully, Ayue thanked her and sat beneath a tree to savor the food prepared by Qin Ming. "How is it?" Qin Ming asked shyly, chewing on a piece of meat from an unknown creature in this world. Ayue gave a thumbs up, saying, "Far better than what the cafeteria cooks up." Qin Ming and Appo's face brightened with a smile. "That's good to hear." In the afternoon, Ayue continued to practice controlling the fireball. Although she became increasingly skilled, she still could not manage 2 fireballs simultaneously. Increasing the number of fireballs was beyond her current capabilities. Time swiftly slipped away in her magical practice, and it was only as dusk settled that she realized it was time for dinner. To spare the maid the trouble of fetching her meal as she had done at noon, Ayue decided to conclude her training for the day. Master. Just as Ayue prepared to head back, She saw Qiming rushing toward her, drenched in sweat. Ayue quickly approached and supported Qiming's shoulders, asking, "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" The anxious expression on the maid's face was certainly not due to Ayue's failure to return for dinner. It must have been something more serious. Whatever it was that concerned her must relate to Xiao Shui. Sister Shui is in trouble. The thought sent a wave of darkness through Ayue's mind. Had Sister Shui collapsed during training? Had she been hit by a car? Ayue inquired urgently. What is a car? A sorcerer came to the house looking for you, saying that Miss Xiao Shui might be in danger tonight. That person is still waiting at home. It was indeed about Sister Shui. Ayue released Qiming and dashed home frantically. She kicked open the door and immediately spotted a young man in a wizard's robe sitting on the sofa in the living room. Ayue rushed up to him, grabbing his shoulders and demanding, "What has happened to Sister Shui? Speak quickly." The boy was clearly startled by Ayue and Appo's aggressive demeanor and contorted expression, stammering, "And not yet." Ayue let out a sigh of relief, her body feeling as if it had been suddenly drained of strength, and she collapsed onto the wooden floor. Looking up at the boy, who appeared to be around her age, she felt an odd sense of familiarity. "Ding Xi, a first-year fire mage, has met you before." "My brother." It suddenly dawned on Ayue that he was the enthusiastic boy she had encountered on her first day in the cafeteria. Yet, Ayue quickly dismissed the thought and stood up from the floor, asking, "Ding Xi, you mentioned that Sister Shui might be in danger tonight. What do you mean?" "Naturally, it means she might be in danger tonight," Ding Xi replied, pointing his chin. All right. Don't look at me with such murderous intent. I received news that the second-year ice mage, Charlotte, is planning to target first-year students tonight. Initially curious, I discovered that the student he intends to target is a female, and she has a significant connection to you. So I hurried over to inform you. Do we know each other well? Why do you keep calling me brother? Ayue asked without reservation, but then suddenly threw an arm around Ding Xi and Appo's shoulder, patting him on the back. "Since you and Appo's helped me so much, I want to complain, brother." Ding Xi beamed with delight. "All right, let us hear the details." Ayue poured a cup of tea and handed it to Ding Xi. Thank you." Ding Xi accepted the tea and began to speak. "First, let me introduce Charlotte. You probably don't know him since you just arrived at our academy. He is the son of Count Stick from the Magical Empire." Ayue interrupted. "Wait a moment, the Countess' son? Isn't he that the same status as you?" Ding Xi nodded. "Though that's the case, he has nothing like this handsome fellow here. Bullying newly arrived students is his pastime. If any of the newcomers lack a powerful family background, he will surely target them, especially the girls." "Especially the girls?" Ding Xi took a long look at Ayue before uttering two words. "Lecherous." The chaotic surge of the 7 magical elements within Ayue's body erupted, creating a tumultuous airflow throughout the room. Ding Xi lowered his gaze to his tea, unable to meet the penetrating stare of the young man before him, whose eyes were ablaze with murderous intent, reminiscent of a furious beast. Ayue realized the true intentions of this individual named Shilite towards Sister Shui. After a considerable pause, as Ding Xi emptied his cup, Ayue gradually regained his composure, prompting Ding Xi to set down his cup and continue speaking. "This person is a second-year magician. Although he has not yet reached the level of an intermediate magician, even a novice magician poses a challenge for us. Therefore, it would be wise not to confront him directly," Ding Xi advised kindly. "He intends to invite Xiao Shui out for dinner tonight, though his true motives are likely evident to you." "My friend." Ayue clenched his teeth, fully aware of the unfolding scenario. It was apparent that the individual sought to take advantage of Sister Shui, luring her under the pretext of a dinner gathering, only to orchestrate a scene with his own people. Once Sister Shui was persuaded to consume some form of incapacitating substance or was coerced through brute force, escape would be impossible for her. Damn it. The night had already fallen, and it was likely that the man had already set his plan into motion. There was no time to waste. Standing up, he looked at Ding Xi earnestly and said, "Ding Xi, thank you for your warning. If anything arises in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. I, Ayue, will do my utmost to assist." Ding Xi smiled with satisfaction, raising his cup. This was precisely why he chose to aid this young man. Such a declaration was sufficient. Oh, cursed fate. The cup was empty. Chapter 12. Rescuing others. Shui Jia was taken as a disciple by a woman named Lu Yan. At times, she was unaware of where she was being led for training, but generally, she would train alongside the martial arts class. When Qiuyi arrived at the martial arts class, he did not see Xiao Shui. The students were training late, just finishing up now, which proved to be a great help for Qiuyi. He approached one of the instructors and inquired about Xiao Shui, only to learn that she had left with some people after her afternoon training. Ayue paused, growing anxious, and grasped the instructor's arm, urgently asking with whom she had gone. I believe it was a second-year student named Charlotte, the instructor recalled. Ayue released the instructor's arm, his expression filled with concern. Ayue, what brings you here? A student from the martial arts class approached to greet him. It was the young man named Lian Dao. I'm looking for my sister Shui. It seems she was taken away by someone named Charlotte. Ayue replied casually. Ah, I know about that, Lian Dao said. He wanted to throw a welcome party for Xiao Shui, and she went along with him. Don and Amp, Oppos, T worry, even though Charlotte has a bit of a bad reputation. He brought along many classmates, including quite a few first years. I doubt he would dare to act recklessly. Perhaps he genuinely just wants to host a welcome event. Ayue, feeling increasingly anxious, retorted with irritation, you really are quite the good Samaritan. Those first years are precisely the targets he has his eyes on. The others are merely his subordinates. Targets? What do you mean? Lian Dao asked, bewildered. Ayue rolled his eyes and whispered a few words into Lian Dao's ear. What? Are you serious? Lian Dao's eyes widened. Are all the first-year students he invited girls? Lian Dao paused, recalling the scene from earlier when Charlotte had brought people over. Indeed. As Ayue had stated, all the first-year newcomers were girls. How disgraceful. Lian Dao clenched his fists. I am truly worried now. Leave me be. I must find Charlotte. I will not allow him to harm my sister. Lian Dao blocked Ayue's path and shouted, calling over about 20 boys from the martial arts class. Brothers. Charlotte and Oppos' invitation to those first-year girls was not for a welcome party. It was to harass them. As a warrior, I cannot condone such disgraceful behavior. I have decided to assist Ayue in rescuing those girls. Who among you is willing to help? Lian Dao and Amp, Oppos' voice rang out, clearly heard by all 20 warriors present. Being young men, they understood precisely what Lian Dao meant by harassment, and their faces flushed with anger. It appeared that many of the girls invited by Charlotte were quite popular. But, Dao, Charlotte is the son of Count Stidic. If we provoke him, a student murmured from the crowd, but faltered upon meeting Lian Dao's icy gaze. Lian Dao snorted derisively, drawing his training sword from behind him and planting it before him. Cowards! Men should protect women. I believe many of you have your own favorites among those Charlotte invited, right? Are you just going to stand by and watch him ruin them? If anyone chooses not to join us tonight, I won't say a word. But don't ever call yourselves my brothers again. I can't bear that shame. His words ignited a fire in the hearts of the passionate young men. The boy who had spoken earlier shouted, Dao, I am no coward. I only said that to caution you all. If Charlotte truly harasses those girls, I will be the first to charge at him. Yes, we will go together. We want and Amp, Oppos, let him bully our newcomers. Ayue glanced at the martial arts instructor, who had also grasped the situation. Instead of intervening, he raised his voice to capture everyone's attention and placed a hand on Ayue's shoulder, proclaiming, This is precisely what a true warrior ought to do. Uphold justice and protect those you wish to safeguard. Go, boys. If anything goes awry, I will take the blame. The students of the martial arts class were nearly brought to tears by their instructor and Oppos' unwavering support in a critical moment. With a fierce glare, the instructor added, Don't act like a bunch of girls. If anything happens to the girl Charlotte is taken, I will ensure none of you graduate. Now go find that Charlotte and protect those girls. If he dares to do something, you are to give that pompous magician a beating. Yes, the warriors rallied before heading off to battle. Meanwhile, Xiao Shui sat uneasily at a table, anxiously surveying her surroundings while politely declining the numerous toasts directed at her. Charlotte, a second-year water mage and her senior, had invited many first-year students to a welcome gathering. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart, and she sought the evening and Amp, Oppos' conclusion, especially under Charlotte and Amp, Oppos' unwavering gaze fixed upon her. Although Charlotte appeared quite charming and courteous, and many of the girls he had invited were beautiful, there was something unsettling about his relentless pursuit of Xiao Shui, leaving her feeling trapped. If Miss Xiao Shui is unwilling to drink, then please do not press her. Here, Miss Xiao Shui, have a sip of this beverage, Charlotte said to those urging her to drink, presenting her with a glass of sky-blue liquid. If it's a drink, it should be fine. Xiao Shui thought innocently. She accepted the beverage and took a small sip. Observing her compliance, Charlotte smirked inwardly, thinking, Having consumed my juice laced with a powerful sedative, let us see how long you can endure. Soon, you will be my plaything, to be toyed with as I please. Excitement surged through Charlotte at the thought. Xiao Shui, feeling uncomfortable under Charlotte and Appo's brazen gaze, finally could bear it no longer and said, Senior, it and Appo's getting late, and I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. To Xiao Shui and Appo's surprise, Charlotte showed no intention of keeping her there. With a smile, he stood and said, Let me escort you to the door. Xiao Shui hesitated for a moment before standing up. Whoa, Miss Xiao Shui? Are you all right? Is everything okay? Charlotte feigned surprise, wrapping his left arm around her shamelessly, pulling her close to him. Feeling his inappropriate behavior, Xiao Shui struggled to push him away, but her strength gradually faded, and her eyelids grew heavier. I see you are simply tired. No worries, Miss Xiao Shui, you can rest here for a while. I'll call you when it's time to leave with your fellow junior classmates, Charlotte said, guiding her toward the second floor of the villa while speaking loudly enough for the invited girls to believe that Xiao Shui was genuinely fatigued, as he claimed. Charlotte exchanged glances with his companions, who understood the cue and began distributing the already prepared fruit juices laced with sedatives to the other girls. Soon, several girls began to collapse. At that moment, a first-year girl sensed something was amiss, but having already consumed the tainted juice, it was too late. As a boy's hand groped her backside, she realized she had been deceived. Autumn Leaf and over 20 male students from the martial arts class, under the leadership of Lian Dawes, arrived at Slither and Appo's villa. Outside the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts private villa, there were no bodyguards. However, several young men clad in the robes of novice magicians were stationed outside Slither and Appo's villa, indicating that he was engaged in activities he wished to keep concealed. Autumn Leaf adjusted his glasses, feeling increasingly agitated. If he did not concentrate and calm himself, he might not only fail to rescue Sister Shui but also endanger his companions. Dao, we cannot confront those novice magicians outside. What should we do? Inquired one of the martial arts students. Although Lian Dao was courageous and simple-hearted, he was not adept at strategizing and turned to Autumn Leaf for help. Autumn Leaf pushed up his glasses and replied calmly, The villa is not suitable for combat. Even novice magicians cannot fully unleash their magical powers within. If we can get inside, we can rescue the girl. However, we cannot handle these novice magicians outside. We must send some people to divert their attention. Upon hearing this, Lian Da decisively stated, Zhao Long, take 9 brothers to lure the novice magicians outside the villa away. The rest of us will charge in with Autumn Leaf to rescue her. Understood. Leave it to me, Zhao Long replied. Selecting 9 individuals from the group of over 20 and charging out from their hiding spot in the bushes, directly confronting the novice magicians. Autumn Leaf adjusted his glasses and said, Once they draw away a few novice magicians, we will rush into the villa and incapacitate all the magicians inside before rescuing the girl. Remember, you only have one chance to take down those novice magicians. If they react, it could become problematic. They might threaten us with the girl. Rest assured, we are aware, Lian Dao nodded. Zhao Long and his 9 comrades quickly approached the novice magicians, who, realizing the situation, began to cast various novice spells. However, Zhao Long and his team were merely aiming to attract attention. As the magicians unleashed their spells, they fled, and the second-year novice magicians foolishly pursued them, leaving the area outside the villa unguarded. What a bunch of fools, one martial arts student exclaimed. Now is our chance. Go, commanded Autumn Leaf. Leading the charge toward the villa, Lian Dao and several companions forcefully broke open the door. The disarray of tables on the first floor chilled Autumn Leaf's heart. Had he arrived too late? To the second floor. Knock out any men you see immediately, he whispered through gritted teeth, suppressing his fury. Lian Dao nodded and, with his companions, quietly ascended to the second floor. Once everyone was positioned by the door, Lian Dao gestured, and a dozen warriors simultaneously kicked the door open. From within, the muffled groans of men could be heard. Autumn Leaf burst into one of the rooms, and the sight that greeted him ignited his fury. A young man was atop Sister Shui, about to remove her undergarments. Upon noticing Autumn Leaf and Appo's intrusion, Slither reacted swiftly, grabbing a wand from the bedside and pointing it at Autumn Leaf, chanting a spell, gentle spring of water, when the enemy invades our bodies and minds. I beseech you to reveal your wrath and punish the enemy with your fury. Water bullet, roar. Slither completed the incantation rapidly, and Autumn Leaf saw a water bullet, the size of a basin, materialize before him. A wave of pain struck his abdomen as the bullet hit him, causing him to double over and cough in agony. Is this the power of novice magic? Merely one level above entry-level magic, yet its might is incomparable. Autumn Leaf stared wide-eyed at Slither. Slither appeared to relish the hatred in Autumn Leaf's gaze, glancing at the unconscious Xiaoshui beside him and laughing. You must be Xiaoshui's childhood friend. Huh. I wonder if you'll feel excited when you see me entwined with the one you cherish? Haha. Indeed. Slither was not only lecherous, but also took pleasure in witnessing the anguish of those who cared for the girls before him. It provided him with a twisted thrill. Autumn Leaf gritted his teeth, watching Slither's hand inch closer to Xiaoshui's body, desperately wishing to intervene. Yet the force of novice magic was beyond what his magician and Apos' body could withstand. That he had not succumbed to unconsciousness was already a miracle. Just as Slither was about to touch Xiaoshui, Lian Da burst into the room, swinging his great sword towards Slither. The blow was both fierce and precise, striking Slither on the forehead with a resounding thud. Slither grunted, blood oozing from his forehead as he collapsed. Autumn Leaf, drenched in sweat, breathed a sigh of relief. Leaning against the wall as he murmured, "Thank you." Lian Da shook his head and said, "Everyone else has been rescued. We must leave this place quickly." Autumn Leaf nodded, suppressing his pain as he dressed Xiaoshui before carrying her out. The others followed suit, bringing the remaining unconscious girls outside. However, a new dilemma arose regarding how to accommodate these girls. It was nearing midnight, and without any teachers present, returning to the girls and Apos' dormitory was impossible. Autumn Leaf, I heard you live in a private villa. Can we settle these girls there? Tomorrow, you can explain everything to them when they awaken, Lian Da proposed. Autumn Leaf pondered for a moment. It seemed to be the only feasible option. Staying outside was not a solution. Thank you, everyone, Autumn Leaf replied to the group. Lian Da and several martial arts students carried all the girls to Autumn Leaf and Apos' home. The maid, Qin Ming, nearly fainted at the sight, fearing they were plotting something sinister. After Autumn Leaf explained the situation, the maid quickly regained her composure and efficiently began assigning rooms for the nearly 10 girls. Fortunately, the 2-story villa had 8 rooms, allowing for a reasonable accommodation of 2 or 3 people per room. Thank you all so much today. If you ever need my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Autumn Leaf addressed the martial arts students at the door. Lian Da, standing before Autumn Leaf, patted him on the shoulder and stated, "No, we should be thanking you. You have reignited our fervor and passion as warriors and shown us that we are not inferior to magicians. Compared to despicable magicians like Slither, we can certainly look down on them." Autumn Leaf smiled and shook hands with Lian Da, watching as the martial arts students departed. Slither, I will surely avenge today's grievances. Whether for the blow you struck me or for the harm done to Sister Shui, I will repay you tenfold. Autumn Leaf pressed against his throbbing abdomen, a glint of cold determination flashing behind his glasses. Chapter 13. The sevenfold surge of magical power. Xiaoshui was reluctant to open her eyes, fearing that what she might see would be unbearable. She vividly recalled the moment she fell into a stupor after consuming the beverage handed to her by Charlotte. It was Charlotte who had carried her back to her room during that disorienting time. The subsequent events were too distressing for her to contemplate. Her closed eyelids trembled slightly as tears flowed down her cheeks. "I'm sorry, Yi," Xiaoshui whispered softly. Taking a deep breath, she gradually opened her eyes. Her gaze ignited with a fiery hatred. If the person beside her were still that beast, she would not hesitate to strangle him with her own hands. However, upon seeing the boy she cherished most resting by her bedside, all her fury transformed into a profound sense of injustice, and she could not help but weep aloud. Ayue was startled awake by her sobs. Lifting his head and seeing the tear-streaked Xiaoshui, he sighed in relief, grateful that the girl he valued most was still by his side. Yi. Xiaoshui gazed into Ayue and Apos' eyes, softly calling out to him and embracing him, crying freely in his arms. Ayue gently patted her back, murmuring, "Sister Shui, do not fear. All is in the past now. Yi, last night, what happened to me?" Xiaoshui's eyes flickered with unease as she looked at Ayue, anxious to know the truth. She dreaded hearing anything that might plunge her into despair, yet some truths had to be faced, and she needed to confess everything to the boy before her. Ayue sighed, reassuring her, "Sister Shui, rest assured, you are not sullied by that man." At the crucial moment, I and the brothers from the martial arts class rescued all the girls. Xiaoshui was taken aback, her eyes lighting up with disbelief. "Really? I truly was not defiled by him?" "Yes, truly." Xiaoshui inhaled deeply, overwhelmed with joy and weeping tears of relief. Ayue embraced her gently, saying softly, "Do not hide such matters from me in the future." Xiaoshui nodded apologetically in his embrace, finding solace in the familiar scent of the boy. Suddenly, she gently pushed Qiuyi away and began to remove her clothing. Qiuyi was taken aback, quickly covering his eyes and exclaiming, "Sister Shui, what are you doing?" She continued undressing until only her undergarment remained, then pulled down his hands that shielded his eyes, declaring, "I want to prove my innocence to you." Qiuyi glanced briefly and turned his head away, feeling embarrassed. "Ah, I believe Sister Shui is innocent. There is no need for inspection." "No. It would be better for you to confirm it personally," Xiao Shui insisted stubbornly, pulling Qiuyi's hand towards her body. Just as Qiuyi's hand was about to reach her chest, the door swung open, and the little maid appeared, arms laden with clothes. The sight before her froze the maid in place. Qiuyi's hand was on Xiao Shui's chest, while Xiao Shui was completely unclothed, eyes wide and cheeks flushed. Qin Ming stammered, "Master, the girls in the living room wish to thank you. I came to inform you." Qiuyi and Xiao Shui remained in their awkward position, motionless, until Qin Ming shut the door again, allowing them to regain their composure. We were seen. Xiao Shui bit her lip, her watery eyes gazing at Qiuyi. Qiuyi swallowed hard, murmuring, "It seems so," explaining this will be quite difficult. "It doesn't matter. I am not concerned," Xiao Shui said, nestling her beautiful form against Qiuyi. Feeling her body tremble slightly, Qiuyi understood that Sister Shui was still frightened. He chose to remain silent, simply wrapping her tightly in his arms, using his warmth to comfort her until her body ceased its shivering. In the living room stood a dozen spirited young girls, all in the throes of adolescence, which caught Qiuyi and Apos' attention. However, one girl stood out, capturing his focus immediately. "Ah, it's you." Qiuyi felt a twinge of apprehension. He remembered their encounter in the library, her delicate white hands and icy demeanor vividly etched in his mind. "Qin Siyu," the girl pronounced coldly. Qiuyi was momentarily stunned, taking a while to realize she was referring to him. He hurriedly introduced himself. "I am Qiuyi." Qin Siyu, perhaps lacking in social skills, maintained her stoic expression and stated, this time, "Thank you. I owe you a favor." Qiuyi smiled, replying, "It's nothing. Any man would not allow such things to happen." Qin Siyu glanced at him, nodded, and fell silent. "Thank you, Qiuyi." The other girls chimed in unison, bowing before him. Qiuyi had never encountered such a display, and, feeling bashful, waved his hands dismissively. No, it's nothing. This was not solely my achievement. Credit goes to the brothers from the martial arts class who contributed greatly. Everyone must be hungry. Let us have breakfast first." The little maid brought forth an ample breakfast prepared for more than a dozen people. After a night of hunger, these noble girls relished even the simplest offerings of milk and bread. After the meal, the girls expressed their gratitude once more before departing. Their conversations hinted at their intent to inform their parents of Shillet's misdeeds. Though Shillet was the son of a count, a coalition of noble families would undoubtedly cause him considerable trouble, thus serving as a lesson for him. Yet, that was far from enough. Qiuyi sought a more severe punishment for him. One day, Xiao Shui was not a fragile child. Despite the recent ordeal, she resolved to seek out teacher Lu Yan for martial arts training that very day. "I will accompany you," Qiuyi stated, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "It's fine. I want to walk with anyone else," Xiao Shui reassured him. Qiuyi shook his head. He could not relax and practice magic if he could not ensure Xiao Shui's safety. Thus, he accompanied her to teacher Lu Yan, instructing Qin Ming to prepare lunch for over 20 people. Qin Ming, perceptive as ever, understood her master's intentions. Xiao Shui and Apos' training ground was not far from the martial arts class. When they arrived at a nearby open space, they found teacher Lu Yan already present. The valiant warrior from the heroic empire, wasting no time as she performed squat jumps, her body glistening with sweat yet showing no signs of fatigue. "Your teacher is truly impressive," Qiuyi marveled. Each jump reached at least 1.5 times his height, executed with astonishing speed. He could hardly fathom the immense energy contained within her frame. "Of course, my teacher is a berserker-level warrior," Xiao Shui replied proudly. Lu Yan noticed Xiao Shui and Qiuyi and approached them after ceasing her training, scrutinizing Xiao Shui with a furrowed brow. "I have heard from the boys in the martial arts class about the situation. Shillet has gone too far. I must report him to the Duke." The Duke was not someone one could meet easily, yet Qiuyi had no doubt that Lu Yan possessed the capability to do so. "Thank you, teacher. But the matter is in the past. There is no need to trouble yourself," Xiao Shui replied. "Ah, you are too soft-hearted. If you had simply rejected Shillet and Apos' invitation, this situation could have been avoided." Lu Yan shook her head. Her disciple was too kind, not embodying the spirit of a warrior at all. although Xiao Shui seems to possess superior physical strength and potential compared to the average woman, without the iron-willed disposition of a warrior, she will never become an exceptional female fighter. Very well, let us commence your training. You must grow stronger to conquer your adversaries. You cannot rely on others for protection indefinitely, Teacher Lu Yin advised Xiao Shui, casting a meaningful glance towards Ayue. Xiao Shui understood her teacher and Appo's intent. She did not wish to remain perpetually shielded by Ayue and felt compelled to embody the role of an elder sister. However, recalling the embarrassing incidents from that morning, she felt her cheeks flush. Though she had no regrets, the memories were undeniably mortifying. Ayue summoned a small fireball with his right hand, manipulating it with mental energy as it spun around him in a continuous circle. This time, he did not suppress the fireball to the extent of resembling a red crystal sphere, resulting in minimal consumption of mental energy. Consequently, he conjured another fireball to orbit him as he settled in a spot, observing Xiao Shui and Appo's training. Lu Yin and Appo's eyes briefly widened in astonishment. It was her first encounter with such a uniquely gifted magical apprentice. Unlike other apprentices, who were typically engrossed in fervent meditation to amass magical power, this young boy preferred to have two fireballs whirling around him. Her curiosity was piqued. It was understandable for Lu Yin to harbor such thoughts. After all, warriors and mages occupied entirely different realms. If a mage were to witness Ayue's actions, they would undoubtedly discern his intentions and commend him for his approach. Accumulating magical power could be accomplished at any time, but the nuanced manipulation of that power was not something one could master overnight. By honing his fine control now and significantly enhancing his mental energy, he would later find the acquisition of advanced magic effortless. This was Ayue and Appo's rationale. And his belief that magical power could be amassed at any moment stemmed from a revelation he had the previous night after being struck by Shirlet and Appo's novice spell. He discovered that his innate affinity for all magical elements allowed him to absorb magical energy at a rate 7 times that of others. The air contains 7 magical elements, and typically, a single element mage would need to identify and extract the appropriate magical energy from these elements, a somewhat cumbersome process. In contrast, Ayue was liberated from this step. His all-encompassing magical affinity enabled him to absorb any magical element indiscriminately, regardless of the element. He could simply close his eyes and draw in energy at will. This not only spared him the hassle of searching for specific elements, but also accelerated his magical growth to 7 times that of an ordinary mage. The quantity of magical power is determined by the amount of magical elements within one and Appo's body. While a typical mage could only absorb one type of magical element, Ayue could absorb all 7, resulting in a 7-fold increase in his magical energy during meditation. This realization had dawned on him after being hit by Shillet's novice spell. He sensed that the power contained within Shillet's spell was comparable to that of his own fireball. Thus, despite still donning the robe of a magical apprentice, his capacity for magical energy had already reached the level of a novice mage. Gazing at the small fireball swirling beside him, he recognized it as a force capable of rivaling novice-level magic. Chapter 14. The Mage and the Warrior. Prior to reaching the level of a berserker, a warrior relies on a form of energy known as qi, akin to the qi spoken of in martial arts. This energy, stored within a warrior and Appo's body before attaining the berserker rank, enhances physical strength, stamina, and durability. However, upon reaching the berserker level, this energy undergoes a transformative evolution into fighting spirit or duki. Do you recall the earlier duel between the martial arts instructor and Ms. Lu Yin? Before achieving the berserker status, the instructor could only utilize qi to perform formidable physical attacks. For instance, the technique called Shattered Earth was executed by hardening the fist through qi, allowing it to pulverize the ground. Conversely, Lu Yin, embodying the essence of a berserker, had her qi transmuted into duki, which not only amplifies physical capabilities exponentially, but also enables the projection of duki, allowing for ranged attacks. This was exemplified when Lu Yin, during her battle with the martial arts instructor, unleashed a wave of energy with a horizontal sweep of her blade, a fundamental application of duki reserved for warriors of the berserker level or higher. Lu Yin instructed Xiao Shui to engage in basic physical training, and upon its completion, she intended to share her insights on cultivating qi. Observing the sky nearing noon, she decided to halt Xiao Shui and Appo's training. When Xiao Shui ceased her exercises, Ayue, believing the morning lessons were concluded, hurried over to wipe the sweat from Xiao Shui's brow. To her surprise, Lu Yin imparted some words to Xiao Shui, prompting her to sit cross-legged and close her eyes, entering a meditative state reminiscent of a monk in deep contemplation. "What is she doing, Miss Lu Yin?" Xiao Yi inquired, pointing at Xiao Shui with curiosity. "She is meditating," Lu Yin explained. Xiao Yi soon understood that Xiao Shui and Amp, Oppos, S practice mirrored a mage and Amp, Oppos, S meditation aimed at enhancing magical power and recovering energy, while a warrior and Amp, Oppos, S meditation served to cultivate and replenish qi, and even possessed healing properties. "How fascinating," Xiao Yi remarked, her interest piqued. Lu Yin joined her under a large tree, chuckling at Xiao Yi's enthusiasm. "I have never encountered such an unusual mage as yourself," she said. "Unusual? In what way?" Xiao Yi asked, taken aback. Lu Yin leaned against the tree trunk, gazing at the meditating Xiao Shui. Typically, mages lack the time or interest to observe warriors in training. Rarely does a mage show such curiosity about a warrior's practice. Most regard warriors as mere brutes. Xiao Yi detected a trace of disdain in Lu Yin's tone, seemingly a critique of mages. She attempted to lean against the tree as well, only to hastily retreat when a small fireball ignited on the branch beside her. Extinguishing the tiny flame, she remarked, "I do not share that sentiment. I believe there are many similarities between mages and warriors, and both have much to learn from one another." Lu Yin's interest was piqued further as she prompted, "Oh, pray tell." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yi pointed at Xiao Shui and elaborated, "For instance, the warrior's meditation parallels a mage's meditation, albeit with different focuses in terms of recovery. Additionally, warriors possess advantages that mages lack, such as physical stamina and strength. In the face of natural disasters, I believe a warrior and Amp, Oppos, S survival capabilities far surpass those of a mage." Lu Yin fell into deep thought. While Xiao Yu and Amp, Oppos, S observations were straightforward, the underlying truth was seldom acknowledged. Lu Yin gestured for Xiao Yu to continue. "Consider this. If I were to spar with a novice warrior, my chances of victory would barely reach 10%. Huh? Is it due to speed and strength?" Lu Yin inquired, to which Xiao Yu nodded. Before mastering intermediate magic, a mage and Amp, Oppos, S destructive capacity pales in comparison to that of a warrior. As for speed, aside from wind mages who can somewhat match a warrior's pace, other mages must rely on close-range spells to deter warriors, which often places them in a precarious position. With a sigh, Lu Yin remarked, "Only you hold such views. In this world, a figure known as the Magic Emperor symbolizes mages, while the martial sovereign represents warriors. Their victories and defeats dictate the status of mages and warriors alike, unless the tide of their battles shifts, allowing warriors to attain parity or even superiority over mages." Xiao Yi, holding a small fireball aloft, posed a challenge to Lu Yin. "If I were to hurl this fireball at you, would you be able to evade it?" Lu Yin chuckled, her expression conveying understanding. As Xiao Yi proclaimed her intent to test Lu Yin and Oppos' reflexes, she threw the fireball, which Lu Yin effortlessly dodged, causing it to explode upon contact with the dry leaves on the ground. Suddenly, Lu Yin emitted a soft grunt. A fireball had struck her back, the searing heat prompting her to jump up. "My apologies," Xiao Yi chuckled. Lu Yin shook her head, her gaze fixed on Xiao Yi, recognizing the intention behind the boy's actions. "Ms. Lu Yin, you wouldn't deem my maneuver underhanded, would you?" Xiao Yi inquired. "Combat knows no concept of dishonor. Underhandedness is merely a tactic." "Indeed, and tactics are simply manifestations of intelligence," Lu Yin affirmed. "One reason warriors struggle against mages in later stages is their over-reliance on brute strength while neglecting other aspects." Xiao Yi's words sparked a glimmer of realization in Lu Yin's eyes, as if she had grasped a crucial concept, only for it to slip away moments later. She regarded Xiao Yi with a curious expression. At that moment, the scene appeared somewhat comical, with Xiao Yi standing before Lu Yin, hands clasped behind his back, while Lu Yin stood attentively as if being instructed by Xiao Yi. If the martial arts instructor were to witness this, he would surely unleash a shattered earth in exasperation. Warriors possess greater strength and dazzling physical techniques than mages, yet their greatest disadvantage lies in mental fortitude. "Mental fortitude?" Xiao Yi affirmed. "Ms. Lu Yin, as a berserker, I am curious about the extent of your mental prowess." Upon hearing this, Lu Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment. "We warriors pursue strength and seldom train our mental faculties, which we deem of little use, hence my mental capacity is comparable to that of a magic apprentice." "Ah. This indeed highlights one of the primary reasons warriors falter against mages in later stages," Lu Yin mused. Lu Yan's surprise was palpable. So, if warriors were to cultivate their mental fortitude, they could contend with mages? Yet, mental prowess seems of no benefit to warriors. Ayue gestured for Lu Yan to sit. And once settled, he continued, "Firstly, you are mistaken on 2 counts. 1. It is not merely the cultivation of mental prowess that allows warriors to rival mages. I previously mentioned this is only one aspect. 2. Mental fortitude is not entirely useless to warriors. Then enlighten me on the benefits of mental fortitude for warriors." Lu Yan retorted, her tone slightly defensive. Ayue pondered for a moment before stating, "Although my experience with magic is limited, I understand that a mage's accuracy in magic increases with their mental strength. This is because mages utilize mental fortitude to lock onto targets before casting spells. The stronger the mental fortitude, the more precise the targeting. If my mental fortitude had been sufficiently powerful earlier, you would not have been able to evade that initial fireball." Lu Yan scoffed, "You underestimate me. Even if your mental fortitude were formidable, there is no way I could fail to evade a fireball coming straight at me." Without a word, Ayue stood and faced a nearby tree, conjuring a fireball in his right hand. "Teacher, pay close attention." Ayue gently focused his mental energy on a small point beside the tree trunk, then controlled a small fireball to launch forth. Under Ayue's deliberate guidance, the fireball moved slowly and steadily in a straight line. Lu Yan could immediately discern that if the fireball continued on its path, it would undoubtedly pass by the tree trunk, missing its target entirely. Was the young man before her planning to alter the trajectory of the fireball mid-flight, implying that with a stronger mental force, he could accelerate it to strike her? Yet, Lu Yan dismissed this notion. Even the most powerful sorcerers have their limits when casting spells, and a straightforward elemental magic could easily be evaded by a warrior. The fireball maintained its linear flight, and Ayue began to sweat lightly, as controlling the fireball and Appo's distance and speed was exceedingly taxing on his mental energy. Had he not dedicated the past few days to refining his magical manipulation, achieving this feat would have been unthinkable. As the fireball became parallel to the tree trunk, Ayue did not alter its course, and it indeed followed Lu Yan's prediction, missing the tree. However, to Lu Yan's astonishment, just as the fireball was about to graze the trunk, it suddenly wobbled slightly before erupting into a burst of flames. To call it an explosion might be an exaggeration. It merely transformed from a sphere into a burst of flame, lacking any significant power. Ayue exhaled, pleased with his accomplishment. "Teacher Lu Yan, what I wish to convey is that magic is ever-changing. Sorcerers do not solely rely on the unparalleled destructive force of magical elements. They also depend on their intellect. If I had locked my mental energy onto something other than a tree trunk, say, onto you, I believe you would easily evade my mental grasp. But what if it were my teacher, Li Beici?" Ayue's words led Lu Yan to ponder. If it were indeed Ayue's teacher, the esteemed principal, one of the last 3 archmages on the continent, locking onto her with mental energy, she would feel utterly vulnerable, akin to meat on a chopping block. "Teacher Lu Yan, if my instructor were to use the method I just demonstrated to change the form of magic and launch a surprise attack, how confident would you be in evading it?" Ayue inquired, gazing intently at Lu Yan. A bitter taste filled Lu Yan's mouth. She had always considered herself elite, having become a berserker at a young age in the Brave Empire, which she believed to be a commendable achievement. Yet now, confronted with the questions posed by a mere magic apprentice, she found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, should an archmage employ such a tactic to alter the form of magic, the result would far exceed a simple fireball. It could be a high-level fire spell or even a formidable incantation. Mental energy is not entirely useless to warriors. If a warrior possesses sufficiently robust mental power, they can indeed break free from a sorcerer and Appo's mental binding. Ayue and Appo's words struck Lu Yan like a heavy blow, leading her to an epiphany. For too long, warriors had followed the outdated mindset of relentlessly pursuing brute strength, resulting in a dead end. No one had considered the questions Ayue raised. And now that he had articulated them, Lu Yan found herself devoid of any rebuttal. While mental energy may seem irrelevant to a warrior and Appo's personal strength, it is immensely beneficial in the confrontation against sorcerers. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yan suddenly bowed deeply to Ayue, sincerely stating, "Thank you, Teacher Ayue. You have truly imparted a valuable lesson to me." Ayue and Appo's face flushed. He had not expected Lu Yan, the teacher of Xiaoshui, to act in such a manner, and he hastily waved his hands. "Oh, please, don't do that. It makes me shy." Chapter 15. The secret technique of the Magic Emperor. On the following day, Ayue did not accompany Xiaoxue, which surprised her somewhat. However, she was taken aback when she encountered her teacher, Lu Yin, at the entrance. "Oh, good morning, Teacher Lu," Xiaoxue exclaimed as Ayue waved to Lu Yin from behind her. Lu Yin shot Ayue a disapproving glance, realizing that the boy had his motives in mind when he spoke so much to her yesterday. He intended for her to take Xiaoxue to class and return her afterward. Lu Yin sighed, reflecting on how her authority as a teacher had diminished to this extent, where she was personally picking up students for class. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Xiaoxue inquired with surprise, gesturing for Lu Yin to enter the house. "Oh, it's nothing. I was planning to go for a morning jog and happened to pass by, so I thought I'd decall you to class," Lu Yin replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed about concocting such an excuse. Xiaoxue accepted this without suspicion and followed her teacher for training. Meanwhile, Lu Yin shot a glare at Ayue when Xiaoxue was looking, to which Ayue merely smiled nonchalantly. "Oh, there is no such thing as a free lunch. If one receives something, one must give something in return." Ayue stretched languidly, intending to share his encounter with the Magic Emperor and the Magic Codex with the headmaster. After all, the headmaster was his mentor and a descendant of the Magic Emperor, making it unnecessary to hide this matter from him. As he passed by the martial arts class, all the students greeted Ayue, who raised his hand in acknowledgement. The more than 20 dishes he had asked Qin Ming to prepare yesterday were not in vain. At least they had won the favor of those rascally students. Upon arriving at the central castle, where the headmaster resided, Ayue found himself unable to ascend. Although he understood that there was a spatial teleportation array, only teachers were permitted to activate it. He had not considered this earlier and pondered where he could find a teacher to assist him. Resigned, Ayue resorted to the most rudimentary approach. "Teacher, it's Ayue. Please come down," he shouted at the base of castle number 1. He called out repeatedly, straining his voice until it was hoarse, yet there was still no response from the headmaster. "Really, he must be getting old and can't hear well," Ayue muttered, preparing to sit down and rest when he suddenly heard the headmaster's calm voice from behind him. "Who are you calling old and hard of hearing?" Unbeknownst to him, the headmaster had appeared behind Ayue and seized his ear in questioning. "Ouch, ouch, it was Timmy. I didn't say that," Ayue cried out in pain. The headmaster released Ayue's ear with a disdainful snort, gesturing towards the central castle. "The spatial teleportation array can transport you to the top level. It's quite simple to activate. Just channel about 3 fireball spells worth of magic into the castle wall, and you'll be able to activate it. Remember this for next time." "Now I see why I had to shout so much," Ayue thought to himself. "So what brings you to find me?" the headmaster inquired. "Have you successfully mastered the magic?" "Well, that is one of the matters, but I have something exceedingly important to discuss with you." "Do not be astonished by what you hear," Ayue said mysteriously, glancing around cautiously. The headmaster smacked Ayue on the head and waved his hand, causing a surge of magic to envelop them, and in an instant, they found themselves in the headmaster's quarters at the top of the central castle. "Ah, it has changed a bit," Ayue remarked nostalgically. "Don't act as if you've been here for ages. Now, tell me what it is that could possibly astonish me," the headmaster replied, stroking his white beard. Once the topic turned serious, Ayue ceased his playful demeanor and looked earnestly at Li Beici. "Teacher, I have actually met that old coot, the Magic Emperor." The headmaster regarded Ayue with a look of incredulity for a long moment before turning away and walking into the room. "You may leave. Our master-disciple relationship is now severed." "Hey, wait, I'm telling the truth. Why don't you believe me?" Ayue protested desperately. The headmaster, unhurried, poured himself a cup of tea and asked, "Do you know who I am? Are you perhaps the mythical figure who is rarely seen, the old farmer from the countryside?" Ayue replied earnestly. The headmaster fell silent again. "How dare you? Do you wish to die? Do you not believe I could crush you with a fireball?" he roared, summoning a blazing fireball into his right hand. If this continued, the old man might truly unleash the fireball upon him, and the power wielded by a magic instructor was no joke. It could easily be fatal. All right. You're too old to take a joke. Of course, I know you are a descendant of the Magic Emperor." Ayue waved his hands in surrender. The headmaster grumbled, extinguishing the fireball in annoyance. "If you knew, why did you deceive me? If the Magic Emperor were to appear, he would certainly seek out his own descendant first. Not a little brat like you." Ayue smiled mischievously, observing the headmaster sip his tea before reciting a spell in the twilight of the setting sun. The wheel of time halts. Gods of despair and suffering chant beneath the golden sunlight. In the cleansing of blood and tears, can the tainted soul be purified? When fury reaches its zenith, I stand before the divine to guide the decree of the curse, the decree of the gods at sunset. The teacup slipped from the headmaster's grasp, shattering on the floor with a loud crash. His mouth agape, he stared in astonishment at Ayue, who wore a grin that seemed to invite a reprimand, his hands trembling with excitement. Headmaster, I trust you are familiar with this spell? Ayue inquired. The spell? A composite of fire, wind, earth, water, light, and darkness, the decree of the gods at sunset. This is one of the secret techniques of the Magic Emperor. Only his descendants could possibly know this spell. You truly seeing the headmaster's expression of shock, Ayue chuckled inwardly while maintaining a facade of calm. He then dropped another bombshell. Oh, it's nothing. I merely read it from the Magic Codex earlier. Boom. The magical elements within the wind magic instructor erupted, sending items flying around the room, and Ayue struggled to maintain his balance as chaos ensued. Calm down. Teacher, can you please refrain from being so agitated? Ayue shouted, clutching the table for support. The headmaster, spitting with excitement, retorted, How am I to remain calm? Do you know I have never met the Magic Emperor? How on earth did you manage to meet him? Once the headmaster finally calmed down, Ayue resumed speaking. That's what I wanted to tell you. As for the rest, I'll explain everything that happened during our first encounter, but you didn't seem to believe me. Ayue recounted how he and Xiaoxue were summoned to this world by the Magic Codex and how they met the Magic Emperor, who bestowed upon them a mission. The headmaster's astonishment only deepened with each word. You mean to say that the Magic Emperor wants you to confront the martial sovereign? The headmaster gasped. Taking a deep breath, Ayue nodded. But isn't the martial sovereign supposed to be dead? What is there to confront? Dead? Now it was Chiyoye's turn to be astonished. If the headmaster's assertion were true, what significance did the Magic Emperor's request hold? Was it worth opposing a mere ghost? Upon reaching the pinnacle of their respective powers, the mage ascends to the status of a saint mage, while the warrior attains the exalted rank of a battle saint. At this stage, their vitality approaches the realm of the infinite. However, during a fierce confrontation between the martial sovereign and the mage emperor, the martial sovereign suffered grave injuries, resulting in a depletion of his life force. Years later, he succumbed to his wounds, and this news sent shockwaves through the realm. The headmaster pondered deeply. What could the mage emperor possibly require of me in opposing the martial sovereign? Exclaimed Ayue. The headmaster, in a moment of exasperation, struck Ayue gently on the forehead. Do not refer to the mage emperor as an old man. After a prolonged silence, the headmaster reflected, there must be wisdom in the words of the mage emperor. Who would have thought that you, young one, could rise to become a saint mage? Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Ayue, with a quizzical look, retorted. What do you mean? This is directly from the mage emperor himself. The headmaster shook his head solemnly. If you do not dedicate yourself to your studies, you shall never become a saint mage. Ayue mumbled, Of course I am aware of that. The conversation drew to a close, yet the headmaster lingered, gazing longingly at Ayue. Did you not mention that the spell was something you had gleaned from the sacred tome of magic? Where is the sacred tome? Allow me to see it. Ayue turned away, playfully tossing his head back at the headmaster. That old tome has become a part of me. I cannot part with it. What? Such a waste. What an utter waste. The headmaster and Appo's voice echoed behind, filled with exasperation. Chapter 16. Count Stytic in the Magical Empire. There are 4 prominent counts, among whom Count Stytic is the most sinister and malevolent. He frequently oppresses the common folk, who dare not voice their anger. Should anyone provoke his displeasure, Count Stytic would not hesitate to strike and berate them. He dotes on his only son, Slater, and it is well known that anyone who incurs his son's wrath will face dire consequences. Whenever his son suffers even the slightest injury, Count Stytic is consumed with anguish. Therefore, upon learning that his beloved son has been harmed, he rushes to the school and finds Slater with his head wrapped in thick bandages. Enraged, Count Stytic confronts the principal, Mr. Basie. Mr. Principal, I demand to know how your institution allows such grievous injuries to befall my son. Count Stytic proclaims. Seated on the sofa in the principal's office, his voice laced with fury. Were it not for the fact that this Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts is the finest institution in the Empire, and that the principal is both a sorcerer and a descendant of a noble lineage, Count Stytic would have already reduced the establishment to ruins in his wrath. Unperturbed, Principal Basie remains calm and composed in his chair. Count Stytic, perhaps you should first inquire of your son how he came to be injured. If it was indeed an unprovoked attack by our students, rest assured that I shall deliver justice on your behalf. Count Stytic's expression darkens as he is well aware of the circumstances surrounding his son's injury. Li Baixi's words seem to dismiss him, igniting a flicker of menace in Count Stidic's gaze. He rises, seething. Very well, I shall overlook this for now. But I urge your institution to bolster its safety measures. The tranquility of the past is no longer assured. Please take your leave, Count, Li Baixi says, rising and gesturing dismissively with his sleeve, turning his back on the Count. Humph. Threats do not faze me, Count Stidic mutters as he storms out of the office, slamming the door behind him with a resounding bang. My lord, what transpired? His attentive attendant inquires cautiously. Send for Firekill to protect my son. I will not allow him to suffer further harm in this wretched school, Count Stidic commands in a low voice. At once, my lord, the attendant replies promptly. As Chiu approaches the principal and Apos' office, he encounters a middle-aged man with a lavish attire and a silver emblem of a pentagram on his shoulder, a symbol of noble status. Realizing this man is a Count, Chiu and Apos' thoughts race. Could he be Slater's father? Remembering how he had intervened during the altercation that led to Slater's injury, Chiu feels a surge of anger. He could overlook many things, but harming Shuejie is unforgivable. Who can truly comprehend the bond they share, so profound and intense? As Count Stidic brushes past Chiu, he catches a glint of coldness in the youth and Apos' eyes. Turning back, he notices the boy entering the principal and Apos' office. Count, what is your assessment of that youth? One of Stidic and Apos' aides queries. Count Stidic shakes his head, hastening away from the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. Upon entering the office, Chiu finds Principal Li Baixi beckoning him to take a seat. Was that man Count Stidic? Chiu inquires. Li Baixi nods, taking a puff from his pipe retrieved from the drawer. You must exercise caution. Count Stidic is ruthless and fiercely protective of his son, Slater. Should you find yourself at odds with him, tread carefully. What in Apos' the worst that could happen? He can end Apos' do anything to me within these school grounds. Chiu replies nonchalantly, biting into an apple from the principal's desk. Li Baixi sighs. Do not underestimate a Count's influence and power. If he truly intends to retaliate, I cannot guarantee your safety. Even I would struggle to shield you from harm, given the formidable henchmen he commands. Such as? Chiu prompts, intrigued. One of his subordinates, a sorcerer known as Firekill, though only a high-level magician, possesses a unique mastery of fire magic and has a reputation for ruthlessness. Having claimed many lives under Stidic and Apos' orders, you would do well to remain vigilant. ISN and Apos', that perilous, Chiu exclaims, taking another bite of the apple. Now you understand. From this moment forth, focus on your magical studies. The final exams are approaching. Should you fail, do not expect me to continue as your mentor, Li Baixi admonishes. Suddenly reminded that he and Shuejie joined midterm, Chiu realizes the final exams are imminent. The examinations here are conducted by year, with each group of students competing in duels. Victors progress, while those who lose may face elimination. Principal, you won and Apos' deny us the chance to take the exams, will you? Chiu pleads, discarding the apple core into the trash. Li Baixi chuckles. Shuejie is exempt from the exams, trained by a renowned warrior from the heroic empire. As for you, your success hinges on your efforts. Should you be bested in a duel, you will fail. That's utterly unfair. Chiu protests. The esteemed principal laughs heartily, stroking his beard. As my disciple, I must hold you to a higher standard. I have faith in your abilities. If you succeed in the final exams, I shall reward you with a treasure. A treasure? Chiu and Apos' interest peaks. Is it gold or diamonds? He inquires eagerly. Naturally, it will be something of practical use to you with the promise of a reward in the looming threat of adversaries. Chiu dedicates himself fervently to his magical studies. Occasionally, Principal Li Baixi observes his talented pupil and Apos' progress. When he witnesses Chiu skillfully maneuvering two small fireballs within a 100-meter radius, he nods in approval. This chosen one of the Magic Emperor indeed shows remarkable potential. He has grasped the nuances of magic almost instinctively. Perhaps the final exams will pose little challenge for this lad. Should I not consider raising the stakes? Unbeknownst to Chiu, an elder is quietly scheming against him. Chapter 17. Qin Siyu time stretches interminably for the mundane, yet it flits by like a fleeting shadow for those who have discovered their purpose and are imbued with motivation. 2 months have elapsed since my arrival in this world, and the growth of Chiu's magical prowess has been nothing short of astonishing. While students of the same grade progress from magic apprentices to junior magicians, Chiu is on the verge of transcending into a junior magician. already donning the robes of an apprentice while possessing the magical reserves of a competent intermediate magician. 5 crystalline red orbs swirl around the boy, his expression stoic, as he raises his hand toward a towering tree before him. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly unleashes his magic with a fervent command, sending the 5 orbs racing forth along divergent paths, striking the tree trunk almost simultaneously. With a resounding boom, it becomes evident that these are not mere orbs, but 5 fiery projectiles conjured from the rudimentary fire magic. Yet, can these truly be considered mere basic spells? Their potency rivals that of advanced magic. A subtle smile graces Ayue's lips, basking in his own prowess when a cold voice pierces through the air from behind a nearby tree. While your magic is formidable, do you not find it rather dull to assault a tree day after day? Turning in confusion, Ayue sees a girl clad in a black dress emerge from behind the tree, a book with a bookmark in hand. Her long black hair cascades down her shoulders, and her large eyes fixate on him. "Oh, it's Ayue. I thought it was someone else," he replies, recognizing her as Qin Ayue, the girl he first met with Qin Ming in the library. "Do not call me Ayue. I believe I and Appos V made that clear numerous times. Is your memory so lacking? Or is my message unclear?" She retorts icily. Ayue chuckles, reflecting that had he not grown closer to her during this time, he might have been swayed by her frosty demeanor, despite her icy exterior that suggests an impenetrable facade. Those who venture closer discover that she is not as frigid as she appears. Coincidentally, Ayue has been practicing the 4 elemental spells daily in front of the tree, while Ayue reads under another. This area was once her solitary haven, but now, with Ayue's fiery projectiles and explosive sounds, her concentration is frequently disrupted. However, given that Ayue once saved her life, she refrains from voicing her discontent, occasionally hinting at her frustration. Yet, whether Ayue is genuinely oblivious or simply feigning ignorance remains unclear. Ayue has contemplated adjusting her schedule to avoid him, but it seems his magical energy is inexhaustible, bombarding the tree from dawn till dusk. After damaging it, he uses water magic to nurture it, thereby ensuring that the tree not only survives but flourishes, its canopy now surpassing all others in the vicinity. In these nearly 2 months, Ayue has become a familiar presence in Ayue's life, often teasing him. Gradually, their relationship appears to be blossoming into friendship, unbeknownst to either. Ayue, with the final exams approaching, I notice you've been engrossed in your books without practicing magic. Do you think you'll pass the exams? Ayue feigns ignorance of her previous statement, continuing to use the affectionate moniker. Ayue sighs, relinquishing her earlier grievance, and leans against the tree trunk, saying, "It's fine. I can always repeat the year." Ayue is taken aback, her words suggesting she has indeed repeated a year. Sensing his confusion, she elaborates before he can inquire further. "My magical aptitude is slightly below average, though I possess the potential to become a magician. I am uncertain how far I can progress. I should be in the 2nd year, but due to having to repeat, I am still in the 1st. "Ah, I see." Ayue gazes into her eyes, noting the subtle disappointment behind her composed facade. Struggling academically can be disheartening, especially for a girl. And being a repeat student means she is likely older than her classmates, which could contribute to her aloof demeanor. "Do you think I am lacking? Unable to pass even the final exams?" Ayue gazes down at her book. "Not at all. Talent is not something everyone possesses, even if you struggle with magic. I believe there are other areas where you excel, so it is not fair to label yourself as useless." Ayue responds earnestly, shaking his head. A flicker of a smile graces Ayue's lips. What is happening to her? Generally reticent, she finds herself speaking freely with this seemingly fragile boy. Perhaps she perceives a reflection of herself in his clear gaze. "Why do you always practice magic alone here? Do you not have friends or family seeking you out?" she inquires. "Please, can you refrain from calling me and Appos, boy and Appos? Hearing it from someone my age feels rather odd," Ayue complains, scratching his head. Ayue flips a page back in her book, replying, "Then what would you have me call you? Eel or bug? Choose as you wish." "Fine, just an Appos, boy and Appos, will suffice. In truth, it matters little. I have no friends at the school, and as for family, it seems I only have my sister Shui. Oh, and there's the headmaster, my mentor. That old man. Achoo." The headmaster sneezes while grading papers, rubbing his nose and muttering, "That little brat Ayue must be speaking ill of me. How unfortunate to have taken on such a disciple." Ayue glances at Ayue, her heart secretly acknowledging, "Indeed, this boy and I share a commonality." Yet he confronts solitude with courage, embracing each day with joy, while I can only retreat into indifference. Noticing Ayue and Appos' gaze upon him, Ayue strikes a pose he deems striking, raising an eyebrow. Am I not quite handsome? Not at all, she replies. Come on, can't you be a bit more diplomatic? He retorts. I cannot speak falsely against my own conscience, she replies resolutely. Ayue, momentarily speechless, turns away and unleashes a barrage of fireballs at the tree in exasperation. Ayue covertly observes the boy's frustrated silhouette, a smirk of triumph gracing her lips. Chapter 18. The Ice Mountain Beauty has a fever during dinner that evening. Xiao Shui excitedly shared with Ayue the skills she had acquired over the past 2 months under her teacher and Appo's guidance. When Ayue learned that Xiao Shui had already become a junior warrior, he was genuinely astonished. Unlike mages, warriors have fewer ranks. With a total of 6 levels from junior warrior to battle sage, making a junior warrior equivalent to a junior mage. It seemed that Sister Shui indeed possessed the physique of a warrior. Qin Ming quietly ate her meal, and when both Ayue and Xiao Shui fell silent, she finally spoke up. Master, it seems that you and Qin Siyu have been spending quite a bit of time together lately. Are you two dating? Puffed. Cough, cough, cough. Ayue and Appo's face turned crimson as he vigorously patted his chest, struggling to regain his composure. He pointed his fork at the little maid and exclaimed, Don and Appo's, say such things. We merely have an occasional meal together. How could we possibly be dating? After hearing Qin Ming and Appo's words, Xiao Shui fell silent, resuming her meal only after Ayue denied any relationship with Qin Siyu. Oh, really? It doesn't seem that way, Qin Ming murmured. I think you're the one who seems off. Ayue rolled his eyes, surprised by the maid's unexpected curiosity. The following morning, Ayue returned to the usual spot to practice magic, but to his surprise, Qin Siyu was nowhere to be seen. It was improbable. That girl always appeared here at dawn, rain or shine. What could have happened today? Ayue scratched his head in confusion. Just as he pondered whether to look for Qin Siyu, he spotted her approaching unsteadily, her hand limply clutching a book, appearing utterly listless. Oh. I thought you wouldn't and Appo's come today. Ayue greeted her with a wave. Qin Siyu glanced at him but did not respond, leaning against a tree trunk and sitting down. This behavior caught Ayue's attention. Qin Siyu was typically elegant in her speech and actions, embodying the demeanor of a refined young lady. Such a careless act was unbecoming of her. As expected, it was not intentional. Upon sitting, Qin Siyu struggled to rise again, casting a shy glance back at Ayue. Last night, she should not have stayed up so late reading, only to doze off at her desk, leading to a fever upon waking that morning. Qin Siyu lived in the girls' and Appo's dormitory and had initially planned to rest today and not come here. However, she could not shake the image of Ayue from her mind. Had she developed feelings for him? The thought flitted through her mind, and she vehemently dismissed it. Yet, lying in her dormitory, she couldn't help but think that perhaps he would worry if she didn't show up. Thus, she resolved to drag her ailing self to this place. Surely, a fever wouldn't pose much of a problem, she thought. But in truth, the short walk had utterly drained her of energy, leading to her uncharacteristic behavior. Ayue furrowed his brow, sensing that Qin Siyu was unwell. As she struggled to stand, a strong arm suddenly grasped her, lifting her up. What are you doing? Let go of me. Qin Siyu protested weakly, but she lacked the strength to resist. Ayue gently admonished her to stay still, wrapping her in his embrace. What is he doing? What if someone sees us? Panic surged in Qin Siyu and Appo's mind, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, completely abandoning her usual icy demeanor. Indeed, to an observer, Ayue and Appo's actions could easily be misinterpreted as taking advantage of her. With one arm around her waist and their chests pressed closely together, Qin Siyu could feel the warmth of Ayue and Appo's not overly broad but sturdy chest, and the rhythm of his heartbeat sent a wave of unexpected exhilaration through her. Tears brimmed in her eyes, and she chided herself for being so shameless. Ayue reached out to touch her forehead. Indeed, the Ice Mountain Beauty had a fever. I can't and Appo's believe you came here while burning with fever. What and Appo's wrong? He began to scold her, only to notice the tears welling in her eyes. Poised to spill over, Qin Siyu bit her lip and turned her head away. After a moment, Ayue realized the predicament he was in. It seemed he was indeed taking advantage of her. I am sorry, I didn't notice, he stammered, quickly releasing her. However, as soon as he let go, Qin Siyu began to sway again, and he had no choice but to support her shoulders. Let go of me, she murmured softly, tears glistening in her eyes. Her pitiful expression rendering Ayue utterly speechless. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ayue insisted, You have a fever and can barely stand. How could I let you go? Why would you come here in this state? Why did I come here while burning with fever? Qin Siyu pondered, suddenly struck by the realization that perhaps she had come to confirm her feelings for him. Looking into Qiu Ye's anxious face, her heart inexplicably calmed, and her body softened, collapsing into his arms as she lost consciousness. What should I do? Carry this girl home? Tomorrow, rumors would surely circulate around the academy regarding our relationship. I wouldn't mind, but she is a girl. Should I pretend to be oblivious and simply walk away? With that thought, Qiu Ye turned to leave. 10 seconds later, he spun around and hoisted Qin Siyu onto his back. Let the rumors spread. A bold life requires no explanation. At the entrance, the little maid caught sight of Qiu Ye carrying Qin Siyu and wore a knowing smile. Don't you dare voice your current thoughts, or I'll make you wear a dress and do a handstand, Qiu Ye warned, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. As he walked through the academy, students gawked at him as if witnessing a remarkable spectacle, much to his annoyance. Hee, master, the long-suppressed desires have finally erupted at this moment. But fear not. Ming will always be your steadfast shield. You can do it. The little maid clenched her tiny fist and waved it proudly in front of her chest. Once they arrived at the villa, Qiu Ye placed Qin Siyu in an empty room and instructed Qin Ming, get her a cold towel to help with the fever. She fainted. Huh? Didn't you bring her back after knocking her out? Qiu Ye conjured a small fireball in his right hand. Go. Do a handstand against the wall while wearing a dress. I and Appos. LL fetch a hot towel, she stammered. Sighing, Qiu Ye dispelled the spell and covered Qin Siyu with a blanket. He felt that he was increasingly losing his authority as a master. This maid no longer feared him, though the weather was not yet scorching. Qiu Ye was drenched in sweat from carrying Qin Siyu. While showering, he asked the little maid to prepare a damp towel to help wipe Qin Siyu and Appos' body. With just half a month until the final exams, he felt confident. With his capacity to integrate various elemental magics, he could easily combine basic spells into more powerful ones. Using composite magic, he anticipated no difficulties in passing the first-year final exams. The conclusion of the final examinations heralds the onset of summer vacation. Although residing within the college ensures that both Qiu Yue and Xiao Xue have their needs met, Qiu Yue yearns to save some money. After all, it would be rather impudent to approach the teachers for essentials such as daily necessities and clothing. The prospect of seeking employment outside the college during the summer break is now a pressing consideration for Qiu Yue. However, the outside world remains a mystery to her. She is entirely unfamiliar with how to find a job, what opportunities exist, and the nature of the work available. Furthermore, having inadvertently harmed the son of Count Stiddick, she is acutely aware that the Count will not let her off so easily. Once she steps beyond the college and Appos' confines, retribution from Count Stiddick seems inevitable. What a perplexing predicament. Qiu Yue submerged her head in the bathwater, releasing a cascade of bubbles. Glug, glug. Chapter 19, the spring scene revealed. All on display when Qin Siyu awoke. It was midnight. The familiar surroundings momentarily startled her, but she soon recalled that she was in Qiu Yue and Appos' home. Not long ago, she had spent a night there with the other girls invited by Shylight, leaving her with some memories. Reflecting on the events of the day, a bitter smile crossed her lips. She had never before lost her composure in front of others. This was indeed a first. The door creaked open, and a girl clad in a maid's uniform entered, her face lighting up with a sweet smile upon seeing Qin Siyu awake. You're finally awake. You must be hungry. Please drink this kanji, she said, extending a bowl of clear porridge to Qin Siyu. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Siyu accepted the kanji, murmuring her thanks. This young lady. I am Qin Ming. You may simply call me by my name, the maid replied with a smile. Qin Siyu nodded and set the bowl on the bedside table, inquiring, Miss Qin Ming, did Qiu Yue bring me here? Yes. The master instructed me to check on you every half hour. Now that I see you are awake, I can rest easy, she replied. The master? You mean Qiu Yue? Qin Siyu asked, a hint of curiosity in her tone. Upon mentioning Qiu Yue, the maid and Appos' face brightened with genuine joy. Indeed, I am the master and Appos' exclusive maid. Exclusive maid? Qin Siyu's mind drifted to thoughts of noblemen and their exclusive maids, often entangled in scandalous affairs. She instinctively assumed that this maid shared an intimate relationship with Qiu Yue. Miss Qin Siyu, I will inform the master that you have awakened. Please enjoy your kanji, Qin Ming said before turning to leave. Despite the presence of a beautiful girl by his side, Qiu Yue also had an exclusive maid. It seemed true that no man was free from infidelity. Qin Siyu lamented silently. Before long, Ayue entered Chin Siyu and Appo's room, visibly relieved to see her resting against the bed. You truly are stubborn, with such a high fever. You ought to be resting properly, he admonished her as his first remark. Chin Siyu pouted, unexpectedly revealing a jealous expression as she retorted coldly, why do you meddle? You could have just left me to faint there. Hey, I did save you twice, you know? Can't you be a bit more gracious? Ayue placed his hands on his hips. Chin Siyu remained silent, acknowledging that he had indeed rescued her on 2 occasions. She was not one to forget a kindness. But the thought of Ayue living with 2 beautiful girls made her uncomfortable. Why should I feel discomfort? What does it matter with whom he resides? Chin Siyu thought. Yet her heart still felt heavy. Thank you for your hospitality. I think I shall return now, she said, lifting the covers. Wait, it's so late. You can't. Ayue began, but fell silent at the sight before him. After Qin Ming had bathed her, she had no clothing on, and now, as the covers were lifted, Chin Siyu's exquisite form was fully exposed to Ayue's gaze. Gulp. Ayue couldn't help but acknowledge the breathtaking view before him. Her smooth skin, delicate shoulders, and alluring curves ignited a fire within him. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, Chin Siyu hurriedly covered herself again, turning her head away, tears streaming down her beautiful eyes. Ayue scratched his head, standing awkwardly as he muttered, I'm sorry. Chin Siyu bit her lip, softly sobbing. Well, I lifted the covers myself. It's not your fault. No need for false apologies. Stubborn as she was, Chin Siyu placed great importance on her purity. And being seen like this would undoubtedly leave a mark in her heart, making her feel tainted. Ayue sighed. At this point, he could only attempt to alleviate the shadow this incident cast upon her. Taking a deep breath, he brazenly sat at the edge of her bed. Feigning nonchalance as he remarked, our lovely Siyu has such a beautiful body. Not only is her skin smooth and tender, but certain features are also quite enticing. Whoever marries you will be most fortunate. It makes one envious to think of your future husband. Chin Siyu's eyes widened at Ayue's flippant remarks. Was this how a typical boy reacted upon seeing a girl's body? His response was so utterly incongruous that she found herself momentarily speechless. To think I've been granted the privilege of seeing our Siyu's form. I am eternally grateful to the heavens. Even if I were to die now, I would do so without hesitation, having witnessed the most magnificent sight in the world. Ayue and Appo's words left Chin Siyu both embarrassed and anxious. She was mortified by his apparent fixation on her body and worried that if the maid entered again, it would lead to further complications. Wiping away her tears, she interjected. All right, enough already. Not talking. How can that be? Are you going to deny me the right to praise beauty? Every beautiful thing deserves admiration, and those who behold it have an obligation to express their appreciation. As a model youth of the 21st century, I must prioritize humanity, strive for excellence, reconstruct society, and elevate moral standards. As Ayue rambled on, becoming increasingly absurd, Chin Siyu grew more confused. Hearing him continue to extol her body's attributes, she felt a mix of embarrassment, anger, and urgency. Finally, unable to tolerate it any longer, she extended her slender leg and playfully kicked Ayue off the bed. Though it was a gentle nudge, Ayue exaggeratedly fell, colliding with the wall before slowly sliding down in a comically awkward manner. Chin Siyu quickly covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, though her amusement was unmistakable in her eyes. Rubbing his head, Ayue stood up, thick-skinned as ever, and returned to sit beside Chin Siyu, inhaling her faint floral scent as he softly said, I was in the wrong earlier. If you're still upset, feel free to hit or scold me. Chin Siyu shot him a glance, wiping the tears from her eyes. Upon seeing the red, swollen mark on his forehead, her heart ached, and she gently reached out to touch it. Why are you so nice to me? I'm neither beautiful nor academically gifted, and my demeanor is rather cold, she mused. Ayue shook his head, grasping her hand and placing it back beneath the covers. I don't quite know why. You remind me of my former self. The loneliness in your eyes tugs at my heart, compelling me to draw closer to you. I cannot bear to witness your solitude, as I have tasted that bitterness myself. Is that all? Chin Siyu felt a twinge of disappointment. Ayue pondered for a moment before continuing, of course, it and Appo's. That's not just that. My Siyu, you possess beauty, charm, and an alluring physique. Naturally, I wish to treat you well. Isn't that sexual harassment? Chin Siyu shot him a disapproving look. Not at all. I merely speak the truth based on what my eyes perceive, he replied, inadvertently glancing at her body under the covers, trailing off into unwelcome thoughts. Stop thinking like that. Qin Siyu shyly glared at Qiuyi, who let out a dry chuckle, feeling a sense of relief. The unconventional approach of vocalizing concerns can gradually diminish their significance. Having observed this method, it indeed proves effective. Chapter 20. The three great necromantic spells. Akiha was uncertain when he had drifted off to sleep on Qin Siyu and Appo's bed. Upon awakening, he found himself lying under the covers in the very bed where Qin Siyu usually slept, yet she was nowhere to be seen. Yawning, he stepped out of the room. The morning light illuminating the space, and he could hear the lively chatter of girls in the living room. "What are you all discussing so early in the morning?" Akiha inquired as he entered the living room, where Shuejie, Qin Siyu, and Qin Ming were gathered. "Moreover, how did you tease her yesterday?" Xiao Shui shot Akiha a disapproving look. Akiha settled next to Xiao Shui, resting his head on her shoulder as he replied with a grin that was merely an accident. The true instigator was Qin Ming. After all, she was the one who undressed Siyu. "Wah, master, you are betraying me," Qin Ming exclaimed, her face a picture of grievance. Xiao Shui gently nudged Akiha and Appo's head, saying, "Quickly wash your face and brush your teeth. We are waiting for you to have breakfast." Understood. When Akiha headed to the bathroom, Qin Siyu asked Xiao Shui, "Is Akiha your younger brother? I heard him call you Shuejie." "Younger brother?" "Well," Xiao Shui pondered for a moment. "It's somewhat accurate. Perhaps our relationship is far more intimate than that of typical siblings." "Intimate in what sense?" "Our understanding of each other is profound, and we are willing to make sacrifices for one another." Qin Siyu nodded, recognizing that such a relationship indeed transcended ordinary sibling bonds. "By the way, how is your health? Siyu, have you recovered?" Xiao Shui had begun to refer to Qin Siyu as Siyu, similar to Akiha. "Thank you for your concern. I am fine now." Qin Siyu replied gratefully, though she was a year older than Akiha and the same age as Xiao Shui. The gentle Xiao Shui seemed more like an elder sister when they were together. After breakfast, Xiao Shui left with teacher Lu Yin, who had come to visit. Qin Ming stayed home to do chores while Akiha and Qin Siyu set off together. As they approached the usual training grounds for magic, Akiha suddenly grasped Qin Siyu's hand. "What are you doing?" Qin Siyu's hand trembled slightly at his touch, a blush creeping across her cheeks. For some reason, she had become increasingly sensitive to Akiha and Appo's contact. "You've just recovered. You shouldn't go to the usual training area. Let us find somewhere to rest," Akiha suggested. Qin Siyu glanced at him and turned away, saying, "Then let us go to the library. We can sit and read there, and it's quite tranquil." "The library?" Akiha mused, realizing that this girl truly loved reading. Nevertheless, the library's serene environment indeed made it an excellent place for recuperation. With that thought, Akiha and Qin Ming made their way to the library located in Castle Number 3. With the final exams approaching, everyone was preoccupied with practicing magic or martial skills, leaving the library nearly deserted. Qin Siyu effortlessly navigated to the shelves, pulled out a book, and settled into a chair to read, while Akiha wandered aimlessly among the bookshelves. With no particular book in mind, he decided to browse. This led him to discover a peculiar tome tucked away in the corner, covered in a thick layer of dust. Upon opening it, he realized it was a notebook rather than a conventional book. "What is this? How could it be housed in the library?" Akiha wondered. Curiosity piqued as he flipped through the pages, only to be met with a cloud of dust. Cough, 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 cough. After waving his hands to disperse the dust, he began to discern the writing. The first page read, "The three great necromantic spells." The three great necromantic spells. Akiha paused for a moment. From the title, it seemed to document three exceedingly malevolent forms of magic. Such spells were best left unexplored. He shook his head, intending to return the notebook to its place. However, the memory of Shylight looming over Xiao Shui ignited a surge of anger within him. At that moment, Akiha felt particularly restless, a tumultuous desire to unleash his frustrations. Whether it was a necromantic spell or a holy incantation, as long as it could empower him, he would learn it, even if it were a dark curse. With that determination, he resolutely opened the notebook. Author's note: the three great necromantic spells were painstakingly devised by a notorious killer seeking vengeance against his enemies. Each spell possesses formidable power, lacking the grandeur of typical magic yet meticulously designed for the sole purpose of murder, embodying the essence of practicality over ostentation. However, while these necromantic spells are powerful, they require a coalition of multiple mages to cast. This is their drawback. A killer. What a formidable title. As for the limitation of requiring multiple mages, Akiha was a master of all magical disciplines, thus unbound by such restrictions. Turning the pages, Akiha encountered the first necromantic spell, death and amp, Appos, Needle of Doom, a synthesis of wind, earth, darkness, and metal magic. When cast, it transforms earth elements into fine needles. Reinforced by metal elements, accelerated by wind elements, and imbued with corrosive power from darkness elements. The target, struck by countless densely packed needles, would succumb to decay from the inside out due to the dark element's corrosive properties. Akiha gasped, marveling at the wickedness of such magic. The incantation was, "Wretched spirit reborn from the nether, break free from chains to return to the realm of the living, transform into a vengeful specter to repay past grievances." The heart that has long ceased to beat awakens anew, entwined in love and hatred, journeying towards the ultimate end, necromantic spell, death and amp, Appos, Needle of Doom. After absorbing the first spell, Akiha noted the incantation and perused the underlying principles of the magic. He skimmed through the remaining 2 necromantic spells, realizing that mastery of the first spell was essential before studying the others, so he decided to focus on learning the first spell. However, mastering the first necromantic spell was no simple task. Just converting the earth element into needle form posed a significant challenge, unless one had refined control. Transforming it into something as small as a needle, let alone a needle, would be nearly impossible. Having lunch with Ayue, Akiha noticed numerous curious glances directed their way. Astonished that the Ice Queen, Ayue, would dine with a boy. Yet, both Akiha and Ayue remained unfazed, continuing to eat and converse amidst the scrutiny. Of course, Akiha dominated the conversation, while Ayue remained silent, not uttering a word. It wasn't until evening that Akiha parted ways with Ayue and returned to the villa, where he found Xiaoshui had also come back. Greeting her, Akiha intended to retreat to his room, but Xiaoshui called out to him. She pulled Akiha into her room and locked the door behind them. "Shuijie, what is this about?" Akiha asked, perplexed. Xiaoshui glanced at him, biting her lip before wrapping her arms around his waist and resting her cheek against his chest. "Recently, it seems you've been ignoring me, Akiha." Akiha was taken aback, feeling the warmth of the girl in his embrace, a tinge of melancholy stirring within him. "And no, that's not true," he stammered, denying the reality. Xiaoshui spoke earnestly. "But you haven't been as clingy as before, making me feel a bit lonely." Sighing, Akiha resolved to convey his true feelings. "I've been somewhat distant these past few days." "Why?" "Because I couldn't protect you, and you suffered harassment from that beast, Shylight." Akiha and Appos' voice trailed off, growing softer. "Are you still troubled by what Shylight did to me?" "You must think I am unclean now," Xiaoshui insisted, lifting her head defiantly to meet Akiha's gaze. Autumn Leaf was taken aback. Shuijie had never displayed such stubbornness before, having always been gentle. It was evident that his actions had indeed caused her distress. No, he absolutely did not believe that. He truly loathed himself for lacking the strength to protect Shuijie. Xiaoshui took a deep breath, lifted her head, and calmly closed her eyes, saying, "If that is the case, then you should kiss me. Today." Shuijie was inexplicably different, and the thought of initiating a kiss filled Autumn Leaf with exhilaration. Xiaoshui understood the reason behind her actions. The matter concerning Shylight had always created a rift between her and Autumn Leaf. While the profound bond between them would not be diminished by this rift, it would inevitably be affected, especially as she observed Autumn Leaf growing closer to Ayue. The thought of him potentially leaving her filled Xiaoshui with anxiety, prompting her to desperately seek a resolution to this discord. Physical contact was the most direct means. Gritting his teeth, Autumn Leaf closed his eyes and slowly pressed his lips against Xiaoshui's. Xiaoshui's entire body trembled as she forcefully held Autumn Leaf's head and let her tongue explore. Autumn Leaf's eyes widened, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Chapter 21. The approach of final exams. As the morning sun streamed through the window, Xiaoshui gazed with a smile at the Autumn Leaves nestled in her embrace, savoring the warmth of the body beside her. It was the most restful night she had experienced since arriving in this other world. Their garments had vanished, yet they had not crossed the final boundary. "Shui, Sister Shui, the final exams are imminent. It would be wise to refrain from such activities for now." The memory of Qiu Yi's flushed face as he uttered those words caused an uncontrollable smile to bloom on Xiaoshui and Appos' lips. She fully understood that Qiu Yi and Appos' concern was genuine, albeit tinged with shyness, as he had never encountered such intimacy before. His rapid breaths and signs of faintness when their bodies brushed against each other indicated a palpable attraction. Xiaoshui felt a sense of relief wash over her. After much contemplation during her time in this world, She realized that she cherished Qiuyi more than anyone else. She could not afford to lose him. And the only path forward was to become partners in life. Last night, she had hoped to solidify their bond through physical union. But Qiuyi's demeanor and words made it clear that their connection was already unbreakable, even without a physical union. No one could take her place in Qiuyi and Appo's heart. With this understanding, Xiao Shui felt completely at ease. After their passionate encounter, they had drifted off to sleep in each other's arms without crossing any further lines. She wondered what Qiuyi's expression would be upon waking. Surely he would feel bashful enough to want to disappear into the ground. Xiao Shui chuckled to herself as she contemplated his sleeping face. Girls are often shy, yet Xiao Shui knew Qiuyi too well. Even in their current candid state, she felt no discomfort or embarrassment. Yes, being with this boy, her childhood companion, felt natural. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as they were together, nothing felt out of place. Unbeknownst to her, Qiuyi had already awakened but refrained from opening his eyes, feeling that someone else had risen before him. The recollection of their passionate night and their current situation left him feeling too shy to face the world. Shui, stop teasing, he finally said. Opening his eyes to find Xiao Shui's hand wandering playfully across his chest and gradually descending. With a playful smile, Xiao Shui leapt from the bed. Dressing in front of him and mischievously winking, Sister Shui slept very well last night. Thank you. You're welcome, he replied, still feeling a bit flustered. The following days were uneventful, until the long-awaited final exams arrived on a cloudless day with the sun shining brightly. Nervous? Qiuyi pondered as he inspected his reflection in the mirror. To say he was not nervous would be a lie. But he knew he had to confront the reality before him, splashing cold water on his face. He joined Xiao Shui at the designated exam venue at the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. The academy comprised 3 grades, with the exams spread over 3 days. First-year students on the first day, second-year students on the second, and third-year students on the third. Every exam was monitored by all the magic instructors, 18 in total, along with 3 martial arts teachers. To clarify, there was only one martial arts class at the academy, the same one attended by Qiuyi and his friends. In addition to the martial arts teacher Qiuyi had met previously, there was another who taught in shifts. And the third was Lu Yin from the Brave Empire, who was only a nominal instructor at the academy, with Xiao Shui as her sole disciple. Well, there are indeed a lot of mages, Xiao Shui exclaimed, observing the nearly 60 first-year mages. Ah, my lady, you are mistaken. While the Royal Academy boasts many mages, their numbers across the continent are quite sparse. Warriors are far more numerous, Qiuyi clarified. Upon hearing a voice, they turned to see Dingzi, a fire mage from the first year, approaching them. Beautiful lady, I am Dingzi. I look forward to your guidance, he said, bowing gracefully before Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui glanced at Qiuyi, who sheepishly scratched his head. He asked the one we met in the cafeteria when you were taken by Charlotte. We can consider him an acquaintance. Acquaintance? Oh, how disheartening, Dingzi exclaimed, feigning despair. Hello, I and Appo's, Xiao Shui. Thank you for your help last time. She replied with a slight bow. No need for thanks. I merely disapproved of Charlotte and Appo's actions, and I did not do much, Dingzi waved dismissively. Regardless, I truly appreciate your assistance, Xiao Shui said graciously, her demeanor elegant. Dingzi nudged Qiuyi playfully. Brother, isn't it quite touching to rescue a damsel in distress? Have you not won her heart? Well, it's not as if we are, Qiuyi hesitated, contemplating the passion they had shared, and the words faltered on his lips. Oh, I envy you. You are indeed fortunate, you know. Xiao Shui's popularity among the boys in our academy is unparalleled. I conducted a survey, and 80% of the male students expressed a desire to be in a relationship with her, Dingzi remarked, blending admiration with envy. Qiuyi, it seems the exams are about to begin. Aren't and Appo's. Are you going to prepare? Xiao Shui pointed out as she noticed several students collecting their identification numbers from the proctors. Dingzi patted Qiuyi on the shoulder. Good luck, brother. I wish you success in the final exams. Qiuyi was taken aback by Xiao Shui's popularity at school, gazing at her beautiful and gentle visage, unable to suppress a gulp. After spending so much time together, he realized that his childhood companion had blossomed into a stunning beauty. Noticing Qiuyi's gaze, Xiao Shui turned to him and offered a warm smile, prompting Qiuyi to feel the piercing stares of envious male classmates directed at him. It seemed Dingzi's words held a kernel of truth. Reflecting on the admiration that surrounded Xiao Shui, especially after their intimate encounter the night before, Qiuyi felt a swell of pride in his heart. Accompanied by Xiao Shui, he collected his identification number, 25. With 58 first-year students, the pairing would see numbers 1 against 58, 2 against 57, and so forth, with Qiuyi facing off against number 34. With some time to spare, Qiuyi and Xiaoshui chose to sit beneath the shade of a tree, enjoying the warm summer weather. The tree provided a distant view of the exam arena, allowing them to hear the proctors announcing the identification numbers. "Are you nervous?" Xiaoshui inquired. "Just a bit," he admitted. Xiaoshui smiled and gently wiped the sweat from his brow with her sleeve. "Dawn and amp. Oppos. Be anxious. Just treat it like your regular training." "Sister Shui, don't you feel nervous when facing others?" Qiuyi asked, curious about her experience. "I spar with the instructors daily. I have grown accustomed to combat," she replied. Qiuyi realized that Xiaoshui had progressed significantly, while he had yet to engage in any real combat, having only practiced with the tree or used small birds as targets. Certainly, Qiuyi merely chased after the birds with fireballs and wind blades, posing no real threat to them. Although mentally prepared, when Qiuyi witnessed 2 magical duels unfolding in the examination hall, exchanging spells back and forth, a slight perspiration emerged in his palms. Xiaoshui grasped Qiuyi's hand with her own, pressing her body closely against him, resting her head on his shoulder to alleviate his stress. This tactic proved effective. Enveloped in Xiaoshui's delicate fragrance, Qiuyi's heart gradually found tranquility. At that moment, a voice filled with astonishment rang out beside them. "Qiuyi, why are you two?" Chapter 22, Confessions and Heartbreak. Qin Siyu looked incredulously at the intimate scene between Qiuyi and Xiaoshui, who were nestled together under the grand tree, resembling a perfect couple. "Siyu." "Hey," Qiuyi greeted with a cheerful wave. Unlike Qiuyi's carefree demeanor, Xiaoshui shifted slightly to the side and said, "Siyu, come sit with us." Conflicted emotions swirled within Qin Siyu. Without a moment's thought, she complied and seated herself beside Xiaoshui. "Xiaoshui, what exactly is your relationship with him?" After a moment of silence, Qin Siyu asked bitterly. Xiaoshui glanced at Qiuyi, who scratched his head in confusion. "What kind of relationship? Are we a couple? Siblings? Childhood friends?" This was the first time Qiuyi pondered the nature of his relationship with Xiaoshui, and he found himself at a loss for words. Xiaoshui too was taken aback. What was their relationship, indeed? "Oh, so that's how it is. I understand now," Qin Siyu said, casting a deeply resentful glance at Qiuyi, her disappointment palpable. As a girl, Xiaoshui noticed Siyu's reaction and realized that she had developed feelings for Qiuyi. But how should she handle this situation? If she remained silent, Qiuyi, with his oblivious nature, might never realize that a girl harbored feelings for him. Yet, if she revealed Siyu and Oppos' affections, would Qiuyi choose to be with her instead? The thought of Qiuyi leaving her for Siyu sent a chill through Xiaoshui's heart. Feeling the tension in the air, Qiuyi broke the silence. Why is everyone so quiet? Is it hot?" Qin Siyu remained unresponsive, hugging her knees and staring blankly ahead, ignoring his words. Observing the boy and amp, Oppos' profile, Xiaoshui sighed. She couldn't and amp, Oppos' afford to be selfish. It was his choice to make, and as long as he was happy, that was what mattered most. With this thought, Xiaoshui gently nudged Siyu's shoulder and, taking a breath, asked, "Siyu, do you like Qiuyi?" The moment the words left her mouth, Qiuyi and Qin Siyu reacted differently. Qiuyi gaped at Xiaoshui, while Siyu's response was far more dramatic. She leaped to her feet, her cheeks flushed, exclaiming, "No, that and amp, Oppos, that's not true." Qiuyi could swear that this was perhaps the loudest he had ever heard Siyu speak. Nearly a shout. The commotion drew the attention of several onlookers. Xiaoshui stood up and gently urged Siyu back down, softly saying, "As a fellow woman, I understand your feelings. I didn't want to bring it up, but if I don't, you'll never voice what you truly feel, right?" Qin Siyu hesitated. Her thoughts laid bare by Xiaoshui's words. Stealing a glance at Qiuyi, she saw him staring blankly, his mouth agape, encouraged by Xiaoshui's supportive gaze. She took a deep breath and earnestly declared, "Qiuyi, I think I truly like you." Confession. Qiuyi's heart raced at the unexpected turn of events. Never had he imagined he would be confessed to like a protagonist in a novel. What should he do next? Should he adjust his appearance, or perhaps freshen up? Oh, did he eat too much breakfast this morning? His mind was a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts, leaving him momentarily stunned. "I don't even know when I started liking you. Perhaps it was after our encounter at the library, or during the 2 months we spent together. Or maybe it was when you took care of me while I was ill. In any case, I like you." Qin Siyu poured her heart out, nearly laughing at Qiuyi's astonished expression. But then, Recalling the closeness shared between Xiaoxue and Chuya moments ago, her mood darkened once more. Chuya, stop dawdling. Respond. Xiaoxue poked him. Chuya looked at Xiaoxue with a peculiar expression. How was he supposed to reply? Don't keep her waiting, regardless of your feelings. You must express what's in your heart, Xiaoxue whispered. Oh, Chuya nodded, turning towards Qin Siyu. Habitually scratching his head, he said, I and Apos, am really glad you said you like me. This is the first time a girl has confessed to me, especially such a beautiful girl. Qin Siyu and Apos' heart raced at his words, feeling warmth spread through her. Did this mean he? But Xiaoya's next words plunged her into despair. However, I like Xiaoxue so. I'm sorry. Xiaoxue sighed, torn between joy and sorrow at the outcome she both desired and dreaded. While she was elated that Xiaoya liked her, witnessing Qin Siyu and Apos' despondent expression caused a pang of pain in her kind heart. Watching Qin Siyu leave, dejected, Xiaoya leaned helplessly against the tree. It was painfully difficult to reject a girl who liked him. The memories of their 2 months spent together replayed in his mind. He had unwittingly grown so close to this icy beauty. Xiaoxue wanted to say something, but just then, the invigilator called for candidate 25. Xiaoya stood up, and together with Xiaoxue, they walked toward the examination venue. The exam space was approximately 25 meters square. Xiaoya handed his identification card to the invigilator, who paused in surprise upon recognizing him, then patted Xiaoya on the shoulder, signaling him to enter the arena. Hey, isn't this kid the all-system magician? Really? Doesn't and Apos, that mean his opponent is in for a rough time? Of course. Although he hasn't Apos, attended many classes I and Apos, heard he is the principal and Apos' apprentice. What stature does the principal hold? A magic master. His disciple cannot be mediocre. As soon as Chuya entered the arena, whispers filled the air. An elder in a magician's robe approached the field, scrutinizing Chuya intently, though Chuya had not left the campus. The fame of the all-system magician had already spread across the magical continent, prompting Charles, the president of the Magic Guild, to attend the exam personally. Principal Li Baisi soon arrived. After a brief exchange with Charles, he looked at Chuya, who stood dazed in the center of the arena. This boy seems off. Why does he look so listless? Candidate 25, Chuya, please take your position. Candidate 34, hurry up. The invigilator shouted several times before a female student stepped forward. Upon seeing her, Chuya froze in place. It was Qin Siyu, the very girl who had just confessed to him. In her eyes, a sorrowful glint flickered. She attempted to maintain her usual aloof demeanor, but the grievance in her heart urged her to cry out to Chuya. Candidate 34, Qin Siyu, take your position. The exam begins now, lasting 10 minutes. No attacks to the opponent's vital points are allowed. Candidates who exhaust their magical energy or choose to surrender will be deemed unsuccessful. The invigilator, after receiving a nod from the principal, recited the rules, then waved his hand to signal the start of the exam. Neither had anticipated encountering each other under such circumstances. With a sigh in her heart, Qin Siyu lifted her hand, conjuring an ice blade that shot towards Chuya's abdomen. Li Baisi and Charles simultaneously furrowed their brows. Both possessed considerable mastery of magic and could readily discern that this ice blade posed no threat whatsoever. A mere flicker of magical energy from the opponent would suffice to deflect it. Clearly, the girl named Qin Siyu had deliberately held back, either not exerting her full strength or harboring no intention of truly engaging with Xiaoyi. Charles wished to ascertain Xiaoyi and Apos' genuine capabilities. Yet how could he gauge the prowess of an all-encompassing magician when the adversary was intentionally restraining herself? Just as Charles contemplated calling for a halt, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Standing in the center, Xiaoyi neither dodged nor unleashed his magic. The easily avoidable ice blade hurtled towards him and, to the astonishment of onlookers, pierced straight into his abdomen. A muffled groan escaped his lips as the impact propelled him backwards several paces, blood seeping through his magical robe. His body swaying precariously. Qin Siyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed this scene. In an extraordinary display of strength, her petite form surged forward, rushing to catch Xiaoyi before he collapsed, cradling him in her arms. Why didn't you evade? Qin Siyu asked, tears streaming down her cheeks, her lip trembling. Xiaoyi shook his head, attempting to speak, but the excruciating pain from the melting ice blade lodged in his abdomen rendered him mute. Quick, to the infirmary, the supervising teacher shouted as he rushed forward. Qin Siyu gritted her teeth, striving to lift Xiaoyi, but despite her efforts, she could not manage to do so. No matter how light Xiaoyi might be, he was not someone who could be easily lifted by a girl like her. Xiao Shui dashed over, swiftly scooping Qiuyi from Qin Siyu and Amp, Appos, grasp and sprinting toward the infirmary, her golden hair brushing against Qin Siyu and Amp, Appos, cheek as she turned. Qin Siyu knelt on the ground, staring blankly at her blood-stained hands, as everything around her seemed to drift slowly away. Chapter 23. Richard's Test Principle. I wonder how your disciple is faring? Shortly after the autumn leaves were taken to the infirmary, Charles, the president of the Magic Guild, sought out Libes for information. Nothing serious, just a mere ice blade. Under the light healing magic, he will recover swiftly. Within no more than a short tea break, Libes replied. Charles nodded thoughtfully and inquired, why did your disciple not evade the attack? The ice blade was clearly a feigned strike. Libes shook his head, gently stroking his white beard while chuckling softly. Ah, the follies of youth are often perplexing, yet they reveal much upon reflection. You were eager to assess my disciple's potential, were you not? Why not guide the lad yourself? A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Charles's eyes. Is this truly the case? Ha! Dear boy, after all these years. Would I dare deceive you? Let us proceed to the infirmary and see how the lad fares. I trust he remains lively under the care of our esteemed faculty. The principal and Charles strolled towards the infirmary, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Indeed, as Libes had stated, Autumn Leaf was fully healed, with no signs of injury remaining from the treatment of the third-year light magic instructor. Qin Siyu and Xiao Shui stood vigil by Autumn Leaf and Appos' side. The atmosphere within the infirmary weighed down by an oppressive silence. I am sorry, Qin Siyu murmured, bowing her head. It is nothing. I was merely careless for a moment. Do not blame yourself, Autumn Leaf replied gently, meeting Qin Siyu's gaze. Xiao Shui glanced between Autumn Leaf and Qin Siyu, her thoughts shrouded in uncertainty. Rising from the bed, Autumn Leaf stretched his limbs and declared, I did not pass the first round of examinations. Let us proceed to the second round. Just as he was about to exit, the infirmary door swung open, and the principal along with an unfamiliar elderly gentleman entered. Young man, allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, Charles, the president of the Magic Guild. He is a friend of mine, here to evaluate your potential, Libes introduced. Good day, sir, Autumn Leaf greeted casually. Charles nodded, observing Autumn Leaf intently. It is evident that a distinguished teacher breeds a remarkable pupil. Your instructor informs me that you have only been enrolled for a little over 3 months. Yet your magical prowess is already impressive. Quite commendable indeed. Autumn Leaf and Amp, Appos' internal magical reservoir had reached the threshold of a novice mage, and in due time, he could potentially ascend to the level of an intermediate mage with an astonishing 7-fold absorption rate of magical energy. You flatter me. I must attend the final examinations now. So I shall take my leave, Autumn Leaf said, bowing respectfully to Charles. Wait a moment, Libes interjected, blocking Autumn Leaf and Appos' path. Autumn Leaf looked at the principal in confusion. You need not participate in the final examinations. My friend here wishes to assess your abilities personally. Should you earn his approval, you will be deemed to have passed your final exams, and you shall be exempt from all future assessments. This proposition was undeniably enticing to Autumn Leaf. Every student yearns for the chance to graduate without the burden of examinations. He found himself unable to resist the allure of such an offer, agreeing without hesitation. Ha, truly. You are the disciple of the esteemed mage Libes, refreshingly straightforward. Let us not delay. We shall proceed to the examination venue. I believe everyone is eager to witness the prowess of a universal mage, Charles laughed heartily, placing a hand on Autumn Leaf's shoulder as they made their way to the examination hall. Upon arrival, the principal briefed the proctor, who promptly organized the setting, expanding the examination area to allow Autumn Leaf and Charles to unleash their magical abilities freely. Be cautious, for he is a mage, Xiao Shui warned with concern. Fear not. He is an elder and seeks merely to test me, without any undue seriousness, Autumn Leaf reassured her. Qin Siyu opened her mouth to speak, her worried thoughts left unvoiced as she stood beside Xiao Shui. Autumn Leaf nodded to Qin Siyu and stepped into the examination hall, where 21 proctors swiftly established order among the surrounding students. Once Autumn Leaf was prepared, Charles addressed him. You may attack whenever you are ready, using any method you believe will pose the greatest challenge to me. All forms of magic are permitted. Taking a deep breath, Autumn Leaf summoned his magical energy, conjuring 3 small fireballs that danced around him. What exquisite control! To have mastered such delicate manipulation within merely 3 months of enrollment. Truly a prodigy, Charles exclaimed, his admiration palpable as he watched Autumn Leaf stabilize the 3 fireballs. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Though it was a first-year examination, numerous second- and third-year students had gathered, eager to witness the feats of this universal mage. As Autumn Leaf showcased his skills, applause erupted from the onlookers. Yet the astonishment did not end there. In a mere heartbeat, the 3 irregularly shaped fireballs morphed into 3 orbs resembling red crystals, leaving the spectators wide-eyed in disbelief. No one had anticipated a transformation of such nature. They believed that it would be more prudent to focus on learning more advanced spells rather than altering the forms of existing magic. However, as they sensed the explosive power contained within Autumn Leaf's fireballs, they began to grasp the significance of such fine manipulation. Indeed, a genius. Charles could find no other words of commendation. While he could also achieve such a feat, he had only begun to appreciate the nuances of precise control and transformation of magical forms upon reaching advanced mage status. Autumn Leaf had recognized it far earlier. Yet mere intelligence is insufficient. One must also possess the wisdom to wield it. Elemental spirits of flame that dwell in the air, heed my call, and transform into blazing fireballs to assist me. Fireball technique. With a flourish, Charles sent a searing fireball hurtling towards Autumn Leaf, reciting the incantation to alert him. A scene reminiscent of earlier battles unfolded as Autumn Leaf stood motionless, staring intently at the fireball conjured by the mage. Ayue, in a moment of panic, felt compelled to rush forward but was restrained by Xiao Shui. Autumn Leaf must have his reasons for acting this way. Xiao Shui reassured herself, placing her faith in him. Just as the fireball was about to collide with Autumn Leaf, the 3 fireballs surrounding him erupted into a swirling inferno, encasing him in a miniature tornado of flames. Charles's fireball struck the rapidly rotating flames surrounding Autumn Leaf with little resistance, spiraling along with them before being absorbed as mere elemental energy. This maneuver left the surrounding students perplexed. They could not fathom how Autumn Leaf could possibly absorb a fireball launched by a mage, given its power exceeded that of basic spells. While the students were in the dark, the teachers, the principal, and Charles, who had unleashed the fireball, understood perfectly. The flames swirling around Autumn Leaf had obviously been infused with wind elements, significantly enhancing the suction created by their rotation, which effortlessly absorbed the fireball conjured by Charles. Impressive. Not only formidable, but also astute. Charles internally lauded Autumn Leaf. Then let us delve deeper. I shall employ an even more potent spell to further test him. Chapter 24. Is polygamy without pressure? Charles retrieved a scroll from his bosom, emanating a faint magical aura. Ayue recognized it as a spell scroll, an artifact wherein a wizard seals magic, allowing it to be activated simply by tearing it open. Such scrolls are notoriously difficult to craft, demanding an enormous amount of magical energy from the wizard, with a high failure rate. Often, a wizard may exhaust all their power without successfully creating even one. Consequently, these scrolls are typically sold at exorbitant prices, and while elementary or intermediate magic scrolls may be found on the market, advanced ones are virtually non-existent. Water Blast Roar. As Charles uttered the name of the spell, he tore the scroll apart with both hands, unleashing a water orb the size of a basin that rushed towards Ayue with a faint sound of slicing through the air. Ayue and Appos, gaze sharpened. He was well acquainted with this spell, having been injured by it previously when used by Charlotte. The sight of the water orb ignited a fiery wrath within him, morphing it in his mind into the leering visage of Charlotte. In a sudden burst of determination, he raised his right hand in a knife-like fashion and, as the orb approached, shouted loudly, delivering a decisive strike. At the moment of contact between his hand and the water orb, a gentle spectrum of colors shimmered on the surface of his hand. With a splutter, the crowd watched in astonishment as Ayue's strike cleaved the elementary water magic in twain, dispersing the water element into the air. Dawu, can you do that? A student from the martial arts class queried. Dawu shook his head, replying, no, at least not at my current level. Charles approached Ayue with a smile and remarked, well done. Channeling the 7 magical elements into your strike was a splendid idea. Consider your final exam passed. Ayue exhaled in relief. He was on the brink of exhaustion. Although the spell's power was limited, it was still elementary magic, and that last strike had nearly depleted his magical reserves. The headmaster nodded approvingly at Ayue before turning to converse animatedly with the exhilarated Charles. Brother, you truly broadened our horizons. Dawu and several students from the martial arts class approached. Have you all finished your final exams? Ayue inquired. Yes. Our exams are administered by our class instructor, not alongside the wizards, Do Wu confirmed. As they conversed, Ding Xiai came running from a distance. Hee, Chiu. Your performance was truly captivating. Many senior and junior sisters have invited you to discuss magic. Are you interested? Ding Xiai grinned, placing particular emphasis on the word interest. Ding Xiai? Do you know him? Do Wu asked, somewhat surprised. Ding Xiai is the son of a count. He has an unusual status. Acquainted, indeed. Ding Xiai. This is Do Wu, my friend, Chiu introduced. Ding Xiai chuckled awkwardly and extended his hand to Do Wu. First year fire magic student Ding Xiai, pleased to meet you. After shaking hands, Ding Xiai turned back to Chiu. You Haven and Oppos, T answered yet. Will you accept those invitations from the senior and junior sisters? Hee. Quite a few of them possess particular attributes. Chiu glanced at Xiao Shui and Qin Siyu standing not far away, considering the unresolved issues at hand. No, please convey my apologies. I'm rather fatigued today. Ding Xiai sighed. All right, perhaps another day. After Ding Xiai departed, Chiu continued conversing with Do Wu and the others until he returned home with Xiao Shui, only to be surprised that Qin Siyu had followed them. Upon entering their home, Xiao Shui pulled Chiu into her room. The memory of their passionate encounter not long ago flashed through his mind, leading his thoughts astray. Without a word, Chiu planted a kiss on Xiao Shui's lips. Ah, Xiao Shui gasped in surprise, gently pushing his head away as she blushed. I didn't amp, Oppos, T call you here for that. I wanted to discuss Siyu. At the mention of Qin Siyu, Chiu and amp, Oppos, S spirit dampened. It would be impossible to claim he felt indifferent toward her. After all, what man could resist the allure of beauty? I was just about to ask why Siyu came over, especially since. Xiao Shui looked intently at Chiu and asked seriously, Yi, tell me honestly. Do you have feelings for Sister Shui? Chiu hesitated for a moment before affirming, of course I like her. I've always liked her. Xiao Shui nodded in satisfaction, her tone growing more earnest. Then what about Qin Siyu? Chiu scrutinized Xiao Shui and Oppos' expression, pondering whether she sought the truth or a fabricated response. Sighing, Xiao Shui remarked, well, that question is somewhat foolish. What man would T appreciate beauty? No, that's not it. Chiu attempted to clarify. But Xiao Shui interrupted him. Since you like her, you might as well take her as a second wife. At that moment, a crow flew through the open window, circling above Chiu's head and cawing before departing. After a moment of dazed silence, Chiu stammered, did you say something wrong? What do you mean by taking her as a second wife? I spoke with Siyu while you were taking your exam. I genuinely feel she has taken a liking to you. This world differs from ours. If you don't object, I could assist you in making her your second wife. How does that sound? Xiao Shui concluded, playfully winking at Chiu. Could this be the famed treatment reserved for protagonists? Is polygamy truly without pressure? Chiu pondered. Hee. What do you think? Are you interested? Shui, you wouldn't mind? Chiu gently embraced Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui nestled against him, softly replying, of course I care. But I don't want you to be unhappy. As long as you treat me well, even if you have 10 or 100 wives, I will support you. Because you are my favorite. Shui. Chiu called her name softly, touched by her words. The atmosphere between them began to warm, their lips inching closer. Master, dinner is ready. You and Miss Xiao Shui should come out. The door swung open abruptly, and the meddlesome little maid, Qin Ming, appeared. That girl always shows up at the most inopportune moments. Chiu thought, stretching his limbs in a rather pointless manner while casting a sidelong glance at Qin Ming. Master, what are you doing? Pre-meal stretching exercises to prevent muscle strain while eating, Chiu replied with a smile, starting to perform some flexibility and chest-expanding exercises. Qin Ming nodded, somewhat bewildered. A cultured wizard is indeed different. They understand such things. But how does eating lead to muscle strain? Are we talking about the muscles in the mouth? As Qin Ming pondered these questions, Chiu and Xiao Shui emerged from the room. The atmosphere at the dining table was quite awkward, with Qin Siyu staring directly at Chiu in silence. He could only bury himself in his meal. Yi, quickly serve some dishes for her. Xiao Shui gently nudged him. Chiu bent down, nearly choking on his food. The current Xiao Shui was no longer the defenseless girl she once was. She had become a warrior, and her gentle nudge nearly knocked him off balance. Clearing his throat, Chiu casually served some food into Qin Siyu and Oppos' bowl. Just as he intended to resume eating, he caught sight of Xiao Shui continuously signaling him with her eyes. How can I help you if you Dawn and Oppos? T speak to her, was the message Xiao Shui conveyed. Chiu blinked in response, indicating that the atmosphere was too tense for him to say anything. Xiao Shui once again conveyed with her gaze, Well, if I lose a stunning beauty, don't blame Sister Shui. Xiaoyu couldn't and Appos, help but smile wryly. He had never encountered someone who, while enamored, would seek out another companion for the object of their affection. Sister Shui was indeed a peculiar character. Clearing his throat softly, Xiaoyu feigned casualness and remarked, "It's getting late, and it must be quite dark outside. It's unsafe for you, being a girl. How about you stay here for the night?" Qin Ming and Xiao Shui exchanged surprised glances, instinctively looking out at the sunset beyond the window. At 6:00 and Appos clock in summer, the sun had not yet fully set. Surprisingly, Qin Siyu did not decline. Instead, she acquiesced to Qiuyi and Appos' suggestion. Xiao Shui and Qin Ming exchanged glances and shrugged in unison. Chapter 25. The magic wand on a night so dark that one could not see one's own hand. A shadow stealthily slipped into Qin Siyu and Appos' room. Glancing around, it quietly burrowed beneath her covers. A muffled grunt escaped Qin Siyu's lips as she felt a hand cover her mouth. In a struggle to break free, the blanket was kicked aside, revealing two alluring figures on the bed engaged in provocative antics. After a while, under the silvery moonlight, Qin Siyu relinquished her resistance, allowing the figure to embrace her. When she finally dared to open one eye, she was taken aback to discover that it was Xiao Shui who had crept into her bed. "Why are you here?" Qin Siyu exclaimed, simultaneously surprised and yet feeling an odd sense of inevitability. Moments ago, she had been so tense, imagining the person she had long desired, that she had not noticed the softness of the touch, which was unmistakably that of a girl. Xiao Shui chuckled softly and tightened her grip around Qin Siyu, saying, "What's wrong? Are you disappointed that I am not the person you were hoping for?" Qin Siyu's cheeks flushed, and she muttered, "Don't tease me." All right. I won't bother you any longer. I came to discuss something important," Xiao Shui said, her tone growing serious as she settled beside Qin Siyu at the head of the bed. "Is it about Qiuyi?" Qin Siyu inquired. Xiao Shui nodded and contemplated for a moment before saying, "Please, don't call me Xiao Shui. It feels too distant. Can you call me Sister Shui? Like Qiuyi does?" Understanding that Qin Siyu was a month younger than her, Xiao Shui found no fault in this. "Then, Sister Shui, what do you wish to say?" Qin Siyu turned to gaze at Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui straightened the rumpled covers before leaning back against them, stating, "First, I want to clarify something. Qiuyi does not truly dislike you. He merely had to say that because of my presence." Qin Siyu fell silent for a moment, her expression dimming as she replied, "I am aware of that. Otherwise, I would not have come here." Observing Qin Siyu's forlorn demeanor, Xiao Shui sighed softly, pondering what fortune Qiuyi must have accumulated in his past life to have such a beautiful woman captivated by him in this foreign realm. "Since you already know this, I have a proposal that I wonder if you would be willing to accept," Xiao Shui continued. "A proposal?" Qin Siyu echoed, intrigued. Xiao Shui nodded earnestly. "Would you consider becoming Qiuyi's wife? If you do not mind my existence, of course." "Sister Shui, what do you mean?" Qin Siyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, Qiuyi, having exhausted a considerable amount of magical energy that day, collapsed onto his bed and soon fell into a deep slumber, dreaming of the legendary Lord of Dreams. Though he had never met this figure, he discerned the identity of his dream companion through the prominent name emblazoned on the person's hat, Zhou Gong. Before him lay a chessboard. And upon seeing it, Qiuyi chuckled, realizing he was to play a game. As he approached the board, he felt a sudden disorientation, and the scene around him shifted. Zhou Gong, is this your daughter?" Qiuyi mumbled, gazing at the hazy figure before him. "Who is Zhou Gong?" "It's me, wake up," came the voice that roused him from his stupor. It was Sister Shui. "Is it already dawn?" Qiuyi asked, looking out the window. Xiao Shui merely smiled, beckoning him to follow her. Confused, Qiuyi trailed after her to her room, wondering what she intended. Upon opening the door, Qiuyi was taken aback by the sight within. Qin Siyu lay on Xiao Shui's bed, clad in a loose-fitting black nightgown, her fair skin exposed to the cool air. When she spotted Qiuyi at the door, she bashfully pulled the covers up to conceal half her face. As Xiao Shui climbed onto the bed and patted the space between her and Qin Siyu, Qiuyi could not help but swallow hard, exclaiming, "Sister Shui, what does this mean?" Xiao Shui smirked and playfully scolded, "Silly boy." Without further ado, Qiuyi settled himself between the two women on the bed. "Well, if I'm foolish, then so be it. Foolishness often brings good fortune." Thus, the three of them spent a perilously adventurous night together, waking the next day with dark circles under their eyes. Under Xiao Shui's encouragement, Qin Siyu surprisingly acquiesced to the outrageous proposal of becoming Qiuyi's second wife. "My master, why do you have such dark circles? Did you not sleep well last night?" the little maid inquired with a grin. Enough chatter. I intend to eat, and then return to sleep, Chiu replied. His eyelids heavy. Though Xiaoshui and Qin Siyu were not as exhausted as Chiu, they too appeared sleepy-eyed, having shared a bed. None of them had managed to rest well. Yi, didn't you say the principal promised you a treasure if you passed the final exam? Aren't you going to claim it? Ah, yes. The teacher still owes me a treasure. With Xiaoshui and Apos. Reminder, Chiu suddenly recalled. I and Apos. LL go retrieve it tomorrow. After all, the holidays have begun, and the teacher won't disappear. Sipping her porridge, Qin Siyu interjected, the principal will leave the school after the holidays. If you don't go today, he might be gone by tomorrow, and you'll have to wait until the next semester to claim your treasure. Chiu paused, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Really? What could that old man be occupied with? I've seen him just drinking tea and strolling about. Qin Siyu rolled her eyes at him. The principal is a distinguished sorcerer, one of only 3 remaining in the entire continent. He undoubtedly has many responsibilities. While I am unaware of his daily activities, I have heard that during the summer and winter breaks, he often embarks on various adventures or takes on missions commissioned by the Emperor of the Magic Empire. Finishing his porridge in one gulp, Chiu felt unsatisfied and seized the nearest bowl from Qin Ming, downing it as well. Wiping his mouth, he dashed out, declaring, I must hurry. If that old man leaves, I might have to wait at least 2 months to obtain my treasure. Upon arriving at the principal and Apos' residence, he found it empty. He ran to the principal's office, where he encountered the neatly dressed Li Basi, who was preparing to depart with a parcel. Why are you here? Did you know I was leaving and come to see me off? The principal inquired with a smile. Chiu shook his head, catching his breath as he approached Li Basi. Teacher, I'm here to collect the treasure. Li Basi paused, then burst into laughter, shaking his head. You've been thinking about it, haven't you? I almost forgot about that. Rolling his eyes, Chiu thought to himself, I doubt you ever remembered. Li Basi approached his desk and opened a drawer, retrieving a black wooden box approximately half the length of an adult's arm and as thick as a fist. Chiu accepted it, looking at Li Basi with curiosity. Don't judge me. What I give will never be subpar, the principal assured him. If it weren't for your innate talent as a universal sorcerer, I might not have given this to you. This item was once used by the Emperor of Magic. Chiu frowned, examining the box in his hands. The Emperor used this? It has been infested after all these years, has it? Bah, you ungrateful swine. This item could incite a storm in the magical realm if cast aside. If you don't want it, just return it. Li Basi attempted to reclaim the black box from Chiu. Of course I want it. Who said I didn't? I want it. Chiu clutched the wooden box protectively, putting distance between himself and Li Basi. Well, my dear, you have obtained it. As for the special secrets this item possesses, I am unaware. However, I can assure you that its ability to double the power of magic makes it a treasure of unparalleled worth. Doubling the power of magic. Remarkable indeed. With the item in hand, Chiu and Apos' curiosity was piqued as he observed his teacher preparing for a journey. He inquired, Teacher, where are you going? Li Basi replied while stepping outside. Naturally, I have important matters to attend to, but your current strength is insufficient to assist. It would be pointless to elaborate. Who says I cannot be of help? I am. Suddenly, Chiu noticed his mentor had vanished. Upon returning home, he placed the black wooden box on the table, and the 3 girls converged around it in unison. Is this the item the principal gave you? Asked Xiaoshui. Chiu nodded, and under the watchful gaze of the 3, he opened the box, revealing a wand that was entirely black, radiating a faint, multicolored glow. Having had little experience with magic, Chiu was momentarily taken aback. What is this? Why give me a firewood stick? The 3 girls exchanged exasperated glances. Even Xiaoshui would not equate this object with a mere stick for firewood. Master, although I do not wield magic, I recognize this as a magic wand. Qin Ming remarked. Ah, I was merely jesting, Chiu responded with a hint of embarrassment. Typically, magic wands in novels are quite exquisite, unlike this one. If it weren't for the faint rainbow glow, I would genuinely believe it to be a plain black firewood stick. Qin Siyu, slightly astonished, picked up the wand and said, The surge of magical energy contained within this wand is unlike anything I have ever encountered. Moreover, given its multicolored radiance, it is evident that this wand amplifies the power of all elemental magic. Is it truly that potent? It seems my teacher did not deceive me. This must have been used by the great magic emperor himself. In truth, Chiu should have deduced it was an all-element wand upon seeing the rainbow glow. For in this world, only he and the magic emperor possessed an all-element magical constitution. Are you not going to test the wand's power? Qin Siyu inquired as she noticed Ayue casually stowing the wand away. What is there to test? It's merely a wand. I intend to sleep now. Ayue walked into his room, shutting the door behind him, and soon the sound of snoring emanated from within. Seeing that Ayue had fallen asleep, Qin Siyu and Xiao Shui could no longer contain themselves, and thus the three of them slept through the day, only to awaken later in the evening. Chapter 26. The true identity of Qin Siyu. Just 3 days into the summer vacation, Ayue found himself on the verge of losing his patience. Life at the academy was inherently monotonous, and the lack of activities during the break only intensified his ennui. Every day, he found himself staring blankly at the 3 girls in the house, a situation that was driving him toward the brink of madness. While the girls, dressed in their scanty attire, certainly presented a picturesque scene, Ayue stood atop the sofa, his expression animated as he proclaimed, "We are spirited youths. We must not lose our fervent hearts. Regardless of how sweltering the weather may be, we shall radiate warmth like these little fireballs." The 3 girls lined up, gazing at Ayue and the 3 tiny fireballs swirling around him. Had it not been for the oppressive heat, they would have undoubtedly rushed to deliver a thorough beating to him. With temperatures soaring above 35 degrees, it was madness to conjure fireballs indoors. What do you wish to say, youth? Qin Siyu cast a cold glance at Ayue. What I mean is, could you refrain from calling me and amp, oppos, youth and amp, oppos? After all, I am your husband now, Ayue replied, exasperated as he leapt down from the sofa. With a sudden splash, a young maid arrived, dousing Ayue with a bucket of water, extinguishing the fireballs surrounding him and significantly cooling the room. Wiping the droplets from his face, Ayue nodded. What an unruly maid. It seems she needs a lesson to recognize who the master truly is. As Ayue chased after Qin Ming, playfully lifting her skirt, Xiao Shui stretched lazily, her beautiful golden hair glinting in the light. Although I find this boredom intolerable, we have nowhere else to go, she remarked. After releasing Qin Ming from his playful grasp, Ayue settled beside Xiao Shui, saying, I heard that those from the martial arts class are heading to the mercenary guild this summer to undertake quests with their instructor. How about we join them? The mercenary guild? What is that? Xiao Shui inquired. Ayue shrugged, admitting he was uncertain, having merely overheard it during a conversation with Lien Da. The mercenary guild is a place where adventurers can find tasks. Their income primarily derives from completing these quests. Employers post tasks of varying difficulties, and adventurers can choose assignments that match their capabilities, earning commissions upon completion. Qin Siyu elucidated. Are you certain you want to go with the martial arts class? You injured slight, and Count Stidic will not let you off easily. It and amp, oppos, is safe here at school, but once you step outside, Count Stidic will surely pursue you. Xiao Shui cautioned. Ayue nodded, stroking his chin thoughtfully. You make a fair point. Therefore, I have decided to go alone. You and Qin Siyu should stay behind. Qin Siyu's eyes widened as she retorted, I want to go. Siyu, you heard Xiao Shui. That Count Stidic seeks to harm me, and being with me is perilous. I am unafraid. Count Stidic would not dare lay a hand on me. Please, allow me to accompany you, Qin Siyu pleaded, a hint of desperation in her voice. Having finally found herself with someone she cherished, she naturally wished to remain by his side. Though Qin Siyu often appeared aloof and solitary, she yearned for companionship. Such girls, once they develop feelings for someone, will go to great lengths for that person. Ayue scoffed. You think he wouldn't dare touch you? Do you believe yourself to be a princess? Qin Siyu fixed her unwavering gaze upon Ayue, her demeanor regal. That seems unlikely. Ayue and amp, oppos, lips twitched as he glanced at Qin Ming, who merely shook her head. Ayue sighed in relief, contemplating that if Qin Siyu truly were a princess of the empire, then Slight would surely think twice before confronting her. Qin Siyu reached into her bosom and produced a small token, roughly the size of a palm. While Ayue and Xiao Shui were unfamiliar with it, Qin Ming gasped at the sight of the seemingly insignificant emblem, immediately kneeling before Qin Siyu, exclaiming, Commoner Qin Ming pays her respects to the princess. Ayue's jaw dropped in utter astonishment. What is happening? Where are the clues? There was no foreshadowing for such a sudden revelation of royalty. His mind swirled with questions. Qin Siyu gently shook her head, helping Qin Ming to her feet as she stated, I am merely a princess who is unloved by my father. You need not regard me as such. Xiao Shui and Ayue exchanged glances, sensing that an age-old tale was about to unfold. The 3 of them gazed at Qin Siyu expectantly, who closed her eyes, reluctant to share her story, but ultimately revealing her hidden identity. It turned out that Qin Siyu was indeed the daughter of Emperor Shifati 13 of the Magic Empire, the youngest of 3 princesses. Shafati 13 had 3 wives. But Qin Siyu was not born of the primary wife, but rather of a secondary concubine. It was said that one fateful night, while intoxicated, Shafati had an encounter with Qin Siyu and Appo's mother, who was merely a maidservant. Afterward, Shafati took her as a concubine, making her his 3rd wife. However, the other 2 wives scorned Qin Siyu's mother, deeming her unworthy of Shafati, and tormented her, even mocking her in front of Qin Siyu. To shield her daughter from such cruelty, Qin Siyu and Appo's mother sent her to the Royal Magic and Martial Academy. Qin Siyu had concealed her identity, known only to the headmaster, who had recorded her status as the daughter of a fictitious baron. There truly are many villains in this world, Xiaoxue scoffed, feeling discomfort as she recalled how she had previously detested the intrigues of women in court dramas. Thus, do not regard me as a princess. I shall not acknowledge that identity. Qin Siyu's voice was laced with bitterness. Xiao Yi and the others remained silent. Familial conflicts were best left undiscussed by those unfamiliar with the intricacies. Upon discovering Qin Ming and Appo's true identity as a princess of the Magic Empire, Xiao Yi and Xiaoxue were merely slightly taken aback. For them, the term princess felt distant and foreign. Therefore, with this token, Count Stidic would not dare to act against me. Qin Siyu fixed her gaze on Xiao Yi. Sighing deeply, Xiao Yi felt the weight of her revelation. How could he refuse her after she had shared such a monumental secret? Very well, let us go together, Xiao Yi conceded, glancing at Xiaoxue, who was watching him intently. The 2 girls beamed with satisfaction. That day, they found Lian Dao, and upon conveying his intentions, the martial arts class welcomed them with open arms. Seizing the moment, Xiao Yi, alongside the 2 girls, departed the academy with the martial arts class. With the addition of the 2 beautiful girls, the boys of the martial arts class were brimming with energy, vying for attention. After Xiao Yi unleashed 3 fireballs upon a male student who had been overly attentive to Xiaoxue, there were no further attempts at flattery. Hee, Xiao Yi. You are truly domineering, Xiaoxue remarked playfully. Humph. Xiao Yi grunted, a hint of jealousy evident. Xiaoxue chuckled, wrapping her arm around Xiao Yi and Appo's, leaning her alluring figure against him. Meanwhile, Qin Siyu walked alongside them, engrossed in her reading. Xiao Yi felt assured of her capabilities, knowing she was far more formidable than he. Earlier, her icy blade had nearly pierced a fellow and Appo's male attributes. Upon exiting the academy gates, Xiao Yi and Xiaoxue were immediately captivated by the sights of the bustling city. The throngs of people resembled a market day, with farmers donning simple garb, carrying their wares, and townsfolk meandering the streets. It had been a long time since Autumn Leaf had witnessed such a bustling scene. Here, in the capital of the Magic Empire, Rong City, we were about to embark on a journey to the mercenary guild situated at the outskirts of the city. Lianda Wu kindly explained that the martial arts class had chartered 6 horse-drawn carriages, with the students divided among 5, leaving a carriage specifically for Autumn Leaf and his companions. Both Autumn Leaf and Xiaoxue had never ridden in a carriage before, and their excitement was palpable. However, it wasn't long before discomfort set in. While the ride through the heart of Rong City was relatively smooth, the terrain grew increasingly uneven as they distanced themselves from the city center, causing the carriage to jolt violently. Autumn Leaf and Xiaoxue soon experienced the unpleasant sensation of motion sickness. In stark contrast, Qin Siyu appeared completely unperturbed, calmly resting her eyes amidst the swaying carriage. Just as Autumn Leaf felt he could endure no more, the carriage finally came to a halt at their destination. I thought I might perish, he exclaimed, as he stepped down with Qin Siyu and Appo's assistants, his vision momentarily wavering. Haha, young man, if you cannot endure such minor hardships, how can you expect to embrace adventure? Boomed the martial arts instructor with a hearty laugh, gesturing for the group to proceed to the mercenary guild to accept their quests. The exterior walls of the guild were adorned with an array of swords and blades, a testament to the weaponry available for adventurers. As Autumn Leaf entered, he was met with a throng of people, and the martial arts class found themselves without a place to stand. Reluctantly, Lianda Wu and the instructor moved forward to procure their missions. Well, these 2 young ladies are quite stunning, a lewdly dressed adventurer remarked as he approached Xiaoxue and Qin Siyu, whistling suggestively. Autumn Leaf and Appo's expression darkened. With a sudden movement, he unleashed a highly compressed fireball without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 27. The highest level gold card. The adventurer, with the prowess of an intermediate warrior, scoffed at the small fireball sent by Chiya, audaciously reaching out to grasp it. Indeed, A typical fireball cast by an ordinary magic apprentice could be extinguished by the sheer physical strength of an intermediate warrior. However, Ayue was no ordinary apprentice. Possessing a foundational level of magical power, the fireball he conjured in a fit of anger bore an intensity far surpassing that of a standard fireball, having been highly compressed. With a resounding explosion, the adventurer was sent sprawling. Ayue's display of power captured the attention of numerous adventurers in the hall, who were less concerned about the fate of the blasted adventurer than they were astonished by the might of Ayue's fireball, a mere introductory spell capable of launching an intermediate warrior through the air. This young mage's strength was indeed formidable. It was rare for noble mages to seek tasks at the mercenary guild, and a mercenary group that could recruit a mage would significantly bolster its overall strength. Many smaller guilds had begun to take notice of Ayue. "You little brat, you're digging your own grave." The adventurer, furious and humiliated, leaped to his feet, drawing a blade from his back and swinging it towards Ayue. The instructor from the martial arts class noticed the unfolding situation, but the crowd was too dense for immediate intervention. Despite Ayue's magical prowess, he would have no means to defend himself against a warrior in close quarters. Just as the adventurer's blade was about to descend upon Ayue, a swift ice blade shot from the side, deflecting the weapon aimed at Ayue. A strikingly beautiful woman with golden hair surged forward with remarkable speed, delivering a precise punch to the adventurer's face. The force of her blow sent him reeling, howling in pain as his robust frame flew backward. "Thank you, Ayue murmured softly. Xiaoshui responded with a gentle smile. "Who dares to cause a ruckus in the mercenary guild? Are you tired of living?" A middle-aged man clad in a black vest emerged from the back, his exposed arms adorned with blue tattoos, a menacing scar running from his idea's chin. Upon his arrival, the previously boisterous guild fell silent. "Who is he?" Ayue inquired of Lian Dao, standing beside him. "His name is Augustus, the guild master of this mercenary guild. He is a berserker-level warrior, even more formidable than our instructor," Lian Dao explained. Augustus approached Ayue, glaring down at him, and bellowed, "Is it you who has caused this disturbance?" Ayue was irked by the man's tone and straightened his neck defiantly, choosing to ignore him. "You insolent brat." Augustus inhaled deeply, ready to unleash his wrath. But a staff member approached and whispered something in his ear. "You are from the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, aren't you? What brings you here?" Augustus directed his question at the martial arts instructor. "We are indeed from the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. I am the instructor of the martial arts class, and I applied for a mercenary group named the Gale Mercenary Group. Here is my identification." The instructor presented a card to Augustus. Augustus took the card, signaling to a staff member, who promptly handed him a palm-sized black rectangular device. Augustus inserted the card into the machine, which emitted a soft sound before speaking. "Cardholder, Captain Carlo, Vice Captain Lian Dao, Gale Mercenary Group, C rank, maximum recruitment capacity reached." Curious, Ayue leaned closer to Augustus, marveling at the advanced technology. Augustus, noticing Ayue and Apos' expression, broke into a grin and waved the device. "This contraption is a creation of alchemists. It seems this is your first visit to the mercenary guild. It's quite rare for a noble mage like you to come here. What of it? Are you discriminating against mages?" Ayue rolled his eyes. Ayue and Apos' nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unfazed by his identity as a mage and treating himself as an equal among adventurers, instantly earned him the favor of Augustus and the majority of the adventurers present. Augustus clapped Ayue on the shoulder and said, "All right. I like your attitude. Let this matter slide. Since you've come to the mercenary guild, you must be here for a task. Speak up. What kind of task do you wish to undertake? I will prioritize your request." "Is there a priority for tasks?" Ayue, who had merely accompanied the martial arts class for the experience, had no knowledge of the mercenary guild's workings. Of course, if there were no priority, and a task required a specific item, the employer would be at a loss if multiple people completed it simultaneously. Ayue nodded in understanding. For example, if someone urgently needed a certain item and paid a high price to post a task, but many completed it at once, wouldn't they end up paying everyone? "I'm just tagging along with our instructor. You should ask him." Ayue pointed to the martial arts instructor. The instructor, deep in thought, noticed Augustus' gaze and remarked, "I intended for them to join my mercenary group to complete tasks together, but it seems our group has reached full capacity, which complicates matters." "Full capacity? What does that entail?" Ayue inquired. "Only mercenaries can accept tasks, and many tasks are too challenging for one individual to complete alone. Therefore, people band together in groups known as mercenary parties. These parties are classified into 4 ranks: A, B, C, and D, with A being the highest and D the lowest. Each rank has a limit on how many members can be recruited. For example, the Gale mercenary group, being C rank, can only recruit around 20 members, while B rank can recruit double that, and A rank has no limits, Augustus explained. The martial arts instructor contemplated for a moment before addressing Augustus, Guild Master. Might you consider making an exception and allowing these 3 students to join our group? After all, they are students from our academy and would benefit from mutual support. Augustus shook his head, offering no room for negotiation. I can grant this lad priority for tasks, but I cannot increase the recruitment capacity of your C-rank mercenary group. If I make an exception this time, it would set a precedent that could lead to complications in management. The martial arts instructor nodded, acknowledging the reasonableness of the request. How about this? You can have the boy apply for his own mercenary group. After all, there are 3 of you. This is permissible? Ayue was taken aback. Augustus chuckled. What is stopping you? Forming a mercenary group isn't difficult. There are no restrictions. Without becoming mercenaries, we can't accept tasks, and it would be a wasted trip. Considering the arduous journey on that horrid carriage, I've decided to register the 3 of us as mercenaries and form a group, Ayue resolved. The martial arts instructor had no choice but to acquiesce. Then it's settled. The 3 of us will become mercenaries and form a mercenary group, Ayue declared. Augustus summoned a staff member, who promptly brought forth 3 forms for the trio. The forms requested basic information: name, age, occupation, address, and so forth. Ayue, wishing to maintain a low profile, refrained from indicating his full identity as a mage, merely designating himself as a fire mage. What Ayue was unaware of was that his name had already become quite renowned across the continent of Mon. As the guild master, Augustus was well informed. And upon seeing Ayue's name, he displayed an expression of astonishment, scrutinizing Ayue for a moment before issuing a few instructions to the staff. Shortly after, the staff member returned with a card for Ayue. This card differs from the one held by the martial arts instructor earlier. It is a gilded gold card. Augustus presented the gold card to Ayue, eliciting a chorus of astonished gasps from the surrounding adventurers. The gold card symbolizes the pinnacle of mercenary guild status, granting its bearer VIP privileges, priority in task assignments, and an unrestricted number of missions. To deter less skilled mercenary guilds from monopolizing tasks and wasting employers and oppos time by taking on numerous assignments at once, D-grade guilds are permitted to accept 1 task, C-grade 2, B-grade 3, and A-grade 4. However, possessing this gold card is an entirely different matter. Guilds with the gold card not only rank at the highest level but are also exempt from any restrictions on the number of missions they may undertake. President? What is this? The martial arts instructor inquired, gazing at Augustus with curiosity. Augustus leaned closer to the instructor and whispered, "The illustrious all-encompassing mage, Ayue, deserves proper recognition." The instructor, now reassured, acknowledged that Ayue and Oppos' name had become a sensation throughout the continent. President, I kindly request that we keep the identity of this student from our academy under wraps. After all, he is still a student. Augustus nodded, chuckling as he replied, I understand. Fame can be a double-edged sword. Chapter 28. The Rose Mercenary Corps. The name of the mercenary group was to be decided by Qianxiu. Without a moment and Oppos' hesitation, she proposed, the Autumn Leaf Mercenary Corps. Autumn Leaf? Isn't that just my name with an added character? Autumn Leaf pondered with narrowed eyes. Quite fitting, indeed. Let us go with that name, Shui said, approving Qianxiu and Oppos' choice. Autumn Leaf shrugged and reported the name to the staff responsible for registration. Originally aiming for something more formidable, like Fierce Wolf or Savage Tiger, he conceded to the preferences of the 2 women and settled on Autumn Leaf. Once the information was duly recorded, the 3 became a mercenary group. All right, young man, for any tasks you wish to take on, simply inform the staff. They will assist you. I am off to catch some sleep, Augustus said to Autumn Leaf before sauntering away. Autumn Leaf expressed his gratitude. To think they were part of the highest-ranking mercenary corps. It left Dao in disbelief as he observed the golden card in Autumn Leaf and Oppos' hand. To attain the A-level designation in a mercenary corps, one must not only possess strength in numbers but also complete a multitude of tasks and wield a certain influence within society. Only then could the mercenary guild elevate them to the highest rank. Augustus had allowed a 3-person group to achieve the highest level, which seemed rather frivolous in the eyes of others. Never mind that. How about collaborating with our mercenary group for some tasks? With your esteemed A-level status, We could take on higher-ranked missions, Dao suggested. In the Mercenary Guild, it was common for lower-ranked groups to possess formidable abilities, yet due to their ranking limitations, they could not accept higher-level tasks. Thus, they sought alliances with higher-ranked groups to undertake such missions, with the distribution of rewards negotiated between the two parties. Autumn Leaf, unfamiliar with this world, found collaboration with the martial arts class to be a fine idea, as he intended merely to tag along and observe. Hence, he had no objections to Dao and Appos as proposal. However, just as Autumn Leaf was about to agree, a group of over a dozen beautiful women, aged between 20 and 25, entered the Mercenary Guild. The leader, upon noticing the golden card in Autumn Leaf and Appos' hand, paused briefly before striding directly towards him, her entourage following closely behind, encircling him. Young man, I wish to undertake an A-level task, but our mercenary group's rank prevents us from doing so. Therefore, I invite you to collaborate with us. All commission earned will be yours. I only require the rewards from the task, she stated, her tone strikingly similar to that of Qian Xiu, exuding an air of entitlement despite her request. Autumn Leaf scrutinized the women surrounding him and furrowed his brow. Who are you? Why should I assist you in completing your task? The leader, evidently not one to suffer fools gladly, raised an eyebrow in annoyance, ready to retort, but was halted by a whisper from one of her companions. With a huff, she explained, we are the A-level Rose Mercenary Corps of the Brave Empire. I am the captain, Huajie. Now you understand who we are, so please agree quickly. Do not waste our time. The mention of the Rose Mercenary Corps stirred excitement among those nearby, indicating its notable reputation. Rose Mercenary Corps? Is it truly that renowned? If you are an A-level group, why not undertake the task yourselves? Autumn Leaf replied. The Rose Mercenary Corps is only recognized as A-level within the Brave Empire. In the Magic Empire, we start from the lowest rank, Dao clarified, addressing Autumn Leaf's confusion. However, Autumn Leaf still struggled to comprehend why the Rose Mercenary Corps was esteemed in one empire yet dismissed in another. Seeing that Autumn Leaf remained puzzled, Dao elaborated further. Each nation has its own mercenary guild, and while a group may achieve the highest status in one country, that standing is not acknowledged elsewhere. They must complete tasks in the new nation to gradually accumulate experience and rise to the top. Though he understood, Autumn Leaf remained disinclined to cooperate. First, the leader's demeanor was unpleasant. Second, his group consisted of just 3 members with limited strength. High-level tasks would undoubtedly be perilous, and he could not bear the thought of his 2 delicate wives being harmed. Apologies, but while I comprehend your situation, I am unwilling to acquiesce to your request. Farewell. Autumn Leaf waved his hand, attempting to extricate himself from the encirclement of the Rose Mercenary Corps members. However, they showed no intention of parting. Approaching one of the women, he squinted, exuding an air of dominance. Just this display was enough to intimidate one of the women, who promptly stepped aside. Of course, that was merely Autumn Leaf's imagination. The woman not only remained steadfast but glared back at him with fierce intensity, causing him to instinctively shrink his neck. All right then. What benefits can you offer us? Autumn Leaf sighed and inquired. He didn't wish to resort to violence, considering they were all women. Moreover, he had no desire for confrontation, realizing he would likely be outmatched, given that he had nothing pressing to attend to. He figured accompanying a higher-ranked mercenary corps would provide valuable experience. From the murmurs around him, he gathered that many spoke of the Rose Mercenary Corps and Appos' formidable prowess, and accompanying them should pose no substantial risk. Huajie nodded, a look of satisfaction crossing her face, which nearly provoked Autumn Leaf to unleash a fireball. But upon witnessing her watchful gaze, he abandoned the notion. Good men do not quarrel with women, Autumn Leaf reassured himself silently. I already stated, upon task completion, all commission will be yours. We only require the task and Appos' rewards. A-level tasks yield substantial commissions. Are you not satisfied? Autumn Leaf shook his head. Not satisfied. You. Huajie glared, astonished that this seemingly attractive young man could be so greedy. You mentioned that you only desired the task's rewards, forgoing the commission. This implies that the reward must be of greater value than the commission. By that logic, we are indeed at a disadvantage, Autumn Leaf mused, stroking his chin. Glaring at me won't change anything. Huajie took a deep breath, her voice cold. Do not push your luck. You are merely a magic apprentice. You will contribute little to this task and merely hinder us. The benefits we offer are more than sufficient. Leaf, let us go with her suggestion. Shui whispered in Autumn Leaf and Appos' ear. Evidently, Huajie was a skilled fighter and even Shui and Amp, Apos, quiet tone was caught by her, who nodded approvingly. At least this young lady understands reason. With Shui and Amp, Apos, endorsement, Autumn Leaf found himself at a loss. In truth, he did not seek excessive benefits, rather. It was the attitude and tone of the other party that irked him, prompting him to retaliate. Very well, since my sister Shui has spoken, I shall reluctantly agree to collaborate with you. Here, take this. You may proceed to undertake the task. He tossed the golden card into Huajie's arms, where it landed squarely on her ample bosom. You. Huajie flushed, shooting Autumn Leaf a withering glare as she took the card and walked away to accept the task. Pervert, Qian Siyu remarked coldly. The autumn leaves rustled as Chiu exclaimed, Hey, what do you mean by lecher? Who could blame that fellow for his foul temper? He is simply unpleasant to behold. It's only right to confront him. Do not speak ill of our captain, interjected a member of the Rose Mercenary Corps, glancing at Huajie, who was engaged in receiving assignments. In truth, the captain is quite amiable. It's just that the sudden influx of tasks has been overwhelming, and the likelihood of success is rather slim. A woman beside him nudged the speaker, prompting him to immediately fall silent. Chiu cast a sidelong glance at her. It seemed that the Rose Mercenary Corps had not willingly come to the Magic Empire for assignments. Perhaps they were dispatched by the Gallant Empire. Given that the Rose Mercenary Corps held an A-class status in the Gallant Empire, their strength and influence must be formidable. It was possible that the order had even originated from the imperial family. Chiu, you must exercise caution. If anything were to happen to you, I would surely face the principal and Amp, Apos, wrath upon my return, cautioned the martial arts instructor, who hurried over. Chiu nodded, pointing at Huajie, who was returning from task completion, and smiled. Rest assured, teacher, if trouble arises, I will be the first to take refuge behind this woman. Upon hearing this, Huajie could not help but roll her eyes. The martial arts instructor nodded, waving farewell to Chiu as he said, Then I shall rest easy. Huajie's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 29, The Mission Well. Since we are in a partnership, at least you should disclose the nature of the mission to us, right? Oh, wait, let us not discuss it here. Let us go to the finest restaurant nearby and talk while dining. It's on you. Huajie was infuriated by Chiu's audacious demeanor, wishing he could pierce her with his glare. 15 minutes later, Chiu, accompanied by the two women, arrived at the most luxurious restaurant near the Mercenary Guild. Escorted by the Rose Mercenary Corps, Chiu and Apos' brows twitched as he recognized this establishment. Reminiscent of the quaint tea houses often depicted in period dramas set along the Yellow Earth Road, which he had only seen on television in his world. Is this the so-called finest restaurant you mentioned, Xiaohua? Chiu questioned loudly. Huajie, with a grim expression, retorted, Who permitted you to call me Xiaohua? Simply finding a place to dine here is commendable. If you're unwilling to eat, you may leave. Oh, if I don't call you Xiaohua, should I address you as Huamei? Chiu teased. But are you certain you want me to leave? He brandished his gold card before Huajie. Huajie clenched his teeth, glaring at Chiu in silence, wishing he could swallow him whole. If the higher-ranked mercenary group departed before the mission was completed, it would render the task null and void, and Huajie would not only lose the mission reward but also forfeit the hefty deposit required for high-level tasks. Captain, remain calm, urged a member of the Rose Mercenary Corps, restraining Huajie's trembling hands. Chiu smiled inwardly, thinking, Who asked you to be so arrogant? It's time to teach you a lesson. Huajie retrieved a piece of parchment and tossed it to Chiu. Upon inspection, Chiu's gaze was immediately drawn to one of the rewards listed, the Holy Sword. A Holy Sword? What an impressive title. No wonder they seek this item. Just hearing its name suggests immense power, akin to that of a divine artifact. However, with great rewards often come significant dangers. Upon reading the task details, Chiu nearly shouted at the foul woman before him. Task details: travel to the outskirts of Dragon Valley, hunt down an earth dragon, and obtain the required item. The dragon S.I. Huajie, observing the darkening expression on Chiu and Amp, Apos' face, felt a surge of satisfaction. He ordered some tea, leisurely sipping while reveling in Chiu and Amp, Apos' misfortune. Kid, are you scared? Don't worry. The Earth Dragon isn't a true dragon, so it won't be excessively difficult to slay. Just plead with me, and I shall protect you and these two ladies. Shuejia, see you, we're leaving, Chiu declared, slamming his palm on the table. Huajie signaled to his team members, and a dozen of them swiftly drew their swords, aiming them at Chiu and the two women. Chiu-Yi's expression darkened as he reached into his robe and produced the staff given to him by the esteemed principal. The moment the staff appeared, Hua Jie's expression shifted. "Where did you acquire that staff?" he inquired solemnly. "Source of gentle waters, when foes invade our bodies and minds. I implore you to unleash your wrath. Let your fury deliver the deserved punishment upon our enemies." Water bomb roar. Chiu-Yi recited the incantation, pointing directly at Hua Jie without hesitation. A mere elementary water spell can amplify its potency. This is undoubtedly the seven-element staff once wielded by the magic emperor. Hua Jie exclaimed, astonished. He did not dodge the approaching water bomb. Instead, he charged forward, drawing his dual swords and piercing through the projectile. In an instant, Hua Jie was upon Chiu-Yi, seizing the hand that held the staff and twisting it behind him, pinning Chiu-Yi against him, thus restraining him from casting the fireball spell. Ice elements that roam the air, heed my plea. Transform into blades of frost to assist me. Ice Blade. Upon witnessing Chiu-Yi and Appo's capture, Qin Siyu could not remain passive and conjured a chilling blade aimed at Hua Jie. Hua Jie swiftly turned, using Chiu-Yi as a shield against the incoming ice blade. Chiu-Yi inwardly cursed the vile woman as he saw the icy projectile hurtling towards him. Clang! Just in time, Xiao Shui unsheathed the great sword gifted by her master and cleaved the ice blade aimed at Chiu-Yi. Behave, setting aside the disparity in our strengths. Merely the number of us should clarify your position, Hua Jie whispered menacingly into Chiu-Yi and Appo's ear. Chiu-Yi scoffed, turning his head away. Hua Jie released Chiu-Yi, stating, "I have no intention of harming you. As per our prior agreement, the mission reward will belong to you, while the item, the holy sword, will belong to us. You need not concern yourselves with anything else." Xiao Shui supported Chiu-Yi, gently rubbing the spot where Hua Jie had restrained him, asking with concern, "Yi, does it hurt?" Chiu-Yi nodded, grimacing. "Yes, this woman is too fierce. She'll never get married." "You." Hua Jie glared at Chiu-Yi fiercely, prompting Qin Siyu and Xiao Shui to shield him. Chiu-Yi felt utterly aggrieved. In such situations, shouldn't he be the one protecting the two women? Hua Jie shook his head, looking at the two girls who were glaring at him, and sighed, "I truly do not understand what is so appealing about this man. Why do you both protect him so fervently? Is it wrong for a wife to protect her husband?" The two women replied in unison. Chiu-Yi raised his thumb in approval before the two women, exclaiming, "What a wonderful wife!" All members of the Rose Mercenary Corps, comprised solely of women, immediately grasped the nature of Chiu-Yi's relationships and were displeased with his apparent infidelity. Hua Jie regarded Chiu-Yi with disdain, accusing him, "How despicable! I always suspected you were no good, but to think you would engage with two women at once, truly a disgrace." Chiu-Yi placed his hands on his hips. Infuriated by this woman's words, he approached the two women, wrapping an arm around their slender waists and smiling at Hua Jie. "Indeed, I am a scoundrel who plays both sides, but even if you threw yourself at me, I would never accept such a disgrace. You. I will not let you off today." The girl could hardly bear Chiu-Yi's retort. Even Hua Jie, several years her senior, could no longer contain his rage, exuding a palpable aura of hostility, causing objects around them to rattle, while the tea house owner cowered behind a table in fear. Fortunately, a member of the corps restrained Hua Jie, whispering in his ear, prompting him to calm down. Indeed, the mission was of utmost importance. Hua Jie reminded himself. Suppressing his fury, he tossed some coins onto the table, stood up, and commanded, "Let us move out." Chiu-Yi smiled at the woman who had just intervened to stop Hua Jie, only to receive a glare in return. He shrugged, realizing he had thoroughly earned their disdain. Dragon Valley is the dwelling place of dragons. Upon hearing this from Qin Siyu, Chiu-Yi became exceedingly excited. Dragons are magnificent and captivating creatures. If he could acquire one as a steed, wouldn't that make him a legendary paladin? But as a mage, what would he be called while riding a dragon? A holy mage? A fraudulent holy mage? As if intentional, Hua Jie led his mercenary group at a brisk pace, leaving Xiao Shui, a capable mid-level warrior, relatively unfazed due to her excellent stamina. However, for Chiu-Yi and Qin Siyu, the journey proved arduous. Both mages were physically weaker, and Chiu-Yi's feet began to ache, while Qin Siyu, being a lady, likely suffered even more, probably developing blisters. "Stop! I demand a break," Chiu-Yi shouted loudly. Hua Jie pretended not to hear and continued to lead the way. Chiu-Yi grasped Qin Siyu's hand, which was frowning in pain as she trudged forward. Qin Siyu looked at Chiu-Yi in confusion. "Let them go. At worst, we want to proceed," Chiu-Yi suggested. gesturing for Qin Siyu to sit on a nearby rock while he attempted to remove her shoes. Qin Siyu's face flushed as she pressed her hand down upon his, refusing to comply. It and Amp. Oppos. That's quite all right, Chiu softly remarked. I can see that you and Amp. Oppos. VE developed blisters. If you don and Amp. Oppos. T-pop them, it will be quite painful. Qin Siyu, feeling both shy and touched, released Chiu-Ye's hand, allowing her to remove her shoes. As Chiu-Ye beheld Qin Siyu's delicate little feet, her heart ached. Several blisters, each the size of a grain of rice, had formed on the soles, with some already beginning to burst. Despite searching her bag for quite some time, Chiu-Ye found nothing that could pierce the blisters. Finally, after much contemplation, she resolved to concentrate and attempt to forcefully conjure a needle made of earth elements using her mental energy. The structure of the needle was simple, yet the act of condensing earth elements with magic was undeniably arduous. Chiu-Ye's mental strength had yet to reach such heights. Forcibly suppressing earth elements was perilous, as a misstep could lead to a backlash. Qin Siyu was well aware of the risks, but she knew better than to disturb Chiu-Ye if her focus faltered. The consequences could be dire. Huarjie approached, noticing Chiu-Ye and Amp. Oppos' forehead beaded with sweat and the glowing sphere of earthy light in her right hand, and he curiously inquired, "What is happening? What is she doing?" A seasoned member of the Rose Mercenary Corps replied, "It seems she is attempting to forcibly suppress the earth elements. If she fails, she may face a backlash from them, potentially endangering her life." Huarjie was momentarily taken aback. Has she lost her mind? Why would she forcefully suppress earth elements? The member gestured toward Qin Siyu and Oppos' little foot, still grasped by Chiu-Ye. Upon seeing the numerous blisters on the sole, Huarjie quickly comprehended that Chiu-Ye intended to conjure a needle from the earth elements to puncture the blisters on Qin Siyu and Amp. Oppos' foot. To his surprise, he realized that this young woman possessed a compassionate heart, perhaps explaining why the two girls were willing to humble themselves in following him. Chiu-Ye's actions significantly improved her standing in the Rose Mercenary Corps, with many members beginning to express concern for her well-being. The glow in Chiu-Ye's right hand intensified, gradually coalescing into the shape of a needle. Witnessing this, Huarjie suddenly recalled that this young woman had previously employed fire and water magic, and now she was gathering earth elements. Although not a magician himself, he understood that no one could simultaneously wield multiple types of elemental magic. Chiu-Ye? The name rang a bell. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Huarjie's mind, and he exclaimed, Chiu-Ye, the all-element magician. Chapter 30. The Earth Dragon Chiu-Ye trembled, realizing that he had indeed overestimated himself. His current mental strength was insufficient to coalesce the earth element into a needle. As he felt his mental energy waning, the earth element around him began to destabilize. Thoughts of Xuejie and Siyu flooded his mind. Xuejie belonged to his world. If he were to perish, she would be left in profound solitude. Siyu, the girl he had fallen for in this realm, was equally significant to him. If he were no longer present, she would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Imagining the anguish of the two women stirred a fierce reluctance within him. With a silent roar in his heart, he began to absorb all the magical elements surrounding him. What started as a mere instinctive action transformed when the other 6 elemental energies gathered in his hands. The earth element suddenly became exceptionally compliant. With little effort, it morphed into a needle-like form. Huarjie had been closely observing the earth element in Chiu-Ye's grasp. Just as it seemed he could no longer hold on, he absorbed all the surrounding magical elements, resulting in a needle that was half gold and half black appearing in Chiu-Ye and Oppos' hand. The interplay of 7 elemental magics, each capable of suppressing the other, made it exceedingly difficult to control any single element independently. However, when combined, their inherent relationships allowed them to become remarkably obedient. This unintentional technique that Chiu-Ye had discovered would lay a formidable foundation for his future magical prowess, and the needle he held possessed extraordinary power. With curiosity, Chiu-Ye opened his eyes and gazed at the half-gold, half-black needle. What kind of power could this needle, formed purely from the 7 magical elements, possess? You are an all-element magician, Chiu-Ye? Huarjie regarded him with a peculiar expression. Chiu-Ye, harboring significant prejudice against her, ignored her words and focused intently on using the needle to pierce the water bubble beneath Siyu's foot. A remarkable event unfolded. As the needle punctured the bubble, the water flowed out, and a faint golden light shimmered on the needle. The bubble vanished without a trace. Impressive, Ye. What kind of needle is this? Xiao Shui exclaimed in wonder. It seems to be the work of the light element, Chiyoyi replied, somewhat uncertain. The glimmer of golden light was clearly the radiance of the light element, suggesting that this needle might possess additional abilities. Chiyoyi meticulously punctured all the bubbles on Siyu's foot, and under the healing influence of the light element, her delicate foot regained its former beauty. Hee. Such a lovely little foot, Chiyoyi said with a grin. Siyu, touched, wiped the sweat from Chiyoyi's forehead. Little did he know. He had just narrowly escaped death. Had he not gathered the other 6 elemental magics, he would have perished from the backlash of the earth element. Following this, Huarjie changed her demeanor. She slowed her pace and frequently stopped to rest for the sake of the 2 magicians, stealing glances at Chiyoyi, which made him feel uneasy. Finally, as they passed through a dense forest, Chiyoyi could no longer restrain himself. Why do you keep staring at me? He inquired. At that moment, Huarjie was lost in thought, gazing at him. After a brief silence, her face flushed as she turned away, murmuring, nothing at all. There must be something amiss. Could this woman be plotting to eliminate me, the rogue who straddles 2 worlds? Chiyoyi pondered silently. Feeling disheartened by the lack of satisfactory answers, he returned to Xiaoshui and Siyu, accepting a piece of cured meat that Xiaoshui offered him. What a strange affair. Not long ago, that wretched woman referred to me as a rogue, yet her attitude seems rather peculiar now. Young man, are you suggesting that woman has developed feelings for you? Siyu teased, her tone still mocking despite their relationship. Is this what they call love's irony? Upon hearing Siyu's words, Chiyoyi sighed. I assure you, I wouldn't dare pursue such a woman. Though I may appear charming. I conceded, Siyu interrupted. Let's not dwell on other matters. We should focus on what we can accomplish with this task. I refuse to sit idly by and receive compensation for nothing. Such was Siyu's nature, innately strong-willed and averse to taking advantage of others. Well, we did accept the task to assist them. What more is there to do? Chiyoyi mused, stroking his chin. Siyu shook her head and glanced at Huarjie, who was furtively observing them. From my observations, the leader of the Rose Mercenary Corps is a berserker-level warrior, and the other members are all of high warrior rank. Although the Earth Dragon is not a true dragon, it is still of draconic lineage, making it quite formidable. Xiaoshui, curious about these creatures, leaned in and asked, Siyu, how powerful is this Earth Dragon? Can a berserker and over 10 high-level warriors not subdue it? Siyu furrowed her brow slightly, replying, I have never encountered an Earth Dragon, but according to records, they have 4 limbs, are wingless, and can only walk, not fly. Their skin is exceptionally thick, providing remarkable physical defense. Ordinary weapons cannot harm them. Even weapons imbued with the berserker's fighting spirit struggle to inflict fatal wounds. Upon hearing this, Chiyoyi fell silent, contemplating deeply before approaching Huarjie with the 2 women beside him. Huarjie appeared startled as Chiyoyi approached, standing to face him. What is it? Have you finished resting? Almost. I want to ask you something. Have you ever slain an Earth Dragon? Chiyoyi inquired. Huarjie, brimming with confidence at this question, replied. Rest assured, you need not worry. With my berserker status and over 10 high-level warrior companions, dealing with an Earth Dragon should pose no significant challenge. We can likely dispatch it in an instant. Likely, approximately, fundamentally. Chiyoyi gestured for Siyu to relay the characteristics of the Earth Dragon to Huarjie, who paled upon hearing them. Weapons imbued with fighting spirit cannot inflict fatal wounds on the Earth Dragon? Huarjie questioned, her expression darkening as she sought confirmation from Siyu. Siyu nodded, bluntly stating, I initially thought you would have special weapons or traps to capture the Earth Dragon. I am surprised that you have made no preparations at all. I advise you to abandon this task. Huarjie pondered for a moment, her fist clenched tightly, then suddenly looked up with resolve, stating, No. This task is our Rose Mercenary Corps chance to prove our true strength. We cannot afford to fail. We must try. Chiyoyi sighed, choosing not to argue further, thinking to himself that this could spell disaster. After the Rose girls inevitably fell prey to the Earth Dragon, he and the 2 women would not only miss out on their reward, but might even find themselves as the dragon's next meal. After roughly 2.5 days of travel, Huarjie informed Chiyoyi that they had arrived at the outskirts of Dragon Valley. The group was hiding in a low-lying area at the valley's edge. Peering over, they saw a sandy valley beyond a mound about the height of a person, with a 3-meter-wide entrance directly in front of them. By proceeding through this entrance, they would enter the domain of the Dragonkin. However, entering there meant one thing: being mercilessly tormented by hundreds of dragons. Fortunately, this task only required the eyes of the Earth Dragon, a creature that, while not a true dragon, still posed a significant challenge, yet offered a glimmer of hope for victory. Certainly, this refers to the Rose Mercenary Corps. with Chiyoye and the two ladies embarking on a mission to confront the Earth Dragon, an act of goodwill akin to delivering a meal to the beast. Sisters. The Earth Dragon appears at the periphery of Dragon Valley. Once it emerges, we shall unleash our most formidable techniques upon its head, Huajie instructed. Understood. Over a dozen members of the Rose Mercenary Corps are anxiously fixated on a stretch of yellow sand surrounding Dragon Valley. A barren expanse where the sun scorched the sand to a blistering heat. Anything that dared to show itself would be impossible to conceal. As the Rose Mercenary Corps conducted their pre-battle rally, Chiyoye felt compelled to contribute, mirroring Huajie and Amp, Appo's tone. Ladies, the Earth Dragon is about to make its appearance. When it does, we shall hide. If the Rose Mercenary Corps succeeds in slaying it, we will provide our support. If the Earth Dragon defeats them, we will make our escape. The two ladies giggled at Chiyoye and Appo's words, covering their mouths in amusement. Huajie shot Chiyoye a stern glance, admonishing, refrain from uttering such ill-fated words. Witness how your sister vanquishes that Earth Dragon, and behold the might of a true warrior. Chiyoye shrugged. Having been informed by Qin Siyu of the Earth Dragon's formidable physical defenses, he harbored doubts regarding the Rose Mercenary Corps' ability to conquer it. Suddenly, an unusual sound captured everyone's attention. Peering ahead, they observed a section of the yellow sand where the ground was continuously sinking. Quicksand? Huajie gasped softly. If that were the case, their combat effectiveness would be significantly compromised. No, something is about to emerge. Chiyoye and Amp, Appo's keen eyes spotted a tan creature previously concealed by the sand, which would have been nearly indistinguishable if not for his vigilance. Before Chiyoye could finish his sentence, a colossal entity erupted from the sand, resembling an exaggerated lizard magnified countless times. Upon its emergence, it left a massive black pit in the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. This is the target of our mission, the Earth Dragon. Chapter 31. Severe Injury and Assault. When the Earth Dragon fully emerged from the ground, Huajie decisively charged forward with his team. Initially unaware of the Earth Dragon and Appo's ability to burrow underground, he understood that if they did not resolve the situation swiftly, the creature could vanish below the surface, rendering their efforts futile. The Earth Dragon possessed thick, earth-toned skin, and its large, lantern-sized eye sockets housed murky yellow orbs that were highly vigilant. The moment Huajie surged forward, the creature detected the assailants. Although the Earth Dragon was not a true dragon, it exhibited a temperament as fierce as one, harboring immense fury towards Huajie and his companions, whom it perceived as threats. Its seemingly clumsy tail lashed out with astonishing speed, striking towards Huajie, who was the closest. Caught off guard by the creature and Appo's rapid response, Huajie realized that their ambush had been utterly ineffective. Unable to evade in midair, he let out a fierce shout, channeling his energy to envelop his body. He crossed his sword before him, the aura of his power shimmering as it intercepted the Earth Dragon's tail. Boom. Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine. As the tail made contact with Huajie and Amp, Appo's dual swords, he felt an immense force surge through him, akin to a cannonball being discharged, and with a resounding bang, he was sent flying backward. Captain, a member of the group, witnessing their leader being flung into the air, could not help but cry out in concern. However, they neglected the impending attack from the earthbound dragon, which struck them with a sweeping tail, lacking the formidable strength of the valiant warrior. This member failed to mount any defense and was consequently caught squarely by the tail. Blood gushed forth from their mouth as they let out a muffled groan, being propelled backward to roll a full 3 meters upon the ground. Lifting their head, another spurt of blood escaped their lips, and the expression of agony etched upon their face was enough to evoke deep sympathy in those who beheld it. The pain was palpable. Chiyoye gazed at the sight of the woman sprawled on the ground and remarked, "This is truly agonizing." Xiaoxue gently pinched Chiyoye, chiding, "At such a moment, you still have the leisure to jest. That sister might very well be on the brink of death." Chiyoye shrugged, acknowledging that with Xiaoxue speaking, she dared not utter another word. Huajie executed a swift maneuver in midair, allowing his body to descend with a thud. He rushed to the side of the injured female member, lifting her and calling out to the remaining members to retreat, before hastening back toward the sanctuary where Chiyoye and the others were concealed. Witnessing this, Chiyoye could not help but curse inwardly, thinking, "This woman is determined to drag me down with her." With a sense of helplessness, Chiyoye gazed at the icy blade unleashed by Qin Siyu as it was disregarded by the earthbound dragon pursuing Huajie and her companions. Summoning her mental strength, she retrieved her staff and recited an incantation that resonated with an unsettling aura. from the depths of the netherworld, the vengeful spirit, unshackled from its chains, returned to the mortal realm, transforming into a malevolent specter, intent on avenging past grievances. At this moment, the heart that had long ceased to beat was reawakened. Entwined in a tapestry of love and hatred, advancing towards the ultimate, extreme conclusion, the necromantic spell, Death and Apos, lethal needle. What time is it? And do you still have the leisure to recite incantations? Are you seeking your own demise? As Huajie rushed towards Ayue, she called out, having drawn the attention of the Earth Dragon to buy time for her team to evacuate. Behind her, the enraged Earth Dragon followed closely. Huajie had managed to delay long enough for her comrades and the three from Ayue to put some distance between themselves and the threat. Yet Ayue halted to chant a spell. As a result, neither Xiaoshu nor Qinxiyu fled, and her own team members felt too embarrassed to run, lingering by Ayue's side. If the Earth Dragon charged forward, it would undoubtedly feast upon them. Huajie abruptly stopped and turned, unleashing a blade of energy toward the Earth Dragon. The creature merely snorted. Disregarding her attack entirely, the energy sliced a small gash into the dragon's tough hide, causing a trickle of crimson blood to flow forth. However, the Earth Dragon appeared unfazed, as if such a minor wound held no significance, or perhaps Ayue and Apos' group had become as tempting as roasted fowl in the eyes of a starving ghost. Provoking the dragon to charge recklessly, realizing her assault had proven ineffective, Huajie anxiously dashed to Ayue's side, intending to forcibly take her away. Yet upon approaching, a profoundly uncomfortable sensation emanated from Ayue, repelling Huajie. Observing those near Ayue, she noted that they all bore expressions of discomfort. Huajie was not foolish. She understood that Ayue was undoubtedly casting some extraordinary spell. However, she found it curious that Ayue wore a robe typical of a magic apprentice. And were not apprentices limited to casting only rudimentary spells? Even though Ayue possesses remarkable intelligence and can wield elementary magic, it seems implausible that any beginner or fundamental spell could evoke such an overwhelming aura. This sensation appears to emanate from a profound fear within the soul. I can sense an unusual magical fluctuation radiating from Ayue. The Earth Dragon, as if sensing something amiss, halted 5 meters before Ayue, watching with trepidation as dark smoke began to rise around him. It appeared somewhat fearful. My dear sisters, do you have any idea what spell he is casting? Huajie was taken aback by the scene before him and, filled with confusion, inquired of Xiaoshui and Qinxiyu. The two women shook their heads. Utterly unaware of where Ayue had acquired such magic, black smoke coalesced into 2 pitch-black needles before Ayue, prompting the Earth Dragon to emit a fearful cry, swiftly turning to burrow into the ground in a desperate bid to escape. The individuals surrounding Ayue instinctively took a couple of steps back. The malevolent aura emanating from her intensified, and Qinxiyu, as a sorceress, felt it most acutely, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. The Death Needle was a level 1 curse. Had any sorcerer realized that Ayue was wielding nearly mid-level magic to cast a curse at that moment, they would either think her suicidal or recklessly courting death. However, anyone witnessing the 2 dark needles before Ayue would recognize that the incantation had indeed succeeded. The manifestation of a spell signifies its successful casting. The only requirement thereafter is to unleash it. Ayue felt her mental energy depleting rapidly. Had she not learned from the grimoire the art of extracting a portion of power from higher-level magic to perform a transgressive spell, she would have been utterly incapable of casting this necromantic curse and would have faced its backlash. Go! With a soft snort, Ayue unleashed 2 pitch-black needles that shot forth at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, they pierced into the body of the Earth Dragon, revealing no semblance of defense beneath its thick hide. The Earth Dragon let out a piercing roar, as if engulfed in excruciating agony, and its burrowing speed suddenly intensified, swiftly disappearing into the ground, leaving only a gaping pit in its wake. As the spell concluded, Ayue staggered, supported by Xiaoshui. Yi, what has happened? Are you all right? Do not frighten Sister Shui, Xiaoshui said anxiously. Ayue's complexion was as pale as bleached paper exposed to the sun. Qinxiyu gestured for Xiaoshui to steady Ayue, placing her hands on Ayue and Apos' back to channel her magical energy. After a moment, Ayue finally regained her composure under Qinxiyu and Apos' magical infusion, her pallor transforming back to a normal hue. What kind of magic did you just employ? Sister Shui feels quite unwell, Xiaoshui said, rubbing her shoulders. Is that so? Allow me to massage you, Sister Shui, Ayue offered, placing her hands on Xiao Shui and Appo's shoulders and gradually moving them towards her chest. With a loud slap, Hua Jie swatted Qiu Ye's hands away, glaring at her before sternly inquiring, "Young one, was the magic you just used necromancy? Are you a necromancer?" Upon the utterance of these words, with the exception of Xiao Shui, who appeared utterly indifferent, a palpable tension enveloped the crowd. Necromancers are regarded as malevolent entities in this realm, shrouded in mystery and reviled by all. They desecrate the divine and manipulate the deceased. Akin to a rat scurrying through the streets, universally condemned. Qiu Yi smiled softly and calmly remarked, "This indeed presents an intriguing notion. Must we conclude that malevolent magic is exclusively necromancy? What I wield is merely magic infused with dark elements. Truly, what a foolish woman." Hua Jie remained silent for a moment, contemplating the truth in Qiu Yue's words. She had never witnessed necromancy and was largely unfamiliar with the arcane arts. Thus, his remarks had indeed been rather abrupt. Among mages, the greatest affront is to be labeled a necromancer, a grave insult. "Yes, I apologize," Hua Jie uttered in a voice as faint as a mosquito and Appo's hum. "What? I can hardly hear you," Qiu Yue replied playfully. "You brat, if you can't hear, then so be it." Hua Jie shot her a glare before turning his attention to the injured member of their team. Qiu Yue pouted and followed him to the wounded member of the Rose Mercenary Corps. Upon seeing the extent of her injuries, Hua Jie's brow furrowed in concern. The tail of the Earth Dragon had struck the young woman's waist with tremendous force. He gently lifted the hem of her garment, revealing a horrifying wound that elicited gasps from the onlookers. The Earth Dragon and Appo's tail, equipped with numerous barbed spikes, delivered a blow akin to a spiked mace. The woman, caught unawares and without defensive magic, had suffered grievous injuries as the spikes tore into her flesh, blood oozing forth in torrents. "Captain, Zhao Qing seems unable to hold on much longer. We cannot even administer the healing air," a team member lamented through tears. Tears brimmed in Hua Jie's eyes as well. Having lived alongside one another, the members of the Rose Mercenary Corps were akin to family, and the pain of one was felt by all. Now, as he witnessed a life slowly fading before him, Hua Jie and Appo's tears could no longer be contained, cascading down his cheeks and pooling at his chin. "Abandon the mission. We must return to treat Zhao Qing's wounds." The urgency of the situation weighed heavily on Hua Jie as he resolutely decided to forsake their task and seek a healer, though he feared whether their injured companion could endure the journey back. Just as they prepared to turn back, the wounded member grasped Hua Jie and Appo's arm with great effort. "Captain, I cannot go on. Do not waste your efforts on me. Please, continue with the mission." Chapter 32, The Light of Healing. Enough of the nonsense. You will not perish. I am the captain, so heed my words and return to tend to your wounds, Hua Jie commanded. Qiu Yu nodded from the side, recognizing that although the woman could be fierce, she had a good heart. The injured member of their group wanted to say something, but suddenly the ground quivered, causing everyone to sway. "What is happening?" Hua Jie inquired. A member of the team glanced around, pointing in terror at the spot where the earth-drilling dragon had disappeared moments before. "The earth-drilling dragon has returned." Upon seeing this, Hua Jie's expression darkened. The dragon erupted from the large hole with a furious roar, its two slightly reddened eyes fixated on Hua Jie. Within seconds, it charged forward. Realizing retreat was no longer an option, Hua Jie gritted his teeth and shouted, raising his two-handed sword to confront the beast. He propelled himself forward, leveraging his momentum to slash downward, sending a crescent-shaped sword aura soaring toward the dragon. The dragon roared in response, its lizard-like head glowing with a yellowish hue as the sword aura struck it, shattering into fragments. "Damn it," Hua Jie seethed. The earth-drilling dragon, being an earth-type creature, had reinforced its head with the yellow light, fortifying it against Hua Jie's attack. Despite its massive size, the dragon moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance to Hua Jie in less than a second, and its colossal head collided with him, sending him flying. Seizing the opportunity, the dragon rushed to where Hua Jie landed, tilting its head back to reveal its enormous maw, waiting for him to descend. With no leverage in the air, Hua Jie found himself unable to evade, and just as he was about to fall into the dragon and Appo's jaws, a figure swooped down from above, rescuing him from certain doom. The rescuer was a member of the Rose Mercenary Group, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed, "Captain, Zhao Qing. She is gone." "What?" Hua Jie felt his legs weaken. Zhao Qing, with her bright and lively personality, often teased him. The thought of her being lost filled him with anguish. Roaring in fury, the earth-drilling dragon-esque cries transformed Ayue's sorrow into wrath, unleashing a torrent of power from within him as his fighting spirit surged. "Sisters, kill. Let us avenge Zhao Qing," Ayue bellowed, his two-handed sword enveloped in the unleashed energy, swinging toward the dragon. In that moment, the bonds of the Rose mercenary group solidified, encircling the dragon. Sensing their collective fury, the dragon began to retreat into the earth once more. But the enraged mercenaries would not allow it to escape. If it fled, how could they quell their wrath? Who would avenge their fallen sister? The first to act was the captain of the Rose mercenary group. She leapt high, channeling her energy into her sword, which grew from the length of a human arm to a colossal blade. As she descended, the massive sword struck the dragon's back with a resounding crack, visibly caving in a portion of its spine. The dragon, momentarily incapacitated by the pain, could no longer attempt to burrow underground. Take advantage of its weakness. The Rose mercenary group, now solely focused on avenging their sister, surged forward with their most potent attacks. Ayue crouched by the woman named Zhao Qing, scrutinizing her closely. "Young man, what are you doing at a time like this? You still have the presence of mind to stare at the dead," Qin Siyu remarked, her dissatisfaction evident at Ayue's apparent indifference. Turning to her, Ayue shook his head, observing Qin Siyu's tear-streaked face akin to Xiao Shue's. "Women will always cry when they see others weeping. Who said I was staring at a corpse? Are you not looking at a corpse right now?" Qin Siyu pointed at Zhao Qing, lying lifeless on the ground. Ayue rolled his eyes, bending down to lift the woman. "Sister Shue, lend me a hand and help me carry her." Wiping her tears, Xiao Shue complied and assisted Ayue. With his hands free, Ayue began to lift the fabric around the woman and Appo's abdomen. Qin Siyu slapped his hand away, exclaiming, "Are you really taking advantage of a dead person?" Ayue, both amused and exasperated, shot back. "Do you see me as a perverted rogue in your eyes?" Qin Siyu hesitated, which made Ayue feel a sense of relief. After all, she was now his wife. She wouldn't view him in such a light. However, her next words left him speechless. "You are slightly better than a perverted rogue, but sometimes you can be a bit lewd." So it seemed he had some connection to the label of a pervert. Shaking his head, he retorted, "This woman is not dead. She merely fainted from blood loss. The one who checked her earlier was careless and declared her dead without confirmation. If I hadn't noticed, she would truly be gone by now." Hearing this, both Qin Siyu and Xiao Shue and Appo's eyes brightened. "Yi, are you saying she is still alive?" Xiao Shue asked, surprised. Ayue nodded. "I am attempting to save her now. So please refrain from asking further questions. If we delay, she may indeed perish." Qin Siyu nodded, her excitement palpable. "Then hurry and save her. I'll help you remove her clothing." Before Ayue could respond, Qin Siyu began to unbutton the woman and Appo's top, and he was unable to stop her in time. The sight of her pale, unblemished skin and the alarming wound that marred it struck him. "I and Appo's handle this," Xiao Shue said, tearing away the woman and Appo's undergarment. Both women, driven by urgency to save a life, took it upon themselves to undress her, believing Ayue intended to do so for medical reasons. Ayue covered his eyes. "I didn't mean to strip her entirely." Sister Shue quickly put her undergarment back on. Xiao Shue blinked at the torn garment, realizing it would be challenging to reattach. "Saving her is our priority. Do not concern yourself with modesty. Just look if you must," Qin Siyu insisted, pulling Ayue's hand away from his face. Reluctantly, Ayue allowed himself to sneak glances while trying to focus on saving the woman. He sought assistance from the grimoire in his mind, hoping it would provide a spell to assist the ailing girl. The healing powers of light magic are unparalleled. The grimoire presented a series of light-based spells, though even the lowest tier of healing magic was of intermediate level. Fortunately for the woman, Ayue wielded the seven-element staff, once used by the Emperor of Magic, which could enhance his spells by one tier. With his near-intermediate magical prowess, Ayue could barely muster the light healing magic. Raising his staff and pointing it at the weakening woman, he concentrated and began chanting the incantation. "Illuminate the lost, guide the way, relieve the anguished spirit. Nourish the wounded body, unceasing light brings hope, transforming into a spring rain from the heavens, the light of healing." As the light elements gathered above the woman, they cascaded down upon her wounds. Under the influence of the potent healing light, the ghastly injury began to rapidly close, and though her complexion remained pale, the rise and fall of her chest grew more pronounced. Originally, Ayue intended to cast a mid-level light-based healing spell. However, fearing that the healing potency might fall short, She opted instead to invoke an incomplete high-level healing spell, the Radiance of Healing, by harnessing the energy of higher-tier magical components. Once the full power of the Radiance was unleashed, a gentle shower of luminous droplets enveloped the surrounding area, far denser and more potent than the makeshift spell Ayue had just employed. The incomplete Radiance of Healing proved to be more than sufficient to mend the injuries of the woman before her. Satisfied, Ayue nodded approvingly, indulging her gaze on the woman's pristine form. After all, collecting a modest fee for her healing services seemed a reasonable recompense for her efforts. Chapter 33. Mission accomplished. The woman gradually regained consciousness and happened to catch a glimpse of Ayue and Appo's comically foolish expression. What happened to me? I think I fainted just now. With Xiaoshui and Appo's assistance, she sat up, feeling a coolness against her chest. Upon looking down, her face flushed crimson in embarrassment. In that moment of distraction, the woman and Appo's scream harmonized with the anguished wail of the earth-drilling dragon as it fell to the ground. With a swift kick, she sent Ayue, who was still staring at her, flying against a tree, where he hung precariously. Having taken a kick and witnessed some benefits, I suppose it and Appo's worth it, Ayue pondered, nursing his swollen face while dangling from the tree. After Ayue dealt with the earth-drilling dragon, he returned with a sorrowful demeanor to tend to his team member, only to find the one who should have perished hiding bashfully in Xiaoshui and Appo's embrace. Her upper body completely bare, with the once terrifying wound on her abdomen now reduced to a slender scar. Ayue's expression froze, caught between laughter and tears, struggling to adapt to the sudden turn of events. He seized the team member who had previously informed him of Zhao Qing and Appo's demise and pointed at Zhao Qing, questioning. Didn't you say Zhao Qing was dead? What is this? A specter? The team member hesitated for a moment, then, with a serious demeanor, looked at Zhao Qing and nodded, explaining with an inhuman logic, it's possible. Zhao Qing has been single for many years, and perhaps the psychological pressure accumulated over time manifested in her spirit form as the way she appeared before, without clothes. Ignoring the ramblings of the confused team member, Ayue approached Xiaoshui, who recounted the entire sequence of events. Ayue understood that Ayue had saved this member, granting her a second chance at life. But why is she not wearing clothes? Ayue inquired, perplexed. Ah well. Xiaoshui hesitated to explain, not wanting to reveal that she and Qin Siyu had stripped her before presenting her to Ayue. However, Qin Siyu was quick to provide an explanation. Pointing at Ayue hanging in the tree with his pig-like swollen face, it was for the sake of facilitating treatment. He asked us to remove her clothing. Facilitating treatment? Both Ayue and the rescued woman regarded Ayue, who was squinting and sneaking glances their way, with skepticism, sensing that the truth might be otherwise. Yet, regardless, this rascal had saved his sister, improving Ayue's impression of him. He personally helped Ayue down from the tree and expressed his gratitude. Now, what do you desire? Ayue asked. Ayue was concentrating on attempting to cast healing light to remedy his swollen face when he heard Ayue's question and responded, puzzled. What for? You saved my team member. As the leader, I must show my appreciation. Speak up. As long as I am able, I will grant your request, Ayue declared generously. This piqued Ayue and Appo's interest. Ayue was not simply a lowly leader of a mercenary band. The Rose Mercenary Corps was an A-class mercenary group in the Empire of Valor, with the capability to fulfill many requests. If he were to ask for some form of compensation, it was likely that both Xiaoshui and Ayue would never have to worry about sustenance for the rest of their lives. However, the notion of demanding a reward quickly dissipated in Ayue's mind. It felt somewhat opportunistic. After some contemplation, he decided there was nothing he truly desired, concluding that he would consider this act as voluntary labor. Just as Ayue was about to commend himself for his selfless spirit, Ayue preemptively interrupted him. You must propose a condition. I do not wish to owe you anything. Oh great, now I must ask for something, Ayue thought, feeling vexed. Have you thought it through? Why are you so slow? Ayue grew impatient. This guy is truly annoying, Ayue muttered inwardly. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he blurted out. How about you offer yourself to me? Whoosh. An icy blade swiftly shot forth, landing squarely in Ayue's backside. Ayue emitted a cry that rivaled the dying wail of the earth-drilling dragon, clutching his rear and leaping high into the air. He was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Xiaoshui rushed over to pull Ayue aside, grinning at the bashful Ayue standing in place. Ayue, winking mischievously, hopped over to Qin Siyu and exclaimed, You can be so ruthless with your husband. Aren't you afraid of becoming a widow? The last came as Xiao Shui yanked the ice blade from Qiu Yi's rear, eliciting another pained cry. Indeed, flirting in front of your wife. Don't you fear meeting your end by her hand? A glint of coldness flashed in Qin Siyu and Appo's eyes as she swiftly gathered water elements in her hands. All right. It was merely a jest. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Qiu Yi waved dismissively, pouting. Huajie hesitated for a moment before retrieving a transparent crystal from his pocket and handing it to Qiu Yi. What is this? Qiu Yi inquired, bewildered as he examined the item. This is a high-grade magical crystal, containing an astonishing amount of magical energy that only high-level magicians can absorb. Once you attain that level, you will be able to harness the power within. Consider it a token of gratitude for saving Zhao Qing, Huajie explained. Isn't this quite valuable? Qiu Yi assessed the crystalline object in his hand, marveling at its clarity. A standard magical crystal can fetch a price of 100,000 at the Magic Guild, while a high-grade one is likely only hoarded by royalty. Anyone lucky enough to possess such a crystal could easily sell it for $1 million at the guild. Qin Siyu elaborated. Who would have thought you were so knowledgeable? Qiu Yi remarked. Having a wife who knows so much, it's no wonder you aren't strictly managed. Xiao Shui stifled a smile, whispering to Qiu Yi, though Qin Siyu's magical talent isn't particularly outstanding, she is renowned as a genius within the academy. Is that so? I was unaware, Qiu Yi replied. Xiao Shui rolled her eyes. You hardly attend classes. What could you possibly know? Besides, most of what our academy hears about you is merely gossip. Many do not even recognize you when they see you. Qiu Yi stroked his chin, acknowledging the truth in her words. Although he was one of the last 3 disciples of the Archmage in the realm of Mage N, he rarely appeared in public. Aside from a month of foundational courses, most of his learning was self-study. Turning to Huajie, he held up the high-grade magical crystal and said, This gift might be too extravagant for me. It is far too precious. Huajie shook his head, asserting, no matter how valuable it may be, it pales in comparison to a life. You saved Xiao Qing. If you refuse, I, as her leader, would feel uneasy. At this point, Huajie paused, his face slightly reddening as he stole a glance at Qiu Yi. Or do you truly wish for me to offer myself in return? If so, that could be. Cough. Qiu Yi coughed forcefully, interrupting Huajie, as he found himself momentarily tempted by the suggestion. Though Qin Siyu's firm grip on his waist was a constant reminder to maintain his rationality. I will accept it, he finally conceded. Huajie nodded with satisfaction, revealing a relieved smile. With the mission successfully accomplished, the once doomed individual was saved, and everyone rejoiced. The group returned to the mercenary guild, their spirits much lighter than when they had first set out. Approximately 2 days later, the Rose Mercenary Corps arrived at the Mercenary Guild in the Magic Empire. Huajie presented the Eye of the Earth Drilling Dragon to complete their mission and handed Qiu Yi a card. What is this? The money card can be used to withdraw funds from any currency exchange, containing the remuneration for the completion of this mission. As agreed, it is all yours. Huajie pressed the card into Qiu Yi's hand. Understood. A bank card, is it? Aren't you going to check the amount inside? Huajie inquired. Qiu Yi shook her head, replying, No need. We trust each other. Huajie regarded Qiu Yi for a moment, and then suddenly laughed. I believe our mercenary group could benefit from having a mage. Qiu Yi chuckled as well, saying, If I have the opportunity, I shall certainly masquerade as a mage in your group, surrounded by all those beautiful women. In life, no feast lasts forever. Farewells inevitably carry a tinge of sadness. The members of the Rose Mercenary Corps reluctantly bid farewell to the 2 women, clinging to them with fondness. Qiu Yi felt quite disgruntled, as not a single person offered her a farewell, making her feel invisible. However, Huajie did extend a symbolic handshake to Qiu Yi, which provided her with a modicum of comfort. With money in hand, Qiu Yi and Appo's first order of business was to accompany Xiao Shui and Qin Siyu on a shopping spree. Although it was the 2 women who did the shopping, while Qiu Yi merely trailed behind, carrying their bags. Upon returning to the academy, Qiu Yi lay down, but at that moment, a jarring voice pierced the air. Well, ISN and AMP. Appo's. This our academy and AMP. Appo's. Renowned all-system mage? Haha, what a sight you are now, lying on the ground like a dog. Upon turning to see the source of the voice, Qiu Yi recognized none other than Slater, the individual who had previously attempted to humiliate Xiao Shui. A flash of anger flickered in Qiu Yi's eyes at the sight of him. Yet, she was taken aback by the presence of those standing beside Slater. Chapter 34. Fire Kill beside Charlotte stood a youth with fiery red hair and a cold demeanor, appearing to be a year or two his senior. The boy's haughty gaze emanated a palpable pressure that Autumn Leaf could not ignore. It was evident that this individual possessed formidable magical prowess. At least on par with that of a high-ranking sorcerer, Autumn Leaf mused. Ha ha ha, what's the matter? Are you intimidated by my bodyguard? Charlotte taunted, his eyes lecherously scrutinizing both Xiaoshui and Qin Siyu. Let me remind you, last time you disrupted my plans, and I have yet to settle the score. If you obediently return those two beauties to me for a delightful evening, I shall overlook your previous disrespect and even arrange for my father to grant you a title of baron. What do you say? The expressions of both women turned icy, and Autumn Leaf could no longer tolerate the insolence. 3 small fireballs materialized around him and, after a brief pause, surged towards Charlotte. Unbeknownst to Charlotte, the peculiar fireballs summoned by Autumn Leaf contained explosive power comparable to that of a basic magical water bomb. The red-haired youth displayed a flicker of surprise at Autumn Leaf's ability to conjure 3 potent fireballs instantaneously without incantation. This was a testament to Autumn Leaf's dedication to meticulous control in his magical practice. Typically, spellcasting requires incantations to stabilize the arrangement of magical elements. However, if a sorcerer possesses sufficient mental strength and mastery over fine manipulation, they can achieve the same without reciting spells, as Autumn Leaf had done. Charlotte's face paled. He had not anticipated that Autumn Leaf had grown so formidable in his absence. Relying on his noble status, he had bullied others without significant personal growth, remaining merely a junior sorcerer, ill-equipped to withstand the approaching fireballs. As the fireballs neared their target, the red-haired youth positioned himself squarely before Charlotte, unflinching as the projectiles hurtled toward him. Upon reaching the youth, the fireballs dissipated as if they had struck an invisible barrier, transforming into mere fire elements that vanished into the air. Magical shield. Both Autumn Leaf and Qin Siyu exclaimed in unison. This advanced skill, attainable by high-ranking sorcerers, involves releasing internal magical energy to create a protective barrier against incoming attacks. Mastery of this skill signifies a sorcerer's ability to stand toe-to-toe with warriors, no longer fearing close combat. Seeing that Autumn Leaf's magic could not harm him, Charlotte's arrogance returned. He commanded the red-haired youth, Fire Kill. Go fetch those 2 girls for me. I intend to enjoy them tonight. Upon hearing Charlotte's command, Autumn Leaf quickly positioned himself protectively in front of the 2 women. He had heard from the principal that Fire Kill was a lethal assassin in the service of Count Stiddick, possessing profound understanding of fire magic despite being merely a high-ranking sorcerer. Fire Kill, however, remained unmoved by Charlotte's orders. After Charlotte repeated his demand a few more times, Fire Kill unexpectedly struck Charlotte across the face with a resounding slap. The impact was fierce and loud, causing Charlotte's cheek to swell immediately. What are you doing? Do you dare strike me? You, a mere bodyguard, dare to hit me? Do you believe I want to have my father take your life? Charlotte roared, enraged and bewildered by such an affront. Fire Kill merely shot him a glare, silencing Charlotte instantly. The cold malice in Fire Kill's eyes made Charlotte feel as if he had been sentenced to death in that moment. I am merely protecting you from life-threatening danger. If you dare disturb me again, I will not hesitate to kill you, even if you are the son of Count Stiddick. Fire Kill spoke, his voice devoid of any emotion. Autumn Leaf was perplexed. It was the first time he had witnessed a bodyguard striking their master. The commotion attracted onlookers at the school gate, prompting Fire Kill to frown at the growing crowd before he approached Autumn Leaf, with Charlotte trailing behind. As he walked past Autumn Leaf, the latter felt a momentary suffocation in his breath. Not a figment of his imagination, but a result of the dense fire elements emanating from Fire Kill, clearly a display of power. Autumn Leaf, undeterred, stood firm in front of the 2 women, releasing his own magical energy. The opposing magical elements clashed, demonstrating that Autumn Leaf's pressure was not inferior to that of Fire Kill. Fire Kill was once again astonished and cast a deep gaze at Autumn Leaf. As they brushed past one another, he whispered in a tone audible only to the 2, impressive. If you were my target, I would be quite pleased. Without Fire Kill's protection, Charlotte lacked the courage to provoke Autumn Leaf further and quickly lowered his head, retreating under the latter's fierce gaze. Once Charlotte and Fire Kill were out of sight, Autumn Leaf retracted his magical presence and sighed inwardly. As the son of a count, Charlotte was surrounded by powerful protectors. If Autumn Leaf wished to exact revenge, he needed to cultivate even greater strength. The encounter at the gates soured Autumn Leaf's mood, but it improved upon returning home to find Qin Ming greeting him with a smile. Welcome back, master, she said. Autumn Leaf affectionately ruffled the little maid's hair, teasing, Did you miss me while I was away? Did you have trouble sleeping at night? Yes, Qin Ming nodded earnestly. Without you at home, I ate well, slept soundly. And my skin has improved. Autumn Leaf playfully swatted her backside, feigning irritation. You only know how to jest. I see no signs of improvement in your skin, though. Your backside seems to have gained some firmness. Pervert. Both Xiao Shui and Qin Siyu exclaimed in unison. Joking with the charming little maid always brought a sense of comfort to Autumn Leaf, although he had only been gone for a little over a week. With plenty of summer vacation remaining, he was not inclined to rest. He needed to grow stronger. Only through power could he protect the women he cherished and fulfill the mission bestowed upon him by the Magical Codex. Mission? Autumn Leaf recalled the Magical Codex, which urged him to confront the ambitions of the martial sovereign, yet the martial sovereign was dead. What ambitions could he possibly harbor now? At that moment, the Rose Mercenary Corps, having parted ways with Autumn Leaf 2 days prior, encountered trouble on their return to the Gallant Empire. Captain, we are surrounded by approximately 30 priests, Zhao Qing exclaimed, scanning the surroundings anxiously. About 30 priests had collectively cast holy light, ensnaring over a dozen warriors of the Rose Mercenary Corps within its confines. Holy light wielded considerable offensive power, and Huarjie and her companions dared not approach, huddling together instead. Outside the radiant barrier, a group of white-robed priests chanted in hushed tones. Huarjie was perplexed by their intentions. They had been chanting for nearly half an hour, imprisoning them with holy light, yet refraining from any attack. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Should these priests launch an assault, hold nothing back and counter with full force, Huarjie declared, her patience wearing thin. No matter how sacred their vocation, if they dare provoke the Rose Mercenary Corps, we shall retaliate. However, time passed, and the white-robed priests remained unhurried in their chanting, showing no signs of aggression or retreat. This left Huarjie bewildered. What on earth were these priests planning? Chapter 35. The Holy Sword is seized. Time passed inexorably as the priests continued their incantations. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through Huarjie's body, startling Zhao Qing beside him. Captain, what is wrong? Surely it's not an epileptic fit? Zhao Qing exclaimed. Huarjie shot a glare at Zhao Qing and replied, Go to hell. I'm not having an epileptic seizure. It's just he discreetly reached behind him to touch the long object wrapped in black cloth, his reward for completing the Earth Dragon quest, the Holy Sword. Moments ago, it had seemingly vibrated, causing Huarjie to feel a jolt throughout his body. Yet, the tremor was fleeting, vanishing as swiftly as it had appeared, leaving Huarjie uncertain of its authenticity. Suddenly, without any forewarning, the Holy Sword burst forth from its cloth confinement, radiating a blinding white light. This is bad, the Holy Sword, Huarjie exclaimed, unable to restrain it as the sword soared into the sky, hovering above. The group of priests, witnessing this turn of events, quickened their incantations, their voices swelling in volume as the sword and Appo's brilliance escalated as if boundless. Captain, what is happening? Why is the Holy Sword behaving this way? Is it your doing? Zhao Qing raised his hand to shield his eyes from the dazzling light. Huarjie shook his head, asserting, It's not me. The Holy Sword is not merely a weapon. It is a sacrificial artifact. It must be these priests' chaotic chants that have caused this. The Holy Sword, forged by the God of Light, possessed formidable light elements, revered by the priests as a sacred relic. Despite its potency, the sword was not particularly valuable, lacking the status of a divine artifact or even that of a weapon, leaving it in an awkward position where it drew little contention. The once overlooked Holy Sword had been displayed in the Mercenary Guild of the Magical Empire as a quest reward. Upon learning of this, the Emperor of the Brave Empire commissioned the Rose Mercenary Group at a high price to retrieve the sword, initially reluctant to accept the task. As the Magical Empire was foreign territory fraught with uncertainties, Huarjie found himself unable to refuse the Emperor's direct orders and reluctantly set forth. Fortunately, he completed the mission without incident, with the only requirement being to return the Holy Sword to the Emperor of the Brave Empire. Little did he know, midway through his journey, these priests would appear. It was evident that the Holy Sword possessed some special significance, prompting others to covet it. Most priests resided within the Holy Light Empire, and their audacious journey to seize the Holy Sword hinted at nefarious intentions. With this thought, Huarjie furrowed his brow and shouted, Who are you? Why do you seek to take the Holy Sword? No sooner had he spoken than the sword transformed into a beam of white light. Drawn into a wooden box produced by one of the priests, the blinding holy light crashing down upon the mercenary group. Damn it! Huarjie quickly tore open a magical scroll from his cloak, causing the earth to tremble as a fortress-like earthen structure enveloped the Rose mercenary group. A formidable barrier. A mid-level earth magic. However, this modest defensive spell could not withstand the combined might of 30 white-robed priests unleashing their holy light. With a resounding explosion, the light shattered the protective magic, and the members of the Rose mercenary group braced against the onslaught. Standing at the forefront, Huajie exerted all his strength to block the holy light, but after a mere 3 seconds, he was flung back, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The others, lacking Huajie's prowess, fared even worse, collapsing and succumbing to unconsciousness. As the priests retreated into the distance, Huajie lay on the ground, striving to remain conscious. His comrades had fallen, and if he succumbed as well, they would surely become prey for wild beasts in this desolate place, marking the Rose mercenary group as the first to be devoured by beasts in history. Fortunately, Huajie's fate was not yet sealed. Before long, an elderly mage approached him, his hair and beard a stark white. Upon spotting the unconscious women, he was taken aback, but upon seeing Huajie still conscious, he hastened towards him. I am Li Beici, the principal of the Royal Magic and Martial Academy. What has transpired here? This old mage had been exploring the area when he sensed a powerful gathering of light elements and was taken aback by the scene before him. Huajie shook his head. Struggling to speak, old mage, we were ambushed by a group of priests. They stole our quest item, the holy sword, and injured us. Li Beici furrowed his brow. Priests were generally seen as holy figures dedicated to healing and salvation. How could they resort to such thievery? Could there be a significant secret surrounding the holy sword? He pondered, sighing. The priority was to aid the injured. He retrieved a magic scroll from his robes and, standing amidst the Rose mercenary group, tore it open with vigor. The spell inscribed within was far superior to Huajie and Appo's earlier scroll, unleashing torrents of light rain that cascaded from above, the advanced healing magic known as healing light. This was the same magic that Autumn Leaf had employed to heal Zhao Qing, possessing extraordinary restorative powers. As the golden light enveloped them, the members of the Rose mercenary group gradually regained consciousness, their wounds healing significantly. Huajie was the first to rise, bowing deeply to Li Beici. Thank you, old mage, for your rescue. Li Beici waved his hand dismissively. It was but a trivial act. However, what you mentioned earlier, did priests truly seize the holy sword? Huajie nodded affirmatively. What I stated is indeed true. Those priests, all clad in white, combined their powers to unleash the holy light that severely wounded our group. Li Beici contemplated the matter gravely. These priests typically dwell in the Holy Light Empire, yet they have ventured here to seize the holy sword. There must be a deeper intrigue at play. I must inform the Emperor post-haste. As a mage of the magical empire, Li Beici felt a duty to ensure its safety. Recognizing that the holy sword likely harbored some hidden secret, old mage, I shall personally express my gratitude at your esteemed academy in the future. For now, I must return to the brave empire to relay this information to our emperor. Farewell. Huajie clasped his hands in respect. Li Beici nodded. Having already surmised that Huajie was likely from the brave empire, the air was saturated with light elements, devoid of any other residue. Confirming that only the priests had employed magic here, while none among the women were mages, it was entirely plausible that such a multitude of high-level warriors hailed from the brave empire. Huajie swiftly departed with his comrades, while Li Beici recited an incantation, his body gradually lifting into the air. The fierce wind propelled him rapidly toward the royal city, where the emperor resided. Chapter 36. The Ambush in Recent Days. Ayue had been plagued by an incessant twitch in her left eyelid, as if foretelling some significant event. Yet, there were no accidents, no unexpected bird droppings. And even drinking cold water did not result in any misfortune. Could it merely be a muscle spasm? Young man, while I do not wish to overstate the matter, do you not think that your daily vigil at the entrance is usurping a dog's rightful duties? Qin Siyu gently nudged Ayue, who was squatting at the door. Gazing up at the sky, Ayue turned her head, blinked, and shifted aside, inquiring, Siyu, do you think my persistent eyelid twitch signifies impending doom? Qin Siyu shot her a disapproving glance and retorted, do you truly believe that I, as an educated woman, would engage in such superstitious discussions? Move aside. I am headed to the library. Ayue obediently stepped aside, acknowledging that she was indeed a fine young person of the 21st century, and such superstitions were beneath her. With summer vacations still stretching ahead, Qin Siyu spent her days in the library, preparing as if for a rigorous entrance exam. Sister Shui engaged in her self-directed training. often unseen during the day, leaving Ayue to practice magic in solitude. The monotony was unbearable, aside from meditative exercises to absorb magical elements. She could only conjure a few ice blades to orbit around her. "Ah, how dull," Ayue exclaimed. "My lord, it seems you ought to engage in some physical activity." "Sitting idly all day could lead to cognitive decline," the little maid said as she tidied up. "Then I shall assist you with the cleaning," Ayue suggested after a moment and Apos, as contemplation. The little maid, alarmed, clutched her mop tightly and nervously replied, "My lord, you would not take away a dog and Apos, s duties only to usurp mine, would you?" Ayue blinked in confusion. What did that mean? Was she being insulted, or was it a reflection on herself? Regardless, with nothing better to do, she resolved to visit the library to spend time with Ayue. Accompanying her husband and passing the time was a wife's duty, after all. Upon stepping outside, she headed towards the library. As she passed beneath a patch of shade, a sudden surge of magical energy enveloped her. Ayue felt a rush of warmth at her neck and glanced down to see a dagger formed of fire elements poised against her throat. The assailant and Apos, as prowess was undeniable, and their finesse and manipulation surpassed her own. The intricate patterns on the fiery dagger were unmistakable. From a distance, it appeared as a genuine weapon, betraying no hint of its elemental nature. The heat radiating from the dagger was skillfully controlled, ensuring no harm befell her, indicating the assailant's profound mastery of fire elements. A faint, contemptuous snort came from behind a tree, and a figure emerged, draped in fiery red hair. It was none other than Huasha, the bodyguard of Shirlet. Li Basi had once remarked that Huasha was an exceptional assassin under Count Siddiq, and though merely a high-level fire mage, he possessed an unparalleled understanding of fire elements. Initially, Ayue had dismissed the notion that someone only a year or two older than herself could pose a threat, yet now she was inclined to reconsider. The mere ability to condense fire elements into a dagger indistinguishable from a real one was a testament to Huasha and Apos' talent. "Humph. I expected a renowned all-element mage to be more formidable. It seems you are not as impressive as rumored," Huasha sneered at Ayue. Naturally, Ayue would not remain passive. An assassin was an assassin. She would not naively assume he hesitated to take her life. A sneak attack from behind. What a cowardly tactic. Such underhanded actions are only befitting of someone like you, Ayue retorted with disdain. As her words left her lips, she felt the dagger tighten against her neck. A chill creeping in as a trickle of crimson flowed forth, vaporized by the fire element. "I am a killer. Ambushes are customary for me. And do you not find it rather humiliating for someone subdued to speak so defiantly?" Huasha remarked. Suddenly, Ayue laughed, her confidence disarming Huasha. "Do you truly believe you have subdued me with this?" Huasha, sensing something amiss in Ayue and Apos' demeanor, hesitated but then swiftly drew the fiery dagger across her neck, only to leave behind a mere white mark. Elemental enhancement. Huasha gasped in disbelief. Seizing the opportunity, Ayue distanced herself from him, rubbing her neck as she said, "I will grant you some credit. The defensive power of earth elements cannot be breached with a mere dagger." While conversing, Ayue had concentrated the most potent defensive earth elements around her neck, deliberately provoking Huasha to distract him during her gathering of defenses. Raising her right index finger, a glimmer of light element ignited, and with a swift motion, she healed the wound inflicted by the dagger. Huasha regarded her with intrigue, stating, "You possess some skill." Ayue shrugged, replying, "What business do you have here, if not to kill? Are you not aware that a killer should be seen as little as possible? My affairs are none of your concern. Just know that my attack on you is not due to Shirlet or Siddiq's orders, but solely out of my interest in you," Huasha declared, crossing his arms and eyeing Ayue with a hint of intensity. "In conclusion, you are someone worthy of my attention, so be cautious not to be killed by others. Your life, I intend to claim." With that, Huasha departed, leaving Ayue to roll her eyes in exasperation, muttering under her breath about his eccentricity. The commotion had sapped her desire to visit the library and seek out Ayue. Instead, she wandered to the college bulletin board, a place established to keep students informed about the latest happenings across the continent. It was plastered with parchment detailing various announcements. Typically, the bulletin board was deserted, as most students were preoccupied with the pursuits of youth, dating, and socializing, leaving little time for matters of state. However, today was peculiar. Many passers-by paused to scrutinize the board. Curious, Ayue approached and noticed the largest piece of parchment bore a striking headline. Dozens of priests seized the holy sword. What lies ahead? The term holy sword struck a familiar chord. Ah, The reward from the mission she completed with the Rose Mercenary Corps. Stolen? Ayue read the content carefully, noting that it lacked specifics, primarily hypothesizing the reasons behind the priest and Appo's actions. Were these priests dispatched by the church? If so, what secrets lay behind their willingness to tarnish their reputation for the sake of the Holy Sword? The Holy Sword had been taken, and she wondered about Ayue and her mercenary band. Surely they had not been slaughtered. Shaking her head, she reminded herself that these matters were not her concern. Her focus should remain on strengthening her abilities to protect those she cherished. Yet, life often defies one and Appo's intentions. Trouble finds those who wish to avoid it. Even if Ayue desired to evade conflict, it would inevitably pursue her. At that moment, within the Church of the Holy Light, a middle-aged man clad in golden robes and crowned with a tiara stood before a pitch-black coffin, gazing intently at the cross atop it. This man, adorned in golden garb, held a significant identity. He was the head of the Church of the Holy Light, the supreme leader of all priests. Indeed, he was the Pope of the Church Kidyali. The Church was a unique institution. Although it fell under the jurisdiction of the Holy Light Empire, it did not entirely submit to its governance. The Church had reached an accord with the Empire, allowing it to leverage the power of its priests. Report. The Holy Sword has been secured. Does His Holiness wish to review it? A priest clad in red robes entered and addressed Pope Kodia. Kodia shook his head, his right hand gently gliding over the coffin before him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "There is no rush. This individual holds significant sway over our plans. The time for him to awaken has not yet arrived." After a moment of silence, Kodia continued, "I have heard that the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts in the Magic Empire has produced a universal mage named Ayue. Are you aware of this?" The individual who had just conversed with Kodia, named aright, was one of the two red-robed cardinals under Kodia's command. "Indeed, Your Holiness. The universal mage emerging from the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts is called Ayue, and his name has already echoed throughout the continent. After all, a universal mage had only previously manifested in the form of the Magic Emperor." Kodia nodded, glancing at the black coffin with a chuckle. "How fortuitous. You were once defeated by the universal mage known as the Magic Emperor, and now another universal mage has surfaced. Let us hope you do not find yourself slain once more." Aright observed Kodia and Appo's expression, hesitating before suggesting, "This Ayue appears to be a potential threat. Should we?" Kodia raised a hand, halting Aright's forthcoming words. "Let us not concern ourselves with that for now. Send Vinaya to the Royal Academy to approach this Ayue and ascertain whether we can recruit him. If that proves unattainable, what then?" Aright inquired. "Then we shall seek an opportunity to eliminate him." Understood. Chapter 37. The female pastor. The sun beat down mercilessly, and Ayue felt as though her skin might peel away from the heat, despite being immersed in the refreshing cold water. "Master, your assistant has come to see you," Qin Ming announced as she opened the bathroom door, addressing Ayue, who was lounging in the bathtub, resting her head on its edge. Ayue squinted at Qin Ming, noting how the little maid's attire had become increasingly revealing, clad in a form-fitting white mini dress that clung to her youthful figure, subtly accentuating her curves, providing a refreshing sight amidst the sweltering heat. "You're looking for me? What would you like me to assist you with?" Autumn Leaf languidly inquired. If nothing of importance was at hand, she wished to spend the entire day ensconced in a bathtub filled with cool water, for the sweltering summer without air conditioning was utterly dreadful. She mentioned having something to discuss, yet the specifics eluded her. Nonetheless, she was already in the living room, accompanied by, it seemed to be a pastor. Huan Ming replied. "A pastor?" Qin Ming nodded. With a splash, Ayue emerged from the bathtub clad in nothing but his shorts. Qin Ming gasped and covered her eyes, yet could not resist glancing through the gaps between her fingers. Observing as Ayue casually dried himself with a towel, he confidently strode towards the living room. Qin Ming could not help but exclaim, "Master, you cannot possibly meet guests in such a state." Autumn Leaves paused momentarily, casting a glance at his own attire, which consisted solely of a pair of shorts, indeed, quite inappropriate. With a casual sweep of his surroundings, he retrieved the towel he had carelessly discarded earlier, wrapping it around himself and nodding in satisfaction. Now it felt just right. In the living room, the female assistant engaged in conversation with a nearby guest, momentarily taken aback by Autumn and Appo's appearance as he emerged. After all, he was a distinguished magician. Surely, he ought not to present himself in mere undergarments. This thought lingered in the assistant's mind. "Greetings." Akiha displays an utter lack of self-awareness, shamelessly raising her hand to greet. The little maid behind her is blushing profusely. Having such a master is indeed a misfortune for the servant. I must say, Akiha, as a student of our esteemed academy, do you not feel that dressing in such a manner brings disgrace upon our institution? The female assistant sighed and remarked, Of course, I am not without attire, as she gestured towards the towel draped around her. In light of Chiyoye's audacity, the assistant chose not to elaborate further. Instead, she indicated the priest beside her and introduced, This esteemed priest, named Vinaya, has been personally dispatched by His Holiness for an exchange visit to your esteemed institution. She has heard of your illustrious reputation and wishes to witness the prowess of yet another all-encompassing magician following the illustrious magic emperor. The assistant emphasized the words illustrious reputation with deliberate weight. Chiyoye had always assumed that a priest would be male, yet to his surprise, this particular priest was indeed a woman, clad in a white robe that signified her status as a priestess. Her prominent figure accentuated her femininity, and her mature beauty was both striking and graceful. Her eyes seemed to possess the power to ensnare the very souls of those who gazed into them. What a transgression! Autumn Leaf wiped the corner of his mouth, nearly drooling. Greetings, I am Autumn Leaf, a magician. He rose to introduce himself to the priestess named Vinaya. The latter slowly stood, slightly bowing, as if she had not noticed Autumn Leaf's towel-clad attire, and spoke in a gentle tone, I am Vinaya, sent by the Pope to observe and learn at your esteemed institution. I have long heard of your illustrious name, and indeed, you are unlike any other. Haha. Is that so? Autumn Leaf replied with a broad smile. Revered priestess, should you encounter any issues during your stay, feel free to seek this gentleman and Appos as assistants. He will surely find a way to resolve them for you. As for your accommodations, I shall arrange a private villa for your comfort, the female assistant informed Vinaya. Hey, wait a moment. Why must you seek me out? I am usually quite busy, Autumn Leaf protested. It was a jest, for in nearly 40-degree heat, he had no intention of stepping outside. If this priestess were to consult him for every little matter, he would surely be overwhelmed. Such troublesome responsibilities were not something he wished to undertake. The esteemed principal has previously instructed that in his absence, you are to assist with matters within the academy. As his disciple, it is your duty to aid him, the assistant replied. That infuriating old man. Even in his absence, he burdens me with more tasks, as if he were unaware of my own busy schedule. Merely changing the water in the bathtub each day is exhausting enough. Though, in truth, it was always Qin Ming who changed the water while he stood idly by. Furthermore, you shall not labor without compensation. A salary will be provided. The assistant added, Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. Autumn Leaf conceded readily. His agreement stemmed solely from his status as the principal's disciple, feeling an obligation to manage the affairs of the academy, and certainly not because of the promise of remuneration. Certainly not. Then you have met in person. Your Excellency the pastor, I believe it would be better if I took you elsewhere, said the female assistant. The female pastor nodded and suddenly spoke. I believe it is rather troublesome for this esteemed magician to be sought after so frequently. Perhaps. Chiyoye, standing nearby, nodded vigorously in agreement, exclaiming, Yes, yes. Once you become aware of your troubles, refrain from seeking me out. Otherwise, I shall take residence here. Bang. Chiyoye bumped his head against the sofa. Wouldn't that only complicate matters further? The female assistant, undeterred by any inconvenience, pondered for a moment and remarked, This is indeed a commendable idea. The independent villa where Chiyoye resides is quite secluded, ensuring that His Excellency the pastor will not be disturbed during his rest. If His Excellency does not mind, I shall have Chiyoye arrange a room for you. Chiyoye shot a glare at the female assistant, internally muttering, Arrange away. I shall place you in the room closest to the restroom, where you may leave the door ajar after each visit without flushing. As if attuned to Chiyoye's inner musings, the female assistant pulled Chiyoye a few steps away from the female pastor and whispered into Chiyoye's ear, Listen closely. This pastor has been dispatched by the Pope himself, and his scholarly prowess is formidable. Should we fail to provide adequate hospitality and incur his displeasure, the repercussions may reach the Pope. The ensuing strain on the relationship between the Church and the magic empire would place an inescapable burden of responsibility upon you. Chiyoye was taken aback. Indeed, this pastor was dispatched by the research department, an entity whose influence is well established in every nation. If we consider the present day, this pastor is akin to a diplomat from a foreign country, which is quite significant. How could one be so oblivious to the importance of such a matter and still send it my way? The female assistant shot a glare and replied irritably, Do you think I want this? I originally intended to keep your presence a secret from them, but who would have thought they specifically requested to see you? What am I supposed to do? In summary, you are to extend me a warm welcome, should your hospitality falter. The privilege of complimentary meals in the cafeteria shall be revoked. As the principal's aide, I possess this authority, so do as you see fit. Upon hearing the female assistant's words, Ayue promptly lost all ire and complied obediently. The cafeteria of the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts serves as a dining hall for the nobility, offering dishes crafted from the finest ingredients. The annual dining fees paid by the students amount to a staggering sum, one that Ayue cannot afford for himself. Now, Your Excellency, please accompany me to tour the academy. Your residence shall be established here. If there is anything you wish to communicate with this student of our school, feel free to do so, stated the female assistant. The female priest nodded, exchanged greetings with Ayue, and departed alongside the assistant. Ayue heaved a deep sigh, contemplating that his leisure time was likely to be entirely compromised. However, matters were not as troublesome as he had anticipated. Although the priestess had taken residence in his home, she typically remained confined to her own quarters and did not frequently trouble him. If she were to continue in this manner, he mused to himself, it would be for the best. Xiao Shui and Qin Si were particularly sensitive to the arrival of the female pastor, both asserting that her presence must serve some special purpose. Ayue inquired about their reasoning, to which the two replied it was a woman and Appo's intuition. Ayue harbored doubts about their intuition, considering that they were merely girls and not women. Even if the pastor had ulterior motives, it bore no relevance to him as long as his tranquil life remained undisturbed. Even the emperor of the magical empire's visit would matter little. What struck Ayue as peculiar was the pastor's unusually close demeanor towards him that evening. Your Excellency Ayue, please refrain from calling me that. Simply call me Ayue, he interrupted her at the dining table. The pastor nodded, smiling at him. Ayue, you are a versatile mage. Your future potential is immeasurable. Have you considered plans for your future? Plans for the future? Are you referring to purchasing a house or a car? He retorted. The best careers for mages hinge on two options, joining a magical guild or serving the royal family. Which path do you intend to pursue? The pastor inquired. Ayue shook his head. Neither. I abhor being bound by others. Upon hearing this, the pastor ceased her inquiries, stating she had eaten her fill. She gestured for Ayue and the others to continue their meal before returning to her room. Once the pastor departed, Qin Si furrowed her brow and remarked, This Vinaya comes to the academy and does nothing, rarely speaking, yet seems quite interested in your affairs, Ayue. It appears there is some hidden intention. Ayue raised an eyebrow. What hidden intention? It's only natural for her to be interested in me, given my striking looks. Such vanity. Qin Si retorted without reservation. Xiao Shui added, I do sense something amiss. Just recently, over 30 pastors vied for the holy sword, and now, at such a sensitive time regarding pastors, one from the teaching faction arrives at our academy. If her purpose were merely to observe and learn, it certainly raises suspicion. Xiao Shui and Qin Si shared similar sentiments, believing the pastor and Appo's visit was far from a simple tour. Please, refrain from wild speculation. There is no evidence. Ayue urged. Qin Si rose, stating calmly, There is but one truth. Allow me to confront her. Ayue gazed at her, mouth agape, exclaiming, One truth. You say? Are you some sort of interdimensional detective? Chapter 38. The escape of the female priest Vinaya had not forgotten the Pope and Appo's directive to come here. Persuading Ayue to serve the academic research, a command bestowed upon him. Sitting pensively at his desk, Vinaya surmised from Ayue and Appo's earlier words that he was likely a person who despised constraints and revered freedom, individuals with a strong sense of autonomy, who could not be easily manipulated and possessed a rational understanding of matters. If he could not persuade Ayue, then there was only one course of action. A gentle knock interrupted Vinaya's contemplation. He straightened his attire and invited the visitor in. The girl who entered was the more aloof companion of Ayue, who greeted him before sitting down beside his bed. Is there something Miss Qin Si wishes to discuss? Vinaya inquired. Not much. Just curious if your excellency is comfortable during your stay with us, she replied. Not at all. You have treated me with utmost care, and I am truly grateful. Vinaya responded. Nodding, Qin Si asked pointedly, What are your thoughts on Ayue, your excellency? A jolt ran through Vinaya upon meeting her intense gaze. He wondered if she had already discerned his intentions. Yet, he dismissed the notion, reasoning that she was merely cautious. which was understandable given his limited interactions here and his growing closeness to Akiha. "Oh, what do you mean by that, Miss Chin Siyu?" Vinaya chuckled nervously. "It's nothing too alarming, just reflecting on the recent incident with the priest seizing the holy sword. It seems a bit inappropriate for the academic research to send you here for observation at such a time," she remarked. "That holds no significance. Those priests are entirely unrelated to us. Our research is sound, and we have no need for any clarifications," Vinaya replied. Doubt crept deeper into Chin Siyu and Apos' mind. Although Vinaya and Apos' demeanor appeared untroubled, she sensed that his motives extended beyond mere observation. Unsure how to voice her suspicions, she opted for a more direct approach to gauge his reaction. "I and Apos, noticed that you seem quite close to Akiha. Might I suggest that you—" "Miss Chin Siyu, such words should not be spoken lightly. I am merely intrigued by Akiha and Apos' unique status as the only all-element mage since the Mage Emperor," Vinaya interjected, a hint of panic in his voice as he interrupted her. Chin Siyu nodded thoughtfully. Vinaya's nervousness was evident. He had cut her off, indicating that her words had unsettled him. She was correct. Vinaya and Apos' heart raced at her words, and he realized that this astute girl had become wary of him. He steadied his breathing, aware that his earlier response had raised her suspicions. Continuing the conversation would only serve to his detriment. With this in mind, Vinaya stood and declared, "It is getting late. I must retire. I encourage you to rest as well, Miss Chin Siyu." She regarded the priest with a contemplative gaze before exiting the room. Once she left, Vinaya and Apos' expression hardened. He could no longer linger here, and decisive action was imperative. Retrieving a small bamboo tube from his sleeve, he poured a packet of white powder into it, sealing both ends with small paper balls before placing it beneath his pillow. He then lay back, closing his eyes to rest. When the hour grew late and silence enveloped the house, Vinaya sat up cautiously, retrieving the bamboo tube from beneath his pillow. He opened his door slightly, peering out before stepping into the hallway. Akiha's room was on the second floor. Vinaya ascended the stairs and approached Akiha's door, applying gentle pressure to nudge it open. A narrow crack revealed a neatly made bed, yet Akiha was nowhere to be seen. Not in his room, Vinaya mused, momentarily taken aback, before heading toward Xiaoxue and Apos' room. He repeated the process, peeking in to find it empty as well. This absence caused Vinaya to hesitate. Had they discovered his intentions? Beads of perspiration formed on his palms as he stood for a moment before proceeding toward Chin Siyu and Apos' room. Located at the end of the second floor, Chin Siyu's chamber was adjacent to Chin Meng's. As Vinaya passed by, the door to Chin Meng's room swung open unexpectedly, revealing her in a daze as she stumbled out, colliding with him. "Ah, Your Excellency, what are you?" Before she could finish, Vinaya swiftly incapacitated her with a precise strike to the nape of her neck, causing her to collapse, dragging her back into her room. Vinaya closed the door quietly and approached Chin Siyu's door. Gently pushing it open, he was taken aback by the sight of three figures cocooned in blankets on the bed. Akiha and the two girls shared a bed, explaining their absence from their own rooms. With the white powder-filled tube in hand, Vinaya extended it into the room, inhaled deeply from the other end, and forcefully blew. However, to his astonishment, nothing emerged. Vinaya's expression shifted as he released the tube, retreating swiftly while incanting omnipresent light. Transform into a steadfast shield to guard and protect against all evil assaults. Light shield. A golden barrier materialized before him just as three compressed fireballs hurtled toward him, colliding with the shield in a cacophony of explosions that echoed ominously in the night. The railing of the second-floor corridor shattered, yet Vinaya remained unscathed, the shield steadfastly shielding him. Truly a formidable expert sent by the Pope. "Tell me, why do you wish to kill me?" Akiha accused, pointing at Vinaya. "How did you discover my presence?" Vinaya demanded, frustration evident in his tone. Akiha smirked, glancing at Xiaoxue. "You must understand, with a mid-level warrior present, Chin Meng's words were overheard, and my wife had already warned me of your intentions. How could we not be cautious?" Vinaya noticed Xiaoxue gripping his bamboo tube, her fingers sealing the blowhole. It became clear why he had been unable to blow. She had been hiding behind the door, while the figures on the bed were likely just pillows and blankets. His mission had failed. Vinaya leaped backward, escaping through the shattered railing to the first floor. "Humph." Trying to flee? Xiaoxue followed suit, her speed surpassing Vinaya and Apos' by a considerable margin. Seeing Xiaoxue in pursuit, Vinaya gritted his teeth and hurled a spherical object onto the ground before her. With a thunderous boom, a thick, acrid smoke enveloped the living room. Ayue coughed violently, prompting Akiha to summon a gust of wind to disperse the noxious fog, but by then, Vinaya had vanished without a trace. Soon after, the Academy and Appo's magic instructors and their female assistant sensed the magical disturbance and hurried to Akiha and Appo's side, taken aback by the chaos within the villa. Akiha, what transpired here? The assistant inquired. Akiha recounted the events, leaving the group in a profound silence. What were the intentions of the academic research? How could they dare to come to the Royal Academy of Magic and attempt to assassinate Ayue? Does Ayue pose such a threat to them? The female assistant pondered. What shall we do about this matter? Ayue inquired. After a moment of contemplation, the assistant replied, since the principal is currently away from the academy, we must keep this under wraps for the time being. Let us attribute tonight and Appo's explosion to a magical practice gone awry. We will provide further details once the principal returns. Ayue nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was the only viable course of action. After instructing the magical instructors to keep this incident confidential, the assistant joined them in a temporary patrol of the academy, hoping to ascertain whether the female priest was still present. Oh dear, even at home, we are under attack. Master, you truly have a knack for attracting trouble, the young maid grumbled upon awakening, still feeling a tingling sensation at the back of her neck. This is not trouble of my making, but it is indeed regrettable that you were harmed. How about this? I shall prepare breakfast for you tomorrow as compensation. What do you think? Ayue suggested with a smile. The maid's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had heard something utterly unbelievable. Master, you can cook? Hey, what is with that incredulous look? Ayue remarked. Just you wait until tomorrow morning. I assure you, you will be satisfied. Is that so? Well, I suppose I can reluctantly wait, though I shall approach it with the mindset of not expecting breakfast at all. Ayue squinted, finding the maid and Appo's response rather uninviting. Xiaoxue was well aware of Ayue's capabilities. During the time when they lived together, he had indeed prepared breakfast on several occasions. And if one were to speak of his specialty, it could only be that. Chapter 39, The Arrival of the Second Princess at the Break of Dawn. The little maid was drawn by a clattering sound, rubbing her eyes in a daze as she made her way to the kitchen. What she beheld left her utterly astonished. In the center of the kitchen stood Ayue, skillfully kneading dough, while a brush hovered above the sink, scrubbing the steaming apparatus by itself. A mop whisked past the little maid, diligently cleaning the floor on its own. Am I dreaming? Qin Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, fearing that a blow from the female priest the previous night had induced this hallucination. Oh, you're up? Ayue said, casually standing with her hands behind her back. Didn't I mention I would make it up to you last night? However, it has only just begun, so you'll have to wait a bit longer. The ease she displayed was merely superficial. It required a significant amount of mental energy to manipulate multiple strands of magic simultaneously. The clattering sounds that Qin Ming had heard were the results of Ayue's initial clumsiness, as her magic faltered, leading to pots being knocked over and bowls shattering. Goodness, this is so extraordinary. Master, how on earth are you doing this? Qin Ming asked, astonished, as she followed the mop. It's simple. I use magic to control them, allowing them to act according to my will. It's akin to how you would manipulate them with your hands. I merely substitute my hands with magic, Ayue replied nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial matter. That is still quite impressive. Qin Ming gazed enviously at the animated kitchenware, aware that she would never possess such abilities, for she lacked any magical talent. Master, with such convenience in cooking, will you still need me? Qin Ming asked, her voice tinged with worry. Ayue rolled her eyes, retorting, convenient? You have no idea how exhausting this is. If it weren't to make it up to you, do you think I would engage in such labor? Hee. In that case, I shall continue to handle the cooking. Ayue then directed a thin stream of mental energy to lightly pat Qin Ming on the backside with magic, saying, go wash your hands and call Xiangjie and see you. The little maid laughed as she stepped out, and shortly thereafter, Xiaoshui and Qin Siyu arrived in the kitchen. Xiaoshui gasped in admiration, while Qin Siyu shook her head in resignation, thinking that only a magician as absurdly bored as Ayue would resort to cooking with magic. Yay. Let me know when the dumplings are ready. Xiaoshui winked at Ayue, who acknowledged with a thumbs up. Indeed, Ayue was preparing delicate soup dumplings, a specialty from her world. On the table, Qin Ming and Qin Siyu, who had never seen soup dumplings before, stared at them in awe. Qin Siyu maintained her composure, merely observing, while the little maid lacked such restraint, salivating uncontrollably. The dumplings, freshly steamed, were plump and tender, with thin skins that revealed their savory filling, inciting a primal hunger. Don't hold back. Help yourselves, Ayue encouraged, placing a dumpling onto Xiao Shui's plate. How nostalgic. It feels like I've returned to my previous world, Xiao Shui remarked, taking a bite of the delectable dumpling, savoring the rich broth within. Ayue smiled, casting a worried glance at Qin Siyu and Qin Ming. Fortunately, both were engrossed in the dumplings and did not hear Xiao Shui's comment. Aware of her slip, Xiao Shui smiled sheepishly at Ayue and resumed her focused enjoyment of the dumplings. Neither Ayue nor Xiao Shui intended to conceal their otherworldly experiences from Qin Siyu and Qin Ming. It was simply that the notion of traversing to another realm was too unfathomable for most. Even the knowledgeable principal had initially dismissed Ayue's tale, let alone the two girls. Just as they were relishing the dumplings, the female assistant rushed in, flustered. I say, assistant, even if your nose is as keen as a dog's, you needn't come running just because of the aroma, Ayue remarked. The assistant shot Ayue a glare and retorted, you're the one with the dog's nose. I just, what smells so good? What is it? Soup dumplings. Care for one? Ayue offered, extending her tray. The assistant pinched a dumpling between her fingers and popped it into her mouth, her expression instantly transforming into one of bliss as she sighed contentedly, delicious. This isn't the time for that. We have pressing matters. I just received word that the Emperor's second daughter, the second princess, is coming to our academy. The assistant exclaimed, wiping the grease from her lips in excitement. Is that so? Ayue replied nonchalantly. What is that to us? We're merely ordinary students. We can't accommodate a princess. Don't play coy with me. Don't pretend you're unaware of Qin Siyu's true identity. The assistant pointed at Qin Siyu. Qin Siyu was indeed the youngest daughter of the Emperor of the Magical Empire, making her the third princess. Thus, the second princess was her sister. Ayue discreetly glanced at Qin Siyu, whose expression had darkened, and she refrained from commenting, knowing that family matters were beyond her purview. So what if we know? Didn't Qin Siyu run away from home? The arrival of the second princess has nothing to do with her, Ayue stated. That is true. But while you may not be aware of the intricacies, I can assure you that this visit is certainly to stir trouble for Qin Siyu, the assistant insisted. Ayue rolled her eyes. Why would you put your life on the line for that? Why not offer your own head instead? Rest assured, if that so-called second princess dares to trouble my wife, I shall reward her with a few fireballs. Ayue waved dismissively. The assistant poked Ayue's forehead with her finger. Exasperated. Are you trying to get yourself killed? She is a princess. If you throw fireballs at her, her guards will tear you apart. And our academy will suffer the consequences too. What exactly do you want to say? The assistant turned to Qin Siyu, and upon seeing her attentive expression, she continued. I'm mainly here to advise you not to confront the second princess directly this time. If the emperor holds you responsible, Ayue fell silent. Despite sharing the same royal lineage, the differential treatment was profoundly disheartening. Qin Siyu seemed accustomed to such matters, her demeanor unchanged as she replied, Understood. I want to cause trouble for the academy. Satisfied with Qin Siyu's assurance, the assistant departed to prepare for the second princess's arrival. After she left, Ayue intended to inquire about the second princess's character, but hesitated upon noticing Qin Siyu's troubled expression, opting instead to ask the little maid, who was carelessly indulging in her food. Qin Ming, what kind of person is this second princess? I've never met her, Qin Ming replied without glancing at Ayue. Ayue pondered, realizing that it was indeed rare to encounter a princess, especially one as obscure as the one Qin Siyu was related to. With the impending visit from royalty, the academy had hastily canceled the remainder of the summer break. The magical and combat instructors were overwhelmed, scrambling to decorate the campus for the princess's arrival while notifying students that their summer vacation was abruptly ending. This scene reminds me of the spring festival back home, Ayue mused, watching the colorful streamers adorning the castle. But we don't have these magical lanterns with eyes. Xiao Shui exclaimed joyfully, catching a magical lantern that was about to fly past her. This lantern featured a circular base with a magical flame atop it, and a large, round eye perched above the flame. These lamps are the creations of the world and Appos, as alchemists, possessing limited sentience. They are drawn to darkness wherever it may reside. If you persist in restraining it, it may become agitated, warned Ayue to Xiao Shui. The magical lamp, held by Xiao Shui, glared at her with its large eyes, seemingly displeased by the interruption of its duties. Be diligent in your work. Xiao Shui released the lamp, which circled her once before seeking out a dark place. However, as it was still broad daylight, The lamp faced a challenge in finding a suitable abode. As they conversed and chuckled, the female assistant arrived, panting and out of breath. Ayue, I've been searching for you for ages. What do you need? Ayue inquired. The assistant took several deep breaths and slapped a piece of paper against Ayue's chest. This is the speech. You are to speak on behalf of the headmaster, who has yet to return to the academy. What? Chapter 40. The Contract Beast from Childhood to Adulthood. Ayue had never read a complete article. Suddenly, he was to deliver a speech in front of many people, and he felt overwhelmed with pressure. As the apprentice of the esteemed principal, it was his undeniable responsibility to speak on their behalf at such a crucial moment. This was precisely what the female assistant had said. And it was the reason Ayue now found himself staring blankly at a densely packed speech manuscript on the table. Master, Haven and Oppos, have you looked over it yet? The speech is merely a formality, and you can take the script with you on stage. There is no need to be so anxious. The little maid remarked as she swept the floor beside him. With a loud slap, Ayue slammed the manuscript onto the table, exclaiming, "What good would a dictionary do me? I cannot read." At this, the little maid burst into laughter. Recalling that Ayue had previously borrowed books from the library only to have them read aloud by himself. Young man, did no one ever teach you to read? Ayue, sitting on the sofa with a book in hand, inquired, realizing that her husband was illiterate. Well, my teacher who taught me died early. I had a deep bond with him, and since his passing, I've been unwilling to accept another literacy teacher, Ayue mumbled, glancing sheepishly at Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui shot him a glare. After all, they attended the same class with the same teacher. His words seemed to curse their instructor. Ayue shook her head in resignation, closing her book and preparing to explain the contents of the speech to Ayue. However, Ming was quicker, taking a seat beside him to read the speech aloud. Seeing this, Ayue lightly stomped her foot in frustration and returned to her seat on the sofa. Reopening her book, Ming, having experience reading for Ayue, found him naturally leaning closer to her as she explained, but to outsiders, it appeared as though they were a close couple. Witnessing this, Ayue felt a pang of jealousy when she caught sight of Xiao Shui watching her with a smile. Her cheeks flushed as she turned her head away, avoiding the sight of Ayue and Ming. After about half an hour, having read the manuscript 3 times, Ayue had memorized it entirely. Master, have you truly memorized everything? Ming asked skeptically. The manuscript, written by the female assistant, contained many specialized terms, and the segment welcoming the princess employed numerous noble honorifics. She found it hard to believe he could memorize it after just 3 readings. More or less. Ayue nodded, recalling the content and reciting the speech in Ming's tone. Aside from a few awkward phrases, he had done remarkably well. Ming couldn't help but admire Ayue and Oppos' memory. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Ming opened the door to reveal the female assistant. Ayue, have you memorized the script? Please don't let us down, she said as she entered, her serious tone indicating the pressure she felt regarding the arrival of the second princess. Rest assured, I have it all memorized. Ayue waved his hand dismissively. The female assistant took a sip of tea offered by Ming, and upon hearing Ayue and Oppos' assurance, she visibly relaxed. Xiao Shui moved a chair closer to Ayue. Her curiosity piqued as she asked the assistant, "What kind of personality does this second princess have? Why are you all so worried? Is she ill-tempered?" The assistant shook her head, glancing awkwardly at Ayue, who sat quietly reading on the sofa. "It and Oppos. It's not that she and Oppos' truly bad. It's just, she is quite incensed at my status as the nominal third princess, feeling that I've sullied the dignity of royalty." Ayue lifted her head and replied coolly, "Indeed." The assistant chuckled awkwardly. "That's about the gist of it." Ayue placed his hands on his hips and exclaimed, "That is utterly unreasonable. Our Cu possesses both beauty and grace. Why shouldn't she be treated as a princess?" Ayue shot him a glance, her tone subdued as she said, "Only because my mother's status is lowly." With a loud bang, Xiao Shui slammed her hand on the table, leaving a deep imprint in the solid wood. Ayue measured the depth of the imprint with his finger, astonished. It was half a finger deep. "Sister Shui, what have you been eating lately? Your strength is incredible." Xiao Shui's face flushed as she glared at him. "I just find it rather vulgar that nobles are so obsessed with status. They think a noble title makes them superior." Ayue nodded in agreement, adding, "Exactly. These nobles are nothing but idle, vain, and insatiably greedy old men and women." "Well, I don't think all nobles are like that," the assistant said, laughing awkwardly, feeling uncomfortable as she herself held the title of Baroness. "Oh, I wasn't referring to you," Ayue clarified with a smirk. The assistant felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Perhaps it would have been better if she had said nothing at all. In any case, my point is, aside from Qin needing to avoid conflict with the second princess, you, Ayue, must also exercise caution, the assistant advised. Ayue paused, pondering why he needed to be cautious with someone he had never met. "Why must I be careful? I've never encountered this second princess," he queried. The assistant replied, "Everyone in the academy knows about your relationship with Qin. The second princess is well aware of the situation, and as your girlfriend, it's natural for her to seek trouble with you." Ayue gasped. He dreaded trouble. "In that case, perhaps I should skip the speech altogether. When the second princess arrives, Qin and I could go on an adventure to avoid her altogether." The assistant shook her head firmly. "No, you both must be present. The second princess's arrival is clearly aimed at confronting you and Qin. If you both are absent, she will likely cause trouble for our academy." "Hey, is it appropriate for an assistant to use her own students as shields?" Ayue complained. The assistant turned her head, responding, "That is precisely what an assistant must do. The interests of the academy come first." Ayue glared at her, but the assistant didn't even glance his way. He felt powerless, knowing that his and Shashue and Appos' privilege of free meals in the cafeteria lay entirely in the assistant and Appos' hands. "By the way, Ayue, your current magical energy storage must have reached the level of an intermediate mage, correct?" The assistant inquired after sipping her tea. "Oh, yes. Why do you ask?" Ayue replied, having recently surpassed the peak of a junior mage to attain intermediate status. The assistant touched her cheek thoughtfully, hesitating as she suggested, "Should we consider promoting you to the second year? After all, you can now study intermediate magic." "Absolutely not." Ayue immediately refused. Although he had always believed he was destined to remain at a certain level, arriving in this other world had unexpectedly provided him with the opportunity to advance. "Why not? Don't you wish to learn higher-level magic?" the assistant asked, puzzled. "Of course I do, but I have magical books I can read. With my intelligence, I don't require instruction to learn. Besides, I rarely attend class, so it doesn't matter what grade I'm in," Ayue asserted, nearly revealing the existence of the magic codex, but managing to catch himself in time. Certainly, Ayue does not believe that skipping grades is inherently negative. However, since Qin is still in the first grade, Ayue prefers not to be the sole individual advancing to the second grade. The female assistant pondered for a moment and recalled that Ayue and Appos' instructor is the esteemed principal, a powerful mage. Indeed, the difference between advancing or remaining is negligible, so she decided to let it be. "Very well, this matter is in your hands, but you should prepare. Your current magical prowess has already attained the level of an intermediate mage, which means you can summon a contract beast. When you have the time, come find me, and I shall assist you." "Contract beast?" The assistant's words piqued the curiosity of both Ayue and Shashue, for they had never encountered such a concept. A contract beast is something that an intermediate mage can summon. It resembles a companion beast. Once summoned, the contract beast becomes the mage's lifelong partner, unless it meets its demise, Qin elucidated. The female assistant sipped her tea and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, as Qin has stated." Ayue suddenly perked up, leaning forward eagerly while clutching his chair. "Dear assistant, if that is the case, you must possess a contract beast as well. Do show it to us." The assistant set down her teacup, retrieved her staff, and touched it to her forehead, softly incanting, "Contract beast summon." A small pentagram flickered briefly on her forehead, and then a larger pentagram, approximately 2 meters in diameter, materialized at her feet. In the center, a flash of white light heralded the appearance of a monkey before Ayue and the others. Ayue approached the monkey with exuberant cries, inspecting it from various angles, his eyes wide with astonishment. "This is my contract beast, an intermediate water monkey beast," the assistant declared proudly. Ayue squinted at the monkey for a considerable time before pinching his chin and uttering 2 words, "So ugly." Suddenly, the water monkey roared. The assistant raised her staff, and the monkey opened its mouth, unleashing a powerful jet of water that struck Ayue squarely in the face, sending him flying with a cry of despair. Chapter 41. Summoning the Contract Beast. The ritual for summoning a contract beast is an endeavor reserved for those sorcerers who have attained the rank of intermediate mage. It is not within the reach of every magician. In this realm, it is often the case that out of 100 sorcerers, only one possesses the ability to summon such a creature, underscoring the rarity of mages who wield contract beasts. By the way, let me tell you, our esteemed principal, despite being a sorcerer, does not have a contract beast, the female assistant informed Ayue. It turns out that summoning a contract beast does not solely depend on one's power, but rather on a certain element of fortune. If a sorcerer reaches the intermediate level yet fails to summon a contract beast, it is likely they will never achieve this feat in their lifetime. Wow, does that mean the contract beast is exceedingly valuable? Ayue gazed eagerly at the female assistant and Appos, water monkey beast. If he could sell this intermediate water monkey beast, he could live the rest of his life without worrying about food or clothing. As if reading Ayue's thoughts, the female assistant shot him a stern look and said, "A contract beast will only ever serve one master until death, and the contract cannot be undone. Even if you were to kill the master, you could not claim their contract beast." Well, that's quite impressive, Ayue chuckled awkwardly, relinquishing his thoughts of seizing the water monkey for profit. With the assistant's explanation, both Ayue and Xiaoxue gained a clearer understanding of contract beasts. In summary, they are entities that intermediate mages may summon from another dimension. These creatures vary in strength and possess an array of extraordinary abilities, and sorcerers who own contract beasts are often targets of noble and royal patronage, enjoying a status higher than that of ordinary mages. The hierarchy of contract beasts is classified into low-level, intermediate, high-level, and growth types. Growth-type contract beasts are particularly unique. They may initially be summoned at a low level but have the potential to surpass high-level beasts as they mature. Mages who can summon growth-type beasts are referred to as contract mages. Why don't you ever release your contract beast? Isn't it cumbersome to summon it each time? Ayue inquired. The female assistant shook her head, waving her staff as the water monkey transformed into a beam of light and vanished. It's simple in theory, but contract beasts are not native to this world. They require the mage's magical energy to sustain their existence, which consumes a significant amount of magic power. Therefore, mages typically refrain from summoning their beasts unless in battle. So it is, Ayue thought, a mage's magic power serves as sustenance for the contract beast. Without sufficient energy, these creatures cannot survive in this world. Assistant, who else in our academy possesses a contract beast? Ayue asked. Aside from myself, no one, the female assistant replied. No way, Ayue exclaimed. The assistant huffed. Did I not just explain how rare contract beasts are? Our academy has fewer than 300 mages. Over 60 have yet to reach intermediate level, and among the more than 200 intermediate mages and above, none possess contract beasts. Is summoning a contract beast truly that difficult? Am I capable of doing so? Ayue asked, concern etching his features. The female assistant shrugged, who knows? The preparations for welcoming the second princess are nearly complete. The summoning ritual isn't overly complicated. Come to the principal's office tomorrow, and I will assist you. Ayue nodded, his expression tinged with anxiety. If he failed to summon one tomorrow, it would mean he might never be able to do so in his lifetime. Yet, considering the statistic that only 1 out of 100 mages could summon a beast, it seemed only natural that he might not succeed. You should temper your expectations, Qin Siyu advised after the assistant departed. Remember, not all mages anticipate having a contract beast. When one feels anxious, their heart races, breath quickens, thoughts become jumbled, and their leg muscles tremble slightly, as if they were fish on a chopping board. This was precisely how Ayue felt. Today, he chose the sunniest midday to attempt summoning his contract beast. The reason for selecting such a sweltering time at the end of summer was due to what Qin Siyu had mentioned the previous night about the bizarre possibilities of summoning zombies and ghosts among them. Ayue opted for midday, fearing that if he summoned something frightening, the sunlight would mitigate any potential horror. Is it true, Siyu? Can one really summon ghosts or zombies? Xiaoming asked from a distance. Qin Siyu, standing in the sunlight, her long black hair dancing in the breeze, held a book with a brown cover and replied calmly. That's false. Contract beasts can only be animals. Zombies and ghosts do not fall into that category. Ah, I see, Xiaoxue acknowledged, stepping closer. The female assistant shielded her eyes from the sun and complained, I can't fathom why you choose to summon a contract beast under this blazing sun. All right. I'm giving you some sunlight to brighten your day. Hurry up. I need to return to lunch, Ayue urged. Curiosity piqued. A throng of onlookers gathered to witness Ayue's summoning. Qin Ming, Xiaoxue, and Qin Siyu were the closest, while Ding Xi and De Wu were further back, with a scatter of indifferent spectators behind them. Hey, I've heard summoning a contract beast can be quite awkward. Why is this guy going through with it? One onlooker asked another. Are you blind? Can and Opos, Tuc he and Opos, S an all-element mage, Ayue. With his unique magical constitution, summoning a contract beast should be a piece of cake. The second spectator responded, yeah, but the Mage Emperor is also an all-element mage, and he doesn't have a contract beast, the first spectator retorted. Taking a deep breath, Ayue raised his staff, pointing it at the open space before him. Once the female assistant issued the command, the summoning ritual would commence, and all he needed to do was recite the incantation she had taught him. The assistant wiped the sweat from her brow. She wished to escape the heat. With a wave of her hand, she proclaimed, begin. The ground before Ayue had been meticulously prepared with magical powder designed for summoning, forming a summoning circle. At the assistant's command, a nearby magic instructor threw a fire stone, a special stone that ignites upon impact, producing blue flames specifically for activating the summoning array. The fire stone landed precisely on the magical powder, igniting with a pop as blue flames erupted, quickly igniting the magical powder like gunpowder, setting the entire summoning circle ablaze in a brilliant display beneath the sun. At this moment, Ayue recited the incantation, friends, partners, brothers. I summon you in the name of the god of fate. Cross the realms, traverse time, using my magic as a beacon to open the gateway of summoning. With my blood as a medium, I bind you to a lifelong contract. With my life as an oath, I affirm my sincerity. With my words as a call, I await your arrival. The contract is established. As the incantation resonated, the sun was obscured by thick, dark clouds. A circular portal of blue flames emerged above Ayue, revealing a chaotic and distorted realm on the other side, from which a small black dot was plummeting rapidly. Ayue bit into the fingertip of his left index finger, flinging a droplet of blood into the circular portal, and with a sudden gust of wind, the portal expanded dramatically. Boom! A thunderous clap startled everyone, prompting them to gaze upwards, where a dragon formed of lightning writhed within the stormy clouds, its roars echoing ominously as the heavens themselves seemed to shift in hue. And white birds took flight in unison. Such a formidable display. This summoned creature must be extraordinary. The female assistant gasped in astonishment. Historically, the grandeur of a summoning scene correlates directly with the strength of the summoned entity. Never before had a spectacle of such magnitude, complete with thunder and a shifting sky, unfolded. See you. What on earth is happening? Is he in danger? Xiao Shui inquired anxiously of Qin Siyu. Qin Siyu had already closed her book, clutching her skirt against the fierce winds, and replied, there is no danger. This is a sign of a high-level or growth-type summoned creature. However, the magnitude of the disturbance suggests that this creature must be exceptionally powerful. That is truly wonderful, Xiao Shui exclaimed joyously, happy for Ayue's potential acquisition of a formidable ally, in a world where the two relied on each other. The strengthening of one was a cause for celebration for both. Ayue gazed eagerly at the portal, fervently wishing, regardless of its strength, may its appearance be pleasing. Let it not be something terrifying or unappetizing. If only it could resemble a mermaid. May the Buddha bless me. May the Buddha bless me. Boom. Another resounding crash echoed. Yet this time it was not the sound of thunder. Rather, it was the colossal noise generated by a shadow crashing to the ground from the portal. The dust cloud obscured the shape of the fallen entity, for it had descended with incredible swiftness, and even Ayue, the closest, could only discern a diminutive shadow sliding before him. However, he hesitated to believe his eyes, for the shadow appeared to be no larger than his own fist. Could there truly exist such a diminutive summoned creature? As the dust settled, Ayue heard the collective gasp of astonishment from those surrounding him. Chapter 42. The Arrival of Princess Bairu. Judicial D. What an imposing presence. What unfathomable arrogance. What dazzling brilliance. This contract beast, what an extraordinary. Alas, these were the vivid descriptions that Ayue had yearned to see reflected in her contract beast, yet none of them materialized. A collective gasp arose from the spectators, for they had never encountered such a creature, if it could indeed be termed a beast at all. As the storm clouds dispersed, sunlight once again bathed the earth. Ayue stepped forward, bending down to retrieve her summoned creature. Indeed, it was light enough to be lifted with a single hand. Say, dear assistant, is this truly a contract beast? Are you certain the summoning array is correct? Ayue inquired, casting a sidelong glance at her assistant. The assistant adjusted her glasses, which had slipped down her nose, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at the fist-sized metallic sphere in Ayue's right hand. This, indeed, could hardly be classified as a beast. Suddenly, the metallic sphere emitted a red that shot toward Ayue's forehead. enlarging as it approached until it melded into a miniature pentagram upon contact. Since you were able to summon it, it confirms that the summoning array is accurate. As for this object, it is yours, and thus your contract beast. What special abilities it possesses is for you to discover. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, the assistant stammered, hastily departing without awaiting Chiyue's response. The crowd erupted in laughter, unable to contain themselves at the absurdity of it all. A contract beast that had stirred the heavens and earth was, in fact, merely a metallic sphere. Is this thing even useful? Xiaoxue asked, approaching Chiyue and pointing at the sphere. You can see for yourself, Chiyue replied, tossing it to her. Xiaoxue caught it with one hand, but her expression shifted to one of alarm as she instinctively withdrew her hand. Boom. The sun-baked earth was dented by the impact of the sphere. How could this happen? Chiyue wondered, bending down to retrieve the metallic sphere, which felt surprisingly light in her hand, comparable to an ordinary soccer ball. Young man, place it on the ground for me to examine, said Qin Siyu to Chiyue. Chiyue complied, and Qin Siyu cradled the sphere in both hands, straining to lift it. After considerable effort, her face flushed red, yet she could not budge it. Such a dense metal, Qin Siyu exclaimed. The onlookers grew intrigued. Regardless of whether this metallic sphere could be classified as a contract beast, its density was extraordinary, a material that could not exist in their world. Lian Dao stepped forward, rolling up his sleeves defiantly. I refuse to believe that such a small metallic sphere can possess any significant power. Allow me to test it. Though Lian Dao, like Xiaoxue, was an intermediate warrior, he was slightly stronger. He exerted all his might, yet could not lift the fist-sized sphere even a fraction. Phew, I concede. Brother, your contract beast is indeed impressive. Lian Dao admitted, panting. Well, I suppose so, Chiyue thought, feeling a mix of despair and absurdity. What good was its weight? Would she wield it as a weapon in battle as a mage? Within less than an hour, news of Chiyue's contract beast, a heavy, fist-sized metallic sphere, had spread throughout the academy, becoming a popular topic of conversation among students and faculty alike. Upon returning home, Chiyue lay on the floor, staring at the metallic sphere, hesitant to place it on the table, recalling the agony of her shattered wooden table in the living room. Alas, how could a full-fledged mage, one of the last 3 remaining on the continent, have a contract beast that is nothing but this dark, shiny sphere? Chiyue sighed ruefully. Master, there is no need for such discouragement. Perhaps this metallic sphere possesses some unique function. After all, it is a contract beast that has caused a stir in the heavens and the earth. The little maid, Qin Ming, consoled her. Unique function? Such as? The little maid pondered for a moment and then exclaimed, for instance, it is very round. Bang! Her words pierced Chiyue's heart like a bullet, causing him to fall back onto the ground. 3 days after Chiyue summoned her contract beast, the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts finally welcomed the second princess of the magical empire, Bairu, Judicial D, amidst the vigilant watch of all faculty and students. A lavish royal carriage, adorned in opulence, halted at the academy's entrance, while the escorting guard began to unfurl a red carpet leading into the academy. Extending all the way to a temporary podium erected at the center, Chiyue stood upon it, prepared to address the audience as the princess would walk down the carpet to the podium. Standing on the platform, Chiyue couldn't help but grimace. It felt as if she were being presented to the princess herself. Around the red carpet, students and faculty stood in neat rows, their right hands clutching their wands against their chests, a gesture of utmost respect from the mages, though too far to discern their positions. Chiyue knew that Xiaoxue and Qin Siyu were among the crowd. Originally, Xiaoxue, a warrior, should not have been in the lineup, but the assistant insisted that having more people would lend an air of grandeur, thus pulling Xiaoxue into the mage ranks to masquerade as one. Seeing Xiaoxue in her mage robes that morning had indeed set Chiyue's heart racing. Xiaoxue stood beside Qin Siyu, both clad in mage robes, sharing the same posture. While Qin Siyu gazed indifferently at the luxurious carriage, Xiaoxue was filled with admiration. A princess, a symbol of beauty and nobility, a title every girl yearns for. As the assistant at the end of the line waved her wand, everyone spoke in unison. Welcome Princess Bru, Judicial D, to the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. The carriage door creaked open, revealing a slender jade leg, followed by another, and then Princess Bru, with her flowing blue hair, emerged, standing gracefully on the red carpet. Her proud and beautiful visage bore a hint of disdain, her gaze unwavering, while her opulent gown sparkled softly in the sunlight, adorned with glimmering jewels. This was the essence of a true princess, Ayue mused inwardly. Princess Bayru, please proceed to the podium. Our principal's apprentice will deliver a welcoming address, the assistant said. Bowing respectfully beside Princess Bayru. Bayru nodded slightly, her steps elegant as she walked slowly down the red carpet, her eyes seemingly ordinary. Yet Ayue felt an undeniable pressure emanating from her presence. Is this the aura of a princess? Truly remarkable. Ayue endeavored to maintain eye contact with Bayru. For averting one's gaze at such a moment would be considered impolite. I, Ayue, apprentice of Principal Li Baisi of the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, extend the warmest welcome on behalf of the principal and all faculty and students to Princess Bayru, Judicial D, Ayue declared, placing her wand against her chest in a gesture of respect as she bowed to Bayru. Bayru slightly lifted the hem of her gown and returned a formal princess's curtsy to Ayue. Taking a deep breath, Ayue recited the speech that Qin Ming had memorized for her, delivering it with heartfelt eloquence, prompting the assistant below to nod in approval. Finally, she reiterated her honor at Princess Bayru's presence at the academy, expressing hope that the princess would feel the warmth of the students during her stay. Bayru smiled faintly, once more performing a curtsy. As Ayue exhaled a sigh of relief, he realized that once he completed the reading of the speech, his responsibilities would be over. The subsequent arrangements would be entirely managed by his female assistant and the faculty members. The safety of the princess was ensured not only by the personal escort he had brought, but also by 6 magic instructors of the sorcerer level from the 3rd year. After discreetly slipping off the stage, Ayue felt liberated from his obligations, content to find Shueijia and Siyu and escort them home. However, fate had other plans. Just as he intended to leave, 2 members of the princess's guard approached, enclosing him in their midst, their tones somewhat brusque as they stated, "The princess requests your presence." Mr. Ayue. Alas, trouble was brewing. Resigned, Ayue followed the 2 guards. "You must be the illustrious all-element sorcerer, Ayue. It is an honor to meet you," remarked Bayru, one of the guards. "Ah, it is I who should express gratitude. To have my name remembered by Her Highness is indeed a privilege for a commoner such as myself." Ayue responded with a polite smile, inwardly thinking that such formalities were mere trifles anyone could utter. Upon noticing Ayue being addressed by Bayru and her companion, Qin Siyu's heart raced with anxiety, fearing that they intended to trouble him. Just as she was about to intervene, Xiao Shui held her back. "Siyu, let Ayue handle this. It would be best if you avoided further encounters with the second princess," Xiao Shui advised gently. "But Ayue," Siyu protested. "Trust in his capabilities. He will manage just fine," Xiao Shui reassured her with a smile, radiating confidence in Ayue. "Very well, I shall heed your counsel, Shueijia," Siyu conceded, casting a worried glance at Ayue before departing with Xiao Shui. Meanwhile, the second princess requested Ayue to guide her on a tour of the campus. "Your Highness, I believe it would be more appropriate for me to accompany you on the campus tour, as I am the assistant to the principal and possess a more thorough understanding of the academy than Mr. Ayue," the female assistant insisted. Hoping to minimize the princess's interaction with either Ayue or Qin Siyu to prevent any complications, Bayru smiled and replied, "I believe that peers may find it easier to converse. I am quite interested in Mr. Ayue. Would you not be willing to show me around the academy?" Ayue glanced at the assistant, who appeared troubled. She was aware of the many protocols involved in hosting a princess, of which Ayue was entirely oblivious. Should anything go awry, it was likely that the second princess might cause a stir. Yet, with the princess herself requesting Ayue, the assistant felt compelled to acquiesce. "Very well, Ayue. You shall lead Her Highness on the tour." Reluctantly, Ayue consented, inwardly praying that the second princess's intentions were purely to explore the academy, devoid of ulterior motives. Bayru maintained her elegant smile as she raised her right hand, prompting Ayue to step forward and assist her. He sighed deeply within, hoping fervently that he would not encounter any unpleasant situations. Chapter 43. The princess goes hunting. Belu, the second princess of the kingdom, had a clear intention, though Akiha was acutely aware of her true motives. However, the morning passed with Belu and Akiha discussing matters pertaining to the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. Throughout their conversation, Bella displayed an air of grace and composure, embodying the image of a congenial princess. Yet, Akiha remained cautious. Since this princess had her sights set on Shiyu, it was certain that her impression of him could not be favorable, and he feared that her guards might secretly execute him at any moment. "Is something the matter, Mr. Akiha?" Is the cuisine prepared by the royal chef not to your liking? Bellu inquired, noticing Akiha's distracted demeanor. No, not at all. The dishes are exquisite and certainly suit my palate, Princess Bellu, Akiha responded, regaining his focus. Bellu smiled softly, saying, there is no need for formality, Mr. Akiha. When we are in private, you may simply call me Bellu. Akiha chuckled awkwardly, glancing at the guards standing rigidly like statues. Observing his discomfort, Bellu waved her hand, prompting all the guards to exit the room. Soon, only Bellu and Akiha remained at the table laden with sumptuous food and fine wine. Bella subtly moved closer to Akiha, who instinctively shifted away. She paused, then boldly sat beside him, her delicate hand seemingly resting casually atop his. I have heard that you and my sister, Princess Qin Shiyu, are quite close. I wonder if your relationship is as the rumors suggest? Akiha's heart raced. Bellu's slender hand felt smooth and inviting against his. However, he realized this was not the moment for such thoughts, as the serious matter had finally arrived. Taking a deep breath, he replied, Indeed, Your Highness. I am currently courting your sister, Princess Qin Shiyu. Bellu appeared momentarily taken aback by Akiha's candor, but her surprise quickly transformed into a smile. She lifted Akiha's wine glass, took a small sip, and then brought it to his lips, leaning into him as she asked, So, Mr. Akiha, have you and my rather inept sister engaged in any pleasurable activities? Your Highness, what do you mean by pleasurable activities? Akiha slightly turned his head, avoiding the glass. He was puzzled by Bella's intentions. In a sudden shift from her regal demeanor, Bellu licked her lips with her soft tongue and whispered seductively in Akiha's ear, Let me enlighten you. Her delicate hand began to glide from Akiha's chest toward a dangerously intimate area. Akiha inhaled sharply, abruptly grasping Bellu's wandering hand, rising to his feet as he firmly stated, I must ask you to conduct yourself with decorum, Princess. Bellu gazed thoughtfully at Akiha, a smile breaking across her face. Indeed, you are worthy of my sister's affection. It takes a remarkable man to remain composed in the presence of such beauty. Akiha felt increasingly perplexed. It seemed as though Bellu was acting as a protective sister for her sibling, devoid of any apparent animosity toward Qin Shiyu. Mr. Akiha, please, do not feel constrained. Continue to enjoy the meal, Bellu invited, resuming her seat and gesturing for him to eat. Reluctantly, Akiha sat back down, enduring the most uncomfortable meal under Bellu's watchful gaze. Meanwhile, Qin Shiyu was nearly beside herself with worry. The second princess had always been at odds with her, constantly creating difficulties and snatching away the things she cherished. Wait a moment. Snatching away the things I love? Suddenly, Qin Shiyu froze. If that were the case, would the second princess attempt to take Akiha from her? I must find him, she declared, rushing toward the door, only to halt in her tracks. There stood Akiha, one hand clutching a chicken leg while the other was poised to open the door. Akiha greeted her with a smile, waving the half-eaten chicken leg. Ah, I'm back. Welcome home, master. The little maid chimed as she approached him with a grin. What is going on with her? Akiha pointed at Qin Shiyu with the chicken leg. Shiyu was worried you might be taken away by that second princess and was just about to look for you, Xiaoxue explained, straightening Akiha's slightly disheveled attire. With a sigh, Akiha plopped down onto the sofa. If it weren't for my steadfast resolve, I might have truly been tempted by Princess Bellu today. Oh, master, do share the details. The little maid urged, leaning closer with keen interest. Akiha playfully ruffled her hair in response. Why are you so nosy at such a young age? The little maid retorted indignantly. Being nosy is the seventh instinct of humanity. Xiaoxue joined in, her curiosity piqued. Akiha, do tell me what transpired. With Xiaoxue's eager encouragement, Akiha recounted how the second princess had attempted to seduce him during the meal. Alone? Passion? Did you kiss? The little maid gasped, becoming engrossed in the tale as though she were the one being courted. Qin Shiyu's expression darkened as she struggled to contain her displeasure. Indeed, it is just as I suspected. Bellu, who has bullied me since childhood, is now trying to take my husband as well. Though her voice remained calm, Akiha could sense the fury simmering beneath. He quickly moved to comfort her, stroking her hair. Do not be agitated. Your husband is a paragon of virtue. Such a trivial princess cannot sway my heart. However, recalling the soft touch of the second princess against him, Akiha questioned the honesty of his own words. Fortunately, tomorrow, the matter concerning the princess would be handled by his female assistant, and he hoped that by maintaining distance, he could avoid further complications. Yet, as fate would have it, the following morning brought a direct message from Bella's head guard. stating that she wished to go hunting in the beast forest outside the academy and required Akia's personal accompaniment. This shameless woman desires to steal my husband. I, Qin Shiyu and Appo's head hung low, her magical energy fluctuating with intensity. Calm down, calm down. Xiaoxue chuckled nervously, casting Akiha a knowing glance, urging him to leave. Akiha signaled to Xiaoxue to take care of Qin Shiyu, then departed with the head guard to meet Princess Beheld. Hopefully, today would not unfold like yesterday. The Beast Forest, located near the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, was preserved in its natural state, untouched by human alteration, teeming with various small to medium-sized beasts. Today, Princess Beheld was not adorned in her royal gown, but rather wore practical attire that allowed for ease of movement, appearing quite spirited. "Hello, Princess," Akita greeted. As Qiuyi raised his hand and waved, he quickly realized that he had inadvertently used a greeting customary to his own world. Oh dear, would he be apprehended by the princess's royal guard? With trepidation, Qiuyi glanced at the sentinels, resembling wooden stakes, and was relieved to find them unmoving. It appeared that this princess was not as malevolent as he had initially presumed. "Your greeting style truly evokes a sense of intimacy," Belle Jafati remarked with a smile. "Hee. Well, it's not too bad," Qiuyi replied awkwardly. Noticing that Qiuyi had finished his greeting, the female assistant hastily pulled him aside. "Listen carefully. You must ensure the safety of the second princess, who is devoid of magical talent. If anything were to happen to her, both our heads would be on the line," she cautioned seriously. It was then that Qiuyi comprehended that this princess lacked magical abilities and, judging by her physique, seemed untrained in combat as well. In other words, this princess possessed neither martial skills nor magic? What on earth? "Assistant, I believe that even if the princess lacks combat and magical prowess, it shouldn't pose an issue. Considering her guard is quite formidable," Qiuyi inquired. The assistant let out a sigh, her expression bordering on tears. "Today, for reasons unknown, the princess insisted that so many people would attract too much attention and insisted on your sole escort. Our academy's fate rests upon your shoulders. You must perform admirably." What? Qiuyi's eyes widened in disbelief. After a moment of silence, he turned to face Belle Jafati. "Your Highness, have you decided against bringing the guard into the Beast Forest?" Belle Jafati smiled in the sunlight, her gaze fixed on Qiuyi. "I trust that Mr. Qiuyi will protect me. I am willing to entrust everything to you." Her words were rather ambiguous, causing Qiuyi to chuckle awkwardly. "Mr. Qiuyi, while the morning sun is still gentle, shall we set off?" Qiuyi glanced back at the female assistant, who silently cheered him on with her clenched fist. "All right, let us go." Taking a couple of steps forward, Belle Jafati naturally linked her arm with Qiuyi's, her soft form brushing against him. A shiver ran through Qiuyi. He focused his gaze straight ahead, his heart pounding with anxiety. If C were to witness this, it would be far more than just a simple jab with an ice blade. At least 2 jabs. The head of the guard approached Qiuyi, placing a finely crafted longbow onto his back. Qiuyi bent slightly, nearly toppling over. What a heavy bow, he thought to himself. "This is the weapon used by Her Highness. Please take good care of it," the head of the guard stated with no hint of emotion. Qiuyi forced a smile and replied, "And no problem." The head of the guard then attached a rather weighty quiver of arrows to Qiuyi's person. Qiuyi raised an eyebrow, glaring at the head of the guard while silently cursing, "You'll pay for this." Chapter 44. A secret discussion. Deep in the Beast Forest, Princess Baru donned a casual outfit, appearing indistinguishable from an ordinary woman. As she linked her arm with Qiuyi and Appo's, he felt that this version of Princess Baru was even more approachable and alluring than the day before. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts. After all, this princess had bullied his wife since childhood, and he must not be deceived by her outward charm. With a slight smile, Princess Baru asked, "What in damp? Appo's the matter? Is it too hot for you?" It's manageable," Qiuyi replied. "Is that so? But I'm feeling rather warm," she said, unbuttoning one of her garments, revealing an expanse of her fair skin. Heavens, what is this princess attempting to do? Qiuyi lamented inwardly, unsure where to direct his gaze. Nevertheless, he reminded himself that as a man, it was only right to care for a lady. With a wave of his hand, water elements gathered around him, and a refreshing breeze enveloped them. "Ah, how delightful!" Princess Baru exclaimed, pressing closer to Qiuyi. "Oh dear, perhaps I should have refrained from this." As Qiuyi struggled against the temptations presented by the princess, he remained unaware of a follower stealthily trailing behind them. Dressed like an ordinary farmer, the figure leisurely followed Qiuyi and Princess Baru, his large straw hat obscuring his features. However, the robust hands that dangled at his sides suggested considerable strength. The beast forest was not far from the academy, and it took Ayue and Princess Baru merely a few minutes to walk there. Upon reaching the entrance, Ayue urged once more, "Princess Baru, although the beast forest is home to only ordinary beasts, you lack magical skills and combat abilities. It would be unwise to venture deeper. Perhaps we should explore the outskirts instead." Princess Baru shook her finger playfully in front of him. "No, I have decided to hunt a large beast this time. We cannot simply remain at the edge." Ayue felt exasperated. Hunting a large beast? It would be a triumph if she could even lift this excessively heavy bough. "Come now, let us conquer the beast forest," she declared, embodying the spirit of a spirited girl as she stepped into the woods, leaving Ayue with no choice but to follow. The beast forest was a sanctuary preserved for the nobility to hunt and revel, untouched by human hands. It was a sprawling expanse of wilderness, with uneven terrain featuring perilous cliffs. Today, fortune seemed to smile upon them, or perhaps the beasts sensed the princess's arrival, as they encountered a large creature at the forest's edge, a brown bear. Standing upright, it towered over an adult human, undeniably a large animal. The ground was relatively even, and the sparse trees allowed the bear to spot Ayue and Princess Baru immediately. With a fearsome roar, it charged towards them. Drawing the magical staff once wielded by the great mage emperor, known as the Seven-Element Staff, Ayue aimed to unleash a spell against the roaring bear, only to hear Princess Baru's excited voice. "Ayue, don't move. Let me handle this." "You? How will you manage? A beautiful lady battling a beast? Barehanded?" Princess Baru dashed behind Ayue, grasping the exquisite longbow, but the bow's weight caused her to teeter dangerously. "Your Highness, are you trying to get yourself killed?" he exclaimed, catching her just before she fell. With a swift motion, he wielded the Seven-Element Staff, summoning a barrage of wind blades. With a resounding roar, the wind blades sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp whistle. Strangely, the bear seemed familiar with the sound, shaking its head in confusion before turning and fleeing into the depths of the forest. "Wow, that was incredible," Princess Baru exclaimed, half clinging to Ayue. Frowning, Ayue realized that his wind blades alone could not have frightened the bear away. Despite its wild nature, the creature possessed formidable defenses. What had truly driven it off? "Ayue, let us go," Princess Baru suggested. "Huh?" Ayue paused, surprised. Until now, she had always addressed him as Lord Ayue. Why the sudden familiarity? With a radiant smile, she replied, "Now that we're alone, you can call me Baru, and I shall call you Ayue. Is that so?" Ayue scratched his head, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to this new formality. As he turned to search for the exquisite steel longbow, he was astonished to find no trace of it on the ground. "Baru, have you seen the longbow?" he inquired. "Huh, it was just there," she replied, equally puzzled. Muttering about the oddity, Ayue searched the area, but found nothing. Instead, he stumbled upon a metal sphere that had fallen from his pocket, his summoning beast. A wave of despondency washed over him at the sight of the metal sphere. He casually picked it up and placed it back into his pocket, unaware that its resting place coincided precisely with where the longbow had been. "Never mind. If we can't find it, let's continue," Princess Baru suggested. "All right," Ayue conceded, relinquishing the search. After all, it would be quite a strain for a mage to carry such a heavy bough. As they departed, a figure emerged from behind an ancient pine tree, a farmer, the very individual who had been following them earlier. He observed Ayue's retrieval of the metal sphere thoughtfully, then lowered his hat further and leapt into the trees, vanishing from sight. As the morning passed, Ayue and Princess Baru encountered no large beasts, only a few small creatures like rabbits and squirrels, which Baru insisted on letting go, claiming it would be cruel to harm such adorable animals. Resting on a large stone, Ayue gazed at Princess Baru beside him, pondering the strangeness of her character. Observing her genuine compassion towards the small creatures made him wonder why such a kind-hearted individual would torment his wife, Ayue. Princess Baru brushed her wind-tousled blue hair, her gaze distant, filled with a sense of helplessness and sorrow. If she were truly selfish, she would not exhibit such emotions. Gritting his teeth, Ayue spoke up, "Princess Baru, I have something I wish to ask you. Are you wondering why I have bullied my sister, Ayue, for so long?" She replied, her eyes reflecting sadness. Ayue's eyes widened in astonishment. Could she read minds? "How did you know?" he asked. With a sigh, she explained. "The reason I insisted on coming deep into the beast forest with you is to discuss matters concerning my sister, Ayue. Here, We need not worry about being overheard. For this is a matter of royal intrigue, best kept from prying eyes. Sitting up straight, Ayue realized that Princess Baru had brought him into the depths of the forest for a significant purpose, one that must remain concealed from others. After a moment of silence, she continued, "My attempts to tempt you were to ascertain whether you are worthy of being my sister's husband. It seems you have proven yourself capable, as you have not acted irrationally despite my allure. Isn't that rather hasty? My restraint is not merely due to your status as a princess. Should I act foolishly, I would surely be pursued by the army." Autumn Leaf offered a bitter smile. Princess Baru retrieved a dark green stone from her bosom, releasing a subtle fragrance that permeated the air. This is the inkstone. It emits a faint aroma that can weaken the rationality of those who inhale it. I have kept it close to me. The fact that you can resist my allure under these circumstances proves your uniqueness. Autumn Leaf shrugged and replied, "Perhaps it is merely due to my robust mental fortitude. This inkstone may have no effect on me." Princess Baru carefully returned the inkstone to her embrace and remarked, "Perhaps, but I still believe you to be a responsible individual." A sentiment derived from my feminine intuition. Before Autumn Leaf could respond, Princess Baru's expression turned grave as she said, "What I am about to share with you must remain confidential, even from my sister." Noticing her seriousness, Autumn Leaf's demeanor shifted to one of earnestness. "The reason I have made things difficult for my sister, Ayue, since childhood, is due to a request from her mother." "Ayue's mother?" Autumn Leaf exclaimed in astonishment. Princess Baru nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, Ayue's mother is not of noble birth. She is acutely aware of the treatment she and Ayue will face. Thus she entrusted me with the task of bullying Ayue." "Wait, hold on, I'm a bit perplexed. Are you saying that Ayue's mother asked you to bully her own daughter?" Princess Baru solemnly confirmed with a nod. Autumn Leaf found himself at a loss, grappling with the absurdity of a mother soliciting someone to torment her child. "You see, my father has 3 daughters. The eldest, Princess Murmured, the second, Princess Baru, and the youngest, Princess Ayue. In the magical empire, there is no tradition mandating that only men inherit the throne. Women, too, are eligible. Since my father has only us 3 daughters, it is inevitable that one of us will ascend to the throne. Are you suggesting that Ayue could potentially become the ruler of the magical empire?" Autumn Leaf gasped in disbelief. "Yes, precisely because of this. The eldest princess deems Ayue's mother's humble origins as unworthy, believing Ayue lacks the qualification to compete for princess status." "And what is your perspective, Princess Baru?" Autumn Leaf inquired. "I believe that the right to inherit the throne knows no class distinction. My sister Ayue possesses that right, regardless of her mother's status, for she is my sister, the 3rd princess of the magical empire." Autumn Leaf discerned the affection laced in Princess Baru's proud tone towards Ayue. "If that is the case, why do you persist in creating obstacles for Ayue?" he asked. "If I do not act in this manner, who do you think will be the one to bully Ayue?" Princess Baru countered. Autumn Leaf paused for a moment, suddenly awakening to the truth. "Ah, now I see." Chapter 45. The Trap according to the order of succession to the throne. It is clear that the eldest princess is prioritized, followed by the second princess, and finally the 3rd princess. The eldest princess harbors a deep dissatisfaction towards the 3rd princess, Ayue, and the second princess, Beheld, primarily due to the perceived lowly status of Ayue's mother, which renders Ayue unworthy of the throne. If Beheld, the second princess, does not take on the role of tormenting Ayue, then by default, that role falls to the eldest princess. Although Ayue is uncertain about the eldest princess's character, the fact that Ayue's mother preferred to have the second princess bully her daughter rather than allow the eldest princess to do so is indicative of the eldest princess's cunning and schemes. If she were to set her sights on Ayue, the consequences could be dire. It would not merely result in Ayue being driven from the palace, but potentially in the loss of her life. Therefore, you have always listened to Ayue's mother and bullied Ayue to prevent any dangerous actions from the eldest princess, Ayue remarked. Princess Beheld nodded, stating, "Only in this way can the eldest princess refrain from taking direct action. My bullying of my own sister is, in fact, a means of protecting her. Alas, in her eyes, I must appear to be a rather wicked sister." Ayue smiled gently, responding, "If you are a bad sister, then there exists no good sister in the world. To disregard your own image in your sister's eyes, and even risk being perceived as a lifelong enemy, in order to silently protect her, Princess Beheld, I hold you in great admiration." Princess Beheld blushed and waved her hands, saying, "Please, Do not say such things. It makes me feel quite embarrassed. Ayue laughed heartily, sensing that Princess Belu is indeed a kind-hearted individual. Princess Belu rose to her feet, gazing at the sunlight filtering through the branches, and declared, "This is what I wish to speak to you about. I hope that once you become a powerful sorcerer, you can accompany my sister Ayue into the palace, allowing her to face everything there comfortably as she competes for the throne." I shall give it a try. Ayue scratched her head, realizing she had previously underestimated the complexities of Ayue's identity. Competing for the throne is indeed a formidable challenge. Not just a try. It must be done, Princess Belu insisted, patting Ayue and Appo's chest. Yes, I shall not disappoint the princess and Appo's expectations, Ayue declared loudly. All right, it is getting late. Let us return, Princess Belu said with a smile. Ayue nodded, noting that it was nearly noon and the sun had begun to blaze overhead. They turned to head back. After walking about 100 meters, Ayue suddenly felt her footing give way, and her body plummeted downward. "Ah!" Princess Belu screamed. Ayue extended her arms and caught Princess Belu in her embrace while swiftly gathering earth elements beneath them. With a thud, they landed heavily in a pit, where wooden spikes awaited them at the bottom, many of which were broken by Ayue's fall. Ayue thought to herself, indeed, such traps are always equipped with spikes. If not for her quick reaction in summoning earth elements for defense, it would not have been the wooden spikes that broke, but rather their bodies. Ayue, are you all right? Princess Belu asked in a panic. Despite her maturity, as a princess cherished by the emperor, she was understandably flustered in such a situation. No, it's fine, Ayue began to raise herself, but suddenly felt a dampness in her abdomen. Looking down in the dim light of the pit, she saw her hands stained with bright red blood. It seemed the hastily summoned earth elements had not fully protected her, and a spike had managed to pierce her. Ayue, you can't die. I can't bear the thought of losing you. Princess Belu cried, her face streaked with tears. Ayue forced a smile, but as she opened her mouth to speak, a shadow fell over her. A large stone was descending upon them. Be careful, Princess Belu gasped, witnessing the young man beneath her wrap his arms around her waist, rolling to shield her. The stone crashed onto his back, causing Ayue to spit blood onto her face. Princess Belu stared in disbelief. He had risked his life to protect her, moving her to tears. Why are you so foolish? You mustn't he die? Princess Belu shouted. Ayue trembled in pain. The stone had struck her back with great force, and the agony threatened to render her unconscious. If her spine were broken, her life would be irrevocably altered. Don't speak, Ayue gritted her teeth. Princess Belu nodded, silently shedding tears beneath Ayue. The trap had not been present on their way in but had appeared on their return, indicating someone was targeting them. If the assailants discovered they were still alive, they would surely strike again. As Ayue contemplated their dire situation, she overheard two voices above the pit. Brother, it's just a magic apprentice and a useless second princess. Why go to such lengths to set a trap? We could have just attacked them directly. The voice was youthful, suggesting the speaker was under 25. Don't be foolish. It's better to be cautious. This way, they won't know who killed them until death. We won't have to fear them even as ghosts. Came a rougher voice, belonging to the one referred to as brother. If Ayue could see the scene outside the pit, she would note two individuals standing at the edge. One dressed as a farmer in a large straw hat, and the other, a young man in ragged clothing with a scar across his face. Xiaolang, check if they're dead. If not, finish them off, one instructed. Ayue and Appo's breath hitched in anxiety. If they discovered she and Belu were alive, they would be finished. They're dead. I saw blood. Fortunately, the one called Xiaolang did not examine closely. Good, let us hurry. If anyone sees us, we'll be in trouble. That Silite fellow was quite generous. We won't need to hunt for a long time. Ayue's eyes widened in fury. Ah, Silite, if I survive this, I shall make you pay dearly. Her pain transformed into seething rage. Ayue, are you all right? Princess Belu stammered, frightened by Ayue's fierce energy. Taken aback, Ayue regained her focus. Now was not the time for such thoughts. They needed to escape quickly before wild beasts emerged at night. However, with her limbs bracing against the ground and her back pinned beneath the stone, any sudden movement could crush Princess Belu. Think of a way. I must find a solution to remove this stone first. As Ayue pondered, Princess Belu, with her small, dirt-stained hands, pressed against the stone, saying, I'll hold it up for you. You hide away. Seeing the earnest expression on Princess Beilu's face, Ayue, despite her pain, managed a smile. What are you laughing at? Hurry, I can't hold it for long. Princess Beilu urged. Forget it. If I move, this stone will crush you into a pancake. Wait, I have an idea. Really? Do you have any solutions? Princess Beilu inquired, retracting her hand. Just a moment. Let me support the stone on my back first, Ayue said, closing her eyes as she directed her magic through her hands into the earth. Suddenly, several stone pillars emerged from the soil, rising taller than Ayue herself, bracing against the boulders just as Princess Beilu had previously done. This was the method that Ayue had been inspired to devise by Princess Beilu and Apos' actions, using these earthen pillars to prop up the stone, allowing both her and Princess Beilu to escape. The plan proved effective. As Ayue endured the pain and shifted her body, the pillars steadfastly held the boulder in place. Princess Beilu also moved closer to the stone, leaning against the earthen wall alongside Ayue. Upon witnessing Ayue's body convulsing in pain, tears welled in Princess Beilu and Apos' eyes as her small hand gently caressed Ayue and Apos' cheek. Does it hurt? Of course it does. If my spine were to break, I would be rendered helpless for the rest of my life, Ayue replied, her eyes still shut. Then I shall care for you for the rest of your life. Opening her eyes, Ayue saw the sorrow and guilt in Princess Beilu's gaze and couldn't help but smile wryly. Princess Beilu, please do not blame yourself. The assailant mentioned that Charlotte is the son of Count Siddiq, who holds a deep grudge against me. Truthfully, it is I who have endangered you. Princess Beilu shook her head resolutely. That is not the case. You stood in front of the wooden spikes and stones, preventing me from being harmed in any way. This is entirely my fault. Ayue smiled faintly, closing her eyes once more and falling into silence. After a moment, Princess Beilu asked, Ayue, you said the assailant's name is Charlotte, the son of Count Siddiq? Ayue opened her eyes, her expression fierce. Yes, he abuses his power at the academy, intimidating both men and women alike, even laying hands on my sister Xue. If I manage to escape this time, I will not let him go unpunished. I will assist you. I believe Count Siddiq is a vile person. With my status as a princess, I shall persuade my father to revoke his title, Princess Beilu declared, clenching her small fist. Ayue shook her head firmly. You must not do that. I have heard that Count Siddiq is ruthless and commands many powerful allies, one of whom, Wuxia, is particularly formidable. You must avoid provoking him. But I wish to help you. This matter is my own. As a princess, you must not involve yourself. Otherwise, you may find yourself in danger, Ayue insisted solemnly. Then I shall heed your advice, Princess Beilu replied obediently, understanding that Ayue was concerned for her safety. As the saying goes, it is easy to evade a direct attack, yet difficult to guard against a hidden threat. Should Princess Beilu provoke Count Siddiq, he might resort to underhanded tactics, putting her at risk despite her royal status. Ayue sighed, sitting up to address Princess Beilu. Princess Beilu, I will now meditate to restore some of my magical energy. You should rest for a while. Understood, Princess Beilu acknowledged. Ayue closed her eyes, beginning to absorb the magical elements surrounding her. Chapter 46. The Brown Bear's Sister Xue. Is it like this? Qin Ming presented a delicately wrapped little bun to Xiao Xue. Satisfied, Xiao Xue nodded. This maid's domestic skills were exceptionally strong, and she learned to cook with remarkable ease. Elated, Qin Ming prepared to make another one. For the temptation of the little bun was too great. Upon hearing that Xiao Xue could also make these buns, she eagerly sought her guidance. Qin Siyu watched with keen interest as Qin Ming skillfully shaped the buns, clearly enamored with this delicacy as well. Seeing that Qin Ming had nearly mastered the essence of the task, Xiao Xue planned to engage in her usual physical training. However, as this thought crossed her mind, darkness suddenly clouded her vision, and a wave of discomfort surged in her chest, causing her to sway unsteadily, nearly collapsing. Sister Xue, are you all right? You look quite pale. Qin Ming inquired, her concern evident. Confused, she wondered why Xiao Xue's complexion had so drastically changed from moments before. Furrowing her brow, Qin Siyu approached Xiao Xue, gently placing her hand on her forehead, finding no fever. Yi has encountered danger. Xiao Xue's eyes widened, clutching her chest with conviction. Both Qin Siyu and Qin Ming were taken aback, unable to comprehend how Xiao Xue could be so certain that Xiao Yi was in peril. Xiao Xue herself struggled to articulate the sensation, yet she was profoundly aware of an ominous feeling within her heart. A vague yet undeniable certainty that Xiao Yi was in trouble. I shall inquire with the assistant about Xiao Ye's return, she declared, feeling increasingly uneasy as she dashed outside. After a brief silence, Qin Siyu said to Qin Ming, "I will go take a look. You should remain here." Surprised, Qin Ming responded with a simple, "Oh," as she saw Qin Siyu off. Why was Sister Shui able to sense their master's danger? This puzzled Qin Ming significantly. Suddenly, she recalled a story she had heard before, suggesting that when two individuals share a deep bond, a resonance occurs between them, allowing each to vaguely perceive the other's circumstances. Many novels refer to this extraordinary phenomenon as a bond. Xiao Shui rushed into the reception room where the principal usually entertained guests, pushing open the door to find the female assistant inside, along with the captain of Princess Beilu's guard facing her. Xiao Shui, why are you in such a panic?" The assistant was startled, having nearly instinctively grasped her wand to cast a spell. Gasping for breath, Xiao Shui asked, "Excuse me, has Yi and Princess Beilu returned?" "Well, the captain of Princess Beilu and Amp, Appos, S-Guard, and I are also puzzled. The princess mentioned she would return by noon, which has now passed. We were wondering if Chiu Yi and Princess Beilu might have gotten lost in the beast forest," the assistant replied, glancing at the captain, who sat rigidly on the sofa. "If they are merely lost, that would be fortunate. I fear there may be danger awaiting Princess Beilu and Chiu Yi. It seems our guard must mobilize to search for the princess," the captain stated, rising to his feet. "I will accompany you," Xiao Shui asserted. The assistant sighed. "That would be wise. Let us hope they are simply lost. You may go search. Our academy will also dispatch people to assist." On their way, they encountered the arriving Qin Siyu, who joined Xiao Shui in the mission to find Chiu Yi and Princess Beilu. All units, emergency deployment to search for Princess Beilu and Lord Chiu Yi in the beast forest, commanded the captain, and all members of the guard sprang into action. Is this truly wise? If we go together, Princess Beilu may see us, Xiao Shui warned Qin Siyu. It matters not. I cannot continue to evade this. One day, I must confront it, she replied resolutely. Meanwhile, Chiu Yi was struggling to extricate himself from a trap, pulling Princess Beilu out alongside him. Are you injured? Chiu Yi asked. Princess Beilu shook her head. All the harm had been absorbed by the seemingly frail young man before her. Aside from her clothes being slightly soiled, she was unharmed. That's a relief. Let us return, Chiu Yi sighed, relieved that Princess Beilu had not been hurt. Otherwise, he would bear the burden of guilt. Suddenly, a roar echoed. Chiu Yi turned to shield Princess Beilu with his body as a roaring brown bear charged rapidly toward them, unmistakably the same bear that had fled earlier. What bad luck. The trap failed to kill me, and now I might perish at the paws of a beast. Chiu Yi lamented inwardly. The magical energy he had previously restored through meditation had nearly been expended in casting light magic to heal his wounds, leaving him with insufficient power to cast even a mid-tier spell. Chiu Yi, it's coming. Princess Beilu called from behind him. The brown bear, drawn by the scent of Chiu Yi and Appos' blood, approached with ferocity. Its arrival had deterred other beasts that had also caught the scent. Otherwise, a pack would have surrounded Chiu Yi by now. At that moment, Xiao Shui, Qin Siyu, and the captain of Princess Beilu and Appos' guard were en route. With the wind swirling fiercely, stirring up dust and debris, the air danced wildly. Chiu Yi brandished his seven-element staff, channeling the last remnants of his magic to unleash a mid-tier wind spell. Dozens of wind blades, slicing through the air, surged toward the bear, amplified by the staff and Appos' magic, striking the bear and eliciting pained roars. Is it dead? Princess Beilu whispered, gripping Chiu Yi and Appos' arm. Sweat beaded on Chiu Yi and Appos' brow. The exhaustion from depleting his magic left him weak. Yet, he knew he could not falter. Should he fall, the defenseless Princess Beilu would surely become the bear's next meal. Even enhanced by the staff, the mid-tier spell could not inflict lethal damage on the bear, and once the magic subsided, an angry counterattack would ensue. The bear lifted its massive forepaws and slammed them down heavily, sending dust swirling as it revealed its bloodied, powerful form, wounded by the wind blades. The sight of its own blood ignited the beast and Appos' primal fury, rendering it even more ferocious. Chiu Yi stumbled, collapsing to the ground, fatigue overwhelming him from his injuries and drained magic. Chiu Yi, Princess Beilu knelt beside him, cradling his head in her arms, tears streaming down her cheeks. If not for her desire to venture into the beast forest, this young man would not have been so grievously injured, nor would he have risked his life to protect her, filling her heart with guilt. as Chiou lay in Princess Beilu's embrace. His hand brushed against a round metallic sphere in his pocket. "This is my summon beast. What is this?" Princess Beilu asked, stifling her tears as she examined the metallic sphere in Chiou's hand. With a grin, Chiou struggled to rise from her embrace, inhaling deeply. Summoning all his remaining strength, he hurled the metallic sphere toward the charging bear, murmuring, "My summoned beast, reveal your true prowess." Boom. The sound of the heavy object hitting the ground made Princess Beilu feel as if the earth itself trembled beneath her. The fist-sized black sphere struck the ground before the bear, creating a deep crater, startling the bear and causing it to stumble back. What is this? Princess Beilu gazed in disbelief at the black metallic sphere, astonished by its immense weight. What could this object possibly be? As Chiou gasped for breath, he felt an inexplicable connection with the metallic sphere at the moment he unleashed his power. It was as if information coursed through his mind, even with his eyes closed. He could vividly envision the shape and form of the sphere, even its internal structure unfolded within his thoughts. It resembled a computer rendering of the 21st century, with layers of metallic composition materializing in Chiou's mind. First metal, then metal, and still more metal. Yet at the very core of the metallic sphere, a luminous core-like entity emanated a glow. Upon closer inspection, Chiou noticed that the metallic sphere before the brown bear was also radiating light. It began with a dark glow, which swiftly expanded outward, growing larger and brighter, culminating in a dazzling, translucent black radiance akin to black agate. Qin Siyu grasped the rushing Xiao Shui, pointing toward the light emerging from the depths of the beast forest. Xiao Shui halted, observing, and declared, "Chiou is likely over there. We must hurry." With a swift motion, Xiao Shui hoisted the slower Qin Siyu onto her back, leaping to the treetops before bounding toward the source of the black light. The captain of the guard waved his hand, and the guard members closely followed Xiao Shui. As they approached the intensifying black glow, Qin Siyu furrowed her brow, sensing no magical fluctuations. This light could not be of magical origin. What could it be? What produced such a deep, dark glow suffused with the essence of black metal? Chapter 47. The shadow of the ghost. The atmosphere was charged with tension as Chiou felt the metallic sphere transforming before him. The dense metal began to mutate from its core, gradually expanding in size and shifting from a spherical shape to an irregular geometric form. The brown bear, formidable as it may be, was merely a common beast. It lacked the magic and intelligence of a magical creature and instinctively sensed its fear. After a low, rumbling growl, the bear could no longer withstand the inexplicable pressure and fled. Yet, the metallic sphere continued its metamorphosis. Gears formed within, and the external contours began to take shape. Robust legs and a broad chest emerged until, at last, a pair of glowing red eyes appeared, leaving Chiou utterly astounded. This was undeniably a towering robot, a creation birthed from a sphere the size of a fist. As the transformation reached completion, the energy reserve stood at 5%, the core processor remained intact. The dual railgun lacked sufficient energy, flight propulsion was inadequate, and the regenerative capabilities were minimal, with no visible damage to the body. A series of cold, synthesized computer voices emanated from the robot, reverberating through the sun-dappled forest. Chiou gaped in sheer astonishment. This contraption was simply extraordinary. With its 2-meter-wide cannon on its back, heavy machine guns affixed to its arms, a variable metal shield for defense on its chest, thrusters for flight, and a plethora of small missiles densely packed on its legs. This entity resembled an arsenal of heavy weaponry. What is this? Princess Beilu felt her head spinning. The imposing figure of the metallic being, adorned with various peculiar gadgets, was 100 times more shocking than the brown bear. "I believe it must be a robot," Chiou ventured, though uncertainty lingered. In his technologically advanced world, he had only witnessed such marvels in American blockbusters, never imagining he would encounter such high technology in a realm of lesser advancement. Wait a moment. This being seemed to be a summoned contract beast from another world, not native to this one. Chiou suddenly recalled that this remarkable entity, dubbed Ghost, had transformed from the metallic sphere he summoned, igniting a wave of curiosity within him. It appeared to be summoned from a world akin to his own, one with technology surpassing that of his reality. "Found you." Yuki's voice rang out behind Chiou, and upon turning, he saw her and Siyu rushing towards him. The two girls joyfully leaped into his embrace, but Chiou, feeling quite frail, struggled under their combined weight, especially with Yuki's massive two-handed sword weighing more than the two of them combined. He tilted his head back and coughed up a mouthful of blood. This startled the girls, who quickly retreated, anxiously inspecting Ayue for injuries. Are you all right? Hurt? Where? Xiao Shui queried, her concern palpable as she examined him. It's nothing, Yuki, see you. Just look at this thing, Ayue said, wiping the blood from his lips and gesturing toward the motionless ghost standing amidst the trees. The girls turned to gaze at it, nearly toppling over in shock. Xiao Shui rubbed her eyes, her wide-eyed expression adorably comical. A robot? She ventured, uncertain. Ayue nodded. Close enough. This is what the metallic sphere transformed into. He recounted the events that had transpired, attributing his injuries to a momentary lapse after encountering the bear, omitting any mention of the dark schemes of Shailit. Princess Beilu also relayed the happenings to the captain of the guard, withholding the details of the sabotage, merely stating that she and Ayue encountered the bear, which led to their current predicament. Though all is well, I implore the princess to exercise caution. Should anything happen, our guard cannot bear the burden, the captain intoned solemnly. Report. Captain, what do we do about this giant? A guard stuttered, pointing at Ghost, feeling an inexplicable pressure emanating from its bizarrely equipped form. This seems to be Lord Chiyoye's creation, right? He mentioned it was a robot, Princess Beilu said, unable to meet the gaze of Ghost, and looking instead at Chiyoye. The captain approached Chiyoye, inquiring, Lord Chiyoye, is this robot dangerous? Should we engage? Taken aback, Chiyoye shook his head. I don't believe so. After all, it is my contract beast. Let me take a closer look. You all stay here. Very well, Lord Chiyoye, proceed with caution. Judging by its equipment, it appears exceedingly formidable, the captain sighed in relief. They would much prefer to face a dragon than to attack a creature entirely composed of metal. Siyu grasped Chiyoye's arm, pointing at Ghost. Are you certain there is no issue? It looks quite powerful. Chiyoye managed a wry smile, acknowledging, powerful indeed. The heavy machine guns on it are capable of firing bullets as large as cucumbers, possessing immense destructive power. Don't worry, just stay put with Yuki. I'll check it out, Chiyoye reassured, patting Siyu and Appo's hand. She nodded and stepped back towards Xiao Shui. As Chiyoye approached Ghost, he looked up into its glowing red eyes, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of pressure. Just days ago, he had thought his contract beast was doomed. Now, fate had played a grand jest upon him. Standing beneath Ghost, he found himself barely reaching its calf. He placed his hand on its metallic leg, feeling the icy touch of metal through his palm. This entity, should it engage in battle, could potentially obliterate even its allies. Chiyoye mused, aware that Ghost was equipped almost entirely with heavy weaponry. He knocked on Ghost's leg, but it remained still, as if awaiting commands. Recalling the information that had surged through his mind earlier, Chiyoye attempted to issue a mental command. With a swift motion, Ghost raised its right hand. The heavy machine gun mounted upon it whirred to life, unleashing a torrent of fire that felled a cluster of sturdy trees. Everyone gasped in astonishment. The power was truly extraordinary. Only Chiyoye and Xiao Shui remained unfazed, as the heavy machine guns were likely the weakest of its arsenal. The thought of the 2-meter cannon on its back unleashing fire was a spectacle beyond imagination. However, as Ghost fired its machine guns, Chiyoye realized the source of its energy. Both its movements and weaponry required his magical power. The few bullets fired had already depleted the magic he had just regained, leaving him unable to continue. Placing his hand on Ghost's leg, he smiled faintly, feeling a unique bond that seemed to merge them into one, an extraordinary connection between a contract beast and its master. In those fleeting seconds, Chiyoye comprehended Ghost's full capabilities. Immense firepower. It demanded substantial magical energy. If Chiyoye wished to unleash Ghost's full potential, he needed to possess a formidable reserve of magic himself. Drawing a deep breath, he snapped his fingers, and Ghost's body emitted a series of mechanical clicks as it began to shrink and reshape, soon reverting to the form of a small metallic sphere, which Chiyoye collected and stowed in his pocket. All in all, this journey had not been without merit, at the very least. He had uncovered the secret of the metallic sphere, and henceforth, Ghost would become his most powerful source of firepower. A group of onlookers stood in stunned silence, watching as the enormous robot transformed into a diminutive sphere, feeling as though their worldview was on the brink of collapse. Princess Beilu was safely brought back, which allowed the anxious heart of her female assistant to finally find solace. Had anything befallen the princess, even 9 lives would not suffice to escape the emperor's wrath. I resolved to return to the palace today, instructing my assistant that no arrangements were necessary for my departure. My guards and I could manage on our own. The day after the incident in the Beast Forest, Princess Baloo had decided to return, which brought great joy to her assistant. Ultimately, the second princess did not seek trouble with Qin Siyu, much to everyone's relief. Since the princess expressed her intention to leave, I would not insist on her staying. I bid her a safe journey and welcomed her return in the future. The assistant performed a magician's salute to Princess Baloo, who reciprocated with a gentle smile before approaching Ayue and bestowing a soft kiss upon her cheek in the presence of all. Qin Siyu was tightly grasped by Xiao Shui. Unaware of the chaos that might have ensued otherwise, it was likely that she would have hurled an ice blade at Princess Baloo. Thank you for your protection in the Beast Forest. I must admit, I am a bit envious of my sister, Princess Baloo whispered into Ayue's ear. Huh, Your Highness. You. Princess Baloo pressed her exquisite finger against Ayue's lips, silencing her. I hope you soon become a formidable magician and bring Sister Siyu into the palace. Then we shall meet again. With another gentle kiss on Ayue and Appo's cheek, Princess Baloo turned and gracefully boarded the carriage as her escort cleared the way, and the carriage slowly departed into the distance. With her head bowed, Qin Siyu's hand suddenly radiated a chill, and without warning, two ice blades shot forth, striking Ayue's backside. Ayue let out a pained shriek, jumping high and exclaiming in a startled voice, God is being with me. Chapter 48. The Elven Spring Water. I, Ayue, hereby offer a profound reflection on my shortcomings. My lack of self-control and my susceptibility to the allure of women have led me astray, ensnared by Princess Baloo and Princess Shafati, resulting in an ambiguous relationship. In the depths of the Beast Forest, despite our seclusion, I firmly believe that no intimate actions transpired. However, the credibility of such claims is exceedingly low. This predicament is utterly reprehensible and deserving of censure. I solemnly vow to resist the temptations of women, particularly those presented by Baloo and Princess Shafati, and I shall henceforth maintain my distance from them. Furthermore, I have affixed my handprint as a testament to this commitment. Should I falter again, my wife, Qin Siyu, shall execute me without hesitation. Ayue knelt before Qin Siyu, reciting his confession while she sat regally in her chair, casting a cold gaze upon him. Do you remember the words you spoke today? She inquired. I do. I truly do, Ayue replied, sniffling. This is utterly unjust. With 3 girls at home, I am the sole man. The rampant feminism has swayed my gentle sister, Shui, to their side, resulting in this current predicament. He completed his confession and pressed his handprint. Ah, Yi, it is not that Shui is unwilling to assist you. However, considering that Baloo and Shafati are also my sister and Appo's kin, while I have no objections to your courting other girls, you must also regard Siyu and Appo's feelings, Xiao Shui remarked, gently patting Ayue's head with a sigh. Indeed, I had no such intention, Ayue lamented, realizing he had stumbled into a quagmire. As for Princess Baloo, she could have simply left without complicating matters. A token of gratitude in the form of gold or silver would have sufficed, yet she chose to bestow 2 kisses, leading him to this painful fate. Humph. Do you expect me to believe you, young man? Are you certain you haven't fabricated this? Qin Siyu scoffed, glancing at Ayue's confession, which was inscribed in characters unfamiliar to her. This is the script of our homeland, known as Hanzi or square characters, Ayue explained, raising a finger in clarification. Qin Siyu's expression turned skeptical as she conjured an icy blade, leaning closer to Ayue, whispering, You wouldn't dare deceive me, would you? Of course not. Absolutely not. Ayue stammered, shaking his head fervently. Hee, dear Siyu, what he writes is indeed as he claims, Xiao Shui interjected, smiling in support of Ayue. Reluctantly, Qin Siyu retracted her icy blade and resumed her posture. Since Sister Shui has vouched for you, I shall let this incident slide. You may don your clothing now, she said dismissively. Yes, Ayue replied, hastily retrieving his garments, having been previously exposed. The reason for his state of undress was that his maid insisted that being unclothed would reflect a heart unblemished and sincere, incapable of deceit. How absurd. Ayue glared at the maid, who merely stuck out her tongue playfully. Ding dong. The magical bell chimed, prompting the maid to run to the door. Just as Ayue finished dressing, the female assistant entered. Noticing his disheveled appearance, she inquired, What has transpired? Did Qin Siyu strike you? Close enough, Ayue replied, having received a thorough verbal chastisement. The maid served tea, and the female assistant continued. The principal has returned from the palace and mentioned that Princess Baloo holds you in high regard, complimenting your hospitality. I am to convey his verbal commendation. Chiu forced a wry smile, finding the notion of a verbal commendation rather meager. Are you well? The female assistant suddenly asked. Chiu was taken aback, replying, I am fine. That and Apos, s good. You should visit the principal and Apos, s office. He wishes to speak with you, she instructed. Why didn't Apos, you say so sooner? Chiu shot her an exasperated glance, annoyed that he had to make the trek himself for a mere verbal commendation. Upon arriving at the central castle, Chiu infused the wall with the power of 3 fireball spells, and the scenery shifted, placing him atop the castle. The principal, Li Basi, stood at the castle's edge, surveying the Royal Magic and Martial Arts Academy, his gray robe billowing in the wind. Ah, you've arrived, he greeted with a smile. Old man, this is rather pathetic. ISN and Apos, it? Not even a tangible reward, just a verbal commendation delivered through someone else, Chiu retorted. Li Basi patted Chiu and Apos' shoulder, noting his progress to the intermediate sorcerer level, and chuckled heartily. That was merely a jest. There are indeed rewards in store for you. Really? Where? Chiu asked, eyes bright with anticipation. Li Basi conjured a piece of parchment in his right hand, causing Chiu to shiver, recalling the earlier incident of his confession. Old man, please tell me that's not a certificate. He squinted suspiciously at the principal's mirthful expression. Li Basi shook his head and handed the parchment to Chiu, who, upon inspection, found it filled with characters he could not decipher, adorned with a red seal. Puzzled, Chiu looked to Li Basi, who explained. This is a letter of recommendation I personally penned, allowing you and Xiao Shui access to the realm of the elves. Is this not a splendid reward? You will witness a world beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. Elves? Chiu mused, envisioning creatures with pointed ears and wings. Old man, you don't intend for me to perform tasks there, do you? Ha ha ha, you've caught me. Li Basi laughed, stroking his beard. How can you still laugh, old man? No reward is one thing, but to return and immediately demand my service? I refuse, Chiu protested. Hold your horses. Do not be so hasty in your rejection. Princess Baloo desires you to become a formidable sorcerer to assist Qin Siyu in her bid for the throne, Li Basi interrupted, waving his hand. Chiu paused, realizing that Princess Baloo had likely informed the principal of her wishes. So what? He replied. Li Basi stroked his white beard thoughtfully, stating, the struggle for the throne is brutally fierce. The eldest princess harbors prejudice against Qin Siyu and would stop at nothing to thwart or even eliminate her. While your magical prowess may grow, can you truly protect her at all times? If you wish for her safety, the best course of action is to bolster her own abilities. Chiu fell silent, recognizing the wisdom in the principal's words. He could not shadow Qin Siyu even during her most mundane moments. There would always be vulnerabilities he could not foresee. What do you mean? Li Basi inhaled deeply, pointing in a specific direction. In the land of the elves, there exists a spring of elven water. Sorcerers who partake of it will not only amplify their magical capacity, but also enhance their innate magical talent. Although Qin Siyu is exceptionally bright, her magical aptitude is merely slightly above that of an average person and lags behind that of most sorcerers. I surmise that her magical level may peak at that of a high-level sorcerer, beyond which she will struggle to progress. What can be done? Chiu exclaimed. The elven spring water is your reward. If you assist me with a task in the realm of the elves, I can offer you 3 drops of this precious water. Li Basi produced a glass vial from within his robes. 3 drops? Chiu protested. Impudent boy. The elven spring water is extraordinarily rare. The source yields but a single drop each year. These 3 drops will significantly enhance your wife's magical talent, elevating her beyond that of an ordinary sorcerer. Do not be ungrateful, Li Basi chided. All right, I am not ungrateful. If that's the case, I will assist you. Hand over the spring water. Chiu grinned cheekily, extending his hand. Li Basi shot Chiu a stern look before relinquishing the glass vial containing the 3 drops of elven spring water. Now, let us discuss what I am to do, Autumn Leaf inquired as he collected the elven spring water. With such a treasure in hand, it would indeed be remiss not to undertake a task for our esteemed principal. Li Basi sighed and remarked. You are aware of the incident regarding the theft of the holy sword, are you not? Yes, I am familiar with it. I have seen the news posted on the Academy's bulletin board, Autumn Leaf replied. Li Basi nodded and continued, though the research department does not acknowledge it. The 30 white-robed priests likely emerged from their ranks. The Pope, disregarding the department and Apos' reputation, seized the holy sword, which must conceal significant secrets. It may even impact the continent of Magion. This time, I need you to venture to the realm of the elves and seek out the Elven King, requesting her to utilize the Elven Crystal to foretell matters concerning the holy sword. The Elven King? The Elven Crystal? Autumn Leaf echoed. The Elven King resides deep within the elves' domain. In my youth, I had some acquaintance with her. While our relationship was not profound, she could be considered a friend of sorts. Take this parchment I have written for you. The Elven King should agree to meet you. As for whether you can persuade her to use the Elven Crystal to assist you, that shall depend on your fate. If it proves unfruitful, do not press the matter. Simply return, Li Basi advised. Very well, but I believe I can manage alone. There is no need for Sister Shui to accompany me, Autumn Leaf stated. Concerned about potential dangers on the journey, Li Basi shook his head. As a mage, should you encounter an adversary, without time to cast a spell, you would be left to your demise. Xiao Xue is a disciple of teacher Lu Yan, who possesses certain secret techniques, which I am sure she has imparted to Xiao Xue. Having her along would provide you with some protection. So Sister Xue possesses secret skills, Autumn Leaf mused, wondering if they were akin to extraordinary abilities or a single-strike lethal advantage. Before departing, Autumn Leaf received a map from Li Basi, detailing the route to the elves' dwelling. The majority of the map depicted mountainous forests, where the elves resided deep within. As he had not visited in a long time, Li Basi could not ascertain the precise location. Upon arrival, Autumn Leaf would need to spend additional time searching. Welcome back, Master. The little maid greeted as she opened the door. Yes, I have returned, Autumn Leaf replied with a weary sigh, feeling a wave of nausea at the thought of the long journey ahead. Meng, please summon Sister Xue and see you. I have something to discuss, he said, collapsing onto the living room sofa and draining the water from the cup before him, indifferent to its origin. Once both women arrived, Autumn Leaf recounted the principal's instructions, presenting the elven spring water to Qin Siyu. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Xue and Qin Meng exclaimed in unison, What? We are going to the elves' dwelling? Chapter 49. Dirk and Mia. The sweltering days of summer had scarcely waned when others were already reveling in the crisp autumn air, embracing their youth within the hallowed halls of the academy. Yet, Autumn found herself burdened with a task for the nefarious headmaster. A mission to seek out the elusive elf king in the arid forest, a region beyond the borders of the magic empire, belonging to no nation. A truly wretched fate. Autumn contemplated the map provided by the headmaster, then with a dismissive gesture, released the hand-drawn chart to the whims of the wind. Yi, how could you discard the map bestowed upon you by the esteemed principal? Xiao Xue exclaimed. Qiu Yi stood at the boundary of the magical empire, where a long red line marked the border. This line was drawn with a special alchemical substance, impervious to any erasure. The three nations on the continent of Mon utilized such red lines to delineate their territories. That old man's map is utterly inaccurate. I have verified numerous locations along the way, and not a single one is correct, Qiu Yi remarked with irritation. Achoo! The principal, leisurely sipping tea in the office, sneezed unexpectedly, causing a piece of paper to tumble from the desk to the floor. Oh dear, it must be that rascal Qiu Yi cursing at me again, he mused, rubbing his nose. Bending down, he retrieved the fallen paper and was taken aback upon glancing at it. Alas, I have provided the incorrect map. Xiao Xue carried a massive two-handed sword upon her back, a weapon of considerable weight, which Lu Yin had procured from the brave empire through a trusted intermediary. It is indeed a remarkable piece of armament. Yi, please refrain from such remarks. I am certain that the esteemed principal did not intend any offense, Xiao Xue replied. Who knows? Qiu Yi rubbed his head and glanced around, discovering that after crossing the border of the magical empire, about 100 meters ahead lay a sentry post, where numerous soldiers were stationed to inspect all those wishing to cross the border. As Qiu Yi and Xiao Xue approached, the soldiers, upon catching sight of Xiao Xue's gentle and beautiful visage, began to whistle appreciatively. Snap! The autumn leaves fell heavily as the principal slammed his transit permit onto the desk of the inspector in charge, while 5 round, fiery orbs flared up beside him. I demand passage. The soldiers immediately erupted in raucous cheers. Although they were taken aback by the display from Qiu Yi, their astonishment quickly waned in the presence of a mage clad in the robes of an apprentice. One audacious soldier even approached Xiao Xue, extending his filthy hand to caress her delicate face. Unfazed, Xiao Xue maintained her composure and effortlessly drew her great sword, delivering a swift and decisive strike. This soldier possesses a certain skill, perhaps honed by an instinct for survival cultivated on the battlefield. The soldier raised his weapon. Clang! The soldier's long sword shattered in two, the tip of the great sword descending ominously towards his nose with a delicate sound. The front of his armor was cleaved open, leaving him trembling in fear. Instantly, all the soldiers were stirred into a frenzy, shouting as they drew their weapons, encircling Chiuya and Xiao Xue. Wait, just a moment. The soldier in charge of inspection suddenly stood up and exclaimed loudly. With a courteous smile, he rushed to Chiuya's side, bowing respectfully, and said, "Ah no, I did not realize it was the esteemed apprentice of the illustrious mage Labus. My brother has been quite presumptuous. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Humph. You ought to manage your people well. Do not judge a person's strength merely by their outward appearance. With a cold snort, Chiuya summoned 5 small fireballs that crashed at the feet of the soldier before him. The fireballs erupted, the intense shock causing the soldier to fall onto the ground. It became evident to all that the true power of the young lad clad in the robes of a magic apprentice surpassed mere appearances, as he wielded the introductory magic with greater potency than basic spells. Xiao Xue retracted her great sword and followed behind Chiuya, traversing through the astonished soldiers at the sentry post, arriving at the sandy expanse between the sentry post and the Urite forest. Beyond this modest stretch of desert lay the border of the Urite forest, and further ahead, the wild expanse of primordial woodlands awaited. "Yi, the day is nearly darkening. Let us find a place to rest," Xiao Xue remarked, gazing at the sunset-drenched sky. Chiuya stretched his body, bending slightly, aware that the injuries sustained in the beast forest still lingered, leaving his waist with a dull ache. Noticing this, Xiao Xue approached him from behind, gently massaging his waist with her hands. "Thank you, Sister Xue. I believe we should hasten through this desert and seek shelter. It is quite challenging to find an inhabited place nearby," Chiuya responded. Xiao Xue nodded in agreement. Indeed, in this expansive stretch of desert, there was no sign of habitation. Although the desert was not extensive, they had traversed approximately 4 to 5 kilometers, with Xiao Xue remaining composed while Chiuya felt as though his feet were no longer his own. "Yi, how about I carry you, brother?" Xiao Xue offered sympathetically, observing Chiuya and Apos' fatigue. "How absurd. Let us proceed. This distance is but a trifle for your husband," Chiuya declared, halting his steps and feigning a tough demeanor. Xiao Xue playfully tapped Chiuya's head, chuckling. "Enough of your bravado. You need not put on airs before me." "True enough," Chiuya sighed, adopting a more exhausted demeanor. Though he adamantly refused Xiao Xue's offer to carry him, he nonetheless leaned into her, resting half of his arm against her. "If anyone were to witness this, my reputation would be irreparably tarnished." A stalwart man leaning on a girl, he thought. As fate would have it, just as Chiuya worried about being seen, a small boy and girl appeared within his line of sight. "Little ones, come here to your sister," Xiao Xue beckoned, waving at them, while Chiuya quickly released his hold on her arm. The 2 children, around 10 years of age, hurried over, with the girl gazing at Xiao Xue in admiration, exclaiming, "What a beautiful sister! Where do you come from?" Xiao Xue smiled gently and inquired, "Little sister, what are your names, along with this young friend?" The young boy, whom Xiao Xue referred to as a little friend, was dressed in linen garments, with a grass rope tied around his forehead. He, with a hint of irritation, placed his hands on his hips and declared, "I am not a little friend at all. I am already an adult, and moreover, I am a married man." "Oh, you are quite impressive. Is your wife the charming little girl beside you?" The autumn leaves bent down and, with a smile, inquired. The little boy was taken aback, stepping back in disbelief as he stammered, "How do you know? I have not yet spoken." "Ha ha, just a guess. I believe that only a dashing young lad like you could possibly match such a charming little girl." Chiuya chuckled heartily, giving the young boy a friendly pat on the shoulder. The boy's face flushed, yet his expression revealed a sense of pride and satisfaction, instantly improving his demeanor towards Chiuya. "My name is Dek, and I am a resident of the nearby village of Yeret. This is Mia, my fiancée E, and we live in the same village." The boy introduced to Chiuya. Straightening up, Chiuya introduced himself. "I am Chiuya, and this is Xiao Xue, my wife." Upon hearing Chiuya refer to Xiao Xue as his wife, Dek and Apos' eyes widened in astonishment as he inquired, "Have you already held your wedding?" Even though Xiao Xue typically remained indifferent to such matters, she felt her cheeks flush upon hearing those words. The mere thought of marrying Chiu Yi, thus becoming a legitimate couple, was simply Exquisite. Qiuyi glanced at Sister Xue and chuckled. Not yet. Let me tell you, marriage is the grave of men. Do not rush into it, however. Xiao Xue playfully tapped Qiuyi's waist, causing him to fall silent immediately. A little girl named Mia, adorned with a few wildflowers in her hair, revealed charming dimples at the corners of her mouth when she smiled, making her appear utterly delightful. On an autumn night, Mia inquired with curiosity, Brother Qiuyi, Sister Xiaoxue, what are you doing here so late? Dawn and Appos, do you realize this place is dangerous? Xiaoxue replied, well, my brother and I have business in the Yalit forest. As the night grows late, we were hoping to find nearby accommodations. Then you should come to our village. We are very hospitable, declared Dirk, thumping his chest confidently. However, the little girl named Mia appeared somewhat hesitant. Dirk, is that really all right? What if they are dark elves? She whispered into Dirk and Appos' ear. Dirk shook his head and leaned in closer to Mia, murmuring, I doubt it. Look at their ears. Neither the big brother nor the big sister has pointed ears. They cannot be dark elves. The two children whispered, but Qiuyi and Xiaoxue overheard their conversation clearly. Exchanging glances filled with confusion, they wondered, dark elves? What are they? Are they also elves? It was evident that the young girl remained cautious of them, and Qiuyi refrained from questioning further, fearing they might end up without a place to stay. After some deliberation, Dirk ultimately persuaded Mia, and they both agreed to let Qiuyi and Xiaoxue spend the night in their village. Qiuyi sighed with relief. At last, they had a safe haven for the night. Otherwise, they would be doomed to either freeze in the forest or fall victim to venomous mosquitoes and wild beasts. Dirk and Mia led the way, signaling for Qiuyi and Xiaoxue to follow. As they trailed behind the two children, Qiuyi found himself frequently entangled in thorny plants and vines, stumbling clumsily and becoming covered in dirt and leaves. Soon, not a single spot on his body remained clean. As they walked, Qiuyi learned that Mia and Dirk were childhood friends, their parents having arranged their betrothal from a young age. They had ventured out to assist with village patrols, which was how they encountered Qiuyi and Xiaoxue. Despite claiming to help voluntarily, they were, in fact, sneaking out without their parents' and Appos' knowledge. When they reached a slightly wider area, Qiuyi could no longer endure the strain and plopped down beside a large tree. I can't go on. Let me rest for a moment. But it's almost dark. If we don't return soon, our parents will scold us, Mia pouted. Big brother, you're quite useless. The big sister isn't tired, yet you are? Dirk scorned as he ran over to Qiuyi. Qiuyi waved his hand dismissively, explaining, you see, your big sister is a martial general, while I am a strategist. Dirk and Mia were baffled by Qiuyi's terms, but seeing his genuine fatigue, they decided to remain silent and took the opportunity to rest as well. At that moment, an unusual aura suddenly enveloped the surroundings, prompting Qiuyi to become alert. Secretly channeling his magical senses, he discovered that the strange presence was emanating dark elemental energy. Chapter 50. The Dark Night Elf. Xiaoxue felt no change in the air around her. Qiuyi exchanged a knowing glance with her, and Xiaoxue immediately sensed something was amiss. Calming her mind to carefully attune her senses, she realized that there was no presence of anyone nearby. As a warrior, her mental acuity was inherently weak, rendering her incapable of detecting magical elements. After another exchange of glances, Qiuyi subtly stood up, stretching casually as she walked over to Dirk and Mia, discreetly channeling her magical energy to discern the source of a faint dark element that lingered in the vicinity. This dark element flowed slowly around them, instilling in Qiuyi a sense of being watched. After an extensive search, she was unable to pinpoint the origin of this dark essence. It appeared they would have to wait for their adversary to reveal themselves. The village of Dirk and Mia was not far off, and should they be enemies, they would not allow them to enter the village unchallenged. As long as they remained cautious against a sudden ambush, they would be fine. With this thought, Qiuyi addressed Dirk, saying, all right, we have rested enough. Let us proceed. Dirk and Mia nodded, leading the way, while Qiuyi followed closely behind the two children, her magical energy surging within her, prepared to unleash spells at a moment's notice. Xiaoxue brought up the rear, her energy subtly surging, ready to draw her sword at any instant. Qiuyi's anticipation proved accurate. Their foes would not wait for them to enter the village. In fact, they would not even allow them to leave this open space. A dark energy sphere shot through the air from a nearby tree with a sharp whoosh. Qiuyi's expression shifted as she simultaneously unleashed two compressed fireballs from her hands, colliding with the energy sphere. With a resounding burst, the black energy sphere was dissipated by the fireballs. Without hesitation, Xiaoyi used the magical fluctuations produced by her opponent's spell to lock onto their position with her mental focus. Drawing her 7-element staff, she pointed it toward the treetop and began to chant, "With the winds that rise, let the sand and stones be swept away, swirling the currents of air." Launching forth blades of fury, the swift winds that vanquish the minions of evil, wind blades dance. Dozens of sharp wind blades whistled as they shot toward the treetop. And in such dense foliage, this concentrated mid-range assault significantly increased the likelihood of hitting the target. However, their adversary was more agile than anticipated. A shadow leaped from the treetop that Xiaoyi had aimed at, darting to a neighboring tree. Before Xiaoyi could cast her second spell, the shadow, in mid-leap, hurled another black energy sphere, this time aimed at Mia and Dek. Though Dek and Mia did not show panic, they found themselves powerless against the incoming energy sphere. Just as it seemed about to strike, Xiao Shui thrust her greatsword forward, shattering the dark energy sphere. Without pause, she pushed off the ground, her golden hair flowing like a butterfly, as she sped toward the shadow that had just attacked. Xiaoyi raised her staff, reciting a spell, Omnipresent Light. Transform into a steadfast shield to guard and protect, blocking all evil assaults. Light shield. A luminous barrier appeared before Dek and Mia. Xiaoyi instructed, "Do not stray from this shield and oppose. As protection, it will defend you from one attack." Though Dek and Mia were not surprised by the enemy's assault, they were astonished by Xiaoyi's ability to cast 2 different types of magic in quick succession, for in their experience, no mage could wield spells from different schools of magic. With a resounding explosion, the treetop was blasted apart, revealing both Xiao Shui and the enemy. The foe was a tall, handsome man clad in black cloth, his pitch-black eyes striking against his refined features. What surprised them most were his ears, which were not rounded like those of a human but elongated and pointed. An elf. A dark night elf. Dek and Mia exclaimed in unison upon seeing him. Xiaoyi furrowed her brow. She had heard Dek and Mia mention dark night elves before. What distinguished them from ordinary elves? With this thought, she could not help but ask, what is a dark night elf? Are they different from regular elves? Of course they are different. Dark night elves are a vile faction among elves, intent on slaughtering our kin, Mia replied indignantly. Are elves categorized as good or bad? Xiaoyi inquired, intrigued. Big brother, you're unaware? Elves are divided into 2 types. The benevolent nature elves, who excel in nature magic, and the malevolent dark night elves, who master dark magic. Their distinction lies in their attire and magic. Nature elves prefer white garments, whereas dark night elves don black. Moreover, they are adversaries, locked in conflict since the time of the magic emperor, Dek elaborated. So, there are nature elves and dark night elves. The principal wants me to find the elf king. Is the elf king among the nature elves, or the dark night elves? Xiaoyi wondered aloud, turning to the 2 children. Both exist, big brother. Each faction has its own elf king. Which one are you referring to? Mia looked up at her. Both. This complicates matters. Xiaoyi scratched his head, realizing the predicament. However, since the principal had mentioned seeking the elf king to request a prophecy about the holy sword with the elf crystal, it must mean that one of the factions possesses the elf crystal. Contemplating this, Xiaoyu asked Dek which faction had the elf crystal. Both do. The elf kings of both factions possess the elf crystal, said to be a wondrous gem that can foresee events, Mia eagerly interjected. Xiaoyi couldn't help but scorn the principal's lack of clarity in his instructions. He had failed to mention that there were 2 types of elves, leaving Xiaoyu uncertain about which faction to approach. However, now that a dark night elf had appeared, it might be prudent to investigate that direction first. The clash between Xiao Shui and the dark night elf was not especially fierce. Aside from the initial engagement where the dark night elf brandished a dagger to parry Xiao Shui's attack, the remaining time was spent leaping among the trees to evade her strikes, indicating a clear lack of proficiency in close combat. Xiao Shui, slightly out of breath, found it challenging to overcome an elf who had grown up in the forest, which was akin to their backyard. Defeating them in their own territory proved to be no easy feat as her stamina waned. Xiao Shui's speed diminished significantly. With her greatsword's considerable inertia, she failed to control her strength during a powerful downward strike and fell straight from the tree, while the Dark Night Elf seized the opportunity to pursue, the dagger in hand gleaming ominously. Attempting to harm my sister Shui. Xiaoya's expression darkened. Unbeknownst to him, he had grasped a black metal sphere, squeezing it gently. A dark aura flickered, followed by a metallic clash as a formidable sniper rifle materialized in his hands. This revelation came to Xiaoyi after understanding the capabilities of the shadow, the weapons equipped on it were not its sole assets. The heavy sniper rifle was an alternative weapon, available for use when the primary weapon was damaged or voluntarily replaced. By transmitting commands through mental focus to the metal sphere, Ayue could access the Shadow's arsenal. However, not every weapon was usable. Summoning that large cannon on the Shadow's back would surely result in his demise. The flames erupting from the black muzzle were the result of gathered magical energy, and the bullets were entirely composed of magic. With a piercing cry, the Dark Knight elf was struck by an almost imperceptible sniper bullet, the force of the impact sending him sprawling, blood gushing from his abdomen. Upon landing, Xiao Shui turned and positioned her great sword upon the ground, resting it upon the writhing form of the agonized night elf, awaiting Ayue and Appo's inquiry. With a flick of his wrist, Ayue transformed his heavy sniper rifle back into a metallic orb, cradling it in his palm. You despicable cowards! Attacking 2 against 1. What kind of heroes do you consider yourselves? The night elf groaned in pain, curling his body upon the ground. Ayue scoffed disdainfully, retorting, "A sneak attacker lurking behind, daring to utter such words? Your skin is thicker than that of a tree." The elf fell silent. "Why did you harm those 2 children? Have your kind sunk to such depths of shamelessness?" Ayue demanded, his eyes narrowing in scrutiny. "You shall not insult our night elf clan," he replied defiantly. Ayue chuckled coldly, recognizing a surprising sense of clan pride in him. "If you abhor my slander against your night elf lineage, then explain why you assaulted those children. Otherwise, I shall hold this disgraceful act against your entire race, and I won't merely spread the word. I shall pin a tome extolling the shamelessness of your kind." The night elf glared at Ayue, compelled by his words to respond. "I did not intend to kill them. I merely sought to incapacitate them with magic. That energy sphere was non-lethal." Ayue pondered for a moment, recalling that indeed, the energy from that sphere was minimal, as his 2 small fireballs had easily neutralized it. It seemed the night elf was telling the truth. "Then why did you wish to incapacitate the children?" Ayue inquired again. After a brief silence, the elf replied, "Their clan possesses an artifact that restrains our kind. I intended to use these children as leverage to compel them to surrender it." "Impossible. That is a sacred relic left to our clan by the Magic Emperor. It cannot be relinquished," Mia interjected upon hearing this. "Left by that old coot, the Magic Emperor?" Ayue exclaimed, taken aback. "What is it?" Mia hesitated before responding. "The Stone of Life, an object capable of diminishing the powers of the elves." Chapter 51. Arid Village. "Hey, elf." Ayue squatted beside the night elf and poked him. "What do you want?" The night elf seemed rather cooperative. "Is it true that you have an elven king in your realm?" Upon mentioning this, the elf immediately displayed a look of reverence and replied, "Yes. Our night elves possess our own elven king, a being of supreme authority." "All right, that doesn't matter much. I'm asking, if I go to your place to request the elven king to use the elven crystal for divination, do you think your king would agree?" Ayue waved his hand, inquiring. The elf looked at Ayue with a bemused expression and coldly remarked, "You have injured me so grievously. Not only would the king refuse to expend his own elven power to aid you, if I were to be captured, I would surely be avenged." Ayue scratched his head and said, "That makes sense. Well, forget it then. Shuijia, kill him." "Huh? Me?" Xiao Shui stared wide-eyed at Ayue. "Yes. With that knife in your hand, it would be quite convenient, a swift and clean kill," Ayue stated matter-of-factly. Xiao Shui glanced at the great sword in her hands, hesitatingly saying, "While that may be true, I have never killed anyone before. It seems a bit hard to do." Ayue shook his head, speaking earnestly, "Shuijia. This will not do. As a warrior who treads the bloodied battlefield, that's the role of a bandit." Xiao Shui interjected. Ayue apologetically clasped his hands and rephrased, "As a future warrior destined for battle, how could one fear taking a life? How could one train and continually surpass oneself in such a manner?" Contemplating Ayue's words, Xiao Shui realized the truth in them. Her mentor had also said that a warrior's blade, if not used to slay foes, would lose its edge and become merely ornamental. "Then, I will practice a bit," Xiao Shui muttered to herself. She aspired to be like her mentor, who had once graced the battlefield, her prowess in combat having inspired Xiao Shui greatly. The night elf lying on the ground turned pale, watching Xiao Shui sway the greatsword above him. He felt a surge of terror. If she had ever taken a life, it would be one thing, but her innocent demeanor, gazing at him as if he were a lab rat, with a scalpel she had never used before, was utterly frightening. What are you planning? I warn you, if you kill me, our night elves will not spare you." Finally, the night elf, lying on the ground, expressed his fear, shouting loudly. Ayue grinned mischievously as he approached the night elf and whispered, "In that case, would you like me to heal your injuries with light magic?" As he observed the golden light emanating from Ayue's right hand, the night elf's face contorted in fear, turning pale, as if he beheld a malevolent demon from the abyss in the glow of the light element. Cold sweat pouring down his forehead, rendering him speechless. "Oh, quite effective," Ayue mused, initially guessing that since the elf possessed dark attributes, light should indeed counteract it. But he hadn't expected it to work so well. "Are you insane? My father is the elder of the night elf clan. If you dare harm me, he will not let you go." "Hee, is that so? Then let me ask you, what is your name?" Ayue inquired with a smile. "I am Suku." Under the threat of the light element, the night elf revealed his name. Ayue dismissed the light element and stood up, clapping his hands. "Very well. I shall spare your life for the sake of your father." Hearing this, Suku visibly relaxed. "However, I have a favor to ask of you." "What favor?" "Be my hostage." "What?" Thud. Xiao Shui struck Suku and Amp Appo's neck with a decisive blow, and before he could finish his sentence, he had already rolled his eyes and fainted. Ayue gave a thumbs up, proud of his sister Shui for understanding his intentions so well. Xiao Shui smiled gently, effortlessly lifting the unconscious Suku onto her great sword. This action was rather ungraceful, Ayue thought to himself. "Here, big brother." A little girl named Mia suddenly pulled out some herbs from her bosom and handed them to Ayue. Ayue accepted them, puzzled. "What is this?" "It's sanchi, a herb that can stop bleeding," Mia explained with a smile. Ayue nodded, knowing this herb well. He chewed the sanchi and applied it to Suku's wounds, instructing Xiao Shui to carry him away on her great sword. He refrained from having her carry him on her back, as he would feel jealous. As they continued on their journey, Xiao Shui curiously asked Mia, "I noticed when Suku attacked you, you didn't seem alarmed. Why is that?" "Because we were already aware that the night elves might attack us. Our village has patrols every day to prevent such incursions," Mia explained. "In that case, why did you venture outside? Aren't you afraid of the night elves?" Mia bit her thumb and said, "Though the night elves are wicked, they retain some semblance of their elven nature. They never attack children under 15. I don't know why this night elf decided to strike us today." "Oh?" Ayue glanced at Suku, realizing that this night elf might have acted on his own, keeping his intentions concealed from his kin. "Ah, big brother, big sister. We've arrived at our village." Suddenly, Dirk, who had been leading the way, turned and announced. As Ayue and Xiao Shui rounded a towering tree embraced by 5 people, a village enclosed by a tall fence came into view. The village was dotted with small wooden houses and several thatched cottages, while hunting dogs barked at the sight of newcomers. The sound of clanging metal echoed from a blacksmith's forge at the center of the village, where 2 deep wells stood at the entrance, and a few children played nearby. "Hey, isn't this the couple returned? Why have you brought 2 outsiders?" A boy around Dirk's age called out. "Go fetch the village chief and tell him we have guests," Dirk replied. Upon hearing guests, the child ceased his jesting and dashed into the village to summon the chief. "Big brother, big sister, please wait a moment. The chief will be out shortly," Mia assured Ayue and Xiao Shui. Ayue nodded, standing still to dust off his clothes. However, upon inspecting his robe, he noted it was riddled with thorns and torn in numerous places, likely not fit for much longer. In contrast, Xiao Shui, clad in her light leather armor, not only showcased her alluring figure, but also safeguarded her body from exposure. Before long, an elderly man with white hair and a wooden cane approached, accompanied by 4 middle-aged individuals, 2 men and 2 women, all appearing to be in their 30s. "Dad, Mom," Dirk and Mia called out, rushing to their parents. "Oh, so these are Dirk and Mia's parents," Ayue mused. "Ha ha ha, welcome to Arit Village. We extend our warmest greetings." The elderly man, presumably the village chief, spoke with vigor. "My apologies for intruding," Ayue replied, with Xiao Shui nodding respectfully beside him. "Not at all. Arit Village is secluded, and guests are always welcome. Come, Debong Mi. Prepare 2 rooms for our guests," the chief instructed Dirk and Mia's father. "Thank you, chief. I am Ayue, and this is my companion, Xiao Shui," Ayue introduced. The chief smiled and nodded. "I am the chief of this village, named Yaliopis. Grandfather village chief, the elder brother and sister are the saviors of Mia and Dirk. That dark elf named Suku intended to capture us as hostages, but thanks to the elder brother and sister, we were rescued." Mia, having left her mother's side, grasped the village chief's beard that hung down to his chest. The village chief, displaying a doting expression, looked at his beard held by Mia, and helplessly said, "Yes, yes, yes. Grandfather village chief will take good care of our two guests. Please spare my beard." Only then did Mia release her grip. It was merely a small effort. The village chief need not take it to heart. However, this dark elf may serve a purpose for me. I hope the village chief can temporarily secure him. Chiyoyi remarked, pointing at Suku, who was hanging from the blade of Xiaoshue's sword. With a firm grip, Xiaoshue caused Suku to crash heavily to the ground, slowly regaining consciousness from his stupor. Chapter 52. The Sanctuary of the Elves. Suku rubbed his head, perplexed by the situation around him. If he was not mistaken, this should be the village of Arite, where he had intended to capture two children. "Hey, are you awake?" "Ah, it and Apos, su." Suku jumped back in fright upon seeing Chiyoyi and Apos' face approaching, momentarily forgetting the pain from his wounds. Chiyoyi, with a beaming smile, approached without regard for Suku's pallid complexion, opening his arms wide and exclaiming, "Oh, welcome to Arite village, my brother." "Who is your brother?" "You are the one who caused me." Suku's protest faltered as he noticed the golden glow emanating from Chiyoyi's right hand, a magical element that signified disaster for the night elves. "Village chief, I suggest you tie him up. He might bite," Chiyoyi kindly advised the village chief. The chief chuckled heartily, leaning on his cane. "No need to worry. Here in Arite village, the powers of all elves are weakened to the level of ordinary humans. This night elf can be easily managed by any of our young villagers." "Really? Why is that?" Chiyoyi inquired with curiosity. "Big brother, it's all thanks to the Stone of Life. The very thing that weakens elven power resides in our village. Any elf within its range loses their abilities." Mia explained with a smile. "That's wonderful. You are quite fortunate, my lad. You need not fear being bound," Chiyoyi said as he playfully patted Suku's shoulder with his hand, which was charged with light elements, causing Suku to recoil in terror, his face paling further. Chiyoyi then recalled the light elements in his hand and chuckled. "Oh dear, my apologies for the momentary lapse." Suku felt as though he might weep. Had he been careless, he might very well be lying down now. The village was small, yet bustling with life, with families residing in thatched or wooden cottages, creating an endearing atmosphere. At night, a large bonfire was lit in the village square, cultivating an ambience that was simply enchanting. The villagers were exceedingly hospitable, and under the village chief's leadership, they organized a bonfire feast to celebrate the arrival of Chiyoyi and Xiaoshue. Roasted wild boar and lamb, golden and fragrant, filled the air with their enticing aroma, while the chief's homemade fruit wine was sweet and delightful. "Ah, I am full, Chiyoyi exclaimed. "Suku, you must be full as well." Ignoring appearances, Chiyoyi sprawled beside Suku, gazing up at the starry sky. Suku wiped the grease from his mouth. Despite feeling like a captive, the allure of the feast had an overwhelming effect on the night elf, as he had devoured an entire hind leg of the roasted pig. "When will you release me?" Suku asked. Chiyoyi sat up and replied, "Release you? I intend to accompany you to the realm of the night elves." Suku's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "You cannot be serious. If you enter the territory of the night elves with me, I assure you, my kin will slay you." "Oh?" Chiyoyi looked at Suku with confusion. After a moment of silence, Suku gazed into the bonfire and spoke in a somber tone. "In the eyes of our kind, humans are greedy and ignorant. They destroy nature, seize land, and leave other sentient beings with no place to thrive. Such selfishness makes us disdainful of humanity." "You refer to elves? Does this include both night elves and nature elves?" Suku nodded, saying, "Though our physical forms differ, we are both elves. Elves are inherently benevolent. We do not relish in malevolence and cherish nature deeply. Then why do Mia and Dirk claim that your night elves are villains while harboring affection for the nature elves?" Chiyoyi asked, shrugging. "Do you not wish to speak of it? That is fine. We shall simply consider the night elves as villains." Suku opened his mouth, but ultimately spoke. "It is because we are compelled by circumstance to perform actions that may discomfort others. Nature is the mother of all elves. Many years ago, there existed only the nature elves, but as the environment changed, we night elves emerged. The nature elves, rejecting the dark elements we possessed, cast us out of our homeland. Everything we have done is merely an attempt to return home." Observing the melancholy and resentment in Suku's eyes, Chiyoyi sensed sincerity in his words, yet something felt amiss. While it was believable that light elements would repel dark ones, how could the nature elves, who did not possess a purely light essence, possibly reject the dark elements? Nevertheless, Chiyoyi chose not to press further. "So, where is the home of the elves?" Suku inhaled deeply, gazing into the flickering flames, seemingly envisioning the tall, verdant tree. The tree of life. It is the mother that nurtures all elves. A place with a mother is what we call home. The night beneath the bonfires soon came to a close, with Chiu and Xiao Shui finally settling down to sleep in the wee hours. The village chief had prepared 2 rooms, one for Chiu and the other for Xiao Shui and Suku. The following morning, Yi, what are your plans now? Xiao Shui inquired. Resting on Chiu. Chiu rubbed his sleepy eyes and replied, I wish to seek out the nature elves first, to see if their king would be willing to foretell the matter of the holy sword. Did you not say yesterday that you would use Suku as a hostage to visit the night elves? Chiu playfully rolled over, pinning Xiao Shui beneath him, and kissed her tender lips. It seems the night elves are not so bad after all. They have their own goals to pursue. It would be best not to disturb them for now. If the nature elf king is unwilling to provide us with a prediction, we shall then venture to the night elves. Knock, knock, knock. A cheerful voice rang out from outside. Big brother, big sister, come out for breakfast. Chiu climbed off Xiao Shui, freshened up, and made his way to the village chief's abode. The table was laden with fruits and various dishes, with bowls of porridge set out. Suku had already been summoned by the chief, and from his expression, it seemed his injuries from the previous day had healed completely. Come, come, do not stand on ceremony. Everyone eat, the chief said with a warm smile. Suku nodded and eagerly consumed a bowl of porridge. Chiu and Xiao Shui joined him at the table, expressing their gratitude to the chief before enjoying their breakfast. Chiu, I hear you wish to meet the king of the nature elves? The chief suddenly inquired, presumably informed of Chiu's intentions by Suku. Chiu nodded. I wish to find the elven king and request him to use the elven crystal to predict something. While I may not be able to offer much assistance, I do possess an item from the nature elves. Please accept this, the chief said, producing a small, pure white stone from his sleeve, roughly the size of a baby's fist. The sanctuary of the elves. Suku exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the stone. Oh, you recognize it? The chief's interest piqued, indicating he only knew it as a token from the nature elves without understanding its true significance. Suku fixed his gaze on the stone in the chief's hand, which was threaded with a delicate golden cord. This item accelerates the recovery of the wearer's stamina. If infused with a warrior's energy, it can activate a special ability, though I cannot disclose what that ability is. Are there warriors among the elves? Chiu asked curiously, sensing that the sanctuary seemed particularly tailored for warriors. Suku nodded, explaining, elves, aside from their racial differences and the possession of elven powers, are quite similar to humans. They too have mages and warriors. Of course, the elven innate talents surpass those of humans. The village chief handed a stone to Chiu, saying, This token was bestowed upon me by the king of nature spirits. Take this stone with you. At the very least, it will earn you some respect. Chiu replied, This item is far too precious. I think it best to forego it. In truth, I already possess a letter of recommendation from my master, who assured me that it would suffice to gain an audience with the king of spirits. With that, Chiu retrieved the letter written by Li Basi from her bosom and placed it on the table for the village chief to see. Upon laying eyes on it, both the village chief and Suku were immediately filled with excitement. This is the note from Li Basi, descendant of the esteemed mage emperor, one of the 3 great archmages. Chapter 53. Indeed, I am from the entire system. Oh, you know? Akiha expressed surprise, realizing her master seemed quite renowned. If Li Basi were aware of Akiha's current thoughts, he would surely strike this unfilial disciple with a staff. After all, he was one of the last 3 magisters on the continent and a direct descendant of the Emperor of Magic. It was astonishing that Akiha remained unaware of his immense reputation. So it turns out you are the esteemed disciple of Grandmaster Li Basi. How rude of me. The village chief stood up and clasped his hands in greeting to Akiha. She quickly returned the gesture, puzzled, and asked, Chief, isn't it a bit odd for someone your age to call me teacher or grandpa? Not at all. Leaving aside your teacher's accomplishments on the continent, he is indeed over 60 years my junior. Addressing him as grandpa is quite fitting, the chief replied with a smile. Akiha looked at the village chief's snow-white hair and thought he must be nearing 80. A decade is 60 years, which means, goodness, her master must be 140 years old. Since you possess your master and Appo's letter of recommendation, you will naturally be able to meet the Elven King. The chief stated. The Elven King? Which Elven King? Akiha inquired. This was something she had been concerned about. She previously thought there was only one Elven King. unaware that there were distinctions between the Night Elven King and the Nature Elven King. The chief chuckled and said, "With this letter, you can meet either the Nature Elven King or the Night Elven King. However, both factions are currently at war, so it would be wise for you to refrain from intervening." At war? Does that mean fighting? Akiha and Xiao Shui exchanged glances, realizing their arrival was ill-timed. Once the conflict between the Night Elves and the Nature Elves was mentioned, Suku became even more silent, neglecting his breakfast. This war was instigated by the Night Elves. A Night Elf named Suku sought to threaten us with Dek and Mia to extract the Life Stone, presumably to deal with the Nature Elves. Although the Night Elves possessed numerous dark mages, the Nature Elves had the upper hand in forest combat. Without subduing the Nature Elves and Appos, power, the Night Elves could never triumph over them. The chief, a guardian of the Arith forest for generations, was well versed in elven matters. "What do you intend to do?" Akiha asked Suku. "We wish to reclaim our homeland, to return to the embrace of the Tree of Life," Suku declared resolutely. Ultimately, Akiha accepted the elven protection offered by the chief, partly due to the chief and Appos' warm hospitality and partly due to her own selfish motives. The elven protection may not be of much use to her, but it was indeed a rare treasure for Xiao Shui. Setting aside the nature of this special ability, the mere fact that it could enhance the wearer's stamina recovery speed made this elven protection a coveted prize sought after by warriors across the continent. Though referred to as a stone, the elven protection resembled a tear-shaped jade, adorning Xiao Shui's fair neck beautifully. "Honestly, how long are you going to stare?" Xiao Shui fidgeted under Akiha and Appos' gaze. In the past, their embraces had felt unremarkable, but now, in this world, their relationship had transformed from mere siblings to romantic partners, making Xiao Shui more sensitive to Akiha's affectionate gestures. Akiha scratched his head, noting that the previous Xiao Shui would not have blushed so easily. After spending a day together, Suka no longer held a grudge against Akiha for his earlier actions. In fact, he found Akiha and Appos' laid-back demeanor quite admirable. He himself once possessed such a carefree spirit. But since the onset of the war between the Night and Nature Elves, he could no longer afford such tranquility. No longer able to leisurely gaze at white clouds, listen to the murmurs of streams, or connect with nature, he lacked the peace of mind to approach the one he cherished. Suka nudged Akiha, who heard him say, "I'll take you to our king so she can use the elven crystal to predict the matters you wish to know." Akiha had initially planned to visit the Nature Elves, believing they would be more amiable and desiring to understand why the Night Elves were prohibited from approaching the Tree of Life. While everyone had a favorable impression of the Nature Elves, Akiha could not comprehend the reasoning behind the exclusion of the Night Elves from the Tree of Life. However, with Suku and Appos' current proposal, "What should I do?" Akiha hesitated, prompting Xiao Shui to speak up. "Come with us, even if our king does not agree. I can assure you that you will not be harmed among the Night Elves," Suku assured Akiha, speaking each word clearly. Akiha sighed, deciding to follow Suku's suggestion, as he was unfamiliar with the other side. Thus, Akiha and Xiao Shui followed Suku to the territory of the Night Elves, arriving late in the evening. "Suku, this is far too late. Why didn't Appos' we come during the day?" Akiha questioned. "Our territory is protected by a barrier. The Night Elves can only venture out during the day and return at night," Suku explained as he stood before an ancient tree with a thick trunk and withered branches. "ISN and Appos' that quite troublesome?" Suku shook his head, replying, "This policy was implemented only after the war with the Nature Elves commenced. The Night Elves cannot fully utilize their powers during the day. Given that we are the ones taking the initiative in this war, we generally do not venture out during the day to avoid being captured by the Nature Elves when we are at a disadvantage. The barrier prevents entry during the day and exit at night to avoid inadvertently leading Nature Elves to our territory." "I see." Akiha realized that the war primarily occurred at night and that the barrier served as a means of protecting their territory. Suku placed his hand on the ancient tree, and a peculiar wave of mental energy emanated from it. After approximately half a minute, Suku withdrew his hand and said to Akiha and Xiao Shui, "All right. Let Appos' go in." Akiha blinked, confused. "Go in? Where?" Suku led the way forward and promptly collided with the tree. "Oh, how fascinating!" Akiha exclaimed as he followed suit and bumped into the tree, with Xiao Shui trailing closely behind. At the moment of impact, Akiha felt a sense of fear, but upon actually colliding, it felt as if he had broken through a curtain of water, revealing a breathtaking scene. The vast trees had been hollowed out to create tree houses, and a crystal-clear stream flowed gently through the forest, where beautifully adorned night elves in black attire busied themselves in this paradise. Upon noticing the newcomers, they all turned to look. Seeing Suku, many night elves displayed expressions of relief, but upon noticing Akiha and Xiaoshui, their demeanor instantly turned cold. Humans. The epitome of greed and ignorance. Everyone, do not panic. They are not ordinary humans. They are acquainted with the esteemed descendant of the great emperor of magic, Lordly Basie. Suku declared loudly. Akiha once again recognized the reputation of his master. Upon hearing that they knew Li Basie, the night elf's expression softened. It seemed his master had made these elves realize that not all humans were greedy and ignorant. Akiha felt a swell of admiration for his teacher. Suku, you have gone out without permission, which we have become accustomed to. But why have you brought back two people? A youthful-looking figure, whose voice belied his appearance of only being in his 20s, spoke with the voice of an elder. Ah, my esteemed elder. This is the honorable disciple of the Magister Li Basie, here to seek assistance. Suku dared not act recklessly in the presence of this individual and gestured toward Qiuyi. Wu Ming furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Qiuyi before nodding. The fluctuation of magical energy is indeed quite strong. It suggests a notable aptitude for magic. Yet, why do I detect such a chaotic aura of magic emanating from him? Qiuyi, being a dual-element mage, seemed an impressive prospect. However, during our previous encounter, I had witnessed him wielding both wind and light magic. Light magic. Upon hearing that Qiuyi could manipulate light magic, Wu Ming's expression immediately turned tense. For the night elves, light magic is a perilous force. Heh, I am not a dual-element mage, Qiuyi replied with a smile. Not so. Do not deceive me. When we first met, you clearly employed wind magic, and later, you gathered light elements in your hands. We night elves are particularly sensitive to light elements. You cannot hoodwink me, Suku retorted. Qiuyi did not argue further. Instead, he stood still as the magical elements within him radiated outward, enveloping him in a mesmerizing display of 7-colored brilliance representing all 7 elemental magics. Indeed, a universal mage. Just like the great mage emperor, a universal mage. Witnessing this spectacle, Wu Ming staggered back in disbelief. Suku was left speechless, unable to fathom that Qiuyi's words were true. He was not merely a dual-element mage, but a universal mage. Indeed, I am a universal mage. Qiuyi shrugged nonchalantly, wearing an expression that suggested a sense of superiority. Chapter 54. The Night Elf King Wu Ming was astonished by Qiuyi's comprehensive magical aptitude. Yet his expression transformed into one of delight upon perusing the letter of recommendation penned by the esteemed Li Basie. Can you assist us in reconciling the discord between the nature elves and the night elves, allowing us to return to the Tree of Life? After reading the recommendation, a fervent flame ignited in Wu Ming and Appo's eyes, a flame of hope. Qiuyi appeared bewildered. This letter was written by Master Li Basie. He claims that his disciple possesses a means to mediate the conflict between the nature elves and the night elves. In return, he hopes that the Night Elf King can utilize the Elven Crystal to predict matters concerning the Holy Sword. Wu Ming pointed out a passage in the letter for Qiuyi to see. With a resounding slap, Qiuyi smacked his own face in realization. He had been duped. The headmaster had known all along about the issues between the night elves and the nature elves, taking advantage of his ignorance of this world's script. Are you all right, Yi? Xiaoshui, sensing Qiuyi's agitation, inquired. Ha, I'm fine. Just contemplating adding a touch of rat poison or cockroach tablets to the teacher's tea for flavor. Qiuyi replied with a hearty laugh. That would be a crime, Xiaoshui admonished earnestly. Is it? Then how do I vent my frustration? Qiuyi queried. Perhaps I could assist you in eliminating the source of your ire? After a moment's thought, Xiaoshui replied seriously. Qiuyi was rendered speechless. Wasn't he that also a crime? As the two bantered, the river's waters suddenly began to churn violently. Witnessing this phenomenon, all the elves fell silent, respectfully gazing at the river. What is happening? Are there so many fish in this river? Qiuyi asked Suku, who stood beside him. Suku shot Qiuyi a glare and whispered, Be quiet, our king is coming. The king? The Night Elf King? Upon Suku's words, Qiuyi gazed incredulously at the gathering waters, which appeared almost sentient, rising into the air and coalescing on the river's surface. Gradually, the water formed a humanoid figure, slender and voluptuous, embodying the ideal physique coveted by women everywhere. As the water figure gracefully stepped onto the shore, the liquid dispersed, revealing an elf adorned with wings, a crown atop her head, and cascading hair, a vision of ethereal beauty. At that moment, Both Ayue and Xiao Shui were awestruck by the grandeur of the elf's arrival. "Greetings, esteemed heir of the great magic emperor, Chun." Hailing from a distant world, Ayue's mouth fell agape. He never anticipated that the night elf king would instantly recognize his identity. Xiao Shui, wide-eyed, gazed at the night elf king, who possessed a complexion reminiscent of sun-kissed wheat and features so exquisitely crafted they seemed painted. Her alluring form and translucent wings evoked images from a fantastical film, embodying both nobility and beauty. Suspended in the air, the petite night elf maintained eye level with Chua, regarding him with gentle, kind eyes. Her gaze was as clear as the purest winter water, shimmering faintly in the moonlight. I am Chua, and I suppose I can indeed be considered the heir of the magic emperor. This is my wife, Xiao Shui. It is a pleasure to meet you." Chua extended his hand. He instinctively wished to slap himself for forgetting that this world lacked the custom of handshakes. To his surprise, the night elf king seemed to read his thoughts, extending her hand to clasp his. In that moment, Chua felt as though he were holding a piece of warm jade, smooth and comforting, a delightful sensation. Ahem. The surrounding night elves began to cough, leaving Chua puzzled. Were elves prone to catching colds? "Chua, I believe the night elf king has sensed your respect. You may release her hand now," Xiao Shui said. Compelled to remind Chua, who had been shaking hands with the night elf king for an inordinate 5 minutes under the watchful gaze of numerous elves. Embarrassed, Chua withdrew his hand, flushed, and chuckled. "Haha, it was just so pleasant. I lost track of time." Xiao Shui facepalmed in exasperation. Was he truly seeking trouble? Indeed, the surrounding night elves had shifted from merely glaring to openly berating him. Shameless human, despicable human, filthy human. Chua, hands on hips and eyes narrowed, surveyed the crowd defiantly, proclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? My actions were meant to express my respect. The more infatuated I appear, the more it reflects your king and Apos' allure. How could you be so foolish?" Some elves seemed swayed by Chua and Apos' words. Whether convinced by his reasoning or simply rendered speechless by his audacity, they ceased their insults. "Chua, do you not find your actions somewhat shameless?" Xiao Shui and Apos' cheeks flushed as she concealed her face, unable to meet the gazes of the night elves. Chua scratched his head, wholly unaware of any impropriety. "Do you think so? I believe it was quite all right." A soft chuckle echoed as the night elf king spoke, her voice akin to a gentle spring breeze, bringing forth a refreshing sensation. "Chua, I am aware of your intentions. However, the elven crystal requires my magical energy to function. And during this time of war with the nature elves, I cannot afford to expend my magic to predict the Holy Sword's fate. Doing so would jeopardize our struggle against the nature elves." Such a lovely voice, but the content is lacking, Chua frowned. "Very well. I shall seek answers from the nature elves instead." Upon hearing Chua and Apos' intent to approach the nature elves, the night elf king appeared alarmed, her speech hastening. "Yet, if you can guide us back to the Tree of Life, I would not only be willing to expend my magical energy to assist you in predicting the Holy Sword's matters, but I would also welcome you as a friend of our kin. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, we shall lend our aid. Your Majesty, Chua possesses a letter of recommendation from Master Li Basi, a descendant of the great magic emperor, indicating his willingness to assist us in resolving the discord between the night elves and the nature elves." Suku interjected. The night elf king and Apos' demeanor visibly relaxed, her tone returning to its previous measured cadence. "In that case, might I inquire what methods you propose to resolve the conflict between our two factions?" Chua rolled his eyes inwardly, silently cursing. "I have no idea what the issue is, and yet you expect me to have a solution? Do you take me for a sage?" Xiao Shui nudged Chua, saying, "From my observations, the discord stems from the night elves yearning to return to the Tree of Life, while the nature elves resist this return for reasons unknown. Is that so?" Chua inquired of the night elf king. The night elf king nodded, a troubled expression gracing her exquisite features. "Indeed, that is the crux of the matter. Our presence has caused the vitality of the Tree of Life to wane." "Wane? How so?" The night elf king gazed upwards, her eyes peering through the foliage, looking skyward at a 45-degree angle, releasing a soft sigh as she began to recount the tale of the night elves. Long ago, there was a little girl who sold matches. Cut. The director calls for a retake. Actor, understood. Chapter 55. The Nature Spirit King. When this world was born, a group of high-level beings emerged. Among them a life spirit closely connected to nature, cherished by it. These spirits resided in the ancient forest of Arith. At that time, there was no night elf king, only the nature spirit king, who frolicked daily in the forest, conversing with fish and singing with birds. Upon witnessing the birth of the elven kin from the tree of life, the nature spirit king felt immense joy. However, one day, a black sapling unexpectedly appeared beside the tree of life. Bewildered, the nature spirit king believed it to be a child of the tree and was greatly pleased. About half a month later, the life force of the tree of life began to wane slowly, although the decline was gradual. Akin to droplets of water splashing onto the riverbank, it was undeniably a loss of vitality. The grand ancient tree had existed for over 43,000 years, and the nature spirit had never experienced any depletion of its life force. This new development left her both perplexed and anxious. After convening her kin for discussion, they could not ascertain the cause. 10 years passed, and the black sapling had grown into a formidable black tree, its branches lush and trunk robust. Observing the increasingly vigorous black tree juxtaposed with the ailing tree of life, the nature spirit king grasped the truth. It was the dark elements within this black tree that were eroding the life force of the tree of life. To halt the loss of vitality, the ancient tree must be eradicated. The nature spirit king immediately commanded her kin to bind the black tree with ropes, intending to topple it. However, the black tree was too immense. Even with the combined strength of her entire kin, they could not bring it down. In desperation, the nature spirit king resolved to expend her own spirit power to destroy the black tree. Yet, as she prepared to act, dark elements began to coalesce within the trunk of the black tree, startling her into retreat. Upon closer inspection, she observed the dark elements gathering towards the center until none remained around the black tree. Suddenly, the trunk split open, revealing an elf identical to herself, but with ebony skin. This was the Night Elf King. Upon her emergence, the Night Elf King was met with an unrelenting assault from the Nature Spirit King, who was equally bewildered by the attack from an elf who mirrored her appearance. Subsequently, the Night Elf King was driven away from the vicinity of the Tree of Life. In the ensuing days, more Night Elves emerged from the Black Tree, and with each one, the Nature Spirit King would expel them from the tree's proximity. The Night Elves were organized under the Night Elf King, their greatest aspiration being to return to the Tree of Life, with all confiding for this dream. Wait a moment. You wish to return to the Tree of Life. Is it that black tree? Asked Ayue. The Night Elf King nodded, eyes filled with longing, stating, that black tree is the Tree of Life for us Night Elves. Ayue understood that the Tree of Life nurtured the nature spirits, while the black tree, sprouting beside it, nurtured the Night Elves. The emergence of the black tree led to the gradual depletion of the Tree of Life and Appos' vitality, engendering the nature spirits and Appos' hatred towards the black tree and the night elves it produced, thus igniting the conflict between the two factions. Do you possess a means to allow us to return to the Tree of Life that birthed us? The Night Elf King implored, her gaze hopeful. Ayue, rubbing his head, noticed Suka looking at him with fervent anticipation. If you could help me and my kin return to the Tree of Life, I would serve you faithfully, Suka declared. Ayue grimaced internally, thinking, I have no interest in male elves. Xiao Shui gently tugged at Ayue and Appos' sleeve and whispered, Leaf, do you have a solution? I Don and Appos' want these night elves to be separated from their home. Both Xiao Shui and Ayue had grown up in an orphanage, harboring a special yearning for home. Xiao Shui, possessing a kind nature, could not bear to see others, like herself, homeless. Ayue sighed. For him, the most important person was Sister Shui. If she had spoken up, he certainly could not disappoint her. Could I meet with the Nature Spirit King? Ayue inquired, looking directly into the Night Elf King and Appos' eyes. The Nature Spirit King stood before the ancient Tree of Life, sighing as she beheld the withering tree that had nurtured her kind, her heart bleeding. Your Majesty, Night Elves have approached, standing outside our territory's barrier, reported a Nature Spirit with a longbow slung across his back. The Nature Spirit King composed herself, her voice pure yet tinged with fatigue. Did I not instruct that any night elves approaching our territory be driven away? This time is different. They are not ordinary night elves. The Nature Spirit King turned, her bright eyes meeting the surprised expression of the Nature Spirit. It is the Night Elf King who has come. Ayue and Xiao Shui accompanied the Night Elf King outside the territory's barrier, at the heart of the Arith forest, where two colossal ancient trees towered. Looking up, one beheld a tall black tree with dark leaves and branches, beside which stood a larger, round-leafed ancient tree, even more majestic, though its leaves appeared somewhat withered. This was the tree of life that nurtured the night elves and the tree of life that nurtured the nature spirits. "I shall return to your side," the night elf king murmured, gazing up at the black tree. Just as her words faded, a voice interjected. "That wish may be difficult to fulfill." Before the night elf king, a gust of wind swirled, carrying leaves as a nature spirit king. Identical in form but opposite in hue, appeared. "Night, how many times must I reiterate that I will not permit your kind to approach our tree of life?" The nature spirit king did not spare a glance at Ayue or Xiaoshui, fixating solely on the night elf king. Unfazed, the night elf king displayed no hesitation, clearly having prepared her words. Truly, she was the queen of the night elves. Ayue silently admired her resolve. "I am but a guide today, accompanying the esteemed disciple of the great mage Li Beici, one of the last 3 grand magisters in the world," Ayue announced, realizing he had misjudged. Ayue initially thought the night elf king had words for the nature spirit king, only to find she had introduced him from the outset. Upon hearing that Ayue was Li Beici's disciple, the nature spirit king's gaze shifted to him, scrutinizing him before speaking. "I do not comprehend, respected disciple of Li Beici, how you could ally with the evil night elves. Have they perhaps beguiled you with some dark scheme?" The night elf king, incensed, retorted, "Nature, do not slander. Who is truly evil, us or you? The tree of life is our mother. You banished us from her side at birth. Are you not the truly wicked ones? You are utterly unqualified to speak to me." Upon hearing the dark night elven king utter such words, the nature elven king's emotions flared, his voice rising in intensity as he coldly retorted, "Unqualified? You must realize that your mother siphons the nourishment from our mother daily, leading her life forced to wither. Do you not feel a twinge of guilt for this?" The dark night elven king fell silent, unable to counter this accusation. Indeed, the life tree of the nature elves had begun to decay due to the emergence of the ominous black tree. The nature elven king fluttered his small wings and turned to depart. "Please wait a moment, nature elven king," spoke Ayue. The nature elven king halted. Turning back to address Ayue, "You are a disciple of Li Beici. You ought to aspire to greatness like your master. Do not associate with these malevolent elves. If you wish to distance yourself from the dark night elves, we, the nature elves, will always consider you a friend. Otherwise, refrain from speaking to us. Is your grievance not rooted in the fact that the life tree of the dark night elves has drained the vitality from your life tree, causing it to wither? If I could resolve this issue and enable your life tree to flourish once more, would you then allow the dark night elves to return to their own life tree?" Ayue inquired, disregarding the nature elven king's previous remarks. "Are you suggesting you possess the means to halt the vitality loss of our life tree?" The nature elven king's emotions surged once more as he flew to Ayue's side, nearly pressing his face against hers. Ayue instinctively swallowed. The elf's visage was indeed enchanting, and the faint fragrance of plants emanating from him was exceedingly pleasant. It is worth a try. Chapter 56. Exploring the tree of life from the periphery of the Earth forest, one can behold the 2 magnificent trees at the heart of the forest. The tree of life that has nurtured both the night elves and nature elves. However, it is only when one stands beneath these colossal trees that the true grandeur of their presence is felt. Their towering trunks are robust and imposing, while the dense foliage rustles in the wind, imparting an indomitable aura. Surrounding the tree of life, a cadre of nature elves, armed with longbows, stands vigilant. Elves are inherently skilled archers, a fact that Autumn Leaf never doubted. "Dear friend, as long as you can prevent the vitality of our tree of life from waning further, we shall permit the night elves to return to its embrace. Otherwise, we shall not yield," proclaimed the nature elf king. "I will give it a try, but I need you to have the surrounding elves step aside first," Autumn Leaf replied. All the nature elves aimed their arrows at themselves, a pressure that was no jest. Even with Snow's sister by his side, he could not guarantee his safety under the watchful eyes of so many skilled archers. The nature elf king nodded to his kin, and those who had drawn their bows lowered them and stepped aside. Autumn Leaf approached the tree of life, scrutinizing the ancient trunk and observing that many leaves had indeed withered. Placing his hand upon the bark, he sensed a peculiar energy within the tree, one that transcended mere magical elements, yet relied on them for sustenance, as inferred from the magical energy emanating from beneath the ancient tree. It was perplexing. Unlike ordinary trees that merely require soil and nutrients, this ancient tree demanded a significant amount of magical elements. At its roots, Autumn Leaf detected an abundance of magical energy, which the tree absorbed and transformed into a unique form of vitality. The soil in this region should have been rich in magical energy. Yet after millennia of absorption by the ancient tree, the Earth's magical reserves had dwindled. The emergence of a dark tree competing for the already scarce magical energy further exacerbated the tree of life's gradual decline. With a sigh of relief, Autumn Leaf thought, if this is the case, the solution is rather simple. It is akin to placing two plants in a single pot. The pot has limited space, and the nutrients cannot sustain both plants simultaneously. Thus, one merely needs to remove one of the plants. Though the method seems straightforward, the sheer size of these two trees poses a significant challenge. How could one possibly relocate such giants? Upon hearing Autumn Leaf's idea, both the Nature Elf King and the Night Elf gazed at him with perplexity. Autumn Leaf's face flushed, realizing his oversight. These were not mere potted plants, but rather colossal ancient trees nearly 20 stories tall. Moving one would require extraordinary means. Perhaps summoning the Hulk would suffice. Leaf, do you think this is feasible? Asked Xiao Shui, her worry evident. She recalled that Autumn Leaf, aside from being dragged to class, had spent most of his time writing online novels, and his knowledge of flora was likely inferior to her own. Of course, a man cannot declare impossibility. Autumn Leaf declared with determination. Xiao Shui chuckled softly, gently patting his head, whispering, Leaf, you are not a man yet. You are merely a little boy. Ahem. While I wish not to intrude upon your flirtation, could we first address the issue of the Tree of Life? The Nature Elf King interjected, coughing lightly. Xiao Shui was taken aback that her quiet murmurs had been overheard. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she pulled Autumn Leaf's arm, bowing her head in embarrassment. Of course, Autumn Leaf replied awkwardly, turning to face the Tree of Life. He placed his hand upon its roots, concentrating his mental energy to delve into the depths of the land, seeking to discern how much magical energy remained for the trees to absorb. The roots of this colossal tree, which could not possibly exist in Autumn Leaf's world, were immense. As he probed deeper, he found himself overwhelmed by a multitude of roots. With each attempt to explore further, a considerable amount of his mental energy was consumed. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, as he had always focused on fine manipulation, which primarily relied on mental strength. Autumn Leaf was confident that even a high-ranking mage would not surpass his capabilities in this regard. Regrettably, he underestimated the vastness of the tree's roots. The visible part of the tree was merely the tip of the iceberg, with the roots extending far deeper and broader. Not even his esteemed teachers could fully discern the entirety of the root's condition with their mental energy. As he endeavored to compress his mental energy and probe deeper into the roots, he suddenly felt a wave of suffocation, akin to an oxygen deprivation in his brain. Gasping for breath, he found it impossible to maintain focus, and his mental energy dissipated, causing his body to tremble slightly. His complexion paled, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, his temples pounding as if they might burst. Leaf, are you all right? Xiao Shui exclaimed, embracing Autumn Leaf tightly, her concern evident as she held him close. Autumn Leaf gasped for air, realizing that he had utterly exhausted his mental energy for the first time, an experience far more painful than he had anticipated. Had he continued to push himself, he would have surely rendered himself incapacitated. What happened? The Nature Elf King inquired anxiously. The Night Elf King rolled his eyes at the Nature Elf King, remarking, the lad is in dire straits, and you are still preoccupied with your own concerns. The Nature Elf King felt a flush of guilt rise within him. With a flick of his wrist, a small porcelain vial appeared in his hand. He offered it to Autumn Leaf, saying, drink this, it will ease your discomfort. Autumn Leaf accepted the vial and gulped it down in one go, feeling the sensation of oxygen deprivation dissipate and his breathing ease. Licking his lips, he grimaced, what is this? It's so bitter. It is elven spring water. Renowned for enhancing a mage's innate talent and possessing remarkable restorative properties for mental energy, the Nature Elf King explained. Autumn Leaf was taken aback by the bitterness of the elven spring water, recalling how Ayue had consumed 3 drops given by the principal without flinching. After drinking, he immediately felt warmth spreading within him. His mental energy revitalized, and his control over magical elements became more fluid. With a snap of his fingers, 10 highly compressed fireballs materialized around Autumn Leaf, their intense heat prompting everyone to instinctively take a step back. Impressive. I did not expect the elven spring water to possess such efficacy. Autumn Leaf marveled. With a mere gesture, I conjured 10 compressed fireballs. If I were to unleash my full power, would I not be enveloped by flames? Indeed, you have managed to outshine yourself, the Night Elf King remarked gleefully. casting a smug glance at the Nature Elf King. The Nature Elf King huffed, "We nature elves are generous to our friends. A whole vial of elven spring water is hardly worth our concern. It is your night elves who fail to express gratitude, always demanding others to serve you." You. The Night Elf King glared at the Nature Elf King. Autumn Leaf suddenly recalled that when his teacher had given 3 drops of elven spring water to Ayue, it had elevated her magical talent beyond that of ordinary mages. Now, having consumed an entire vial, he wondered, will there be any side effects? He asked hesitantly. Rest assured, although consuming an excessive amount of elven spring water at once may be of little benefit, it poses no harm. The path of the Nature Elven King. Ayue exhaled in relief, feeling reassured. Her mental energy had completely rejuvenated and was now significantly more potent than before. Upon sensing her own magical reserves, she discovered that she had surpassed the storage capacity of a mid-level mage, reaching that of a high-level mage. It appears that the elven spring water here is fundamentally distinct from the mineral water of her own world. This elven spring water is pure and unpolluted, a truly exceptional source. It is undoubtedly not the tap water from a faucet, dear. Chapter 57. Discoveries beneath the earth. Upon hearing Ayue's conjecture, the Nature Elf King and the Night Elf King exchanged glances. The Nature Elf King then spoke, "My friend, are you suggesting that there is an issue with the roots of our tree of life?" Ayue nodded, stating, "It is merely a hypothesis, but one with considerable merit. Your tree of life has thrived for an extensive period, and its roots should be robust. However, this ancient tree, despite its formidable roots, is unable to compete with the black tree's rate of nutrient absorption, indicating a potential problem with its roots." After a moment of contemplation, the Nature Elf King conceded that Ayue's reasoning held weight. "Yet, we lack the means to examine the roots of this ancient tree. What shall we do?" Xiao Shui inquired, her concern evident as she wished to avoid Ayue overexerting himself again. Ayue shared her concern. At this juncture, identifying the specific problem within the roots seemed a daunting task. At that moment, the Nature Elf King turned his gaze towards the Night Elf King. The Night Elf King, understanding her unspoken intent, nodded in agreement. "I believe we can utilize the powers of both our kinds to investigate. I am confident we can explore every corner of the roots." The Nature Elf King extended her hand toward the Night Elf King. The Night Elf King grasped her hand, and the wings behind them began to flutter gently as they ascended, circling the Tree of Life. Faced with the peril threatening the Tree of Life, akin to their mother, these 2 erstwhile adversaries chose to unite. A soft green luminescence enveloped the 2 elf kings, casting their ethereal figures before Ayue, who found himself momentarily entranced by their beauty. "Leaf, if you wish to see Sister Shui, she can show you everything, inside and out." Xiao Shui teased, playfully linking her arm with Ayue and Appos, and leaning against him. Ayue, captivated by the sight and feeling the warmth of Xiao Shui and Appos' presence, felt a slight flush. He inhaled sharply, turning away to rub his nose. Thankfully, no blood had been shed. "Sister Shui, please refrain from tempting me," Ayue implored, his expression pained. Xiao Shui, with a playful smile, replied, "I am not tempting you. As your wife, I shall surely cater to your desires, even if they are somewhat risky." Ayue blushed, realizing that his earlier admiration for the 2 elf kings had sparked impure thoughts, much to his chagrin. "All right, enough teasing. It seems the 2 elf kings have made a discovery," Xiao Shui said, pointing to the Nature Elf King and the Night Elf King, who had ceased their flight. "What have you found?" The Nature Elf King furrowed her brow, indicating that the situation may not be favorable. "Is the entire root of the Tree of Life dead?" The Nature Elf King shook her head. "Then does that mean it is partially dead?" Again, she shook her head. "What, then, is the issue?" Ayue sighed in exasperation. "The soil beneath has vanished." The Night Elf King finally spoke, her revelation leaving Ayue and Xiao Shui in astonishment. "The soil has disappeared?" They exchanged incredulous glances. The Nature Elf King nodded, sighing, as the Night Elf has stated, "This is indeed the case. Together, we discovered that beneath the roots of our Tree of Life lies a hollow void, devoid of soil." As she spoke, the Nature Elf King's brow twitched involuntarily, a detail that Ayue keenly observed. "If there is no soil, then what resides there?" he pressed. The Nature Elf King took a deep breath, meeting Ayue's gaze. "There is a creature." Ayue fell into a long silence. Once he ascertained that the Nature Elf King was not jesting, he exclaimed incredulously, "What kind of creature possesses such power?" One single being could hollow out the roots of an ancient tree? Reluctantly, the nature elf king recalled, it has a hard shell, 2 compound eyes, 3 simple eyes, and is approximately 10 meters long and over a meter wide. After Ayue inquired further about its characteristics, the 2 elf kings detailed their findings, leaving Ayue bewildered. By their descriptions, it seemed to be a cicada larva. Cicadas possess a mere 20 days of life as adults, spending their juvenile stage underground. If it could excavate the roots of this ancient tree, Ayue could scarcely fathom the size of such a larva. My friend, we now understand the cause. Do we have a means to resolve it? Ayue sighed. In truth, the solution was quite simple. If they could extract the larva from the roots and replenish the excavated area with soil, the tree of life would cease to lose its vitality. However, the roots extended several meters below the surface, far beyond the capabilities of a few individuals to excavate. Any misstep could sever the roots of the tree of life, leading to its utter demise. Suddenly, the Night Elf King's eyes brightened with inspiration. What if we enlist the help of the dwarves? She suggested, clapping her hands in excitement. The Nature Elf King's expression shifted to one of delight. Indeed, how could we have forgotten our old friends? As long as the dwarves are willing to assist, that larva can be unearthed with ease. Observing the jubilance shared by the 2 elf kings as if the matter were resolved, Ayue curiously inquired, who are the dwarves, capable of extracting such a deep-seated larva? The dwarves are friends of the elves, born craftsmen who dwell beneath the earth, the Night Elf King explained with a smile. They are generally the size of 10-year-old humans, intimately familiar with subterranean terrains, and exceptionally skilled at mining deep ores. Enlisting their assistance will undoubtedly yield success. My friend, you have aided us in resolving the plight of the Tree of Life. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. We elves are ever grateful to our friends, the Nature Elf King interjected. Wonderful. Thus, the issue is resolved. Ayue silently exulted, sharing with the Nature Elf King and the Night Elf King the matter concerning Libasi. Without hesitation, the Nature Elf King agreed, directing her kin to seek the dwarves' aid and escorting Ayue and Xiao Shui to the grandest tree dwelling of the Nature Elves. Welcome, this is where I reside, the Nature Elf King stated. Ayue and Xiao Shui ascended the ladder into the tree dwelling, filled with excitement, while the Night Elf King hesitated momentarily before entering as well. It was Ayue and Appo's first visit to such a remarkable tree dwelling. Though modest in size, it exuded warmth, with furniture seamlessly growing from the trunk, creating an enchanting atmosphere. I shall assist you in examining the Pope and Appo's motives for seizing the Holy Sword, the Nature Elf King declared. Her spirits high as she swiftly grasped a crystal orb resting upon the table, closing her eyes to channel her elven powers for divination. Ayue watched intently, anxious about the Nature Elf King's revelations regarding the Pope's intentions in acquiring the Holy Sword. A figure of great power. What could compel him to jeopardize his reputation for a sword of seemingly mundane capability? What extraordinary power could the Holy Sword possess? Meanwhile, in the palace of the Holy Light Empire, King Yelas questioned the Pope, Cordelia, who knelt before the throne. Cordelia, tell me truthfully, were those 30-odd priests who attempted to seize the Holy Sword dispatched by you? Cordiali knelt upon the ground, his gaze unwavering as it met that of the king seated upon the throne. With a calm yet resolute tone, he addressed the prince. Your Highness, one must always possess evidence. Although our nation is renowned for its clergy, it does not imply that all priests belong to our realm. Nor does it mean that every priest is under my command. Therefore, I profess my ignorance regarding those 30 or so priests. Yelas took a deep breath, his piercing gaze directed sharply at Cordiali, who remained unperturbed. Chapter 58. The fate of the princess. The two exchanged glances for a long while, until Yelasi finally averted her gaze and lowered her head slightly, saying, "It is best this way. Do not forget, the mightiest figure in an empire is the king, not the pope." In an instant, a vicious glint flickered in Kodia's eyes, yet vanished as quickly as it appeared upon Yelasi's glance. I have heard that the king of the magic empire has a third princess, though she seldom resides in the palace. Are you aware of this? Kodia nodded and calmly replied, "Indeed, the magic empire has 3 daughters. The third princess is the youngest, born of the king and a commoner. Despite her royal title, she holds little sway in the palace." Yelasi nodded, saying, "That simplifies matters. You shall journey to the magic empire on my behalf to seek out King Judicious 13. For what purpose? My second son, Yamingzi, has taken a liking to the third princess. Prepare the betrothal gifts and proceed to propose." Kodia pondered briefly before agreeing, Very well. Although she is a princess, Judicious 13 would not refuse this marriage proposal due to her commoner heritage, as it would create discord with our holy light empire. Jealousy sneered. Indeed, Judicious 13 is a wise man and would not commit such a blunder. Then I shall take my leave, Codius said, bowing to Jealousy before departing the palace. Meanwhile, at the Royal Magic Martial Arts Academy, Qin Siyu inexplicably felt a chill, wrinkling her small nose and letting out a soft sneeze. Sister Siyu, are you catching a cold? Inquired the young maid, Qin Meng, who was tidying up as she glanced at Siyu, who was seated on the sofa engrossed in a book. Siyu shook her head, furrowing her brow. The sensation was quite unpleasant. Gazing at the overcast sky, she felt an inexplicable sense of gloom. Autumn Leaf and Xiao Shui emerged from the Arith forest, with Xiao Shui gripping a pure black double-handed sword, its formidable dark elemental aura palpable. This sword, named Dark Blade, was a gift from the Night Elf King to Xiao Shui. Crafted by the renowned dwarven blacksmith, Spicy, it contained immense dark elemental power, endowing the blade with the ability to sever magical barriers and amplify its destructive force. Leaf, what do you think of this sword? Is it not far superior to the one I used before? Xiao Shui asked, affectionately caressing the sword. However, Autumn Leaf frowned, contemplating the images that had appeared within the elven crystal. A black coffin engraved with a cross. When the holy sword pierced the coffin, holy light would burst forth. What could this signify? Leaf, Leaf, Leaf. Noticing Autumn Leaf and Appo's distraction, Xiao Shui called out loudly beside him. Huh, what happened? Did we crash? Autumn Leaf snapped back to reality, nervously scanning the surroundings, instinctively mimicking the motion of hitting the brakes. Thud. His foot slipped, and Autumn Leaf fell hard to the ground. Ouch! He yelped, feeling a sharp prick against his backside. He reached behind him and forcefully extracted the object lodged there. It appeared to be a large animal rib, quite solid, with one end stained red with blood. Cursing his misfortune, Autumn Leaf cast a healing spell to staunch the bleeding from his wound. Though he still felt waves of pain, Xiao Shui stifled a laugh, unable to contain her amusement at his unfortunate injury from a dead animal's rib. Leaf, are you all right? Need me to carry you? She teased. Not a chance. Autumn Leaf retorted, kicking the rib away with force. It struck a bird's nest perched on a nearby tree, startling a bird that flew out, inadvertently dropping a white droppings on Autumn Leaf's head as it passed. Autumn Leaf crossed his arms, gazing at the retreating bird, thinking to himself, such bad luck surely indicates that something is amiss, either with me or someone close to me. Hee, Leaf, you are just so unfortunate. Hee ha ha ha. Xiao Shui finally burst into laughter at his disheveled appearance. With arms crossed and a serious expression, Autumn Leaf and Appo's demeanor contrasted sharply with the small droplet of bird droppings atop his head, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a rather unkempt hairstyle, albeit magnified several times over. This misfortune must herald something significant. Autumn Leaf declared, Sister Shui, we must hurry back. Is it really that serious? It's just a bit of bird droppings. I think it looks quite charming. Xiao Shui giggled behind him, keeping pace as they rushed home. Upon returning to the Magic Empire, Autumn Leaf immediately hired a carriage, hastening their return. Noticing his urgency, Xiao Shui felt a tinge of foreboding. Leaf, what is it? Why are you in such a hurry? She asked. Autumn Leaf shook his head, swaying with the jolting of the carriage. He could not articulate the feeling, yet sensed that someone close to him was in peril. Please let it not be Siyu or Qin Ming. If it must be someone, let it be that old man Li Basi instead, he silently prayed. Achoo! Li Basi sneezed, rubbing his nose and muttering, that wretched boy must be cursing me again. Li Basi stood at the entrance of Autumn Leaf's villa, flanked by armored soldiers wielding longswords, led by the king as personal guard, Li Bin. Li Bin was robustly built, with a square jaw, embodying a resolute character. Esteemed mage, we are here on the king's orders to escort the third princess back. Should you insist on obstructing us, we will have no choice but to draw our weapons. Li Bin declared, unsheathing his sword. Li Basi furrowed his brows and retorted, do not presume to threaten me. Even the king must show me respect. Sheath your sword. No sooner had he spoken than Li Bin felt a tremor in his hand, looking down to find his sword snapped in two. Such speed in casting spells. Li Bin was taken aback, instinctively stepping back as he heard a loud explosion behind him. Turning, he saw that a wind blade had severed his sword and exploded at his back, sending several of his subordinates flying. This is merely a warning. Whoever dares to harm my student will face my wrath, even if it be the king himself. Li Basi proclaimed with authority. This was no idle boast. Among the 3 remaining mages on the continent, Li Basi was the most powerful, possessing arcane knowledge from the legendary Mage Emperor. No king would dare disrespect him. Li Bin furrowed his brow, his bravado diminishing. Before coming, the king had advised him to avoid antagonizing Li Basi. Yet as a warrior, Li Bin harbored bias against mages, seeking to diminish Li Basi's prestige. He had not anticipated such a swift rebuke. Suppressing his anger, Li Bin pointed at Qin Siyu, who stood behind Li Basi. This is a direct order from the king. We are to escort the 3rd princess back. I hope, esteemed mage, that you will not interfere. Li Basi sighed. Judicious 13 seldom inquired about Qin Siyu, but his sudden demand for her return to the palace indicated that something significant must have occurred. If my conjecture is correct, it is a foreign prince who has taken a fancy to Qin Siyu and wishes to marry her. Only in this manner will the king issue an edict summoning her back to the palace. For the sake of bilateral relations, the king would not hesitate to sacrifice the happiness of a nominal 3rd princess. Li Basi turned to gaze at Qin Siyu, his eyes filled with helplessness. Despite his considerable influence, he could not stand against the will of a king. Qin Siyu had anticipated this outcome since Li Bin's arrival. It was the fate that befell every princess. Even though she was merely a figurehead, she could not escape her destiny. Yet, for his sake, she could not yield. Chapter 59. She is the one I adore. I will not accompany you. If the 3rd princess is unwilling to return with her subordinate, then I must comply with the king's orders and take Chiyue back, Li Bin stated calmly. Qin Siyu clenched her fists tightly, her complexion turning pale. What does my return have to do with Chiyue? Why must the king act this way? Qin Siyu exclaimed, her voice filled with agitation. Li Bin scoffed. Do not think the king is unaware of anything. As the 3rd princess of the magical empire, your clandestine interactions with commoners are well known to him. Qin Siyu bit her lip fiercely, glaring at Li Bin with intensity. Unmoved, Li Bin continued, Princess, I advise you to remember your identity. You must forget that boy named Chiyue, for you are to be wed to the 2nd prince of the Holy Light Empire. If he discovers your past relations, it could jeopardize the relationship between our 2 nations, and at that point, not even your status as a princess will save you from the king's wrath. He has never regarded me as a princess, nor as his daughter. Why must I now bear the responsibilities of a princess? Qin Siyu shouted vehemently at Li Bin. Li Bin remained unfazed, gazing at her for a long moment before suddenly chuckling lightly. Such a reaction from a subordinate towards a princess signifies utter disregard for her status. At that moment, Li Bin and Appo's smile was laced with contempt. You must understand. Your mother and Appo's identity dictates your fate. If you choose not to return with me, it will be simple. Your mother will not be spared from the consequences. Hey, how can you be so shameless, threatening Sister Siyu? The young maid, though trembling with fear, could no longer hold back and shouted at Li Bin. He shot a fierce glare at Qin Ming, and with a swift motion, a soldier lunged forward, aiming his sword at her. Ah, Qin Ming gasped. Defenseless against the soldier's attack, as the sword approached her head, her face drained of color. Bold, Li Basi hissed, drawing a staff from his robe and swiftly casting a wind blade that severed the soldier and Appo's sword, causing it to clatter to the ground. Li Bin, do not overstep your boundaries. If you dare harm a child of my academy, I shall show you the might of a mage. Li Basi pointed his staff menacingly at Li Bin. Li Bin, realizing he had gone too far, gestured for the soldier to retreat. Qin Ming, her complexion pale, stumbled back a few steps, swaying unsteadily. Qin Siyu quickly steadied her, sighing softly, and whispered in her ear, Qin Ming, promise me one thing. What is it? Qin Ming asked, regaining her composure as she looked at Qin Siyu. Pain reflected in Qin Siyu and Appo's eyes as she said, when he returns, tell him. I will never betray him. Qin Ming nodded. Though she often witnessed the playful banter between Qin Siyu and Chiyue, she sensed the deep affection between them. Believing wholeheartedly that Qin Siyu would never consent to marry the 2nd prince of the Holy Light Empire. Seeing Qin Ming's agreement, Qin Siyu forced a bitter smile and stood up, addressing Li Bin coldly. Li Bin, I will go with you, but you must not harm Chiyue. No problem. As long as you are willing to return with me, no one will come to harm, he replied. Qin Siyu nodded to Li Basi and followed Li Bin. Qin Ming stood frozen, bewildered. What is happening? Did Sister Siyu not say she would never betray her master? Why has she acquiesced to Li Bin's demands? Once she enters the palace, no matter her capabilities, escape will be impossible. These thoughts left Qin Ming in a daze for quite some time. And by the time she regained her senses, Qin Siyu had already exited the academy alongside Li Bin. Qin Ming fell to her knees in front of Li Beici, pleading anxiously, "Principal, please save Sister Siyu. She loves her master and would never willingly marry the second prince of the Holy Light Empire. I beg you, please save her." Li Beici pressed his lips together, ultimately sighing, "Alas, this is her fate. Her identity has doomed her to endure such suffering, and I am powerless to intervene." "How can that be? You are a mage. Even the king must show you respect. You can surely persuade him," Qin Ming insisted. Li Beici shook his head. "Gazing at the empty academy gates, it is impossible. This matter concerns the relations between two nations, and the king will not relent. Moreover, political marriages are a necessity every princess must face." Qin Ming stumbled back to the now desolate room, enveloped in a profound sense of loneliness. Unbeknownst to her, she had grown accustomed to the presence of her three companions: her master's languid demeanor, Sister Shue's gentle gaze, and Sister Siyu's cold yet affectionate nature. These memories flooded her mind, moistening her eyes. "Master, where are you? Please return soon." Qiu Yue and Xiao Shui hurried back, finally arriving at the city housing the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. On their way to the academy, a carriage escorted by soldiers passed before Qiu, revealing Qin Siyu's sorrowful visage as it drifted by. Qiu Yue halted, turning to watch the carriage recede into the distance, inexplicably filled with a sense of melancholy. "Yi, what's wrong?" Xiao Shui inquired as she noticed Qiu Yue's sudden stop. "I don't know. I just feel." Qiu Yue gazed at the carriage for a long time before shaking his head and smiling at Xiao Shui. "It's nothing. Let us hurry back. I'm sure Siyu and Qin Ming are anxiously waiting." Indeed, Qin Ming was anxiously awaiting their return. As Qiu Yue approached the entrance, he spotted Qin Ming squatting on the ground in tears, a wave of dread washing over him. "Qin Ming, what's the matter? What happened?" Xiao Shui rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Qin Ming's trembling shoulders. Qin Ming looked up, and upon seeing Xiao Shui and Qiu Yue, she could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. Through Qin Ming's fragmented narration, Qiu Yue and Xiao Shui grasped the entirety of the situation. "Yi, what should we do?" Xiao Shui questioned, holding Qin Ming close as they sat on the sofa, looking at Qiu Yue, whose expression darkened. Qiu Yue clenched his teeth and declared, "Siyu is my wife. I will not allow anyone to bully her, not even the king." Xiao Shui understood Qiu Yue's resolve, standing up without hesitation. "Yi, I will accompany you." Qiu Yue's demeanor softened. Sister Shui had always cherished him, often to the point of indulgence, placing him above all else. Now, as he prepared to storm the palace to rescue Qin Siyu, a venture fraught with peril, Sister Shui stood unwaveringly by his side, stirring deep emotions within him. Qiu Yue approached Sister Shui, burying his head in her embrace and taking a deep breath. The enchanting fragrance calmed his tumultuous feelings. No matter what, he must protect Siyu from any harm, because she is the one I adore. Chapter 60. Princess Baru seeks guard Slight, gritting his teeth, bellowed at one of his subordinates. "What is the meaning of this? That wretched girl, Qin Siyu, is actually the third princess of the Magic Empire and Appo's king. Why did you not inform me earlier?" The subordinate, barely in his 20s, stammered, "Master, I had no idea. When I checked her academic records, it merely stated she was the daughter of a certain baron." "Did you investigate where this baron resides?" Slight inquired, rubbing his temples. That. I didn't, and Appo's think too," his subordinate replied, flustered. "Is it so difficult to glance at her records? If it had stated she was the daughter of the Magic Emperor, would you have believed it blindly?" Slight shouted in frustration. His subordinate shook his head earnestly. "That's unlikely. Everyone says the Magic Emperor is unmarried. Qin Siyu cannot possibly be his daughter." Slight was at his wit and Appo's end. It was not the foolishness of having a donkey for a superior that troubled him, but rather the foolishness of having a pig for a companion. "Enough. You must inform my father immediately and have him devise a plan to eliminate Qin Siyu within the palace." "But why? She is the king's third daughter," his subordinate protested. "Do you have a grudge against her?" Slight kicked his subordinate in the rear, exclaiming, "Just do as I say without all this needless chatter." "Why, yes. I shall take care of it at once." As his subordinate exited the room, Slight sat down, his brow furrowed in contemplation. This was troublesome. He had never imagined that the prey he had set his sights on at school was the third princess of the Magic Empire. Although she was not favored by the king, she was still a princess. If she were to disclose his intentions towards her, the king would undoubtedly seek to eradicate him and his family for the sake of his reputation. Now, he could only rely on his father and Apos' influence. He hoped that his father could ensure the princess and Apos' demise within the palace, preventing her from ever speaking out against him. Meanwhile, Qiu Yi and Xiao Shui had embarked on the quest to find Qin Siyu. They followed the tracks of the carriage that had recently passed them, and soon spotted the very carriage they sought. Qiu Yi was certain that Qin Siyu was inside. Qiu Yi, should we rush in and rescue Sister Siyu? Xiao Shui whispered. Qiu Yi shook his head, maintaining a safe distance behind the carriage. No, there are too many of them, and that royal guard, Li Bin, is not someone we can handle. Charging in now would not only fail to rescue Siyu, but we would also be captured. Xiao Shui nodded silently, trailing behind Qiu Yi as they followed the carriage. The Royal Magic Martial Academy was located in the capital of the Magic Empire, Magic City. While the palace lay to the north and south of the city, approximately 5 to 6 kilometers from the academy. In less than half an hour, the carriage arrived at the palace gates. The Palace of the Magic Empire was a grand domed structure, covering a larger area than the Royal Magic Martial Academy. It was surrounded by a meticulously crafted moat, with several bridges guarded by soldiers at either end. Behind a tree, Qiu Yi and Xiao Shui were forced to halt. There was no further cover, and they could not continue their pursuit. Watching the carriage slowly cross a bridge toward the palace, Qiu Yi felt a surge of power within him. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure. The more anxious one became, the more mistakes one was prone to make. Venturing into the palace would be akin to courting death. They must find a way to infiltrate and understand the palace and Apos' layout before attempting to rescue Siyu. What shall we do? Xiao Shui, devoid of ideas, increasingly relied on Qiu Yi since her arrival in this world. We should find a nearby inn to stay at. Tonight, I will seek an opportunity to infiltrate the palace. Qiu Yi proposed. Xiao Shui nodded, and they retraced their steps to find an inn. Ah, esteemed guests, are you here to stay? Haha. Are you hoping to apply for the position of Princess Baru's personal guard tomorrow? The innkeeper jovially inquired as they approached the counter. Qiu Yi was taken aback, asking, tomorrow, Princess Baru is seeking personal guards? Of course. Today, there are so many guests, and over half are here to apply for that very position, the innkeeper chuckled. A smile crept onto Qiu Yi's lips. What a fortuitous opportunity. In the stillness of the night, Qiu Yi sat up in bed, nervously watching Xiao Shui across from him. Sister Shui, are we really going to do this? I feel quite anxious. Xiao Shui furrowed her brow and replied softly, I am a bit nervous too. After all, it's my first time. Then, let us begin, Qiu Yi gasped. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Shui finally murmured in agreement. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from Qiu Yi. Xiao Shui had applied a layer of translucent substance, reminiscent of fish oil, to his face. Sister Shui, are you certain this is for disguise and not disfigurement? Qiu Yi questioned, pointing at his stinging face. This fish oil-like substance had been procured from a vendor by Xiao Shui, who claimed it was an alchemist's creation capable of altering one's appearance for a time. How strange. That vendor said it had a 50% success rate, Xiao Shui remarked, holding up a small vial. Qiu Yi lamented as he took the vial labeled for disguise with a 50% success rate. There was no production site, no manufacturer and Apos' name, and no production date. This was a classic 3-no product. Oops, my apologies, Xiao Shui giggled, sticking out her tongue. Alas, the following morning, before dawn, a contingent of soldiers emerged from the palace amidst the sound of firecrackers, securing an area by the palace bridge to recruit Princess Baru and Apos' personal guards. Qiu Yi persuaded Xiao Shui to wait for his news. If he were not selected, he would return. If he were chosen, she should await his message. But would he truly return if he failed? It was evident that he had no intention of doing so. Qiu Yi had already resolved that if he were not selected, he would infiltrate the palace that very night, regardless of the risks involved. A gong rang out, and a soldier clad in bronze armor, with a bronze helmet, boomed, silence. I am the selector for Princess Baru and Apos' personal guard. Only those who can demonstrate their worth to me will be chosen. There are only 2 positions available. A dozen soldiers began recording the information of the candidates. Qiu Yi cast a furtive glance, relieved to find that the guard described by the maid, Li Bin, was not present. When it was Qiu Yi's turn to register, the soldier in charge scrutinized him intensely. Anxiety gripped Qiu Yi. Had his identity been discovered? The maid had mentioned that the king was already aware of his relationship with Siyu. If he were discovered attempting to enter the palace, it would surely cause trouble. The registering soldier leaned closer, whispering in Xiao Ye's ear, "If you wish to become Princess Baru's personal guard, you might want to do something about that double chin." I mistakenly used chili oil as a face mask last night. It will heal in a few days," Xiao Ye explained, pointing to his chin. This was not entirely a lie. The 3-no product Xiao Shui had bought was primarily composed of chili oil. In a sense, that could be considered a form of disguise. The soldier chuckled, patting Xiao Ye on the shoulder. "Being talented is not my doing. That credit belongs to Sister Shui," Xiao Ye replied modestly. Chapter 61. Entering the palace. The profession of a guard is perilous. One must not only safeguard the princess, but also be prepared to sacrifice oneself for her at a critical moment. Akiha surveyed the individuals who had come to apply, noting that they were all dressed in tattered garments. If life had not been exceedingly difficult for them, they would not have sought to become the princess's protectors. The fate of most guards typically culminates in one of two outcomes: death or a lifetime of servitude within the palace, forever separated from their families. As the selection committee examined the candidates one by one, Akiha stood in the middle of the line, fervently hoping not to attract any unfavorable attention. If both positions were filled before his turn, he would be left with no choice but to infiltrate the palace under the cover of night. Fortunately, only one person was chosen ahead of him. When it was Akiha's turn, he feigned a stumble, leaning towards the selector. The individual initially raised a hand to push Akiha away, but upon noticing the banknotes in Akiha's hand, he swiftly altered his approach, offering support instead. After discreetly retrieving the notes while shielding them from the view of others, his deftness revealed a seasoned experience with bribery. Akiha breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that this man had frequently accepted bribes. He chuckled inwardly, relieved that the transaction had gone smoothly. Indeed, the subsequent inquiries posed to Akiha were cursory, and he was soon appointed as a guard for Princess Beilu. Crossing the stone bridge over the moat, Akiha found himself within the palace for the first time. Witnessing sights he had only previously encountered on television. The opulent and grandiose architecture loomed before him, instilling a genuine sense of having traversed realms. Well, he had indeed crossed into another world. Shaking his head, he resolved to memorize the palace's layout in preparation for rescuing Siyu. The main hall, naturally, was the largest and most magnificent structure visible from any point within the palace. Behind it sprawled an extraordinarily large garden, while to the left lay the queen's quarters and to the right, the princess's residence. Other areas included a library, the royal physician's quarters, and accommodations for soldiers and servants. As Akiha followed the selector through these various locations, they ultimately arrived at the princess and Appo's quarters, situated to the right of the main hall. After escorting Akiha and another chosen guard to their designated area, the selector departed promptly. Shortly thereafter, a robust figure approached. This man bore the demeanor of a general. His military helmet perched atop his head, and a large sword clanging against his waist as he walked. "I am General Watts." The recruitment of guards was at the behest of Princess Beilu. Ordinarily, we could randomly select 2 soldiers to serve as her guards, but due to certain circumstances, we are currently short-staffed in the palace, necessitating the hiring of 2 temporary guards from outside, he bellowed, his voice resonating with authority. Short-staffed? Akiha speculated that this might be related to the incident involving the 30 priests who had attempted to seize the Holy Sword. Considering that those priests were dispatched by the Pope, possibly part of a conspiracy from the Holy Light Empire, the king had likely sent a substantial number of soldiers to guard the borders of the Magic Empire. "Since you are temporary guards, I do not require much from you. You must accompany Princess Beilu whenever she ventures out. However, once she returns to her chambers, you are not obliged to follow her. There are designated attendants for her service. You may wait in your quarters," General Watts instructed. "Where will we be residing, General?" inquired Akiha and Appo's companion. The general pointed towards a small wooden cabin in the courtyard. "This has been hastily constructed for your accommodation. You will sleep there, and meals will be provided thrice daily." Akiha stared at the diminutive cabin, barely a dozen square meters in size, and mused that it resembled a large doghouse compared to his living quarters at the academy. "All right, your duties are as such. Do not wander about aimlessly. You are permitted to move only within the princess's courtyard and are strictly prohibited from entering her chambers. Do you understand?" General Watts barked. "Yes." Akiha and the other guard instinctively replied in unison. Satisfied, General Watts nodded and departed. "My brother, I am Tai Dainyu. Just call me Dainyu," the other selected guard said, extending a hand in greeting. "What is your name?" "I am Akiha," he replied, walking towards the small cabin. The disparity in their treatment struck him. Despite the vast wealth available for constructing an impressive palace, the accommodations for the lower ranks were shockingly inadequate. Noticing Akiha's apparent apprehension, Ayue clapped him on the shoulder, offering reassurance. Actually, our role as guards is merely for show. In reality, if any threat to the princess arises, formidable protectors will undoubtedly be present. Akita smiled faintly. Who cares about that? I am more concerned about how to make this doghouse livable. Akiha, brother, we shall rely on one another from now on. Please take care of me, Ayue said earnestly, extending his hand. Akiha shook it, inwardly reflecting that Ayue would be disappointed. He was not there to fulfill the role of a guard. As daylight faded, Akiha engaged in idle conversation with Ayue until lunchtime finally arrived. He had not anticipated that the recruitment of guards would commence so early, and he was famished after neglecting to eat since morning. Eagerly, he opened the meal boxes delivered by 2 maids. Upon lifting the lid, Akiha was dismayed. What was this? The contents resembled a jumble of leftover scraps, hardly distinguishable from slop, with a medley of food items emitting a nauseating odor that nearly overwhelmed them. Brother, hurry and eat. The food here is exceptional. Look at all this meat, Ayue urged, relishing his meal. Observing Ayue savoring his food, Akiha pushed his meal box towards him. Here, take this. I've eaten too much this morning and cannot manage any more. Really? Thank you so much, Akiha, Ayue exclaimed, delightedly accepting the box and quickly finishing his portion before diving into Akiha's leftovers. Sighing, Akiha reclined on the bed, staring at the ceiling while contemplating how to rescue Ayue. He felt little concern for the majority of the palace's soldiers, but the higher-ranking warriors and mages posed a significant threat. If discovered during his nighttime reconnaissance, he would find it difficult to explain himself. He needed to devise a plan to reach Ayue, for that was the only way to ensure her rescue. However, as Princess Beheld's guard, abandoning his post was clearly out of the question. This is truly vexing, Akiha lamented, tugging at his hair. After much deliberation, Akiha ultimately resolved to seek Princess Beheld's assistance. Akiha, where are you going? Ayue inquired, noticing Akiha moving towards the door. To the restroom. Chapter 62. The first encounter with the Grand Princess upon emerging from the doghouse. Ayue cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Excellent. No one is around. This is the perfect opportunity. Ayue gathered the wind elements beneath his feet, his body nearly grazing the ground as he swiftly flew to the residence of the princess. This place bore resemblance to the architectural style of the Tang dynasty, yet it possessed an incongruous European flair which felt somewhat out of place. However, this was a different world, not his original one, and Ayue deemed it entirely normal to find it unappealing. This was the abode of the princess. And there were only 3 princesses in the magical empire. The Grand Princess, whose name was unknown, the second princess, Beheld, the judicial officer, and the third princess, Ayue, also a judicial officer. Ayue flitted about like a headless fly, discovering numerous rooms, most of which were unoccupied yet lavishly adorned with bedding. He speculated that these were likely reserved for the princess, allowing her to switch rooms whenever she grew weary of one. The residence comprised 3 stories. After thoroughly exploring the first floor without catching a glimpse of Princess Beheld, Ayue intended to ascend to the second floor when a woman in her 30s suddenly appeared, nearly colliding with him as she turned. How audacious! This is the princess's residence. How dare a man linger here? Ayue looked up to see a woman clad in a resplendent red robe, intricately designed, with a pink ribbon cinched at her waist, and promptly apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't notice you. You? The woman and Appo's tone grew colder, leaving Ayue bewildered as to where he had erred. You dare speak to this princess without using honorifics? Guards, take this audacious intruder to the dungeons. Princess? Ayue stared in astonishment at the woman, who indeed bore a resemblance to both Ayue and Beheld. She was the Grand Princess who had bullied Ayue. Fortunately, the servants in the vicinity were busy with their lunch, and none heard the Grand Princess's outburst. However, the second princess, residing on the second floor, did catch her elder sister's call. Alas, my sister is bullying the servants again. Princess Beheld emerged from her chamber, descending to the first floor to ascertain the situation, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. The man who had once ventured into the beast forest, disregarding his own safety to rescue her, and whom she had long yearned for, stood before her elder sister. Sister, what has transpired? Princess Beheld nearly blurted out Ayue and Appo's name, but managed to catch herself just in time. Upon seeing her sister, the Grand Princess remarked, "This servant is sneaking around our residence. You know men are not permitted here." Princess Belu, sharp-witted, recalled that her father had brought Qin Siyu into the palace a few days prior, and surmised that Ayue had come for that reason. She promptly intervened on his behalf. "Sister, you're mistaken. He is someone I summoned." Upon hearing this, the Grand Princess cast a sidelong glance at Ayue and said, "Sister, I shall pretend I did not see this. However, you must exercise caution in your pursuits. Do not let your most precious possession slip away. Otherwise, should others discover this, your life may be at stake." Play. Most precious possession? Life at stake? Ayue could not fathom how these notions could be connected. Conversely, Princess Belu immediately understood and blushed, hastily clarifying, "Sister, it's not what you think. I only called him for a few matters." The Grand Princess replied, "No need to explain, dear sister. I shan't speak of it." As her sister and Appo's figure faded from sight, Princess Belu bashfully stamped her foot, dashed to Ayue, grasped his hand, and hurried up to the second floor, returning to her room. Princess Belu, lacking martial skills and magic, was breathless from the short sprint, a true embodiment of a delicate princess. She locked her door securely and leaned in closer to Ayue, asking, "Ayue, how did you manage to enter the palace? If my father recognizes you, he will surely take your life." As Ayue gazed at Princess Belu, who was panting from the rush and pressed closely against him, he felt his own breath quicken, blood rushing to his most sensitive areas. Princess Belu, could you perhaps step back a bit? This is quite overwhelming." Ayue shifted back slightly, but the locked door left him with no escape. Princess Belu remained oblivious to the distress her actions were causing Ayue, still nestled against him, continuing, "I know you wish to rescue Siyu, but this is the palace. It is not a place one can come and go freely. If my father discovers you, I want Appo's to be able to assist you." Ayue could no longer endure it. He gently pushed her shoulders away, saying, "Princess Belu, I am fully aware of the dangers here, but it is evidently impossible for me to allow Siyu to fight alone. I will not act recklessly until I am absolutely certain of rescuing her. I will remain by her side to protect her." Only then did Princess Belu realize why Ayue had wanted to step back. Blushing, she awkwardly placed her hands on her chest and stammered, "Even so, you cannot always be by Siyu and Appo's side to protect her." Ayue scratched his head. "That is why I came to find you. I was hoping you could assist me. How can I help you? I am your protector, after all. If you simply visit Siyu more often, I can accompany you." Ayue replied, "You're my protector?" Princess Belu exclaimed in delight, rushing to Ayue, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Well, it's merely a ruse, mainly to protect and take Siyu away." Princess Belu's expression of joy instantly faded, and she muttered softly to herself, "I knew it was all about Siyu. Siyu, she is clearly so happy. Did you say something?" Ayue inquired. "Nothing. Not a word." Princess Belu jumped, not out of fear that Ayue had overheard her, but rather from the shock of her own thoughts. She had just entertained the notion of wanting to claim Ayue from Siyu. Have I become wicked? He is clearly my sister's boyfriend, yet I find myself harboring such thoughts. Princess Belu, please help me. From now on, I will heed your every word." Ayue implored, fearing she might refuse. "He will listen to whatever I say." Princess Belu began to immerse herself in her fantasies. On the pristine white bed, she envisioned herself lying beneath the man named Ayue as he passionately claimed her. "What am I thinking? How ridiculous. Truly ridiculous. Hee. But that sounds wonderful." Princess Belu covered her flushed face, writhing in embarrassment. Ayue felt a shiver run down his spine. What on earth was this princess contemplating? Her earlier expression seemed rather suggestive. "I am willing to assist you." Ayue felt relieved, suddenly recalling the Grand Princess's words from their earlier encounter. Curiosity piqued, he decided to inquire further. "Princess Belu, may I ask you something?" Princess Belu, beaming, replied, "Of course, what is it?" "When I encountered the Grand Princess downstairs, she mentioned that one should know moderation in play and not let their most precious possession slip away. What does that mean?" The smile on Princess Belu and Appo's face faltered, her mouth twitching for a moment before she finally uttered, "Huh?" Chapter 63. The doorknob falls off. Princess Belu. "Do you possess any particularly cherished toys?" Ayue inquired with a hint of curiosity, his gaze sweeping across the room in search of something resembling a toy. But he found nothing. That is. Princess Belu lowered her head, her cheeks flushed crimson. What is it?" Ayue leaned closer to her, eager to know. Realizing Akiha's insistence, Princess Baru, gathering her resolve, declared loudly, "My sister thinks I wish to engage in that." Akiha stood frozen, taken aback by the sight of the blushing beauty before him, his heart racing. After a moment of realization, Akiha comprehended the implications of her words, stepping back in shock, his eyes wide. No, surely not. Having already spoken, Princess Baru decided to be candid and continued. Many princesses, feeling lonely from prolonged seclusion, secretly seek companionship with the men around them. My sister assumed I would also wish to. She hesitated, that I should not indulge too much, that I could only pretend with you and not truly allow you to possess my body. Akiha slapped his own face, cursing his own foolishness for asking such an awkward question. "No, I apologize, forget I asked," he said, diverting his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. In Princess Baru's gaze, however, Akiha sensed a glimmer of hope. Princess Baru stepped closer, insisting, "No, it must be clarified. I am not the kind of shameless princess my sister describes. I have never sought out a man. Truly, I have not." As she spoke, her voice trailed off, and Akiha turned to see her shoulders shaking, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Why are you crying?" Akiha raised his hands, at a loss for how to comfort her. "I truly am not that kind of shameless princess. You must believe me, she sobbed, pressing her head against Akiha's chest. Uncertain of why Princess Baru felt the need to clarify, Akiha gently wrapped his arms around her shoulders, soothingly saying, "Yes, I believe you." After a considerable time, Princess Baru finally ceased her weeping, yet showed no inclination to extricate herself from Akiha's embrace. Akiha's legs began to numb, though her weight was light. Remaining in this position for half an hour was quite uncomfortable. Princess Baru." "Call me Baru," she replied softly, playfully tapping Akiha's chest, her voice laced with a hint of affection. Akiha unconsciously swallowed hard, gazing at the ceiling, pondering Princess Baru's thoughts. After a while, he could no longer endure the situation and said, "Baru, could you please rise from my embrace?" With her acquiescence, Akiha breathed a sigh of relief. While holding a beautiful woman was indeed delightful, he lacked the robust physique of a warrior. His legs had gone completely numb. Just as he prepared to release Princess Baru from his arms, she uttered 2 words. Cannot. What do you mean?" Akiha mentally shouted in exasperation. "Baru, I have already been here for some time. What if someone sees us and misunderstands? Let them misunderstand. I have already been misjudged by my sister, so it matters not." Princess Baru tightened her hold around him. The regal demeanor Akiha had first encountered was now replaced by that of a somewhat unreasonable young woman, leaving him unsure of how to react. Fortunately, sensing Akiha's muscles growing tense, Princess Baru finally released him after a few more minutes, allowing him to sit on the edge of the bed. No sooner had Akiha settled onto the bed than Princess Baru leaned against him, resting her head on his shoulder. Akiha found himself both amused and bewildered. The current Princess Baru bore little resemblance to the dignified figure he had initially met. If seen, one might easily mistake her for the elder sister of Ayue. "Baru, just now, your sister seemed to treat you well. She doesn't appear to be entirely malevolent. Why does she insist on bullying Ayue?" Akiha asked. Princess Baru sighed, expressing her weariness. "It's not that my sister is inherently malicious. She, like my father, can be quite stubborn, overly concerned with the status of Ayue's mother, which is why she behaves this way. The mindset of royalty remains unchanged across any realm." Akiha felt a mix of frustration and anger towards the fathers of both Baru and Ayue. If you disdain Ayue's mother for her lowly status, why then marry her? It is tantamount to inviting disaster. Yet, he refrained from voicing these thoughts. In this world, democracy was a concept foreign to the rulers, and the king of the magical empire, His Majesty Judicial D13, while not a good father, was a competent king who governed with precision. This suggested that Ayue was likely safe for the time being. But noticing Akiha's persistent mention of Ayue, Princess Baru, in a fit of childish pique, pushed him and said crossly, "She resides on the 3rd floor. Did you not think to go check?" "Ah, then I shall go." Akiha scratched his head. "Go on. Go and dally with your little wife." Princess Baru pouted, waving him out of her room. Akiha, filled with confusion, stared at the closed door. Just moments ago, she had clung to him, and now her demeanor had completely shifted. Shaking his head, he mused that a woman's heart was as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean, and it was perhaps best not to speculate. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, Akiha boldly made his way to the 3rd floor. As he ascended, Princess Baru's door creaked open, and she peeked out, stealthily following Akiha up the stairs. Upon reaching the third floor, Akiha searched each room, as Princess Baru had not specified where Siyu resided. He gently pushed open each window to see if it belonged to Siyu, and finally, through a narrow gap, he spotted her figure in the innermost room. Chin Siyu lay despondently across her desk, tears streaming down her face, the room in disarray, clearly a result of her emotional turmoil. Akiha's heart ached at the sight, and in his distraction, he accidentally dislodged the doorknob from the window. The loud clatter startled Chin Siyu, who instinctively swung her hand, sending a sharp ice blade flying through the window, narrowly missing Akiha's ear. Reacting quickly, Akiha ducked and rolled out of the way, swiftly making his escape down the stairs, where he collided with the hidden Princess Baru, sending them both tumbling back down to the second floor. A soft gasp escaped from Princess Baru's lips. Fortuitously, Akiha landed atop her, instinctively placing his hands to brace himself, only to find them resting on her ample bosom. Princess Baru and Appo's face flushed deep crimson, her large eyes gazing at Akiha through a veil of confusion, her breath quickening. Akiha hastily withdrew his hands and leaped to his feet, shaking his head vigorously. Almost succumbing to instinct, he had nearly acted on impulse, but the awareness of their current situation made him anxious about being discovered by Chin Siyu. He swiftly scooped up the still prostrate Princess Baru and retreated to her room. Chin Siyu approached the window, and upon seeing the fallen doorknob, sighed in relief. Oh, it was merely a doorknob that fell. Chapter 64. The floating of the wind. Though I am acutely aware of my own charm and beauty, which I know captivates you, your current demeanor places me in a rather awkward position. I must clarify that I am the elder sister of Siyu. If you desire to approach me in that manner, then, I shall not resist, yet I will certainly not submit. Never. Princess Belu was tossed onto the bed by Ayue, her eyes closed as she rambled incoherently, before lying flat like a starfish, motionless. After throwing Princess Belu onto the bed, Ayue lingered at the doorway, peering to see if Chin Siyu had descended the stairs. Only upon noticing her absence did he release a sigh of relief. Upon closing the door and turning back, he found himself bemused. Princess Belu lay straight on the bed, her legs neatly together, her slender brows twitching occasionally. What are you doing? Ayue inquired. Princess Belu opened her eyes, propping herself up slightly. Noticing Ayue's lack of movement at the door, her curiosity piqued. Do you not wish to take advantage of me? Ayue was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed loudly, Huh? Why would I want to do that to you? It turned out he had not meant it in that way, which left Princess Belu feeling a wave of disappointment. And she resumed her position on the bed. What's wrong? Do not mind me. I am injured, she replied, closing her eyes once more. Ayue shook his head, finding it difficult to decipher Princess Belu and Appo's thoughts. Just as he was about to leave, he sensed a surge of magical energy approaching from the third floor. He had thoroughly searched the third floor earlier, and aside from Chin Siyu, there was no one else. This magical aura could only belong to her. In a flurry, he rushed to the window, shaking Princess Belu and Appo's arm. Belu, find a place for me to hide quickly. Siyu is coming. Princess Belu opened her eyes wide. Although she could not sense the magical energy, she heard the rapid approach of footsteps. Why don't you want her to know you're here? I came to rescue her. If she knows I'm here, she may lose control of her emotions, and if your father or your elder sister discovers my identity, not only will I fail to rescue Siyu, but I may also land myself in trouble, Ayue explained urgently. Indeed, the king would never permit his daughter to associate with a commoner. Even though Ayue was a disciple of Libi's, he was still merely a commoner. As the footsteps neared the door, Princess Belu ceased her tantrum, opened the wardrobe, and urged Ayue to hide inside. Just as he concealed himself, Chin Siyu burst through the door with a loud bang. Chin Siyu, how many times must I tell you to knock before entering? Are you deaf? Princess Belu's tone shifted from playful to assertive. Chin Siyu remained silent, quickly scanning the room. Disappointment washed over her face. Yes, the palace was heavily guarded. No matter how capable one might be, entry was impossible. She must have misheard. With vacant eyes, she turned and walked out, resembling a soulless husk. Ayue, peering through the wardrobe's crack, clearly saw the expression on her face, his heart aching, yet he could not rush out to comfort her. I'm sorry, Siyu. To bring you out, I cannot meet you just yet. After she left, Ayue frowned and opened the wardrobe door. Belu, I'm leaving, he waved at Princess Belu. feeling rather dejected as he stepped outside. Oh, Princess Bellu understood Qiu Yi's feelings. Seeing her beloved in such a despondent state drained her enthusiasm as well. It was akin to her own condition. Following closely behind Qiu Yi, she accompanied him to the entrance of the first floor, unable to restrain herself any longer. Qiu Yi, what is it? Princess Bella bit her lip and said, remember to come often. After uttering these words, she turned and dashed away, her face flushed. Returning to the doghouse, Qiu Yi found Taidan sprawled out on the bed, sound asleep. The doghouse was small, featuring only a single bed. And Qiu Yi had no desire to share it with another man. He settled at the door, sitting cross-legged to meditate. Fearing the approach of others, he maintained a state that was half meditation, half awareness, allocating part of his focus to the surrounding sounds. Throughout the afternoon, no one disturbed him. And it seemed that his sole task, alongside Taidan, was to be Princess Bellu's shadow during her outings, a rather light workload. Rising to his feet, Qiu Yi ignored the gaze directed at him from Princess Bellu's window. Since he began meditating, he sensed someone observing him from the second floor. He knew it was Princess Bellu, as she was the only occupant there. Regarding Princess Bellu, Qiu Yi dared not entertain any notions. As Snow's sister had said, she was Cu's sister. Should Cu discover any of his thoughts, he would surely find himself in a precarious situation. Nevertheless, it was a source of joy to know that a beautiful girl harbored feelings for him. He chuckled to himself, thinking, men are indeed foolish creatures. Qiu Yi, there you are? Where have you been all afternoon? Taidan emerged from the room, yawning widely. Having slept since noon, he appeared refreshed. I returned shortly after leaving. I saw you were still asleep, so I didn't want to disturb you. Did you rest well? Qiu Yi replied. Taidan chuckled. I truly apologize. I feel great now. You should get some rest on the bed, and I'll call you when dinner is ready. Qiu Yi planned to sneak into the palace that evening to scout the layout and devise a plan to help Qin Cu escape. Thus, he thought it wise to rest for a while. With that in mind, he entered the room and climbed onto the bed. At dinner, Qiu Yi still lacked an appetite, but fearing suspicion from Taidan for not eating, he transferred half of his meal into Taidan's container. He then expressed a desire to take a stroll nearby, leaving with a portion of food. Taidan, lacking guile, was grateful for Qiu Yi's gesture of sharing his meal and did not pry further into his affairs. Qiu Yi made his way to the eastern side of the princess and Appo's quarters, where a river connected to the palace's outer moat. He discarded the remaining food into the water, unwilling to consume such refuse-like sustenance. There were certainly better options available within the palace's kitchens. Licking his lips, Qiu Yi resolved to borrow some food from the royal kitchen. However, the opportune moment had yet to arrive. He awaited the cover of night before commencing his culinary heist. Once the coast was clear, he retrieved a thin set of night attire from his pocket, a purchase made with the intent of stealth, as such garments were essential for those engaged in thievery and covert activities. Surveying his surroundings to ensure no one was watching, Qiu Yi began to chant the incantation for floating of the wind. This intermediate wind magic gathers wind elements around the user, rendering them as light as a feather. With the gentle breeze, rippling waters, and the swift spirit beneath the azure sky, grant me the power of the wind. Let me soar with floating of the wind. As the wind elements converged, Qiu Yi's hair danced in the breeze, his garments rustled, and upon completion of the incantation, the magical force enveloped him, standing still. Any movement he made would be enhanced by the wind elements, allowing for nimble actions and even brief low-altitude flight. This was Qiu Yi's first experience with such magic, and he felt a surge of excitement. The dream of flight had long captivated humanity, though in his world, airplanes allowed for aerial travel. It was not the true essence of flying. To soar should be as liberating as a bird, achieved through one's own strength and desire. With a heart brimming with excitement, Qiu Yi gazed at the roof of the princess's chamber, and with a powerful push of her feet, her body soared upward in an exhilarating rush. She had succeeded. Overwhelmed with joy, Qiu Yi watched as the rooftop diminished in her sight, and tears of exhilaration streamed down her cheeks. Alas, she had soared too high. Chapter 65, The Ambush of the Man in Black. At the moment of descent, Qiu Yi finally adapted to the magical art of wind floating, allowing his body to drift gently like a feather onto the kitchen of the royal palace. The kitchen was scarcely guarded, attended only by a few ordinary servants. Seizing the opportunity while one of the servants turned away, Qiu Yi swiftly slipped inside the kitchen. The servant, momentarily puzzled, glanced around, and muttered to himself, "Did I just feel a gust of wind pass by?" He turned to look at the tightly shut door of the kitchen, shook his head to dismiss the fleeting doubt, and resumed his watch. To Ayue, the kitchen was akin to paradise after a day of hunger. Without a second thought, he grabbed whatever food he could find, wrapping it all in an oil paper. He then nimbly climbed out the window and darted away, leaving the bewildered servant scratching his head in confusion, pondering the source of the strange wind. Returning to the princess's courtyard, Ayue concealed himself within a rockery by the riverside. Once he unwrapped the oil paper and revealed the delectable food, he feasted heartily. Having gone a day without food, the already tempting dishes became even more irresistible. A roasted chicken and 2 pig-esque trotters were swiftly devoured. After patting his slightly swollen belly, Ayue let out a satisfied sigh and decided it was time to quench his thirst. As he emerged from behind the rockery, intending to head back to the doghouse, his eye caught a glimpse of another figure clad in dark attire, lurking suspiciously below. A thief? Intrigued, Ayue wondered who would dare to steal within the princess and Apos' quarters. Wiping the grease from his lips, he pulled up his mask and followed the shadowy figure, eager to uncover the intruder's intentions. The man in black approached a pillar, kicked off the ground, and, using the momentum, flipped effortlessly to the second floor, gripping the edge of a window. With another push, he ascended to the 3rd floor. A skilled fighter, at the very least, of advanced warrior caliber. A sudden chill of foreboding washed over Ayue. Channeling his magical energy to his eyes, he enhanced his vision in the darkness, observing the movements of the intruder closely. To his shock, the man had climbed to the window of Qin Siu's room, licked his finger, and punctured a hole in the window paper, then inserted a small bamboo tube to blow inside. Qin Siu is in danger. The thought barely formed in Ayue and Apos' mind before instinct propelled him into action. The effects of wind floating had yet to wane, and with a leap, he soared to the 3rd floor, pausing behind the man in black. An advanced warrior would not be caught off guard so easily. As Ayue leaped, the intruder had already hurled 3 throwing knives in a formation aimed at Ayue's chest. Taken aback by the sudden attack, Ayue momentarily faltered, causing his control over the wind floating to falter, propelling him directly toward the assailant. In that critical moment, Ayue released the 7 elemental magical energies within him, forming a small shield of radiant colors at his chest, perfectly intercepting all 3 knives. Perhaps it is in life and death situations that human potential is most vividly awakened. This small shield, purely a manifestation of his internal magical energies, boasted formidable defensive power due to the interplay of the 7 elemental forces. The man in black appeared momentarily stunned, likely unaccustomed to such a splendid shield. The vibrant colors radiating from Ayue and Apos' chest were breathtaking. Yet, this was not the time for distraction. The intruder, realizing his plan had been thwarted, lunged forward, clearly intent on silencing the threat posed by Ayue. In that instant, a long whip appeared in the man's hand, which he flicked with a wrist, sending it slicing through the air like a venomous serpent aimed at Ayue. The wind rose, stirring dust and debris. As the whip struck with the ferocity of a tempest, the air swirling chaotically around them. Reciting an incantation swiftly, Ayue stood his ground, allowing the whip to approach. Just as it neared him, the incantation completed, and dozens of wind blades shot forth, severing the whip and rendering it useless. Seeing his weapon destroyed and the sharp wind blades advancing towards him, the man had no choice but to let go of the window's railing and leap onto the rooftop, disappearing after a few agile bounds. The wind blades struck the window, shattering the fragile glass into fragments with a resounding crash. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Ayue hurried back to the doghouse. Inside, Ayue was deep in slumber. Ayue shook his head in disbelief. Relying on him for protection was indeed a daunting task. The following morning, Ayue and Ayue were summoned by the burly General Wall. "Did anyone see who attacked the 3rd princess last night?" he inquired, his expression grave. "What? The 3rd princess was attacked?" Ayue exclaimed, his eyes wide. Ayue feigned ignorance, wearing a look of confusion. "You two are utterly useless," General Wall scolded. Turning on his heel, he had never expected much from them. Appointing 2 commoners as guards for Princess Belu was merely a facade, a truth that Wall himself understood well. Ayue, however, remained unfazed by the general and Apos' reprimands. He was enjoying the good life of ample food and rest, with no labor to perform. What did it matter if he was scolded a few times? Upon returning to the doghouse, Ayue stealthily approached Princess Bellu's door. Before he could knock, she opened it with a smile. Princess Bella looked at Ayue with an amused expression, while he struggled to return her smile. Once inside, he locked the door and sat at the table, asking, Bellu, who in the palace would want to eliminate Ayue? Eliminate Ayue? Princess Bellu tilted her head in thought. I don't think that would happen. Even if father and my elder sister have some issues with her, they wouldn't want her gone. Besides, Ayue is being prepared to marry the second prince of the Holy Light Empire, which is crucial for our country's and Appo's relations. Then who could it be? A name flashed through Ayue's mind, causing him to pause. If it were him, it would indeed be quite possible. Have you thought of something? Princess Bellu inquired, noticing his sudden stillness. Yes, Ayue nodded, about to speak when he suddenly noticed Princess Bellu and Appo's choice of address. His brow furrowed slightly, and he remarked, Ye and Appo's. Princess Bellu blushed, placing her hands on her hips in a mock display of composure. I and Appo's, M.A. Princess. Am I not allowed to use a name I like? Observing her slightly assertive demeanor, Ayue chuckled softly. All right, you can call me Leaf, as long as it pleases you. That's much better, Princess Bella replied, her satisfaction evident. Only she knew the little schemes in her heart. Qin Siyu liked to call him young man, while Xiao Shui preferred Leaf. Each girl close to Ayue had her own unique way of addressing him. Princess Bellu, too, wished for a name that was uniquely hers. I remember when I first arrived at the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, there was a fellow named Shirlette who attempted to harass Siyu. At that time, he was unaware of her true identity. I wonder if he fears that Siyu might disclose this incident to the king, thus wanting to eliminate her, Ayue suggested. That is highly plausible, Princess Bellu agreed. But he is merely a student. How could he possibly have the capability to send an assassin into the heavily guarded royal palace? Ayue scoffed lightly. He may not possess such ability, but his father does. His father? Who? Count Stitic. Chapter 66. Disdain rubbing her temples. Princess Baru felt a slight headache coming on. What is the matter? You seem troubled at the mention of Count Stitic, Akiha inquired. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, Princess Baru replied. Count Stitic is treacherous and cunning, obsessively pursuing power. The Magic Empire has two counts, Count Wall and Count Stitic. Their strengths are comparable. Yet Stitic's forces are expanding uncontrollably. Akiha fell silent. This was no trivial matter. Throughout history, many monarchs have met their demise at the hands of their subordinates due to a failure to manage their power, ultimately losing their thrones and kingdoms. Does your father have any countermeasures? Akiha asked. Although my father has sought opportunities to weaken Count Stitic, the man is exceedingly sly. And my father has yet to find the right moment, Princess Baru explained. Akiha felt powerless to intervene in such matters. After discussing for a while longer, he retreated to the doghouse. Before he left, Princess Baru informed him that the second prince of the Holy Light Empire would arrive the next day to escort Qin Siyu for the engagement ceremony. If he wished to take Siyu away, he needed to act swiftly. Akiha nodded, his expression resolute. Are you not afraid that Sister Siyu will run off with the second prince? Princess Baru asked tentatively. She wanted Appo's to go with him, Akiha declared, his confidence unfounded yet firm, as if it were an undeniable truth. The following morning, King Shafati XIII of the Magic Empire warmly welcomed the second prince of the Holy Light Empire. Everyone from the palace gathered outside to greet him, honoring him with their presence. Qin Siyu stood beside King Shafati XIII, her expression cold as she gazed at the approaching second prince. Today, she was dressed differently. Her usual aloof attire was replaced with a more alluring ensemble. Though still icy, she appeared strikingly beautiful. Akiha felt a twinge of jealousy, knowing that this was not Siyu's choice of attire to welcome the second prince. Yet he couldn't and Appo's shake the feeling of envy. As the second prince dismounted from his horse, he approached King Shafati XIII, kneeling in respect. I am the second Prince Yesua of the Holy Light Empire, wishing health and prosperity to your majesty. King Shafati XIII smiled and stepped forward, personally assisting Yesua to his feet. There is no need for such formality, Prince. Yesua gestured to the dozen carriages he had brought, stating, This is a small token of my esteem. I hope your highness will accept it. King Shafati XIII nodded and introduced, This is my third daughter, the princess you have set your eyes upon, Qin Siyu. Yesua, you young people should converse and foster your bond. Beautiful princess, it is an honor to meet you. Yesua said, leaning slightly forward and extending his right hand toward Qin Siyu. The hand-kissing gesture, a noble custom, typically involved the man offering his hand for the lady to place hers in, allowing him to kiss it. However, to everyone's astonishment, Qin Siyu appeared oblivious to Yasuo's outstretched hand. She glanced at him and simply stated, "Qin Siyu." Her introduction was exceedingly brief, clearly indicating her disinterest, leaving Yasuo's hand awkwardly suspended in midair. "Siyu," King Shafati 13 admonished softly. Qin Siyu flinched slightly, reluctantly extending her hand to make the briefest of contacts, merely brushing against Yasuo's fingertips. Yasuo retracted his hand, relieved that she had at least acknowledged him. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to proceed. After exchanging pleasantries, King Shafati 13 led Yasuo into the palace, while General Wall gestured for the gathered soldiers and attendants to disperse. Akiha and Taidanyu did not follow the crowd. Instead, they trailed behind Princess Baru, maintaining a respectful distance. Though they were merely pretending, they still sought to appear appropriately attentive. Taidanyu had procured a sword from somewhere, awkwardly sheathed across his broad back. Akiha felt compelled to correct him, explaining that swords were usually worn at the waist, but the earnestness on Taidanyu and Appo's face made him hesitate to burst his bubble. Princess Baru walked ahead, aware of Akiha's presence behind her, yet she chose not to acknowledge him. If anyone were to discover their close relationship, it could attract her father's attention, putting Akiha in jeopardy. Akiha followed closely, ultimately reaching the grand hall of the king. Although Princess Baru could have remained concealed, she accompanied him to help him grasp the unfolding events. King Shafati 13 merely glanced at Princess Baru without further comment. Upon taking his throne, King Shafati 13 seated the second prince beneath him, while the eldest princess sat opposite him. Qin Siyu took her place beside the eldest princess, her expression as frigid as ever. At that moment, a servant brought in a chair for the second prince, and Princess Baru moved to sit beside him, while Akiha and Taidanyu stood behind her. Gazing at Qin Siyu's icy demeanor, Akiha hastily lowered his head. Fortunately, Qin Siyu was preoccupied, indifferent to her surroundings, entirely unaware that the man she held in her heart was watching her intently from across the room. Akiha scrutinized the second prince from the Holy Light Empire. On the surface, he appeared quite handsome, with a prominent nose and striking brows that lent him an alluring presence. However, a glimmer of desire occasionally flickered in his eyes whenever he beheld a woman. At this moment, his gaze was fixated not on Qin Siyu, but rather on Princess Baru. "This must be Princess Baru. I have seen your likeness in portraits, yet you are even more exquisite in person," the second prince remarked. As soon as the words left his lips, King Shafati Xii's brow furrowed slightly. The second prince was here to court his third daughter, yet he chose to compliment his second daughter instead. What could this possibly mean? "Prince, you and my third daughter have now met. What are your thoughts?" King Shafati 13 asked. Detecting the subtle displeasure in the king's tone, the second prince quickly replied, "I am indeed very satisfied with the third princess. Should your highness wish to bestow her upon me, I shall cherish her greatly." King Shafati 13 nodded, appreciating the sentiment. However, the second prince was not finished. His expression shifted as he faced Qin Siyu and hesitantly continued, "However, I have heard that the third princess's mother comes from a humble background. If I were to marry her, it would inevitably invite ridicule from the royal family." And this King Shafati 13 remained unperturbed, fully aware that the second prince of the Holy Light Empire would not marry his daughter so easily. He decided to bide his time and see what the prince truly desired. Akiha clenched his fists behind Princess Baru. If he had merely wished to punch the second prince moments ago, now he felt a murderous intent brewing within him. What was the second prince to do now? The second prince, feigning difficulty, contemplated for a moment before pointing at Princess Baru and said, "If your highness were to marry my second daughter, then there would be no room for idle gossip." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Princess Baru exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. She rose to her feet, glaring at the second prince, while casting a furtive glance at Chiyu behind her. Noticing Chiyu and Appo's lowered head filled her with disappointment. Yet a flicker of sweetness ignited within her upon seeing Chiyu and Appo's clenched fist turn pale, alleviating much of her anger. King Shafati 13 remained silent, for in his heart, his third daughter paled in comparison to the second. He harbored no objections to the second prince marrying his third daughter, but the prospect of him marrying the second stirred a sense of reluctance within him. Chiyu discerned the glimmer of thoughts in King Shafati 13 and Appo's eyes, leading her to grasp the gravity of his sentiments. It was no wonder that C harbored such animosity towards her father. This man was indeed beyond redemption. A father who could distinguish the worth of his daughters in his heart lacked the qualifications to be a true parent. Perhaps King Shafati XIII was a benevolent ruler, and his subjects were fortunate to have him. Yet as a father, Ayue could not help but raise a finger in disdain. I disdain you. Chapter 67. Preparing for the abduction, father. I refuse to marry him. Princess Baru exclaimed as she stood up. Do not speak nonsense. Sit down at once. King Gaddafi XIII glared at Princess Baru. With a frustrated stomp of her foot, Princess Baru shot a glare at the second prince before angrily taking her seat. Just as she settled down, she felt a gentle hand pat her shoulder, and her anger dissipated almost instantly. Without needing to turn around, she knew it was the hand of Ayue. On the side, Tai Daniu's eyes nearly bulged out. How dare he touch the princess? Was he courting death? Yet, to Tai Daniu's astonishment, Princess Baru exhibited no sign of anger. Instead, she appeared relaxed when Ayue's hand rested on her shoulder. Aside from Tai Daniu, who was closest to Ayue, no one else noticed this subtle gesture. I wonder how your highness feels. If you are willing to marry Princess Baru to me, our Holy Light Empire is prepared to send 100 white-robed priests to your nation, the second prince proposed. 100 white-robed priests? King Gaddafi XIII was somewhat tempted. These priests were far more valuable than the gold and jewels previously offered by the second prince. The second prince nodded earnestly, indeed. And this is merely a modest betrothal gift. After my marriages to princesses Siyu and Sanyu, we will send another 100 white-robed priests, totaling 200. Their contribution in future wars is invaluable. I need not elaborate, your highness. If I did not sincerely admire the two princesses, I would not offer such a hefty betrothal gift. Initially, the second prince had only expressed interest in Princess Sanyu, Qin Siyu, but upon meeting Princess Baru, he treated Qin Siyu as an afterthought and had not mentioned her since. The prospect of 200 white-robed priests was irresistibly attractive to King Gaddafi XIII. In warfare, their healing capabilities would far surpass that of a small magical battalion, allowing injured yet formidable warriors to regain their fighting spirit. After a prolonged silence, King Gaddafi XIII finally spoke. Very well, I shall grant your request. Tomorrow, take Baru and Siyu to the Holy Light Empire for the engagement ceremony. I will personally visit the Holy Light Empire in 3 days to discuss the specific arrangements for the wedding with your father, he declared. The second prince joyously stood up and bowed to King Gaddafi XIII. Thank you, my lord, for your graciousness. Princess Baru and Ayue's complexion paled as she glanced at Qin Siyu, only to find her face devoid of any expression, as though the conversation bore no relevance to her. May and Ayue's please arrange accommodations for the second prince and take care of his needs, King Gaddafi XIII instructed the eldest princess. Understood, father, the eldest princess replied. Princess Baru and Qin Siyu returned to the princess and Ayue's quarters in silence. On the way, Ayue constantly observed Qin Siyu and Ayue's silhouette. Tai Daniu discreetly nudged Ayue, winking at him. But Ayue, distracted by Tai Daniu's antics, failed to comprehend. Tai Daniu sighed and whispered, Do you have something going on with Princess Baru? You dared to touch her shoulder in the hall. Ayue rolled his eyes. That is simply not the case. You are overthinking it. I merely noticed a bug on her shoulder. Oh, I didn't and Ayue's see it. Tai Daniu scratched his head. I chased it away, so naturally, you didn't and Ayue's see it. Ayue replied nonchalantly. Oh, I see. Tai Daniu, lacking suspicion, easily believed Ayue and Ayue's fabrications. The two princesses remained silent until they reached the 3rd floor, where Princess Baru let out a deep sigh. Ayue. As Ayue contemplated how to abduct Qin Siyu, he suddenly heard a soft call. Looking up, he saw Princess Baru waving from the 2nd floor window, casting a glance back at the soundly sleeping Tai Daniu in the doghouse. Ayue activated the wind and Ayue's levitation and gracefully flew up to Princess Baru and Ayue's room. Yi and Ayue's, what should I do? Princess Baru wailed, disregarding her royal status, tears streaming down her face as she stared wide-eyed at Ayue. Please do not look at me like that, Ayue said, pressing his hand gently against her increasingly close face. Do you have a plan? Princess Baru wiped her tears and asked. I do, but now is not the time. Prepare your belongings today and tomorrow. Feign compliance as you accompany the second prince to the Holy Light Empire. I will find a way to rescue you and see you along the way, Ayue explained. The reason for having Princess Baru pack her belongings was that once they left together, Returning to the palace would be impossible. They would need to find a place to hide with Ayue until the situation calmed down. As for Ayue and Apos' plan, it was rather simplistic, an outright abduction. Yi and Apos, are you planning to elope with me? Princess Baru asked with gleaming eyes, hands clasped over her chest. Ayue calmly shook his head, replying no. The one I aim to rescue is Siyu. You are merely a bonus. At this, Princess Baru and Apos' expression darkened, cloudier than a stormy sky. Upon returning to the doghouse, Ayue looked at the sleeping Tai Danyu and felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. Perhaps it was Tai Danyu and Apos' endearing nature that made him quite likable. Ayue held a favorable impression of him. He discreetly placed a check inside Tai Danyu's shoe. Meeting is a kind of fate. I hope you find happiness in the future. Ayue silently wished. Tomorrow, the plan to abduct Qin Siyu and Princess Baru would commence, and he needed to prepare thoroughly. The guards surrounding a prince would undoubtedly be formidable. Ayue required a comprehensive strategy. As night fell, Ayue donned his night attire and leaped into the river by the princess's quarters. This river connected to the artificial moat outside the palace, and Ayue had long intended to use it as his escape route. Emerging from the moat, Ayue gasped for breath. His first experience of diving was far from pleasant, as he had no prior experience and had essentially run along the riverbed. If not for his prior preparation with water elements to carry air below, he would have surfaced not from the bottom, but rather floated to the top. The moat and Apos' water level was nearly 3 meters high. For an ordinary person, falling in would mean no return, but for Ayue, a simple wind's levitation made it effortless to rise. Once above water, he followed the tracks of the second prince's carriage back, intending to set up ambushes in advance. Tomorrow, he would play the part of a bandit, targeting the magical empire's second and third princesses. Chapter 68, Shattered. The collapsing debris flow. Princess Baru and Qin Siyu boarded the carriage of the second prince, who, under the farewell of His Majesty Justice D13, set forth towards the Holy Light Empire with the two beautiful princesses. The second prince sat at the front of the carriage. Casting a glance back at the one carrying the two princesses, a wicked grin creeping upon his lips. You two little girls may be princesses now, but once we reach the Holy Light Empire, let us see how you become mere playthings. The thought amused him, prompting him to lick his lips in a most repugnant manner. Inside the carriage, Princess Baru gazed at the beaming face of Justice D13 and sighed deeply. Sister, I finally understand why you harbor such hatred towards father, she remarked to Qin Siyu. However, Qin Siyu chose to ignore her, concealing a delicate dagger within her sleeve. Even if her soul were to scatter, she vowed to protect her body from the contamination of that second prince. This conviction burned steadfastly in her heart. Disheartened by her sister and Apos' indifference, Baru felt a sense of futility. As the carriage journeyed onward, an elderly figure who had never shown his face in the palace opened his eyes in a hollowed-out area between the mountains. Old mage, is something amiss? The second prince inquired. This old mage, possessing the strength of a high-level sorcerer, was the most formidable guardian accompanying the second prince on this expedition. I sensed a flicker of magical energy a moment ago, but it has now dissipated, the old mage replied. Is someone attempting an ambush? The second prince's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. Those in positions of power dread encounters with reckless individuals. The old mage scoffed, exuding an air of arrogance. Do not worry, it could merely be a low-level mage passing by. Even if a sorcerer sought to launch a surprise attack, I could easily subdue them. There is no need for concern. Sighing with relief, the second prince leaned out of the carriage to instruct his subordinates to remain vigilant. Besides the old mage within the carriage, his protective detail comprised mid-level and high-level warriors. Should a sorcerer attempt a ranged assault, only the old mage would be able to respond effectively. Hidden behind a boulder in the mountains, Ayue peered down at the scene below. Earlier, while attempting to gather intelligence, he had been startled to discover a sorcerer of equal rank within the second prince's carriage and had narrowly avoided detection by dissipating his magical energy just in time. A sorcerer of his caliber? Ayue glanced at his humble farmer and Apos' attire, reflecting on the disparity between their statuses. Yet, now was not the time for such thoughts. The image of Qin Siyu's vacant gaze fueled his desire to rescue her swiftly. As the carriage neared his position, a cold smile crept across Ayue's lips as he initiated his plan. First, a dozen small fireballs materialized around him, which he deftly guided towards strategically placed boulders. With a slight tremor of his mind, The uncompressed fireballs erupted into a series of soft explosions. Inside the carriage, the old mage and Apos' eyes flew open, and he bellowed, "Something's happening." As he bolted out, looking up, he beheld numerous boulders of varying sizes tumbling down the mountainside, hurtling toward them at alarming speed. "Quick, shatter those boulders," the old mage commanded decisively, yet no one paid heed. Though the old mage possessed formidable magical prowess, his ability to sense danger paled in comparison to the seasoned warriors accustomed to life and death scenarios. Even before the old mage could utter his warning, the mid-level and high-level warriors had already drawn their weapons and leaped into action. The mid-level warriors confronted the smaller boulders, while their high-level counterparts dealt with the larger ones, showcasing their practiced coordination as they shattered every rock that fell. The resounding crash of the boulders startled Princess Baru and stirred a flicker of emotion in the usually stoic Qin Siyu. Now is the perfect time to escape, Qin Siyu resolutely decided, and with a gasp from Baru, she executed a daring leap from the carriage window. All attention was drawn to the tumbling boulders, and Baru's startled cry was drowned out by the cacophony of falling debris. "Oh, how unfortunate," Baru lamented, lacking martial skills or magical abilities. The act of jumping from the carriage was perilous for her, yet she followed suit mere moments after Qin Siyu's daring escape. She landed awkwardly, sprawled on the ground, and a small stone struck her head, eliciting tears of pain. "When have I ever endured such suffering?" she grumbled inwardly. However, upon witnessing the deep scratch on Qin Siyu's arm, measuring a good 3 centimeters, her own discomfort faded. Her younger sister, a year her junior, displayed no trace of panic or pain. Instead, she emanated an unsettling calmness, her gaze a blend of wisdom and resolve, even as a boulder loomed ominously nearby. Gritting her teeth, Baru rushed to Qin Siyu and Apos' side, attempting to shield her from the falling debris. Qin Siyu glanced at her sister, but said nothing. The falling rocks had not harmed them, and Ayue felt no disappointment, for his intention was never to eliminate them with the debris. He merely sought to create a cloud of dust to obscure their vision long enough to achieve his goal. Revealing himself, Ayue grasped his dark-hued earth magic staff and began to chant a spell. Rolling stones break trees and wood. The thunderous sound shatters the heavens. The roar of the mountain's edge, released in fury, gathers the debris at the mountain's peak. In the sunset's glow, let all insignificant lives abandon their futile resistance and be buried beneath the soil, shattered. The collapsing debris flow. The eerie melody of his incantation contorted the old mage and Apos' face in horror. Earlier, he had assumed a low-level mage was passing by, but to his shock, the one launching an ambush was a high-level sorcerer. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of high-level magic, and as he listened to the spell, it was unmistakably the advanced earth magic collapsing debris flow. Utilizing the mountain's incline, the spell's power would exceed its natural limits. All warriors stood mesmerized, awestruck by the spectacle. It was as though the magic was not conjured by a sorcerer, but rather was a genuine force of nature, rendering them all impotent in its presence. What is happening? Even with the mountain and Apos' assistance, this magic shooed and Apos' possessed such magnitude. The old mage exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Boy, it's Ayue, it's Ayue." Qin Siyu exclaimed, her hands covering her mouth as tears streamed down her cheeks. Though she cried, her expression radiated joy. It dawned on her that he had never given up on her. At that moment, she yearned only to leap into his arms, regardless of being ridiculed, wanting nothing more than to indulge in her feelings. Princess Baru smiled, relieved that he had finally taken action. "Old mage, use your magic to stop this. Quickly." The second prince bellowed in anger, but the old mage shook his head in resignation. "There is nothing I can do. This magic has surpassed its natural limits due to the mountain's assistance, and for reasons unknown, the opponent's magic seems to have elevated to a higher level. I cannot stop it." The old mage's heart twisted with despair. Just moments ago, the voice chanting the spell had unmistakably belonged to a young boy. Who was this prodigious youth capable of wielding such advanced magic at such a tender age? With no other options, the old mage shouted, "Everyone, listen. I will stay behind to hold them off. Run. Do not look back. If you wish to survive, run with all your might." All the warriors fled in a frantic rush. A senior fighter seized the second prince under his arm and sprinted forward, consumed by desperation. To remain behind was to court death. At that moment, no one cared about the fates of Princess Baru and Qin Siyu. In the face of mortality, what value did beauty possess? Without life, how could one savor a lure? The old mage drew forth his staff, directing it at the cascading debris, his legs trembling yet resolute as he uttered the incantation. Advanced Ice Magic. Chapter 69. Are you lesbians? Under the crystalline hue of azure, transformed into a myriad of stars descending upon the mortal realm, in the frigid expanse where the chill of frost pervades, the white dance commences. O pure and resplendent maiden of ice, with your indifferent gaze, freeze all adversaries in an eternal frost. Frost Star. As the incantation of the old sorcerer reached its conclusion, a colossal ice star, formed from the gathering of frosty energies, suddenly materialized beneath the landslide. Upon its detonation, the foremost debris of the landslide was transformed into solid shards of ice. However, as the subsequent flow of earth and stone continued to cascade down, the fissures in these icy fragments began to widen. The Frost Star, a high-level ice magic, possesses the extraordinary ability to instantly freeze adversaries. Although the freezing effect lasts merely 10 seconds, should the enemy fail to escape within this time frame, the ice will shatter, delivering a lethal blow to the ensnared foe. This is a formidable magic. The old sorcerer possesses profound powers, and his mastery over ice magic is unmatched by the likes of Ayue. In a one-on-one confrontation, Ayue would stand little chance against him. However, the current circumstances are different. Although the Frost Star is indeed powerful, it remains merely a high-level spell. Not to mention that the 7 elemental staff in Ayue's possession has elevated the grade of the mudslide, which grows increasingly formidable by leveraging the mountains, rendering it beyond the capacity of a mere high-level ice spell to contain. The old sorcerer, clutching his staff, continuously channeled his magic into the Frost Star. Yet his efforts seemed futile. As the fissures in the frozen mudslide widened, the relentless cracking of ice echoed ominously in the old sorcerer and Apos' ears, resembling the harbinger of death. He sighed deeply, realizing that the second prince and his companions had already fled. With a release of tension, his magical output abruptly ceased, and the mudslide shattered the Frost Star, surging toward him with a thunderous roar. The old sorcerer closed his eyes, standing still in resignation. Being no wind mage, he had no means of escape and could only confront death with calm acceptance. At the moment the mudslide engulfed him, it seemed he suddenly comprehended why he had been unable to transcend the rank of high sorcerer for so long. The reason was clear. Having been co-opted by the royal family, he had long since surrendered his freedom. His once vibrant heart had gradually lost its vitality amidst the trappings of power, and he could no longer intimately feel the magical elements that thrived in nature. Oh, the old man reminisces about the audacity of youth. In his final moments, the old sorcerer suddenly looked up to the sky and let out a resounding cry. Perhaps he had momentarily rekindled the fervor of his youth, yet it was too late for realization. The mudslide engulfed his form, but as it surged forward, its strength had considerably waned. When it reached the boulder that concealed Princess Baru and Qin Siyu, its force had diminished to a point where it could not even displace the stone. With a sudden crash, the earth struck the boulder, sending a cloud of soil into the air, with some of it tumbling down towards the two women. Ah, it is utterly filthy. Princess Beilu was covered in dirt, and she couldn't help but exclaim. Autumn Leaf gracefully descended from the mountains, employing the winds to float down, and swiftly pulled the two girls from the mud that engulfed them up to their waists. Upon confirming that they were unharmed, she exhaled in relief. Qin Siyu, covering her small mouth, gazed at Autumn Leaf with tear-filled, crimson eyes, her grievances manifesting as tears. Siyu, I have arrived late. I am sorry for your suffering, Autumn Leaf said, gently brushing aside Qin Siyu and Apos' bangs and caressing her delicate, smooth cheek. I have missed you so much. With no superfluous words, the longing that had accumulated day and night condensed into this singular expression, Qin Siyu threw herself into Autumn Leaf and Apos' embrace, unwilling to part again. Autumn Leaf reciprocated, wrapping her arms around Qin Siyu as they stood upon the patch of earth, greeted by the nascent rays of the morning sun. The golden sunlight stretched their silhouettes long across the ground. Princess Beilu, pouting beside them, poked Autumn Leaf in the waist and inquired, "What about me?" The Autumn Leaves playfully tapped Princess Belle's little nose and said, "What is the matter with you? You are standing here just fine." "Ah, how unfair. I too seek comfort. It is unjust to grant everything solely to my younger sister." Princess Baru struck at Ayue with punches and kicks, resembling a child unable to obtain their desired sweets. Unaware of the circumstances surrounding Princess Baru, Qin Siyu gazed warily at her from Chuya and Apos' embrace. A sphere of icy energy coalescing in her hand. With a face as frigid as frost, she declared, "Baru, you may return." "Do not. I wish to join you. Surely, father will learn of this matter soon. Upon my return, I shall be forcibly wed to the second prince, and I vehemently oppose such a fate," declared Princess Baru. Sulking on the ground, Chuya found this amusing. When Princess Baru was in the company of Qin Siyu, it seemed as though Qin Siyu were the elder sister and Baru the younger. However, it was understandable, as Princess Baru had lived a life of genuine royalty, sheltered from the world, and thus her character was not as mature as that of Qin Siyu. "Siyu, you have long misunderstood. Baru did not intend to bully you. She was merely fulfilling your mother and Apos' entrusted wishes," Chuya stated. "Baru? Young man, when did you become so intimate with her?" In Qin Siyu's eyes flickered a cold light as she cast a disdainful gaze upon Xiao Yi. Perhaps you should first listen to Belu explain why she has chosen to torment you." Xiao Yi hastily diverted the conversation. Princess Belu recounted the entire tale of her mother's entrustment to her, while Xiao Yi unearthed the corpse of the old mage amidst the debris. The treasures upon the old mage and Apos' person stirred Xiao Yi and Apos' covetousness. The aura emanating from that staff was extraordinary, undoubtedly of at least the level of a treasured artifact. For clarification, the classification of artifacts is as follows: mundane items, magical tools, treasured artifacts, spiritual tools, and demonic artifacts. The staff of the 7 elements in Shuyue's hand was originally wielded by the Magic Emperor, belonging to the category of magical artifacts. The old man carried little with him. Whatever precious items he may have possessed were likely swept away by the mudslide. However, a ring on his finger captured Shuyue's attention. This ring was dark and, at first glance, appeared to be crafted from obsidian, yet upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be made of a cool metal, which felt quite comfortable when worn. Shuyue glanced back at the delicate, snow-white hands of Qin Siyu and Princess Baru, realizing that this dark ring seemed somewhat unbefitting for them. Observing her own hand, Shuyue slipped the ring onto her finger. "How unsightly. It turns out you have always been helping me." Qin Siyu gazed at her sister, who had tormented her since childhood, her expression a mixture of complexities. Sister, I do not seek your forgiveness. I merely hope you can find happiness. As that is what your mother wished to see," Princess Baru said with a gentle smile. Qin Siyu fixed her gaze upon Princess Baru, her earlier confusion transforming into resolve. After a long pause, she uttered 2 words, "Sister." It was evident that Princess Baru trembled with surprise, her face alight with joy as she exclaimed, "Sister." The bond of sisterhood, forged over more than a decade, revealed itself beautifully in that moment. Princess Baru stepped forward and embraced Qin Siyu tightly, tears of happiness streaming down her cheeks. Shuyue felt that the ring on her hand was special, as if it emanated a magical resonance. Although this magical fluctuation did not correspond to any of the 7 elemental energies. "Siyu, does this ring possess any special significance? I sense a peculiar magical energy emanating from above." Shuyue turned and exclaimed loudly, but was taken aback by the scene before her. The 2 women were tightly embraced. As if wishing to merge into one another, their bodies pressed together without a sliver of space between them. Xiaoya's expression was one of bewilderment as she approached the 2. Raising an eyebrow, "Are you 2 in a same-sex relationship?" With a resounding thud, 2 fists struck Xiaoya's face simultaneously, and in that moment, Xiaoyi experienced the real-life equivalent of the legendary Jade Maiden double kill. Chapter 70. The Space Ring in the Palace of the Holy Light Empire. Yellas was furious. "The despicable Magic Empire has inflicted such grievous harm upon my son. Bring forth the man. I shall personally seek an explanation from the Magic Empire." "Indeed, father. You must demand an explanation. My teacher sacrificed himself to save us. He was a high-ranking ice mage." Yeso exclaimed, his head wrapped in a bandage. The result of a stone no larger than a thumb striking his forehead, leaving a painful and reddened mark, an injury that was intolerable for a prince who had never been bitten by a mosquito. Yella slammed his palm down on the dragon throne, declaring loudly, "We shall set forth tomorrow. The king of the Magic Empire must personally apologize to my son and capture the assailant. Otherwise, the Holy Light Empire will declare war on the Magic Empire." A minister of the Holy Light Empire hurried forward, exclaiming, "Your Highness, this matter cannot be taken lightly. Not to mention that the Magic Empire possesses more mages than our nation and the Brave Empire combined. Its Royal Magic Martial Academy's principal, Libasi, is the foremost among the three great magic masters, wielding the secret techniques left behind by the Magic Emperor. If hostilities ensue, our nation may not be able to contend with the Magic Empire. To bolster another Indapos' strength while diminishing our own. Even if Libasi is formidable, can he wield magic to obliterate a city as the Magic Emperor once did? This incident is clearly the fault of the Magic Empire. Should war break out, we shall call upon the Brave Empire for support. Yelaz replied coldly. In truth, Yelaz's resolve stemmed not solely from avenging his son. Among the three great empires of the Demon Continent, the Magic Empire had always held the dominant position, enjoying priority access to various natural resources, which greatly irked Yelaz. Your Highness, such actions would plunge the Holy Light Empire into an abyss. If we provoke war with the Magic Empire over this trivial matter without absolute superiority, we cannot hope to enlist the Brave Empire as our ally. Please think this through. The minister, with the best interests of the Holy Light Empire at heart, earnestly dissuaded Yelaz from his course of action. After a fit of rage, Yelaz calmed down, recognizing the truth in the minister Indapos' words. However, having already proclaimed his intentions, he pondered how he could maintain his authority as king if he did nothing. Report. His Holiness the Pope requests an audience. Let him enter. Cordial bowed before Yelaz. Do not bow. What brings you here? Yelaz inquired. Cordial observed the second prince and the minister before continuing. I am aware that the second prince was attacked in the Magic Empire, and I know the identity of the assailant. What? You know who the assailant is? Yelaz exclaimed. Astonished. Speak at once. Yeso urged, eager to tear the attacker to shreds. Had it not been for that person, he would have been nestled under the covers with the two beautiful princesses of the Magic Empire, drenched in sweat. The assailant of the second prince was none other than the continent Indapos' sole all-element mage, a disciple of Libasi, a young man named Ayue. Ayue? Yelaz paused. Recognizing the name, one known throughout the Demon Continent as the successor to the Magic Emperor, a master of all elemental magic. Your Holiness, are you certain it was this Ayue who attacked my son? The second prince inquired. Cordial nodded, stating, during the second prince's visit to the Magic Empire, I had dispatched individuals to provide covert protection. Although my men were unable to intervene in time, they clearly witnessed the assailant Indapos' face. It was indeed Ayue of the Royal Magic Martial Academy. What an arrogant all-element mage, relying on his immense talent. He dares to lay a hand on my son. Bring forth my order, send a party to the Royal Magic Martial Academy, and demand that Libasi surrender Ayue. Yelaz commanded. The previously obstructive minister now remained silent. Seeking out the principal of the Royal Magic Martial Academy did not constitute a direct conflict with the Magic Empire, allowing Yelaz to maintain a semblance of justification without jeopardizing relations between the two nations. Father, I also demand that the Magic Empire send their second and third princesses to me. I must have them. Yeso exclaimed. Yelaz indulged his son, replying, Very well, very well. It shall be as you wish. Cordial cast a glance at the second prince, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. This fluctuation, Qin Siyu's expression grew animated as she brought Xiaoye's hand, adorned with the black ring, before her, examining it closely. Siyu, do you know what this ring is? This is an exceedingly rare space ring. The fluctuation emanates from spatial magic. Qin Siyu exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. What a remarkable find. A space ring. Such artifacts are fewer than 10 in existence in this world, remnants of ancient times. Observing the old man's unimpressive magical talent, she was astonished to discover such a treasure. How do I open it? Xiaoyi inquired. Simply inject your mental energy into the ring, and the space within will be revealed, Qin Siyu explained. Following her instructions, as Xiaoyi infused his mental energy into the ring, he perceived a space roughly the size of 3 or 4 rooms materializing before his eyes. Empty and devoid of contents. Can you open it? Qin Siyu asked anxiously. This was her first encounter with such a ring, and she had heard that it might recognize a master. She had forgotten to mention that if the ring recognized the old mage as its master, Xiaoyi would be unable to access it. Yes, it can be opened, Xiaoyi confirmed, and Qin Siyu sighed in relief. Quickly, you must draw your first drop of blood onto the ring to establish your identity as its master. This way, no one else will ever be able to open it. As he pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the ring, it was swiftly absorbed. and Xiao Yi felt a faint mental pulse emanating from the ring, his own mental energy. Princess Beilu and Qin Siyu couldn't help but marvel at Xiao Ye's incredible luck. Although the reason remained unclear, had the ring acknowledged the old mage as its master, Xiao Yi and Apos' find would be rendered worthless, akin to refuse. Thus, it is said that while strength is undeniably important, character holds even greater significance. Within the Royal Magic Martial Academy, Principal Li Beici furrowed his brow as he perused a letter. This troublesome boy has stirred up a significant mess. Upon finishing the letter, Li Beici sighed heavily. The letter conveyed that a witness from the Holy Light Empire claimed to have seen Xiao Yi assault the second prince, demanding that Li Beici surrender Xiao Yi within 3 days, lest the Royal Magic Martial Academy be razed to the ground. Principal, what shall we do? Should we hand over Xiao Yi? The female assistant inquired, observing Li Beici's grim countenance. Li Beici slammed the letter onto the table, exclaiming, "Nonsense." Setting aside the fact that the boy acted to rescue his wife, even if he had attacked the second prince without provocation, I would never surrender him. They threatened to destroy my Royal Magic Martial Academy? I shall see what they are capable of. However, even if they cannot harm our academy, I worry they may covertly target Xiao Yi. After a moment and Apos' contemplation, Li Beici stood with his hands clasped behind his back, declaring, "You must immediately inform the blonde girl accompanying Xiao Yi to wait for him at the academy entrance. I anticipate he will return shortly. She should notify him to lay low for a while." While Li Beici could protect the Royal Magic Martial Academy, he could not guarantee Xiao Yi and Apos' safety. As long as Xiao Yi remained within the academy, the people of the Holy Light Empire would undoubtedly seek to harm him. There was no alternative but to have Xiao Yi temporarily evade danger. Understood. The female assistant exited the principal and Apos' office. Chapter 71. Evading the limelight. Though the endeavor proved somewhat perilous, he had fortunately retrieved his second wife. At that moment, Autumn Leaf found the heavens exceptionally azure, the earth remarkably expansive, and even the neighbor and Apos' so possessed a certain allure. Xiao Shui, stationed at the doorway, beamed with delight upon catching sight of Autumn Leaf. Eagerly rushing to meet him, "Shuijia, behold, I have brought Siyu back to you," Autumn Leaf proclaimed, gesturing towards Qin Siyu. Qin Siyu playfully struck Autumn Leaf and Apos' head, retorting through gritted teeth, "Do not speak of me as though I were a mere pet," having playfully assaulted Autumn Leaf. Qin Siyu hastened to Xiao Shui and Apos' side, where the two girls promptly engaged in conversation. Upon hearing of Qin Siyu and Apos' near betrothal to the Holy Light Empire, Xiao Shui clenched her fists in concern, learning that the Holy Light Empire's second prince intended to wed both Qin Siyu and Belle simultaneously. Xiao Shui indignantly drew her two-handed greatsword from her back. "Utter scoundrel. One is insufficient. He aspires to wed two concurrently. A disgrace to masculinity. An enemy of all women," Xiao Shui vehemently exclaimed. "There stands one such specimen," Princess Belle remarked, pointing towards Autumn Leaf, who lay prostrate on the ground. "I ought to have buried you and the old mage together beneath that collapsing landslide." Autumn Leaf mused inwardly, gazing up at Princess Belle. "Master, you have returned." The petite maidservant materialized from an indiscernible location. Autumn Leaf experienced a surge of paternal gratification. The prospect of two women, one mature and the other youthful, awaiting his return was truly heartwarming. Autumn Leaf arose, affectionately patting the petite maidservant's head, commending, well done. Your efforts have not gone unappreciated." The petite maidservant, her face radiant with a smile, turned abruptly, and a large, boxy container struck Autumn Leaf once more, sending him sprawling. "Blast it all! Do you not recognize me as the head of this household?" Autumn Leaf exclaimed, leaping to his feet and pointing at the seemingly innocent petite maidservant. "A duel? I challenge you to a duel. I am but a girl. I lack the necessary appendages for such an encounter. I decline your challenge," the petite maidservant retorted, dismissing Autumn Leaf and Apos' outburst. Have circumstances transpired? Unlike the oblivious Autumn Leaf, Qin Siyu discerned an anomaly, particularly the large container behind the petite maidservant, which appeared to be prepared for a lengthy journey. "Pray, what predicament have you entangled yourselves in this time?" Autumn Leaf inquired nonchalantly. "Humph, all the fault of you, master." The petite maidservant stuck out her tongue at Autumn Leaf, seeking refuge behind Xiao Shui. Autumn Leaf rolled up his sleeves, realizing that the petite maidservant had become increasingly unruly. It appeared that a display of the young master and Appo's domineering aura was necessary to subdue her. Enough, enough, Yi. This time, it is truly your doing, Xiao Shui interjected, restraining Autumn Leaf from tickling the petite maidservant. Autumn Leaf cast a stern glance at the petite maidservant before turning to Xiao Shui, inquiring, Shuijia, I have been absent for an extended period. How could I possibly have incited trouble? With a sigh, Xiao Shui explained. The Holy Light Empire claims that someone witnessed you assaulting the second prince. They sent a letter to the Royal Magic Martial Arts Academy, demanding that the headmaster hand you over, or they would raze the academy to the ground. Blast it all. Do they presume I am afraid of them? Let them come. I shall see what that second prince can do to me. Autumn Leaf was genuinely incensed. What sort of situation was this? Did they truly believe that he, a master of all magic systems, was a mere pushover? Yi, the headmaster's request for you to seek temporary refuge is for your own benefit. Cease this childish behavior. Xiao Shui admonished. Autumn Leaf recoiled, and upon witnessing Shuijia and Appo's genuine displeasure, he promptly sought refuge behind Qin Siyu. Qin Siyu could not help but chuckle at Autumn Leaf and Appo's childish antics, remarking, Young man, I suspect that the headmaster fears that the second prince and Appo's associates may attempt to harm you covertly. Thus, he advises you to refrain from returning to the Royal Magic Martial Arts Academy for the time being. Once the storm has subsided, you may return. Autumn Leaf was well aware that the headmaster acted in his best interest. If the headmaster were to expunge Autumn Leaf's enrollment from the Royal Magic Martial Arts Academy and disavow any further association, the Holy Light Empire would likely cease their pursuit. After all, the headmaster was the foremost among the 3 remaining magisters on the demon origin continent. The Holy Light Empire would scarcely risk offending a magister of such eminence for the sake of a mere second prince. However, the headmaster had refrained from such measures. Instead, he had allowed Autumn Leaf to escape, opting to confront the situation himself. This gesture alone warmed Autumn Leaf and Appo's heart. Very well, I shall depart for a time. If only to appease the old codger. Autumn Leaf nodded in agreement, turning to depart in the opposite direction of the academy. Before departing, he turned back, proclaiming, Ladies, there is no need for farewells. Your husband shall return in due course. Do not fret overmuch. Thump, ding, dong, a triple strike, and even Autumn Leaf, a formidable mage proficient in all 7 magic systems, could not help but roll his eyes and stumble forward. Shuijia, where do you propose we venture first? Qin Siyu inquired, dragging Autumn Leaf's leg. I am uncertain. Perhaps Princess Belle has a suggestion, Xiao Shui proposed, turning to Princess Belle. Princess Belle blushed, gazing tenderly at Xiao Shui, and gently requested, Shuijia, please refrain from addressing me as Princess Belle. You are a year my senior. Simply call me Belle. Very well, Belle. Where shall we go? Princess Belle pondered for a moment, then suddenly thrust one hand into her bosom, planted one foot upon Autumn Leaf's person, and, with the other hand adopting a commanding gesture, declared in a fervent tone, Let us journey to the mercenary guild and become mercenaries who taste blood upon their blades. Let us perspire. Let us shed water. Humph. Your ambition is commendable, but it is not water that is shed, but blood. Moreover, those who taste blood upon their blades are bandits. I implore you, young lady. Autumn Leaf, pinned beneath Belle's foot, was rendered speechless. Qin Siyu mused for a moment, then suggested, This is not an unwise notion. Remaining within the Magic Empire carries the risk of encountering individuals from the Holy Light Empire. Undertaking missions in the untamed regions, belonging to no nation, may prove advantageous. Autumn Leaf grimaced once more. Untamed regions, indeed. Why not venture into the wilderness yourself? Hiki, if that is your inclination, it simplifies matters. Autumn Leaf possesses his own mercenary band, though it consists solely of Cu and myself. Nevertheless, we are an A-rank mercenary band, with the addition of Belle and Meng. Our numbers shall swell, Xiao Shui exclaimed gleefully, embracing Princess Belle and the petite maid-servant by the shoulders. Hold on, hold on. My mercenary band is an A-rank entity, and we do not enlist those who are entirely unskilled, Autumn Leaf declared with unparalleled flamboyance. Thump thump ding ding dong dong. Do you wish to experience the sensation of being pummeled by a bevy of beauties? It is exhilarating. So exhilarating that you bleed from all 7 orifices and suffer contusions to your face. I erred. My mercenary band specializes in enlisting those who are entirely unskilled. With his handsome visage swollen like that of the porcine disciple, Autumn Leaf was compelled to lower his stance. Dong dong ding ding thump thump. Do you wish to experience the sensation of being pummeled by a bevy of beauties twice in succession? Alas, I am filled with remorse. Autumn Leaf succumbed, collapsing in a cruciform posture upon the ground, where Qin Siyu unceremoniously deposited him upon the container behind the petite maidservant. The petite maidservant then hoisted Autumn Leaf and the luggage upon her back. Autumn Leaf was fortunate enough to experience the sensation of being luggage. In a daze, he seemed to glimpse angels descending from the heavens. With a shake of his head, consciousness eluded him. Chapter 72. The casual task arriving at the mercenary guild of the magical empire, accompanied by a group of beautiful women. Chiuyi and his companions naturally became the center of attention. The brazen gazes of the brutish mercenaries lingered unabashedly upon the young ladies, much to Chiuyi's displeasure. With a subtle smile, Qin Siyu winked at Princess Belu, wrapping her arm around Chiuyi's, and playfully said, "Darling, everyone here seems quite frightening. You must protect me." Chiuyi was taken aback. Qin Siyu and Appo's demeanor was a stark contrast to her usual self, leaving him utterly unprepared for such behavior. Before he could gather his thoughts, Princess Bella seized his other arm, adding, "Indeed, darling, you can't just protect us in bed. You must also look out for us out here." The atmosphere turned tense as the surrounding crowd's expressions darkened, and Chiuyi felt an array of hostile energies directed at him. He understood now. Qin Siyu was deliberately provoking the ire of those around them. How shameless of her to involve her sister in this jest. Yet, what surprised Chiuyi most was the petite maid, barely 15 or 16, who, burdened by a large box of gifts, wore a pitiful expression and gasped, "Master, I'm so tired. May I rest for a moment?" This was disastrous. He could sense imminent danger. A towering man, wielding an axe, and standing a head taller than Chiuyi, approached with a menacing glare. The girls instinctively retreated several paces, leaving Chiuyi to face the brute alone. "Hey, you and Appos, be serious," Chiuyi exclaimed, turning back in despair. "What are you saying, darling? Didn't you promise we'd serve you well?" Xiao Shui clasped her hands before her chest, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Didn't he notice, Sister Shui? You're quite the actress," Chiuyi thought, feeling utterly defeated. It seemed this group of girls was so bored that they sought amusement at his expense. The blonde beauty spoke, causing the hulking man's heart to skip a beat. How enchanting she was, her voice so gentle, it tempted him to abandon his mercenary life to retreat to the mountains with her. "I cannot allow this scoundrel to tarnish the goddess any longer," the man bellowed, raising his axe with a fierce battle cry, aiming it down at Chiuyi and Appos' fragile frame. "Empowered by magic, I strike." Chiuyi's fist glimmered with a kaleidoscope of magical energy, and he punched the axe away, sending the man staggering back 5 meters. "A mage? This fellow is a mage," someone shouted. It was rare for mages to frequent the mercenary guild. They often regarded themselves as too noble for the sweat of mercenary labor, and those of intermediate rank or higher typically found better employment within the magic guild, leading lives superior to the average person. Sighing, Chiuyi shook his head and disregarded the gazes of those around him, confidently striding into the guild and approaching the service desk. "Ah, Mr. Chiuyi, what task would you like to undertake today?" The attendant was the same one who had assisted him during his previous assignment. Chiuyi nodded and inquired, "Are there any tasks located in the wild?" The attendant looked puzzled, unsure of his request. "What level of task do you require?" Chiuyi glanced at the girls, who collectively pouted in defiance. "How about you randomly select one? We shall undertake whatever task pertains to the wilderness." The attendant hesitated, having never encountered such a method of task acquisition before. However, he recognized Chiuyi's privileged status as a special favorite of the guild president and that the Autumn Leaf mercenary group was A-ranked. Thus there were no restrictions on task levels. He pulled out a stack of task cards and randomly drew one, his expression shifting to one of discomfort. "This task is a bit. Enough with the chatter. We shall take this one," Chiuyi interrupted. The attendant looked at him for a moment before shaking his head as he processed the paperwork. "I hope you do not regret this. This task is quite obscure. I've never seen a mercenary group willing to accept it. Is the reward low, or is it particularly challenging?" Chiuyi inquired, puzzled. "Not exactly. Though classified as a B-level task, the reward is comparable to that of an A-level assignment. As for the difficulty, you merely need to identify a certain plant." Gathering plants? Chiuyi envisioned a small figure in a hat collecting mushrooms. Shaking his head to dispel the childish thought, he accepted the completed task documentation and exited the guild. "What task is it? Let me see." Princess Belu, having grown up in the palace, was filled with anticipation for a mercenary's life. Ayue had just registered her and the maid as members of the Autumn Leaf mercenary group. And now Princess Belu was truly embracing her new role as a spirited mercenary. As Ayue handed the task details to Princess Belu, he contemplated whether to find a hotel for the night before embarking on the task, as they were evading the Holy Light Empire. And even if the task was completed smoothly, they would need to linger in the wild for a while. At first, Princess Belu viewed the task with excitement, but her expression soon soured. Yi and Appos, can we not go? Do not call me Yi and Appos, that name lacks any grandeur. Why not? Ayue asked. Princess Belu circulated the task details among the others before finally returning them to Ayue. The expressions of all the girls shifted dramatically. Girls are simply timid, Ayue remarked sarcastically as he began to read the character details. Upon finishing, he tossed the task documentation aside and turned back without a second glance. Upon reflection, walking away now would be too cowardly. I must return to the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. If those from the Holy Light Empire arrive, I shall demonstrate the prowess of combined magic. Previously, Ayue had borrowed a book on combined magic from the academy for the maid to read. At that time, he lacked the magical proficiency to utilize it effectively. Now, however, he was confident in his ability to combine 2 intermediate spells or 3 beginner spells. Of course, greater mental strength allowed for more spells to be combined, yet the elemental nature of magic meant that certain elements were incompatible. For instance, water and fire magic could not be combined, as their opposing natures would diminish the power of the resultant spell. I am doing this entirely for your benefit, and it is not out of fear or objection to this task. Absolutely not, Ayue proclaimed, holding the task details aloft. The documentation bore a chilling title in bright red letters: Venture into the land of the undead to procure the rarest necromancer grass. Such was the nature of a casually accepted task. How utterly absurd. Chapter 73. The indulgence of Sister Shui. Nestled in the southern wilderness between the Magic Empire and the Brave Empire lies a forsaken city, once a grand metropolis rivaling the 3 great empires 5 centuries ago. However, a horrific event transpired, transforming this vibrant city into a true ghost town. Necromancers have long been objects of dread. Their mere mention conjures thoughts of terror, death, and decay. Over time, these practitioners of dark arts became universally reviled. Known as dark mages, they wield dark elements akin to ordinary shadow mages, yet their spells are insidious, often requiring blood or corpses as catalysts. Though Autumn Leaf contemplated retreat, the sensible Sister Shui halted him. Despite her own fear and reluctance to undertake this mission, she was more concerned about Autumn Leaf falling into the clutches of the Holy Light Empire. To oppose a great nation was akin to throwing oneself against a stone with an egg. Faced with the imminent threat of ambush from the Holy Light Empire, confronting mindless corpses seemed the lesser evil. Sister Shui, are you truly resolved to proceed? Autumn Leaf inquired earnestly. Shui nodded gravely, leading the way towards their objective. Autumn Leaf had stocked the spatial ring acquired from the old mage with ample provisions and fresh water, essentials for their journey into the wilderness, where no wild boars or rabbits roamed, only the decayed remnants of the past. The living dead, though their name evokes horror, are not quite as grotesque as the creatures depicted in apocalyptic tales. These beings, accurately termed poison corpses, were once inhabitants of the city, cursed by a powerful necromancer who annihilated the population and transformed the deceased into these wretched forms. While it may sound exaggerated for a necromancer to obliterate an entire city, the truth is far grimmer. The destructive power of necromancy is not overt. Rather, its horror lies in its nature, akin to a viral contagion. Once one individual is afflicted, those they contact are doomed to follow suit. By the time the city and Appos, as populace realized the peril, it was far too late. Autumn Leaf, this is terrifying. What spell did that necromancer cast? Princess Belu clutched Autumn Leaf's arm, her anxiety palpable. Autumn Leaf glanced through the records, responding. It was a curse known as Appos, death and Appos, spread. And Appos. Princess Belu tightened her grip, almost in tears. That necromancer cannot still be in the dead city, can he? We won't be turned into poison corpses, will we? Girls, being inherently vain, shuddered at the thought of their bodies rotting after death, flailing before others, an agony worse than death itself. Necromancers are not invincible. The one who unleashed this curse perished many years ago, unless he had willingly transformed into a poisoned corpse himself. transforming into a poison corpse. Autumn Leaf felt a chill at Qin Siyu's words, silently praying. May her ominous words remain unfulfilled. Let the gods deem them mere idle musings. Previously, when Autumn Leaf and Xue had ventured to the border for a mission, they were harassed by border guards. This time, accompanied by such lovely companions, the disturbances were even more pronounced. Yet, when Princess Baru produced a token from her bosom and cast it to the ground, the guards immediately knelt, weeping and pleading for mercy. One soldier even crawled to her feet, token in mouth, to return it. However, Princess Baru delivered a swift kick to his face, repulsed at the thought of touching the saliva-soaked token. "Ah, see you, look at this." Despite being princesses, the disparity is striking, Autumn Leaf remarked, tapping Qin Siyu on the shoulder. With a glint of coldness in her eyes, Qin Siyu retorted, "Do you seek death?" "Not at all." Autumn Leaf hastily released his grip. As they journeyed, while the other women complained about the soldiers' disgraceful behavior, Autumn Leaf remained indifferent. Such occurrences were inevitable. When individuals are engulfed in boredom, emptiness, or fear, desire often overcomes reason. I assure you, those soldiers likely engage in vile acts against women when unobserved. Impossible. Such absurdity. Surely no one would stoop so low. Princess Baru protested, having been raised in a sheltered environment, believing in the inherent goodness of all. Were you not a princess, or if we lacked the strength to protect you, you would have undoubtedly been dragged into the bushes by those soldiers. Autumn Leaf scoffed. I don and oppose. Believe it. Your thoughts are so sordid, Princess Baru retorted, sticking out her tongue. The boy and Appo's assertions were not unfounded. Such knowledge was common sense, understood by most. Sister, how can you echo him? Princess Baru pouted in discontent. Autumn Leaf shook his head, recognizing that the girl's innocence could not be easily shattered. One day, she would come to witness the darker side of humanity. In the wilderness, where human presence was scarce, the girls found even bathing impossible. While others could endure, Princess Baru was intolerable, nearly hanging off Autumn Leaf as he dragged her along. Autumn Leaf, I wish to bathe. I am so exhausted, Princess Baru whined. I shut tight. Dear sister, look around you. It's nothing but dirt and trees. Where do you expect to bathe? Autumn Leaf replied, exasperated. I don't care. I want to bathe. I need a bath. Bathing? Do you think you're a little baby? Driven to the brink, Autumn Leaf halted to educate Princess Baru. Baru, you must understand. You are now a mercenary, a role you and Amp, Oppos, V longed for. You must rely on your willpower to overcome all difficulties. In the face of life and death, bathing becomes trivial. If you fear not death, how can you fear a few days without a bath? Do you not agree? Autumn Leaf proclaimed. Princess Baru gazed intently at him, and he believed his words had struck a chord, yet her next remark shattered his hopes. No, what I fear is dying without having bathed. Autumn Leaf, in utter despair, tossed Princess Baru into the arms of the giggling Xue, exclaiming, Sister Xue, I am at my wit and Oppos' end. This troublesome girl is now yours to handle. Xue gently arranged Princess Baru and Oppos' disheveled hair, soothingly offering, Dear Baru, let us find a spring for your bath shortly, shall we? Really? There is truly a spring? Princess Baru and Amp, Oppos' eyes sparkled with excitement. Xue smiled and nodded, prompting a cheer from Princess Baru, who ceased her complaints. Autumn Leaf cast a furtive glance at Sister Xue, suddenly realizing her cunning. In such a flat region, where could there possibly be a spring? It was clearly a ruse to appease Princess Baru, who, lacking experience, would naively believe it. Sister Xue, what if Princess Baru discovers there is no spring? Autumn Leaf inquired, leaning closer to Xue. Oh, I've already considered that. If we cannot find one, simply use water magic to wash her, Xue replied. Me? Take matters into my own hands. Autumn Leaf and Oppos' eyes gleamed with excitement. Xue shot him a disapproving look, scolding, Dream on. You will cast the water spell from a distance, and I will disperse it into water with wind magic. Then I would gain no benefits at all. Autumn Leaf whined, shaking Xue's arm. Xue shook her head in exasperation, feeling that Autumn Leaf regarded her not as a wife, but rather as a dependable elder sister. When you bathe alone, why not invite me to join you? Xiao Xue, blushing, whispered softly into Qiu Yi and Amp, Oppos' ear. Qiu Yi and Amp, Oppos' face flushed as well. He had not anticipated that Sister Xue and Amp, Oppos' affection for him had reached such an extent. Unable to restrain himself, he involuntarily swallowed. Xiao Shui observed Qiu Yi and Apos' reaction, covering her mouth as she giggled playfully.